To prove that urine is more valuable than gold, I priced my own urine at 10,000 per drop, and put it up for sale online. I never expected it to be sold out as soon as it was listed. Even the buyers, after trying it, wanted to add 100,000 per drop. Someone even bought my entire year's worth of urine. All of this because I'm a uremic patient with both kidneys failed. Yet, I traded my perfectly matched kidneys for a second-hand game console. My whole family scolded me for being a spendthrift, but only I know. A year later, the game is about to invade reality. I, who was originally a gaming expert, missed the opportunity to play Heaven's Path due to illness. Eventually, the game invaded me, and I watched my whole family die in an endless tide of beasts. Now that I've entered the game, I realize that my terminal illness is actually my greatest cheat, detecting that your physique is different from normal. Both my blood and urine contain deadly toxins, especially awakening your SSS level innate physique, blood demon poison body. The ability causes the target contaminated by your blood or urine to suffer 1 point of true damage per second, accompanied by negative effects such as bleeding, paralysis, drowsiness, sluggishness, weakness, and burning, lasting for 10 seconds. The target cannot regenerate health while poisoned, and the higher the toxin damage, the stronger the negative effects on the target. Growth of ability 2. For each target killed with a level not lower than your own, the toxin's true damage increases by 1 point per second. Acidic essence. Your toxic blood corrodes your flesh, but also ignores no longer tempering your muscles, strengthening the bone meridians. The stronger the toxin, the stronger the physique, the toxin attack increases by 1 point. Your physique increases by 0.1 per second. Physique affects vitality and physical defense by 1 point, and increases vitality by 10 points, and increases physical defense by 1 point. Trait-like immunity to all poisons. You are the source of all poisons. Not only are you immune to all poisons, but also can absorb toxins from other creatures. Strengthen yourself. With each job change, for every level of toxin increase, the effect can be multiplied, stacked, and the duration doubled. I was stunned on the spot. This is not just an SSS level talent, it's completely God level. Every player who enters the Heavenly Path game has one chance to draw lots. Now it's your turn to spin the wheel of fate. Congratulations on drawing the special equipment, Void Sword Belt. The special equipment of the Void Sword Belt has the ability to devour equipment of the same grade for upgrades, currently at 0/10 for white grade equipment. Trait 2, the Sword Belt contains a void, providing the host with an additional 100 storage spaces, and unlimited production of 0 components. It contains level 1 0 components, each with 10 points of real damage and a 50% increase in attack range. Trait 3, after binding, it cannot be traded or dropped, and cannot be destroyed. Not only is my talent extraordinary, even the equipment I draw from the lottery is insane. Initially, I wasn't sure which profession to choose in order to maximize the advantages of my bloodthirsty poison body. After all, my blood and urine are toxic. I can't just pee on the opponent during a fight, or splash my blood on them with a fresh wound. Now that I've drawn the void arrow, the most suitable profession for me is undoubtedly an archer. As long as I soak the arrows in my blood or urine, every shot will be a poisonous attack. I chose to maximize my appearance by 50%. Although I still don't look like a normal person, it's not as terrifying as before. With everything ready, I opened the initial attribute panel. As expected, I have a weak physique, like a newbie. My initial magic value is even higher than my health. Initial 5 attributes of a Tian Dao player are all between 5 to 10 points. Each player's attributes vary slightly according to their physique. At midnight, as the countdown ended, I appeared at a reincarnation altar. Looking around, it was crowded with people. I tried to move outside the village. As I arrived 500 meters from the village entrance, some half-sized red-eyed rabbits began to appear. They are common level 1 monsters. I had no problem dealing with the red-eyed rabbits, but there were too many people around. I didn't want to reveal my hand so soon. I continued to walk towards the outskirts of the village, pondering my next move. Relying on poison tempering and the spiritual chi sword, I should have no problem leveling up by challenging higher level monsters. But suddenly I realized that it's not cost effective for me to do so. My blood demon poison body requires me to kill monsters of no lower level than mine in order to grow. Levels are irrelevant to me. If possible, I even wish for the heavens to penalize my leveling experience. Suddenly, I thought about deliberately getting killed to stack passive abilities infinitely. Just as I had this thought, the golden flame that traveled back with me suddenly trembled in my mind. Although I didn't know why, I immediately understood that being killed in the game must have hidden dangers other than losing levels. I immediately opened the system map to check the information on wild monsters, and soon found the most suitable monster for me to level up on. The colorful toad, 100 HP, 12 attack, 8 defense, 6 speed, highly toxic, but with low HP. Not cost-effective for ordinary players. But for me, the colorful toad is like a shining gold ingot. Not only does it have only 100 HP, but its poison can also be absorbed by me. Without hesitation, I headed straight to the southeast corner where the puddle was. This is an area similar to a swamp, with large and small puddles scattered around, each filled with colorful toads the size of plates. There's hardly anyone within 500 meters. Just as I was about to temper the spiritual weapon, I encountered a dilemma. I only have 50 HP at full health right now. Even if I use up all my HP, I can only temper it 50 times at most. Looking around, I made a decision. I first took the void sword belt from my back, held it in my left hand below my abdomen, and untied the belt. The sound of gushing water could be heard. The void sword belt in my hand trembled slightly, as if resisting fiercely, but the equipment was already bound. With the void sword belt in place, resistance was futile. Alright, just this once, my dear. Don't worry. When I have more blood later, I'll make it up to you by drinking blood. I comforted softly, seeming to know that my behavior was somewhat disrespectful to this equipment comparable to a divine artifact. Soon, I satisfactorily fastened the belt and then slung the void sword belt back behind me. It was truly a treasure containing the void, filled to the brim, yet it showed no change in appearance. I drew a level 1 spirit sword, aimed at a colorful toad 15 meters away, and a bright red damage of 14-1-1 floated out. Immediately after, the colorful toad continued to lose blood at a rate of 1 point per second. It seemed that with each shot, the maximum total damage I could inflict reached 24 points. At most, it would take 5 swords to deal with one colorful toad. After being damaged, the colorful toad immediately leaped towards me, and the 4 other colorful toads beside it also hopped towards me. As I retreated, I drew arrows from my back and took turns shooting at the other 4 colorful toads. My agility value was only 5 points at the moment, so it would take at least 2 seconds to complete one basic attack. Although slow, fortunately, my gaming talent was strong. In just 10 seconds, I managed to poison all 5 colorful toads. At this moment, the poison effect of the first colorful toad just wore off, and I quickly aimed the swordsman at it. Even though I am currently pressing down on the colorful toads, I am not careless. Their speed has dropped to below 6, around 5. 5, just slightly faster than me. To be safe, I decide to take out 1 or 2 colorful toads first. As long as the number of colorful toads does not exceed 3, I am confident that I can kill them without injury. An average of 1 shot every 2 seconds. Soon, the first colorful toad has fallen and cannot get up. Congratulations on successfully killing a level 1 colorful toad, gaining 5 experience points. Your blood demon poison body has grown, and the real damage of the poison has increased to 2 points per second. Your body undergoes the tempering of the blood poison hammer, increasing your constitution by 0.1, currently at 5.1. Suppressing the joy in my heart, I immediately aimed at the second colorful toad, following the same procedure. Subtracting 14-1, why is the poison damage still 1 point per second? I was momentarily puzzled, but quickly figured out the key to it. Although my blood demon poison body has grown, the urine in the sheath of the void sword was something I had previously ruled out. Understanding this, I no longer hesitated and continued to shoot at the second colorful toad. Another 10 seconds passed, and the second colorful toad died, increasing the real poison damage once again. At this moment, the closest colorful toad suddenly shot out its long tongue at me. As I dodged to the side using my body technique, I raised my bow and arrow to shoot at the snake in the air, decreasing 28-1, doubling the damage of the weak point attack. I didn't expect that the snake was both the weapon and the weak point of the colorful toad. In one move, I knocked down the third colorful toad, and with 28 health left, I aimed at the snake of this colorful toad again, shooting a sword. The third colorful toad fell to the ground and died, leaving only 1 colorful toad on the field. I intentionally didn't attack, wanting to test whether I was truly immune to the poisonous damage of the colorful toad. The colorful toad was not polite either, launching a snake attack at me without hesitation, reducing 5 poison immunity. My calf was hit, leaving a small indentation. A trace of blood was licked by the colorful toad, then retracted into its body. Indeed, I was immune to the blood poison. I even faintly felt that the poison carried by the colorful toad snake was absorbed by my body. However, the amount of poison was too small to have a noticeable enhancement effect. But the next second, I was shocked by the damage numbers that appeared above the colorful toad's head. Was the reduction of 5 because the colorful toad snake had been contaminated with my blood? I suddenly realized. I looked at the weak and helpless colorful toad, casually shooting a sword and taking its last bit of health. In the first battle, it only took me about a minute to single-handedly kill 5 colorful toads. If other players knew about this efficiency, they would be amazed. I took a deep breath and walked towards the nearest colorful toad's body. My bloodthirsty poison body can absorb toxins from other creatures to grow, but I wasn't sure how to absorb them. I tentatively reached out my right hand, covering the colorful back of the toad, and felt a suction force coming from within. Ding! Successfully absorbed all the toxins from a level 1 colorful toad's body. The bloodthirsty poison body has grown, toxic attack increased to 7 points, and physical fitness grows by 0.1 per second. Checking the character panel, I found that my body's moisture level had unexpectedly increased by 2 points. In the Tian Dao world, when a player's moisture level drops below 10 points, they must replenish food and water, or they will experience weakness, drowsiness, and other negative states, making normal activities impossible. Since absorbing the toxins from living creatures can also absorb their vitality, thereby replenishing moisture, it has relieved my food anxiety. Suppressing my excitement, I continued to absorb the bodies of the 5 colorful toads. Although I didn't level up, my health had finally increased to 60 points. The biggest gain was that toxic damage had increased to 11 points, causing 1 round of toxic damage per second, directly able to take away 110 points of the opponent's health. At this point, the urine in the void sword's scabbard was somewhat redundant for me, but I didn't want to waste this precious liquid. An evil idea popped into my head, and I decided to conduct an experiment. Since the splashes of urine have a poisonous effect, what if the frogs were to drink it or be soaked in it? I cautiously approached the water's edge and carefully selected one. There were only 2 colorful toad puddles. I took off the void quiver, tilted the mouth of the bag, and almost pressed it into the water to reduce the sound of water flow. The pale yellow liquid slowly flowed out and merged with the puddle. I didn't dare to hesitate and quickly retreated to a distance of 10 meters. It wasn't until 10 seconds later that I saw the simple damage numbers slowly appearing on the heads of the 2 colorful toads. But perhaps due to the dilution of the venom, they only bled a little every 3 seconds. The toxic damage lasted for nearly 20 seconds, and then the 2 frogs woke up one after the other. They looked around, trying hard to find the real culprit causing their loss of health. Finally, from a dozen meters away, they spotted my figure. Originally, I was out of the colorful toads' range of hatred at this distance without actively attacking them, but my inquisitive gaze still aroused the vigilance of the 2 frogs. The 2 frogs jumped out of the puddle and rushed towards me. I didn't rush to attack but quickly retreated to a safe distance, observing how long the poisoning effect would last. Finally, when I counted to 27 seconds, the poison effect on the 2 colorful toads disappeared. Although the bleeding rate slowed down by 3 times, the duration of the poison far exceeded 10 seconds. Suppressing the joy in my heart, I took a step back and took out a new short knife. I cut open my left wrist, let the blood flow, quickly caught it with the void arrow bag, and sealed it in one of the 100 storage spaces that the void arrow bag came with. I wanted to collect a little more blood, but the wound quickly stopped bleeding. After 4 more cuts, plus the initial one, my blood volume had dropped to 40 points. But I also obtained 20 poison spiritual artifacts, each separately sealed in one of the storage spaces. Now that my blood volume is low, I don't plan to soak all the arrows in blood. Instead, I'll divide into 2 areas to kill the enemies from behind. During the duration of the poison effect, I only used a regular spiritual sword. When the 10-second poison effect was about to disappear, I used the poison sword to continue the poisoning effect. I drew the poison spiritual sword and gave each of the 2 colorful toads a strike. The speed of the 2 colorful toads decreased significantly, and they could no longer approach me. As the distance grew, I didn't stop. I turned and ran towards another water hole where 8 colorful toads were gathered. I planned to deal with them all at once and then come back to absorb the toxins from the toads' bodies. Congratulations on successfully killing a first-level colorful toad. I had just poisoned the 2 colorful toads when I heard the reminder of the 2 previously killed in the experiment. My hands moved non-stop, quickly shooting at 6 other colorful toads in the puddle. The toxicity was so intense that even the full health toads couldn't survive more than 8 seconds after being hit by the poison spirit sword. In less than half a minute, another 10 colorful toads died. With the increased toxicity, the slowing and weakening effects in my poisoned blood became more apparent. The speed of the WoW toads, which was only 1 point higher than mine, didn't even allow them to reach my clothes before dying on the charge. I quickly approached and absorbed all the toxins from the 10 colorful toads. My poison damage increased to 31 points per second, and my physique grew to 8.0. I only needed to kill 5 more colorful toads to level up. After a brief thought, I began to search for a puddle with only 4 or 5 colorful toads. Killing monsters below my level wouldn't allow the blood fiend poison body to grow. Therefore, it was impossible for me to still go and kill low-level monsters in the state of stunning performance. Moreover, I had another guess in my mind that needed to be verified. I poisoned 4 of the colorful toads, leaving one without an attack. But this colorful toad was also drawn by my hatred and quickly rushed towards me. I endured the attack of the last colorful toad, forcefully absorbing the toxins from the bodies of the other 4 toads. I only lost 2 points of health from the colorful toad's attack, which was nothing. Instead, when it attacked my colorful toad, its whole body quickly turned a blue-green color and started at a speed of 38 points per second. As I watched this colorful toad nearing the end of its life, I felt anxious. I firmly gripped the right hand of the 4th toad's corpse, exerted force suddenly, and absorbed it just before the 5th toad died. Just a second later, the reminder of the death of the last colorful toad came, along with a notification sound. Congratulations on leveling up, all 5 attributes have been increased by 5 points, plus an additional 5 points of free attributes. After a brief consideration, I allocated all 5 points of free attributes to agility. Now my agility has reached 15 points, and my shooting speed has tripled compared to before. I approached the corpse of the last colorful toad, extended my right hand, and chose to absorb its toxins. It is confirmed that I can absorb toxins from creatures below my own level, but this won't enhance the strength of the blood poisonous body. Indeed, I had anticipated this outcome before killing this colorful toad. I am not discouraged. Since I cannot absorb the growth of toxins below my level, I should absorb a bit more at various levels checkpoints, which seems reasonable. Regaining my focus, I checked the system map. After a quick look, I decided to head towards the pine forest in the southwest of the village. According to the map information, there are 2nd-level red-spotted wolf spiders and 3rd-level silver ring snakes, both poisonous creatures, which conveniently meet my requirements. After a 10-minute jog, I have reached the edge of the pine forest. It is quiet all around, as if no one has set foot in it yet. After a moment of contemplation, I took off the empty sword belt, raised my knife again, cut my wrist, and carved out another storage compartment. I filled it with the blood I had just collected and inserted 14 spiritual swords into it. These 14 spiritual swords can make the monster lose 40 HP per second, in addition to the 10 points of true damage from the spiritual sword itself. Even if we ignore my own attack power, it can still cause 410 points of damage to the monster. There is also another storage compartment in the sword belt, containing 5 poison swords left over from the previous hunt for the colorful toads. The poison effect is only 11 points per second. I wasn't prepared to throw them away. They might come in handy at some point. Anyway, the storage space in the void quiver is very ample. With everything ready, I entered the pine forest. Suddenly, a flash of silver light swept across the branches and quickly charged towards my face. I reacted extremely quickly, instantly maximizing my agility, quickly retreating to a distance of 5 meters, and casting a reconnaissance spell towards the monster ahead. The silver ring snake, a level 3 ordinary monster, with 600 HP, 28 attack, 16 defense, 18 agility, and the skill silver snake flash attack. It is a highly venomous snake in this pine forest, not only with a strong poison, but also extremely fast and highly aggressive. Once bitten by its fangs, you will lose 10 HP per second for 10 seconds. Truly a level 3 poison. Without the spiritual sword and emerald poison attack, I cannot confront it head-on. Without hesitation, I turned and walked away. It's not worth killing monsters above my level. The highly aggressive silver ringed snake, however, was not willing to give up. It fell from the tree branch to the ground and quickly chased after me. My speed was 3 points lower than that of the silver ringed snake, making it difficult to shake it off by running normally. I had no choice but to take out a previously spotted toad, leaving behind the emerald poison and spirit sword. I turned around and faced the silver ringed snake, and with a swift motion, I struck it with a sword. Critical hit and poisoning, the speed of the silver ringed snake decreased significantly, and it could no longer catch up with me. Wasting one of my poisoned spirit swords on you. I'll come back later to settle the score. 3 minutes later, I saw a red-spotted wolf spider in the woods. It was the size of an adult's fist, hanging upside down between 2 pine trees, with a dark red spider web hanging in the air, densely woven. They were either lurking, weaving webs, or feeding. Even if I discovered them, I seemed to have no interest in actively attacking, and they were busy on their own webs. I cast a detection spell and immediately saw the attributes of the red-spotted wolf spider. It was a level 2 ordinary monster with 300 health, 20 magic attack, 11 defense, and the skill spider web reappear when agile. It warned that once caught in its spider web, you would immediately be in a slow and paralyzed state, with a significant decrease in speed, making it difficult to escape, and losing 6 health points per second for 15 seconds. After reading the description, I felt relieved. Although the red-spotted wolf spider belonged to spell attacks, apart from the potent poison, its attributes were not even comparable to most ordinary level 2 players. In my eyes, they are just live targets. I immediately drew the poison spirit sword and struck at the red-spotted wolf spider in front of me. After being attacked by me, the red-spotted wolf spider, no longer calm, immediately spat out a red silk thread at me. I could have dodged, but after some thought, I gave up on evasion. I allowed the spider web to hit my chest, reducing 6 poison immunity. The red-spotted wolf spider's spell attack is 20 points. With my innate 9-point spirit, my spell defense has now reached 14 points. So the red-spotted wolf spider's spider web attack only caused me 6 points of damage. Soon, before entering the woods, the poison on the 14 spirit swords was exhausted. Each spirit sword precisely killed a red-spotted wolf spider. I turned around and walked towards the nearest red-spotted wolf spider corpse. You have successfully absorbed all the toxins from the second-level red-spotted wolf spider's body. The bloodthirsty poison body has obtained it. In less than 2 minutes, I absorbed the corpses of all 14 red-spotted wolf spiders. At this point, my poison attack has increased to 68 points, and my constitution has also increased to 16.7 per second. Once again, I took out the novice short sword, cut my wrist, and obtained 16 poison spirit pieces. If all goes well, each spirit sword will kill a red-spotted wolf spider, just enough for me to reach level 3. With everything ready, I began to hunt the red-spotted wolf spiders again. Under the 68 points of poison damage per second, they couldn't survive more than 5 seconds. After the death of the 15th red-spotted wolf spider, I turned back to clean up the battlefield. At this point, as long as I kill another red-spotted wolf spider, I can immediately level up to level 3. After absorbing the toxins from the 15 red-spotted wolf spiders in one go, my bloodthirsty poison body has once again been greatly enhanced. The toxic attack has increased to a terrifying 98 points per second, and my health has also risen to 197 points. After putting on the beginner's cloth, my defense has also reached 21 points. With my 22 points of attack, I can now only reduce my own health by 1 point when attacking myself. And this time's gains don't stop there. The extremely low drop rate of the Heavenly Dao, after I killed 20 spotted toads and 29 red-spotted wolf spiders, finally dropped the first blood bottle and 2 copper coins. The primary health potion restores 3 health points per second when used, which is not very useful for me, but for ordinary players, it's a life-saving elixir. I put the primary health potion into the system package, drew out the last poison spirit component, aimed at the red-spotted wolf spider, and shot. After waiting quietly for 5 seconds, this red-spotted wolf spider was no more. Congratulations on leveling up. Once again, I allocated all 5 free attribute points to agility. At this point, my agility has reached 25 points, with only strength being relatively low among all attributes. But what I rely on is not basic attack, but toxic attack, with a staggering 99 points of toxic damage per second. With one strike, I can almost instantly kill all players and monsters of the same level, so there's no need to worry about strength issues for now. My gaze shifted as I looked in the direction I had just come from. That was the gathering place of the silver-ringed snakes. It used to take some effort to kill the silver-ringed snakes. After all, the silver-ringed snake has a high health of 600 points. But now in my hands, a single sword can still kill, making 60 more poison spirit devices. I quickly rushed to the right, but when I arrived, I found that the silver-ringed snake had been taken by someone else. The silver-ringed snake still stayed in place, not leaving, and when it saw me come back, the extremely aggressive snake was not afraid but rather excited, with a glint in its eyes. With a calm expression, I drew out the poison spirit sword, and just as the silver-ringed snake entered the 15-meter range, the bowstring suddenly loosened. The silver-white snakeskin instantly took on a blue-green hue. The silver-ringed snake's speed greatly decreased, and it continued to lose health at a rate of 99 points per second. Despite being attacked, the ferocious silver-ringed snake did not diminish its aggression, still charging towards me. I slightly dodged to evade the silver-ringed snake's attack effortlessly. While dodging its attacks, I also tapped nearby trees to attract more silver-ringed snakes. Just 6 seconds later, the previously aggressive silver-ringed snake breathed its last. As soon as someone waits for me to absorb the venom of this silver-ringed snake, the noise here successfully attracted 3 more silver-ringed snakes. I welcome all comers, swiftly preparing my bow and arrow. As long as the silver-ringed snake enters the 15-meter range, it will be immediately shot. Under the continuous damage of 99 points per second, the silver-ringed snake can only hold on for a maximum of 6 seconds before meeting its end. To attract more silver-ringed snakes, I fought while retreating, continuously hitting the passing tree trunks, leaving behind a trail of silver-ringed snake corpses. In this process, my operation became more and more adept, and my archery skills improved rapidly. Not only could I achieve the theoretical maximum firing rate of 1 second, 2, 5 arrows, or even 3 arrows at once, but every shot hit the mark. The drop rate of level 3 silver ring snakes is obviously much higher than that of the variegated toads and red-spotted wolf spiders. Just by occasionally glancing back, I saw several bottles of health potions and copper coins. Finally, there were no silver ring snakes coming nearby. I was about to clean up the battlefield along the way when I heard a slight movement and looked back in the direction I came from. I saw a woman in plain clothes, holding a staff, standing in the distance, looking at the ground covered with silver ring snake corpses. Her eyes shimmered slightly as she bent down to pick up a silver-ringed snake. Seeing its swollen venom sac, she seemed eager. For some reason, she suddenly put down the silver-ringed snake corpse in her hand and reminded the air beside her, "Right, don't move for now. This is someone else's possession, and the other party is a master. Let's wait for them to show up. I don't want to touch this disgusting thing. It's best to leave it alone." The voice in the air was clearly cheerful and relieved. The two looked around, their eyes showing anticipation at the same time. They were also attracted by the sound of me hitting the tree trunk. Prior to this, they had already teamed up to kill 6 silver ring snakes. However, they didn't expect that these silver ring snakes would be tougher to deal with than they had imagined. Just killing these 6 silver ring snakes took them 10 minutes. They thought that the talents they awakened at the beginning were already strong enough, but they never expected that in this inconspicuous pine forest, there would be such skilled individuals hiding. I saw the newcomers slightly stunned. It turned out to be them. I only saw Yushang Fuyao alone, but since his ID was clearly displayed above his head, I guess there must be another person hiding beside him, because the IDs Yushang Fuyao and Yu Xiaoshuang were extremely famous in the previous life. Wu Xiaopang is a fervent fan of these two outstanding individuals. He has applied multiple times to join their guild, the Clean Moon Tower, but unfortunately, Xiaopang's strength is too weak. It is said that these two sisters awakened powerful SS-level talents right at the beginning. Not only do the sisters possess outstanding gaming talents, but their family backgrounds are also formidable. They are one of the top 10 financial conglomerate families in the country, receiving full support from their family's funds. The two sisters' exceptionally high looks and popularity attracted numerous skilled players to join, quickly developing the Clean Moon Tower into one of the top 10 guilds in Longwa. Interestingly, half a year after the game's launch, when the Clean Moon Tower reached its peak development, the two sisters suddenly disappeared. Jingyue Tower suddenly announced that their brother, Yuxin Yuan, would take over as the president. Some say they were defeated in a family struggle and were detained by their brother, while others claim they died in a car accident. Various speculations and debates continue. I still remember when Xiaopang told me about this, the angry look on his face. I collected my thoughts, put away the silver ring snake corpse in my hand, and walked slowly towards the other person. Is there something wrong? I approached the woman in plain clothes 15 meters away. The two sisters, upon seeing my emaciated figure and disfigured face, even the calm and composed older sister showed a hint of astonishment. The younger sister in stealth mode couldn't help but move her body involuntarily. I quietly moved my steps to increase the distance. Before understanding the other party's intentions, I wouldn't put myself in any potential danger. With the other party alternating between light and dark, if they were to suddenly attack, I couldn't guarantee a safe escape. After a brief surprise, the older sister quickly regained her composure and smiled. "My name is Yue Yao, and the one next to me in stealth is my sister Yue Ying. How should I address you, friend?" I responded with a slight hesitation. "Hello, Quan. To be honest, my sister and I would like to make a deal with you, brother." "What kind of deal?" "I've taken on a task that requires me to quickly collect 100 venom sacs from silver ring snakes. I wonder if you, brother, could sell me these silver ring snake corpses. I can offer a high price for them." "No," I shook my head slightly. "I have a use for these corpses." My tone was gentle, but my stance was clear. "Is it effective? Since that's the case, we won't force others, but I see brother's speed in killing the silver ring snakes is very fast. I wonder if we can spend a lot of money to ask brother to help us kill 100 silver ring snakes." "I'm sorry, it's not possible either. I feel helpless. Given the background, appearance, and reputation of these two sisters, if I could do a favor, I wouldn't mind helping them out. However, my talent restricts me from casually attacking monsters." "Why are you like this?" Yue Ying is a bit resentful. It was clearly a matter of mutual benefit. 10,000 for one silver ring snake corpse. I'll pay 10,000 to buy from you. Please do me a favor, brother, and see me clean up the battlefield. Yue Yao is unwilling to give up and reveals the final bargaining chip. Hearing this offer, I grab the hand holding the silver ring snake corpse, suddenly stop, and can't move my feet again. 10,000 for one, 100 is a million. The medical expenses that have troubled my family for many years are so insignificant in the eyes of these two sisters. After pondering for a moment, I spoke up. Can you use bows and arrows? We can't. The two sisters honestly nod. Although novice players can use any type of weapon before changing professions, being able to use it doesn't mean using it well. I'm not surprised. I spoke again. Actually, I am an alchemist. I can give you a potion that will allow you to quickly kill the silver-ringed snakes, but I won't personally take action. As compensation, I will only charge you half the fee. You're actually an alchemist, and you can concoct a potion to quickly kill the silver-ringed snakes. No wonder you can swiftly kill the silver-ringed snakes. Lu Yao was overjoyed. Crazy, would you like to join the guild? How about joining our Pure Moon Tower? I will offer you a high salary to be our chief alchemist. No need, I like playing games alone. Do you have a bottle? Yu Yao quickly took out 10 glass bottles and handed them to me, seeming worried that these bottles might not be enough, and she wanted to take out more. That's enough. Don't move from this place. I'll be back soon. It wasn't until I was sure I was out of sight of the two that I swung the knife towards myself. I did consider using urine, but thinking about the two beautiful young ladies, it felt a bit perverted. In 9 consecutive strikes, I stabbed myself for a total of 102 health points. I sealed it all in one glass bottle. As for the remaining 9 glass bottles, I put them directly into the system backpack. I looked down at the glass bottle in my hand again and still felt it was not quite right. It's too red, doesn't look like a potion at all. I crouched down, grabbed a handful of fine yellow soil from the ground, threw it into the bottle, shook it vigorously. This should do it. Looking at the slightly cloudy liquid in the bottle, I showed a satisfied expression. After confirming there were no flaws, I quickly walked towards Yu Yao and Yu Ying, the two sisters. I handed the murky liquid in my hand to Yu Yao. Be sparing in its use, just add a drop to the blade before each attack. Don't add too much, or it won't be enough. How effective can a drop be? You're not trying to deceive us, are you? Yu Ying stood beside Yu Yao, looking at the glass bottle in her sister's hand, and said with some suspicion, I'm not angry either. This medicine is even better than the one I used before. Once the silver ring snake is exposed to this medicine, it will lose 129 points of health per second. It will undoubtedly die within 5 seconds. And by the way, you must never touch the medicine yourselves. I don't have an antidote. Touching it means certain death. It's really that powerful. Yue Ying is somewhat suspicious, but Yue Yao is very trusting. Good glass bottle. Take a look at the friend request I received and I'll transfer the money to you. You can verify the efficacy first, and then it's not too late to send the money after confirming that there are no issues. I remind you, you don't need to trust me, Yue Yao said firmly. Alright, I won't be coy. I directly accepted Yu's friend request. Once the transfer of 500,000 yuan is received, the Heavenly Dao binds everyone's identity information when logging into the game. Therefore, players can transfer money directly without any restrictions. When I saw this long string of zeros, my heart couldn't help but tremble. It's just a small bottle of blood. Based on my current rate of recovering 1 point of health every 2 seconds, even without drinking a health potion, it would only take a little over 3 minutes to fully recover. This means that I have created a value of 500,000 in just 3 minutes. After Yue Yao received the medicine, she took out 2 delicate jade bottles, carefully divided them into 2 portions, gave the larger portion to her younger sister Yue Ying, and kept the smaller portion for herself. She took out a novice short sword from her package, while Yue Ying continued to use the dagger in her hand. At a glance, I found that the staff and daggers in the hands of Yue Yao and Yue Ying were not the beginner equipment given by the system. I just don't know if they drew the equipment themselves or if someone in the guild contributed it. I didn't leave immediately. On one hand, I wanted to see the combat strength of these famous sisters from the previous life. On the other hand, I also considered the after-sales issues. After all, I received 500,000 from them. If they didn't control the dosage well during the poison tempering, I'd have to shed more blood if they exceeded the limit. I also have another guess. I want to see if there is a chance to experiment. I can absorb the toxins of living beings. So if someone is poisoned, can I also absorb the toxins myself to help them get rid of the poison effect? On the other side, the two sisters have already killed. They took turns attacking with the jade poison every time a new silver ring snake appeared. But they also carefully looked around, afraid of attracting too many silver ring snakes at once. It's not that their attack speed can't keep up, but the speed of the jade poison can't keep up. Finally, an accident occurred during the continuous monster attracting process. 5 silver ring snakes appeared around the two of them at the same time. They each tempered their weapons and killed 1 silver ring snake, then kept evading. With the attacks of the remaining 3 silver ring snakes, there was no time left. Chui could only rely on regular attacks, fighting the 3 silver ring snakes at close range, and the blood volume of the silver ring snakes was as high as 600. Even if Yue can cut off 48 points of its blood volume at once, without being able to slow down the silver ring snake, it would still take some time to kill it. In the process, coincidentally, 2 more silver ring snakes arrived at this place. Suddenly facing 5 silver ring snakes at full speed, the 2 sisters were in a dangerous situation. Surrounded by 3 silver ring snakes, Yue couldn't dodge in time and was bitten by one of them. Not only did it instantly take away 12 points of her health, but she was also poisoned, losing 10 points of health per second. While dodging the subsequent attacks of the silver ring snakes, Yue took out a bottle of basic healing potion and quickly drank it. After a dozen seconds, Yue was unexpectedly hit again. The basic healing potion had a cooldown time of 1 minute, leaving her with no means of healing at this moment. In the blink of an eye, I took action, firing 3 arrows at once, all hitting the 3 silver-ringed snakes. The speed of the 3 silver-ringed snakes significantly decreased. I rushed into the battlefield, holding the moon sight in my right hand, quickly breaking free from the encirclement of the silver-ringed snakes. Only the invisible moon shadow remained, continuing to battle the snakes. I stirred up my blood and, holding the moon sight in my right hand, felt a sudden suction, a strange energy flowing from the moon sight's arm into my palm. After a moment, the continuous bleeding from the moon sight miraculously stopped. I had successfully absorbed a strand of level 3 silver-ringed snake venom, but this amount of venom couldn't enhance your bloodthirsty poison body. This feeling of absorption was different from before, as it only absorbed the poison from the body without taking away its vitality. Just now, under my deliberate control, I only absorbed the silver-ringed snake venom from the moon sight without taking away its life force. At the same time, I received a reminder of the death of the 3 silver-ringed snakes that I had just attacked. Thank you, crazy. Seeing Yueyao's slightly awkward yet stunning face, I quickly let go of her wrist. No need to thank me, it's part of the after-sales service for selling you the potion. Also, just now, I shot and killed 3 silver-ringed snakes to save you. The bodies of these 3 silver-ringed snakes belong to me, okay? Of course, no problem. Yue Xiao nodded repeatedly, her thoughts somewhat scattered. For a moment, she didn't know what to say, and even forgot to ask me what miraculous method I used to remove the toxins from her body just now. The two suddenly quieted down, while not far away, Yue Ying was about to go crazy. Hey, sis, are you not concerned about whether I live or die? Hurry and come save me. After a flurry of activity, the two finally killed all the silver-ringed snakes around them. At this point, both of them were still feeling lingering fear and dared not continue to take any risks. After teasing for a moment, the two began to clean up the battlefield. The recent battle didn't last long, only about 5 minutes, but they managed to kill as many as 46 silver-ringed snakes. Even with their strength and experience, they couldn't help but feel amazed. Brother Kwang, these are the 3 silver-ringed snakes you just killed. Just now, this group of silver-ringed snakes also dropped 8 bottles of basic healing potions and 17 copper coins, all of which I'll give to you. Thank you for your help just now, I'll remember it. By the end, Yue Xiao's voice became quieter and quieter. I don't mind either, I packed all the items Yue Xiao handed over and put them in my bag. It's not a bad thing to have a rich lady owe me a favor. Yue Ying, who had been invisible before, now voluntarily revealed her form and patted my shoulder. Skinny as a bamboo pole, thank you for helping me just now. Sis, your potion is really effective, it's just that there's too little of it. I used a bit too much in a hurry just now. Can you sell me another bottle? I'll still pay 500,000. I instantly saw through Yue Ying's thoughts. The raw materials for the potion are used up, so I can't make it now. Sister gets it when she buys, but I don't. It's unfair. Yue Ying grumbles, but she doesn't force it either. Sister Yue Yao stands aside, with a faint smile, without saying a word. I'm worried that these clever sisters will see through my flaws. After just killing 3 silver-ringed snakes, my toxin attack rose to 132 points. However, there will be plenty of opportunities to make money from them in the future. I'm not in a hurry. After confirming that the 2 sisters are no longer in danger, I quietly left the area. It wasn't until I could no longer hear the fighting sound of the 2 sisters that I started to absorb the silver-ringed snake corpses in the package. A few minutes later, the toxins from 33 silver-ringed snakes were completely absorbed. I started to lure monsters. After a fierce battle, as usual, I killed the 16th silver-ringed snake. Suddenly, I stopped attacking and luring monsters. Not only did I stop attacking the silver-ringed snakes, but I also did my best to avoid their attacks. It's not that I'm afraid of being bitten by the silver-ringed snakes and losing health. I'm worried that the silver-ringed snakes will be poisoned after coming into contact with my blood. It wasn't until I completely ran out of the silver-ringed snake's hatred range that I turned back to clean up the battlefield. In addition to the 16 silver ring snake corpses, I also obtained 3 bottles of primary healing potions and 5 copper coins. After organizing the package, I found a single silver ring snake, and after sending it away with a single click, I finally reached level 4. As usual, I allocated all 5 free attribute points to agility. At this point, my health is close to 400 points, and my physical defense is as high as 41. What's terrifying is his poison attack, causing up to 198 points of poison damage per second. At this stage, it's almost a case of whoever gets hit, dies. Suppressing my excitement, I opened the system map again. After nearly 5 minutes of searching, I had to accept a heartbreaking fact: none of the level 4 and 5 monsters indicated on the system map are poisonous. For someone who is used to hunting and enjoying the double boss bonus, this is truly unbearable for me. Bro, are you tired? I've cooked supper for you. After checking the time and realizing it was already 1:30 a.m., I found a safe spot nearby and chose to log out. Bro, your health isn't good. Don't play games too late. I've cooked a bowl of noodles for you. If you're hungry, go to sleep. You can play games again tomorrow during the day. As soon as I took off my helmet, I saw my sister's concerned figure. Her eyes were slightly red, obviously from crying just now. Bro, I'm fine. Xiaoxue, you don't need to worry. I don't know why, but after playing games, I feel even more energetic than before. That's probably because your mood is better than when you were in the hospital, so you have this illusion. Anyway, after you finish supper, go to sleep quickly. Staying up until the early morning really made me a bit hungry. My sister's cooking is really good. I quickly finished a bowl of noodles. Yang Shui brought several types of medicine, prepared them, and watched her brother take them. Only then did she help me back to the bedroom. It wasn't until she saw me lying down and closing my eyes that Yang Shui quietly left the room. I quietly lay down in the game pod. Sleeping was out of the question. The game had just started, and every second counted. But to avoid worrying my family, I could only log in quietly. Kwang, I didn't see you after my sister and I finished off the monsters. Due to the urgent mission, I couldn't thank you in person. I hope we'll have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. Also, if you encounter any difficulties, whether in the game or in life, you can always come to me. I'll do my best to help. As soon as I logged in, I received a message from Yusheng Fuyo and also saw another friend request. Skinny Bamboo, this is Yuaya. Your potions are really effective, I love them. If you create new potions, remember to contact me. I'll pay a high price for them. Please, please. Seeing Yueying refer to herself as Skinny Bamboo, I wasn't angry. I accepted Yu Ziaxuang's friend request. After a quick orientation, I immediately ran towards the north. According to the map, that was the nearest leveling area, Black Wheat Field. There were a large number of level 4 black mountain goats and level 5 mighty bison gathered there. Although I could still search for other potentially poisonous level 4 wild monsters, the monster information on the system map was not comprehensive. But I couldn't afford to waste time. This slight difference in attributes could easily be made up for in 10 levels and 10 meters. As I hurried along, I made 100 new poison spirit components. Then I found a hidden thicket, and after a moment, I obtained a bottle of warm, orange-colored highly toxic liquid. Then, I divided it into 5 glass bottles, each with around 100 drops, and put them in my backpack. My blood demon poison is getting stronger every moment. Perhaps there will be more opportunities to sell potions in the future, so it's necessary to be prepared. 10 minutes later, I passed through a narrow passage and finally arrived at my destination. I took a quick look and found that these people have all reached level 3. Usually, 3 to 5 people team up and take turns to deal damage. It takes about 2 minutes for them to collectively kill a monster. The Black Mountain Goat dropped equipment again. It's great. It's a leather helmet that adds 3 defense and 20 health points. Let's give it to Old San. This way, he'll be safer at the front. No wonder these people are challenging the Black Mountain Goat even though they are underleveled. It turns out the Black Mountain Goat reports equipment drops. Thinking of this, I also feel a bit excited in my heart. I'm still in a nearly naked state. I threw a scout tree towards a Black Mountain Goat not far away. The Black Mountain Goat is a common monster, level 4, with 1200 health, 58 attack, and 30 defense. Speed 27, skill, wild charge. Compared to the attributes of the silver ring snake, it's almost doubled. Finally, I found a herd of Black Mountain Goats in a mountain hollow that no one dares to hunt. Ordinary players avoid it, and nobody dares to approach. But for me, there is no danger at all. I even feel that this herd is too small. It would be even better if there were twice as many. I stood 15 meters away from the herd, bent my bow, and prepared to start hunting. Not far away, there suddenly came the sound of quarreling. Get lost, all of you, This place has been booked by our Dominator Guild. If you don't want to die, leave immediately. Who do you think you are, arriving here the same day? Do you think this game belongs to your family? You said it's booked, then it's booked. Why? Just because I have an axe in my hand? Brothers, let's first get rid of these ungrateful fools. Leave none alive. A fierce clash of swords and weapons could be heard. From afar, I saw a burly man wielding a giant axe, leading nearly 100 people, chasing and killing all the leveling teams on the black wheatgrass field. The battle was almost completely one-sided, and soon those leveling teams met their demise. Those who could escape did, leaving only a group of players led by the burly man on the black wheatgrass field. The leader of these poor guys didn't have anything good, only dropping 3 pieces of white equipment, probably all looted from black sheep. The burly man picked and chose, selecting 2 pieces of equipment and casually throwing the remaining one to someone nearby. Here, take these. The burly man exchanged for 2 new pieces of equipment, loudly saying, "Brothers, I heard the drop rate from black sheep is good. We might have a chance to let the brothers in the guild get a set of white equipment." 10 people guard the valley entrance. Aside from players from our guild who have reached level 3, no one else is allowed to enter this area. Soon, a team of 4 people spotted my figure. Ha, they didn't expect to find a troublemaker here. What should we do, Brother Hui? The leader, upon hearing this, laughed heartily and said, "Of course we'll kill him. Maybe he'll even drop some good loot." After speaking, the 4 of them didn't give me a chance to explain and charged at me with their weapons. I furrowed my brow. I didn't want to cause trouble, but the other side didn't leave me with any other choice. I drew 4 poison spirit swords, and when the 4 of them entered the 15-meter range, I launched all 4 swords. 3 swords hit 3 people, but the last sword was dodged by a person called Huigu, who urgently rolled to evade it. As for the 3 people hit by the swords, they didn't even have time to scream. They just turned into a white light. What a waste. I looked at the spirit swords dissipating into energy and couldn't help but shake my head. These spirit swords, each one could have killed a black mountain goat, but now they're being used to kill these noobs. You have successfully killed a white-named player, gaining 1 point of infamy. As a saint, you can choose to plunder up to 100 experience points from Qilin. You have successfully killed a red-named player, without generating infamy. You can choose to plunder up to 200 experience points from Qilin. Hearing this reminder, I was startled and quickly chose to plunder 0 experience points. How dare you? You don't even deserve to use my experience points. Huigo luckily dodged the sword attack, but was scared pale. Boss, there's a master here. The attack range of his bow and arrow exceeds 10 meters. He instantly killed Zhang Matzi and 2 others with 1 arrow. Come and save me. Impressive, able to dodge my sword strike. Seems to have some skill. I sighed and shot another sword, and Huigu just got up from the ground. No longer able to dodge, -14-198-198. What surprised me was that Hui Ji's defense was very high, and his blood volume exceeded 230. He held on until the second of the toxin outbreak, then turned into a white light and died. I looked at where Huigu died, and there unexpectedly dropped a pair of black leather armor. I quickly walked up, picking up the black phosphorus leather armor. Physical defense plus 10, spell defense plus 6, HP plus 50, no level requirement. Seeing these stats, I felt happy. The invited man heard Hui Ji's call for help, held a giant axe, and led dozens of players aggressively to kill. Who are you, dare to kill me? A member of the Tyrant Sky Guild. The large group rushed over, and dozens of people slowly dispersed and moved towards my back, trying to surround me in the middle. I watched but did not stop them, just raised my head to look at this group of people. The leader, a burly man named Wang Batian, has already reached level 4. The giant axe in his hand was shining with a bronze light, showing that it was of high quality. His equipment was also quite good. The others are all level 3, with Batian at the beginning of their names. Obviously, they are players from the same guild. No wonder they dared to encircle and attack. They do have some strength. Those who kill will be killed. I said calmly, since they dare to kill me, why wouldn't I dare to kill them? Alright. You're quite something. My calm demeanor made the burly man wary, and his tone suddenly softened a bit. Return Hui's equipment, and I may spare your life. Is that so? The equipment I picked up from the ground, but there's no mention of Hui's name. Since it's an unclaimed item, I picked it up, so naturally, it's mine. Why should I return it to you? You ignorant fool, you killed our legion leader and still dare to speak to our boss like this. I think you're asking for death. Before Wang Batian could speak, a player named Batian Feihu stepped forward. Brothers, kill him for me, avenge Hui, kill him to avenge Hui. Wang Batian's face darkened slightly, nodding in approval of Batian Feihu's actions. I put away my bow and arrow, took out 2 glass bottles containing orange-yellow liquid, one in each hand. Facing the flying fireballs, I relied on my super high agility to dodge as much as possible. As for the arrows shot at me, I didn't even bother to dodge, and 2 archers finally managed to hit me, but only a meager amount of damage was inflicted. Shocked, the group stood dumbfounded. Brothers, don't be afraid. With so many of us, this guy's defense is so high. Not only does he have a Huey's black iron equipment, he must also have other good things on him. Facing the siege, I smiled slightly, popped the cork of the glass bottle, and shouted, "Watch me, Tianshan scattering flowers." I rotated 2.5 times in place with my hands slanting towards the sky. I poured the liquid from the bottle into the air, and the orange-yellow droplets gradually fell, lightly landing among the crowd. Some people looked up and saw the power of flowers scattered in the southern sky. A drop of water fell right on their faces, causing a stinging pain and emitting a light smoke. It was the mist caused by the water droplets corroding the skin of the people. The real damage of 198 poison per second is simply unbearable for this group of level 3 players. Most players only manage to hold on for a second before turning into a flash of white light and returning to the rebirth altar. And my sin value has surged from the previous 2 points to 27 points. Obviously, nearly half of the people in this group are red name players. After these people are killed, not only will they drop 2 levels, but the drop rate also significantly increases. After the battle, all that's left are healing potions, copper coins, magic potions, and basic equipment scattered all over the ground. This guy is a devil, brothers, run. I quickly switched to the carpenter and shot at the remaining players. In the blink of an eye, the few who survived were all killed. Not a single one of the 50+ melee players survived. I pursued my advantage, relying on agility and range. I chased after King Badian while aiming at the scattered fleeing players with my swordsman. Arrows pierced their hearts in less than 3 seconds. In no time, I caught up to King Badian, and for some reason, I even felt that King Bashan's speed was not as fast as some level 3 players. "Do you still want to run?" "I'm right behind King Badian," leisurely inquires. "The sword cannot escape my pursuit." Wang Bashan's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He turned to look at me and said, "Today, I admit defeat. As long as you let me go, I won't hold any grudges about what happened here. The Badian Guild will never trouble you again, for better or for worse." I shook my head and looked at Wang Badian coldly. "Then today, I have no way out." Wang Bashan's eyes revealed a fierce light as he raised his huge axe, ready to strike. "No, you still have a dead end. Damn it, do you think you have me figured out? My axe is not to be trifled with." As the words fell, Wang Badian raised his huge axe high and struck at me. But with a slight movement, I dodged this blow, and the Chui Du sword was already drawn. I aimed at Wang Bashan's chest and struck, reducing 13 points. At a critical moment, Wang Bashan's axe struck down the poisoned sword, causing a loss of 13 health points, but he wasn't poisoned. And I found that Wang Bashan's speed was slow, but his strength and defense were very high. If it weren't for the 10 points of true damage from the spiritual sword, my last strike only managed to take away 3 points of his health. I drew out 3 poison arrows, aiming at Wang Bashan's chest, abdomen, and thigh, and released all 3 arrows at once. "You damn reveling scoundrel, I'll remember you. From now on, my Badian Guild and you will have no peace." Before I finished my tough talk, Wang Badian turned into a flash of white light. Along with the falling white light, several pieces of equipment, healing potions, and copper coins also dropped, including the giant axe shimmering with a bronze light. I bent down to pick up the equipment on the ground. In addition to the giant axe, Wang Badian actually dropped 5 pieces of equipment. It seems that this Wang Badian had committed quite a few sins before, causing the demotion punishment to increase several times, directly dropping from level 4 to level 1. He almost lost everything. Looking at my guild value as high as 35 points, I felt a slight alert. The punishment after Hong Ling was killed was too heavy. I silently reminded myself not to kill people casually in the future. One should not lose their mind just because retaliation for killing is easy. Slightly regrettable, killing Wang Badian, a player of the same level, did not boost my bloodthirsty poison body. I don't know if it's because Wang Badian did not completely die, or killing people does not bring any boost. I put away my doubts. I examined the properties of the giant axe. It is called the Blue Oak Ghost Head Axe, a bronze weapon with a physical attack of 36, strength plus 8. It requires a strength of more than 30 points to use and has no level requirement. Not bad, I should be able to sell it for a good price later. It's a pity that the newbie village doesn't have remote auction functionality. I'll have to figure out a way to deal with it later. In the newbie village altar, dozens of white lights flashed in succession, immediately attracting many players to watch. What's going on? Aren't these people from the Badian Guild? How did they all drop to level 1 and lose all their equipment? They deserve it for being arrogant and overbearing just because they have many people. Now they've hit a hard wall. It feels good to see them being killed. Suddenly, another flash of white light, and the heavily pregnant Wang Batian appeared. He appeared naked on the resurrection altar. Ha, it serves the Batian guild right. Just now, we were killed by them in the black wheat field. It's really satisfying. Wang Batian and the others, feeling ashamed, walked out of the crowd with their heads hanging low. Boss, this equipment is what I got from my brothers. They are all basic equipment, but with these and our brothers looking after you, leveling back to level 4 quickly won't be a problem. Wang Batian nodded, put on the equipment, and with a grim expression, said, each of the brothers who died today will receive a reward of 10,000. Also, the brother called Gu Ko, don't leave yet. Keep an eye on that scoundrel and report his location at any time. This matter cannot be left like this. Also, reveal the attributes of the green oak ghost head axe and the black scale leather armor, as well as this guy's location. To arrogant world mad axe, that jinx. Boss, are you trying to drive away wolves and hunt tigers, inviting disaster? Wang Batian's face twisted into a ferocious expression, and he sneered, that arrogant world mad axe is just a bandit, reckless, belligerent, a killer, and a gambler. He can't stand others having even a bit of good stuff. If he can snatch it, he'll never spend money to buy it. And these two pieces of equipment are almost the best items players can use at the moment. I don't believe he won't be tempted. As long as arrogant world mad axe can kill Nanzong Joquan once, I can make sure he stays down forever, never to rise again in his lifetime. Also, send someone to investigate this guy's background for me. It's best if we can find out his true identity as the boss. I'll take care of it right away. On the other side, Yang Chen had finished cleaning up the battlefield and was now counting the spoils of war. Having killed over 70 people, he had obtained a total of 21 pieces of equipment, 114 bottles of basic health potions, 15 bottles of basic magic potions, and 1036 copper coins. In the world of Heaven's Path, 100 copper coins equaled 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins equaled 1 gold coin. Although 1036 copper coins seemed like a lot, when exchanged for silver coins, it would only amount to a meager 10 coins. Among the 21 pieces of equipment, there was 1 bronze item and 1 black iron item. The remaining 19 pieces were all basic white-grade equipment. If it weren't for the fact that beginner equipment gifted by the system couldn't drop, there might have been even more. The bronze giant axe didn't suit him, so Yang Chen planned to return to the village later to sell it. Fortunately, there were very few people who could currently use this giant axe, so there was no rush. The black iron item was the black scale armor obtained from killing Hui Gu, which Yang Chen was already wearing. From the 19 pieces of basic white-grade equipment, Yang Chen selected 5 pieces with decent attributes and equipped them. After putting on these 5 pieces of equipment, not only did Yang Chen's attributes significantly increase, but they also covered his skinny body and sparse hair. Although he still looked very thin, he no longer resembled a goblin as much. At least that's what Yang Chen thought. There were still 14 pieces of basic white-grade equipment left, either comparable to what Yang Chen was wearing or items like big swords and staffs, probably what these players had drawn at the start. Most members of the Tyrant Heaven Guild were similar to Yang Chen before, almost naked. The value of these equipment pieces was not high, and keeping them would take up inventory space. After some thought, Yang Chen took off the void quiver. He picked up a trashy staff and tentatively placed it at the opening of the void quiver. Ding! Success in absorbing 1 piece of basic white-grade equipment, currently at white-grade equipment, 1/10. It really works! Seeing this scene, Yang Chen no longer hesitated and quickly picked out the 9 pieces with the worst attributes from this pile of equipment and fed them to the void quiver. 1 minute later. Ding! Success in absorbing 1 piece of basic white-grade equipment, current progress, 10/10. Congratulations to the void quiver for successfully upgrading to a black iron item. Hearing the bell, Yang Chen was ecstatic. At this moment, the pattern on the void quiver underwent a subtle change. The color changed from the original white to jet black. Void quiver, black iron item, agility, plus 10 strength, plus 5 feature 1, can absorb equipment of the same grade for upgrades, currently a black iron item, 0/100, feature 2, the quiver contains a void, providing the host with an additional 500 storage spaces and producing an unlimited supply of level 2 spirit arrows. Note, each level 2 spirit arrow carries 50 points of true damage and increases attack range by 100%. Feature 3, once bound, it cannot be traded, dropped, or destroyed, bound to the player's own Jokwanga. After reading these attributes, Yang Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. Not only did the true damage and storage space of the spirit arrows increase 5-fold, but the attack range also increased by another 50%. At this point, Yang Chen's maximum shooting range had reached 20 meters. It was twice that of an ordinary player. What's more, the void quiver of the black iron item had actually started to increase Yang Chen's attributes, and they were not low. Yang Chen still needs agility and strength the most. It's important to note that a regular quiver doesn't have any attributes. This means that Yang Chen has an extra piece of attribute equipment compared to others. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Chen once again checked his personal attribute panel. Drunken Son, unpromoted, level 4, 0/1600, health, 467 mana, 240 attack, 60, 27 * 2 + 6, defense, 63, 39 + 24, magic defense, 30, 24 + 6, speed, 48, 46 + 2, reputation, 0 luck, hidden talent, blood poison body, deals 198 true damage per second to the target, lasting for 10 seconds. After reading these abnormal attributes, Yang Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. It's really a belt for killing and getting rich. Killing for wealth is indeed fast. I must restrain myself in the future. Restrain, can't kill indiscriminately. Yang Chen kept reminding himself as he walked towards the group of goats ahead. After delaying for so long, he should have reached level 5 by now. Just then, the announcement from the Heavenly Dao suddenly sounded. Ding! In light of 3 players reaching level 5 in Newbie Village 997, the Newbie Village level ranking is now open. Remote auction function is now available. Players can remotely sell and bid on various items through this function. Tip: the first player to reach level 10 in each Newbie Village will be rewarded with 10 free attribute points. Boom! A stone stirred 1,000 waves. With this announcement, there was a burst of commotion in the leveling areas of Newbie Village 997. In the northeast direction, not far from the Blackweed grassland, a group of players with excellent coordination and strict discipline, led by a tall bald man, were fighting against a level 6 Tusker wild boar. The group was small, just 10 people including the tall man, but their levels were quite high. Apart from the tall man being level 5, the other 9 were all level 4. It's worth noting that even the Overlord Guild only had Wang Batian reach level 4, and he had just been killed back to level 1 by Yang Chen. The fact that this group could all reach level 4 or higher showed their extraordinary strength. The tall man looked up at the sky and murmured, "Have 2 more people finally reached level 5? To the south, near the water marsh, the 2 sisters Yu Yao and Yuing had just killed a level 5 giant turtle, and Yuing had just reached level 5. They also heard the announcement from the Heavenly Dao. The 2 had been in a team almost all the time, so their experience points were almost the same. Shortly after Yu Yao reached level 5, Yuing followed suit. "Sister, someone actually reached level 5 before us. Could it be that skinny bamboo pole?" Yuing asked curiously. "It should be. Quan Gu is very strong. If he's serious about leveling up, his level will definitely be ahead of ours." Yu Yao was also curious. In front of her sister, she opened the level ranking of Newbie Village 997. First place, Jinsheng 1501, level 5, 1670/3000. Second place, Yuashang Fuyao, level 5, 60/3000. Third place, Yuaxia Shuing, level 5, 0/3000. Fourth place, Suifeng Chiwu, level 4, 1520/1600. Fifth place, Huangfu Xiong, level 4, 1400/1600. Sixth place, Wanglei 1504. Level 4, 1330/1600. Seventh place, Huangcheng 1503, level 4, 1280/1600. Eighth place, Aoshir Kuangfu, level 4, 1220/1600. Ninth place, Shuangjian, level 4, 1170/1600. Tenth place, Luo Jianyi 1502, level 4, 1130/1600. At the same time, almost all players in Newbie Village 997 were checking the level rankings. Some were surprised, some were envious, some felt lost, and some were taken aback. In the hearts of the 2 sisters, Yueyao and Yueying, surprise filled them. Not only did some strange and unfamiliar names appear on the leaderboard, but what was more important was that Yang Chen, who they believed should be ranked ahead of them, was actually placed after the 20th position. The reason behind all this was the players with those unfamiliar names and numbers. Among the top 20 ranks, these people actually occupied half of them. The other IDs in the top 10 were mostly familiar to them, being core members of the top 10 guilds in the previous large-scale online game. Dancing with the Wind, ranked 4th, was the vice leader of the Eternal Gate, a top expert on the leaderboard. Huang Fuxiang, ranked 5th, was a core member of the Royal Family Guild, with considerable strength, having even entered the regional leaderboard. Proud Axe, ranked 8th, was the Legion commander of the Proud World Guild, with average strength but extremely poor character. Frost Descends, ranked 9th, was one of the 24 female generals in the 24 festivals, with a more impressive record than Huang Fuxian. All these guilds were super guilds in the top 10 of the Dragon Kingdom rankings, currently stronger than their mirror Moon Tower. It was unclear whether being in the same newbie village as these people was a blessing or a curse. Fortunately, there was only one true alliance-level player, dancing with the wind. "Sister, this skinny bamboo pole has just reached level 4. What's wrong with him? Did he run into trouble?" Yueying revealed her figure and looked towards the direction of the pine forest. Yueyao also gazed in that direction. She pondered, it shouldn't be a problem. With Mad Song's strength, there are hardly any players in this newbie village who can threaten him. I guess he must be out gathering alchemy materials. He mentioned earlier that he ran out of raw materials. He's not like us. After I obtained the alchemy insights from Master Wang, I could directly pass them on to other guild members for learning, but Mad Song has to do it himself. That's true. Yueying agreed with her sister's view, then looked at the leaderboard and asked, "These special names are quite unfamiliar, any guesses, sister?" "They are probably military personnel." Yueyao said solemnly, "Those numbers might be their soldier codes." No wonder. Yueying suddenly realized and fell silent. They knew some inside information, so the military sending people into the game didn't surprise them at all. "Let's hurry up and level up, strive to reach level 10 first for the attribute point reward. We need to make an effort," Yueyao reminded. "Okay." Yueying nodded, her figure disappearing into the air once again. Black wheatgrass field. Yang Chen looked for a long time and finally found his position at 23rd place. Damn! How can there be so many leveling maniacs in a small newbie village? Yang Chen couldn't help but curse out loud. Although he wasn't particularly concerned about levels, he had never slackened. Considering that not long ago, his leveling progress was faster than the twin sisters. Despite going offline for a meal and getting into a brawl, Yang Chen always thought his level could rank in the top 10 of the newbie village, even the top 5. After all, his output efficiency was more than 10 times that of an ordinary player. An ordinary player needed to attack dozens or even hundreds of times to kill a monster of the same level, while Yang Chen only needed one arrow with his high poison attack. But he never expected that he couldn't even make it into the top 20. No, there are so many experts in this game, time is of the essence. I need to speed up my leveling progress. I must get those 10 free attribute points. Setting his goal, Yang Chen immediately took action. As he charged towards the herd of black mountain goats, he also activated the newly opened remote auction function. On the trading page, there were options for fixed price selling and bidding auctions. Players can settle in-game using copper coins or choose cash settlement, but the system will charge a 20% handling fee. Seeing this feature, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel delighted. It's like falling asleep and having someone bring you a pillow. He was just worrying about the equipment in his hands. Without long-distance trading, he could only sell back in the village. However, being in a red name status, he couldn't guarantee that no one would have ill intentions. Not afraid of thieves stealing, but afraid of thieves coveting. Moreover, these white-grade equipment items were rapidly depreciating every minute. Even a half-hour delay would heavily discount their prices. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chen put up the remaining 4 white-grade equipment items for auction on the platform, requesting cash settlement within a time limit of 3 minutes. At this stage, players had very few copper coins in hand. Yang Chen also didn't need to buy arrows, health potions, or magic potions. Copper coins were of little use to him. On the contrary, there were many places in real life where money was needed. At this moment, the game had only been online for just over 2 hours, and even white-grade equipment items were considered extremely valuable in the eyes of players, making them highly sought after. In less than a minute, the 4 white-grade equipment items consigned by Yang Chen were all bid over 10,000 yuan each. One dagger was even bid over 20,000 yuan. Seeing this result, Yang Chen had a clear understanding of the current equipment prices. Before the auction of the 4 white-grade equipment items ended, Yang Chen put up the Qinggang Ghost Head Axe for auction on the platform with a 30-minute time limit, also requesting cash settlement. This action completely stirred up the players in the 997 newbie village. Wow, what the hell is this? Am I seeing things right? Someone has quickly obtained bronze equipment and put it up for sale? Are they crazy? Who is this Zongjio Kwanga? He was the one who put up those 4 white-grade equipment items just now. I was just thinking of bidding on that dagger, offering 15,000, but it was instantly outbid. Damn, there are so many rich people, it's infuriating. How many equipment items has Zongjio Kwanga obtained? Doesn't he need them himself? Let alone bronze equipment, I haven't even obtained a white-grade equipment item. At this stage, no one should be able to obtain bronze equipment. Moreover, this guy hasn't even made it to the top 10 in the level rankings, so he's probably not a pro. I guess he got this axe at the start, and he's actually selling such a good weapon, he must be desperate. Hee, haven't you heard? He just wiped out the Bat-Ian guild, it was Zongjio Kwanga. And this axe was dropped by King Bat-Ian himself. Really? The Batian guild is not weak, and he alone wiped out so many people? Hey, could it be fake? This is information released by the Batian guild themselves, and they say this guy looks strange, very much like a goblin. Who knows if it's true? They say Zongjio Quangda not only has the Qinggang ghost head axe, but also other top-tier equipment items. The Batian guild is even spreading the word that he's leveling up in the black wheat field, probably with ill intentions, trying to attract pros to deal with him. Damn, he can put up bronze weapons for sale. I even want to go snatch from him. Hee, if you dare, go ahead and try. I heard that Aoshi Kwangfu has already taken people over. If you're lucky, you might pick up something. I'm just talking big. This is a guy who can wipe out the Batian guild. I can't compete. Look, it's only been a minute, and the price of this Qinggang ghost head axe has been bid up to 180,000, and it's still rising rapidly. So fierce, I envy it so much my eyes are turning red. At the same time, players in various parts of the newbie village noticed the situation on the auction platform. Yang Chen's previous 4 white-grade equipment items could only attract ordinary players, but this bronze weapon that ignores hierarchy has caught the attention of expert players, especially Wang Batian, who was leveling up by killing rabbits, was itching with jealousy when he saw this scene. Keep a close eye on the trading platform for me. No matter how high the price, you must get this axe back for me. Thinking that he had a chance to reclaim the Qinggang ghost head axe, Wang Batian's mood improved. To him, tens of thousands were nothing. Boss, you had someone inform Proud World Mad Axe earlier, and now he has already taken people over. I'm afraid that before 30 minutes pass, the auction will end, and the Qingjiu Mad Song will already be in the hands of the Proud World Guild. Damn it! Hearing this, Wang Batian exploded in anger, regretting his previous decision. If he had known he could spend money to buy back the axe, he would never have leaked the information to that bandit, Proud World Mad Axe. Forget it, let's bid first. If that guy really gets killed, the bidding will automatically become invalid. I hope that guy doesn't die with the bronze axe. At this moment, Wang Batian actually hoped that Yang Chen could turn the danger into safety and be safe all the way. At the same time, in the wild boar forest, Chen Shang looked somewhat regretful as he watched the soaring price of the giant axe. As a melee player, he drew a pair of golden armor at the beginning, which had strong attributes but could only be equipped after reaching level 15. The Qinggang ghost head axe in front of him was very suitable for him, so he was naturally tempted. But he was a soldier, not a wealthy person, with limited budget in hand. There were some funds available in the army, but they could only purchase equipment at a fair price and would not support him in participating in such premium auctions. Moreover, the funds were limited and had to be reserved for equipping basic gear for a large number of ordinary soldier players. Faced with a bunch of wealthy people bidding, he had no chance at all. In the western mountain forest, Huang Fuxiong of the Royal Guild was also bidding frantically. As a berserker skilled in strength, this axe had a huge attraction for him. Not just him. Other guilds also had experts or procurement officers closely watching this Qinggang ghost head axe. For these large guilds, high-end equipment was always in demand. Even if these guild officers couldn't use them, there would definitely be someone in the guild who could. Only Proud World Mad Axe, who was rushing to Blackwheat Meadow, had a look of madness in his eyes when he saw this trading information. Damn it, he dares to sell my equipment. Brothers, speed up. Let's kill this damn Qingjiu Mad Song. Don't even leave him his underwear. Yes, wise leader, all this equipment belongs to our Proud World Guild. This bastard actually dares to sell our equipment in advance. We must kill him. Yes, kill him. A group of people roared and rushed towards Blackwheat Meadow. Originally, everyone's attention was focused on the trading platform. But soon, someone noticed a change on the level ranking list. Yang Chen's level was rapidly skyrocketing. In just 10 seconds, Yang Chen's level went from level 4, 0/1600, to level 4, 760/1600, quickly. His ranking shot up from 23rd place to 16th place in a flash. If it was just that, it wouldn't be enough to attract everyone's attention and astonishment. Just look at the level ranking list. Just 2 minutes later, Yang Chen's ranking soared again. Also in just 10 seconds, Yang Chen directly reached level 5. Surpassing Dancing with the Wind, ranking 4th on the leaderboard. Strangely, after reaching level 5, Yang Chen's level stopped again and remained at level 5, 0 out of 3000, without changing. It was quite astonishing. What's going on? Did this Qingjiu Mad Song take some kind of enhancement drug? His leveling speed is too fierce. Wachao, in less than 3 minutes, leveled up from level 4 with 0 experience to level 5. If he hadn't stopped midway, it would have only taken him 20 seconds. Damn, is he fighting a boss? How else could he gain so much experience in one go? It shouldn't be a boss. I noticed his experience points increasing little by little, only by 20 points each time, which is the usual experience for a level 4 monster, but his speed in killing monsters is clearly abnormal. Damn, he must be cheating. Even if I were to kill a level 4 monster with low health, I wouldn't be able to do it that quickly. Quick, look, Zongjio Kwanga is selling equipment again. He's selling 5 pieces of white equipment at once, along with 130 bottles of basic health potions and 20 bottles of basic magic potions. Damn, does he not even use equipment and health potions himself? There must be some special monsters on that black wheat field, very easy to kill, and with an extremely high drop rate, to allow Zongjio Kwanga to level up so rapidly. I can't miss this, maybe I can even get a sip of soup. I'm going too, let's go together. Let's go. Suddenly, a large number of players appeared in Newbie Village 997 and headed towards the black wheat field to the north. Meanwhile, Yang Chen, who was heading towards the east side of the black wheat field, remained unaware of this. His level was stuck at level 5/0/3000 because the level 4 black mountain goats could no longer provide an increase to his bloodthirsty poison body. During the pause in leveling, he cleaned up the battlefield and searched for a new herd of goats. He also had to replenish his supply of poison arrows after using nearly 40 in the battle with the Overlord Guild, which left him short on arrows. So, Yang Chen took the time to craft another 100 poison spirit arrows. Despite the black mountain goats having tough hides and high health points of 1200, Yang Chen only needed to shoot 1 arrow. With his current shooting speed of nearly 5 arrows per second, even if 30 to 40 black mountain goats gathered together, Yang Chen could shoot them all in less than 10 seconds while retreating. This was why his level skyrocketed so quickly. The east side of the black wheat field was the gathering place of level 5 great strength wild bulls, not too far away. As Yang Chen ran, he opened his attribute panel. Zongjio Kwanga, unpromoted, level 5/0/3000, health 597 mana, 290 attack, 70, 32*2 plus 6, physical defense, 76, 52 plus 24, magic defense, 35, 29 plus 6, speed, 58, 56 plus 2, reputation, 0 luck, hidden talent, bloodthirsty poison body, inflicts 278 points of true damage per second on the target, lasting 10 seconds. After killing 80 black mountain goats, Yang Chen's poison damage reached 278 points per second. He allocated all 5 free attribute points to agility upon leveling up. All martial arts in the world can be broken, only speed cannot. At this moment, Yang Chen's maximum running speed had reached 58 meters per second, which was unimaginable on Earth. However, in the world of Heavenly Tao, Slaughter, since Yang Chen reached level 2, he had already surpassed the limits of human beings on Earth. After killing 80 goats, Yang Chen's sin value decreased from 35 to 19 points. Killing 5 monsters of the same level could eliminate 1 point of sin value. At this rate, once Yang Chen reached level 6, his sin value would be reset to 0. Ding! Trade reminder, your 4 pieces of white equipment consigned to the auction house have been sold, total earnings 78,600 yuan. After deducting a 20% fee, the remaining 62,880 yuan has been transferred to your bank card. Ding! SMS reminder, your bank card ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 62,880 yuan, balance is 563,194. 15 yuan. Just approaching the territory of the powerful wild buffalo, Yang Chen received a notification of funds arriving in his bank account. 4 pieces of whiteboard equipment that Yang Chen didn't fancy sold for a surprising 78,600 yuan. The average selling price per piece was close to 20,000. However, with time passing, such equipment was rapidly depreciating every minute. So, Yang Chen put up for sale all 5 pieces of whiteboard equipment he had just obtained from slaying the black mountain goat on the trading platform. Additionally, he listed surplus health potions and unused magic potions in sets of 10 bottles each on the auction platform. While running around, Yang Chen occasionally cut his left wrist to collect some blood, storing it in glass bottles. The battle with the Tyrant Guild made Yang Chen feel a sense of crisis. Who knows when these people might return, so it's always good to have extra ammunition. After nearly 5 minutes of mad dash, Yang Chen finally spotted the first wild buffalo. Wild buffalo, common monster, level 5 health, 1800 attack, 74 defense, 38 speed, 33 skill, savage charge tip, also herbivores on the black rye grassland, but they are tougher and stronger than black mountain goats. If you happen to encounter them, be very careful. The attributes of the wild buffalo were formidable, but for Yang Chen, they were not much different from black mountain goats. Still a one-shot kill. The only difference was that the wild buffalo might endure 2 seconds longer than the black mountain goat. Ding! Trade reminder, your 5 pieces of whiteboard equipment and health potions consigned at the auction house have all been sold, total earnings 110,500 yuan. after deducting a 20% fee, the remaining 88,400 yuan has been transferred to your bank account. Ding! SMS reminder, your Dragon Kingdom bank card ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 88,400 yuan, balance is 651,594. 15 yuan. Just as he was about to shoot the wild buffalo, Yang Chen received another message reminder from the auction house. Sure enough, in just a few minutes, the average price of whiteboard equipment had dropped to around 17,000 yuan. The selling price of basic health potions and magic potions was approximately 120 yuan per bottle. Selling a total of over 130 health potions and 20 magic potions for more than 18,000 yuan was also a decent income. In less than 3 hours since entering the game, Yang Chen's bank card balance had reached 650,000 yuan. If my parents and sister knew that we had so much money at home, they would probably be very happy, he thought to himself. Yang Chen swiftly headed towards the herd of wild buffaloes. -82, -236, -236. At this moment, Yang Chen was still using the poison arrows left over from slaying the Black Mountain goat. So, the poison attack was only 236 points per second. But for the wild buffalo, it was still a heavy blow to their lives. The attacked herd of buffaloes charged angrily towards Yang Chen. The sound of hooves thundered, shaking the earth. Unfazed, Yang Chen continued to shoot arrows, slowly stepping back. He moved towards another herd of buffaloes. Facing the wild buffalo, which was much slower than him, Yang Chen dared not retreat too quickly. He had to keep his speed at about half to keep the herd within his shooting range. Ding! Congratulations on successfully slaying a level 5 wild buffalo, gaining 25 experience points, currently at level 5, 25/3000. Ding! Your blood poison body has grown, increasing poison damage to 279 points per second. Ding! Your body has been tempered by blood poison, increasing constitution by 0.1, currently at 52.8. Ding! Congratulations on successfully slaying a level 5 wild buffalo. A few seconds later, groups of wild buffaloes began to fall gradually. The level 5 powerful buffaloes not only had a higher drop rate of loot than the black goats with whiteboard equipment, but the blood vials they dropped had also upgraded from basic to intermediate. Intermediate healing potion restores 6 health points per second for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Each vial could restore 90 health points, which was still insufficient for Yang Chen's health pool, but it was much more effective than the basic healing potions. On the ranking list, in just 20 seconds, Yang Chen's level rapidly surpassed Yu Yao, becoming the second on the ranking list. Before everyone could react, 1 minute later, Yang Chen's leveling speed skyrocketed once again. Not only did he surpass the first-ranked Shen Sheng on the list, but he also swiftly reached level 6. Quick, look at the ranking list. There's been a change. That wine song has climbed to the top of the ranking list and became the first person in the newbie village to reach level 6. What? Didn't he just reach level 5 a few minutes ago? How is that possible? Is leveling up that easy? I'm still at level 2. I don't believe it. How could there be such an outrageous person? Amidst various incredulous voices, everyone clicked on the ranking list. First, Wine Song, level 6, 0/4800. Second, Xinsheng 1501, level 5, 2350/3000. Third, Moon Yafuyao, level 5, 760/3000. Fourth, Moon Shadow Under the Moon, level 5, 680/3000. Fifth, Dancing with the Wind, level 5, 490/3000. Sixth, Huang Fu Xiong, level 5, 150/3000. Seventh, Frost Descents, level 4, 1540/1600. Eighth, Wang Lei 1504, level 4, 1490/1600. Ninth, Huang Cheng 1503, level 4, 1430/1600. 10th, Luojianya 1502, level 4, 1370/1600. At this moment, due to Yang Chen's dominant rise, a significant change occurred in the ranking list. Both Dancing with the Wind and Huang Fu Xiong had also reached level 5. The former 8th-ranked Proud World Mad Axe had dropped out of the top 10 due to stopping leveling up. Everyone was closely biting their levels, clearly eager to be the first to reach level 10 and receive attribute point rewards. The leaders of various factions were greatly shocked upon seeing the current ranking list. In the Boar Forest. Interesting. A tall man looked towards the north. It was not far from here to the Black Wheat Grassland. You guys keep leveling up, I'll go meet this wine song. Yes, Captain. With a uniform response, the tall man disappeared from the sight of the others. In the northwest mountains, a white-clad woman wielded a long sword, engaged in combat with a level 6 wind wolf. She moved lightly, not fast, but each step she took was full of grace. The sword in her hand was agile and elegant, as if dancing with the wind. The wind wolf, known for its speed, couldn't even touch the woman's clothes and fell under her sword. At that moment, a player with a dagger approached quickly and respectfully said, "Vice Guild Leader, I've inquired and found out that this wine song should be a solo player. This person recently clashed with the Tyrant Guild, but somehow managed to wipe out the elite group led by King Tyrant himself. The bronze axe he's carrying was dropped by King Tyrant, who deliberately spread rumors to lure Proud World Mad Axe to the Black Wheat Grassland, intending to use him as a pawn. At this moment, Proud World's people have already sealed off the entrance to the Black Wheat Grassland Valley, and it's estimated that they will soon encounter Winesong." After listening to the report, the woman sheathed her sword and stood in contemplation. "I understand now, you may go," she said. With that, the woman in white swiftly headed north, displaying remarkable agility. In the black wheat field, Yang Chen was clearing the battlefield. He had just auctioned off the 9 pieces of white equipment he had obtained. Although some of the equipment had slightly higher attributes than Yang Chen's, the difference was minimal, and he couldn't be bothered to change. Suddenly, his communication device rang. Yang Chen checked and saw that it was a call from Yu Yao. "Is it because I leveled up too quickly that you want to buy potions?" With suspicion, Yang Chen answered the call. "Kuang Gu." Yu Yao's tone was urgent. "To cut to the chase, I received information that the arrogant world's Mad Axe has blocked the black wheat field and is planning to ambush you at the valley entrance. Be careful." "Arrogant world's Mad Axe? Ambush me?" Yang Chen asked in confusion. "This is the first time I've heard of this person. Have I offended him in any way?" "You don't know. The arrogant world members are known for their tyranny, and the Mad Axe is the epitome of banditry among them. He has his eyes on the bronze giant axe you put up for auction." When mentioning the arrogant world guild, Yu Yao's tone carried a rare hint of disgust. "Oh, I see." Yang Chen pondered and asked, "How strong is he?" "He is a legion commander in arrogant world, not exceptionally strong, but the guild has a large number of members in this newbie village, nearly 1,000 in total. This time, he brought 500 people to block you." "Alright, I understand. Thank you for the warning." Yang Chen expressed his gratitude. "Yes, be cautious. My sister and I are on a mission in the southern watermarsh and can't come over right now, but if needed, I can send someone to support you at the valley entrance." Yu Yao's sincere tone warmed Yang Chen's heart. "Thank you, Yu Yao. I can handle this matter. You let your people focus on leveling up." Seeing Yang Chen's calm demeanor, Yu Yao didn't insist further but reminded, "Feel free to message me if you need anything." "Okay." With that, the call ended. "Trying to ambush me?" "They might have picked the wrong target," Yang Chen murmured, looking at his attribute panel after reaching level 6. Singing in Wine, untransferred, level 6, 0/4800, health, 767 mana, 340 attack, 80, 37 *2 plus 6, defense, 93, 69 plus 24, magic defense, 40, 34 plus 6, speed, 68, 66 plus 2, reputation, 0 luck, hidden talent, bloodthirsty poison body. Inflicts 398 true damage per second on the target for 10 seconds. He allocated all 5 free attribute points into agility after leveling up. At this point, Yang Chen's speed had reached 68 points. No matter how many opponents came, even if he couldn't win, he could retreat calmly. However, Yang Chen knew that avoiding someone like the Mad Axe from Arrogant World would be futile. He had to confront him. Looking around, Yang Chen arrived at a mountain hollow, took out a glass bottle, and loosened his belt. The sound of gushing water soon followed. Yang Chen quickly obtained a bottle of pale yellow highly toxic potion that could cause 398 points of damage per second. Players below level 4 could hardly withstand it for a second. Only players at level 4 and above with healing equipment had a chance to endure it for a second. Perhaps because Yang Chen had recently urinated, the quantity this time was noticeably less than before. Following the usual dosage of around 100 drops per bottle, Yang Chen divided it into 3 glass bottles, along with the remaining 3 bottles of orange-yellow potion from before. At this moment, Yang Chen's backpack already contained 6 bottles of such potions. 3 bottles caused 198 points of damage per second, while the other 3 caused 398 points of damage per second. In Yang Chen's backpack, there was a bottle of poison blood. It was collected when he was running the map, probably around 200 drops. It could make a person lose 278 points of blood per second. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chen cut open his left wrist again, collected 300 drops of fresh blood, and put it into the void arrow quiver. Then he quickly swallowed a medium healing potion, and as soon as the potion's cooldown ended, he took another one. With Yang Chen's increased self-healing rate, it had reached 1 point per second. Just 2 minutes later, Yang Chen's lost health was fully restored. Not quite safe. Let's do another 300 drops. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chen began self-harming again. The reason for not cutting a full 600 points of health at once was naturally because of the concern that after the blood volume dropped, he might suddenly encounter danger. Although there was no one or monster near the black wheat field that could threaten him, Yang Chen still remained cautious. After his health was fully restored, Yang Chen checked his package and the void arrow quiver. There were still 38 bottles of medium healing potion, a total of 652 poison arrows, some of which were left over from before with varying degrees of poison. But for the current players, they were all extremely deadly. There were also 6 bottles of orange potion and 1 bottle of poison blood. Ammunition was plentiful. Well, this should be fine now. Everything was ready. Yang Chen stepped towards the valley entrance. As he headed towards the valley entrance, Yang Chen casually opened the long-distance auction system. The 9 whiteboard equipment he had just put up for auction had all been sold, but the average price dropped to around 15,000. After deducting the system fees, he was left with 110,000, which had already been transferred to Yang Chen's bank card. At this point, Yang Chen's bank card balance had exceeded 760,000. The bidding price for the oak ghost axe had reached 370,000. There were not many bidders left. It was mainly Wang Badian and Huang Fuxiong who were alternating their bids. There were still 14 minutes left until the scheduled end of the auction. In other words, it only took Yang Chen about 10 minutes to go from level 4 with 0 experience to level 6. And this was because most of the time, Yang Chen was running the map. It was no wonder that other players' reactions were so intense. Yang Chen had just considered whether to use other methods to deal with the arrogant world axe, such as crossing the steep mountains around the black wheat field and exploring the map further out, or cancel the auction and change the oak ghost axe to a fixed price sale. With the oak ghost axe's extremely high attack power, Yang Chen believed that even if he set the price directly at 400,000, someone would definitely bid without hesitation. But these methods were only temporary solutions and did not address the root of the problem. Even if he suddenly sold the oak ghost axe now, Yang Chen dared not guarantee that when he left the valley, the arrogant world axe would not attack him. Since this person was notorious for being a bandit, let him experience what it feels like to be robbed. The decision was made. Yang Chen quickened his pace. 3 minutes later, Yang Chen arrived at the valley entrance. From a distance, the area near the valley entrance was crowded with people. There were sentinels from the Badian Guild and players who had come to watch the excitement. Leading the pack was a group of players named Arrogant World. The leader was a short, dark-faced strong man with a full beard, each hand holding a blackboard axe. His ID was prominently displayed Arrogant World Axe. He wore heavy armor that gleamed with a bronze light, seemingly also a bronze piece. Hundreds of people stood in a line, blocking the valley entrance. If Yang Chen tried to leave the valley from this direction, he would have to pass through here. The strength of this group of people was clearly stronger than that of the Badian Guild. Besides the Arrogant World Axe reaching level 4, there were also 5 others who had reached level 4 beside him. These 5 should be the captains of these 100-man teams. Seeing this scene, Yang Chen understood and walked forward confidently. Do you all have something to discuss with me? Arriving 20 meters in front of the crowd, Yang Chen stood still. Hee, of course there's a reason. The arrogant crazy axe strode forward, speaking loudly and rudely. You are the one who revels in wine and songs. You seem quite interesting, not making me wait too long. As long as you take off all your equipment and hand over everything in your bag, I can spare your life. Spare my life again? Yang Chen was speechless. He asked back, the last person who said he would spare my life was King Badian. I believe you already know his fate. Do you want to be the next King Badian? Hearing this, the arrogant crazy axe not only showed no sign of backing down but laughed heartily. Is the Badian Guild worthy to compare with us, the arrogant world? King Badian is just a nouveau riche with limited strength. It serves him right to be robbed by you. You rob him, I'll rob you, in the end, it's all mine. Seeing the other party so unapologetically confident, Yang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. What you want most should be the Qinggang Ghost Head Axe, right? I've already put it up for auction. If you want it, you can just bid for it. Why go through all this trouble? Why would I spend money on something I can just take directly? The arrogant crazy axe was full of confidence. He saw no problem with his thoughts. To tell you the truth, I'm not as rich as King Badian, and I'm not willing to spend this money, but I have people under me. Mobilizing them is a right given to me by the guild. Why should I dip into my own pocket for something that can be solved with public power? Well, the arrogant crazy axe's words left Yang Chen at a loss. He could openly express his bandit logic without any concealment, which was quite unique. There's no problem logically, it's quite reasonable. Yang Chen nodded helplessly and asked again, but do you think with the people you have the strength to rob me? Ha. The The arrogant crazy axe laughed. Brothers, someone doubts our strength, what should we do? Chop him, rob him. Chop him, rob him. A uniform voice rang out. Hundreds of people raised their weapons and shouted in unison, full of momentum. Alright, I've answered all your questions. I believe you can die without regrets now. The arrogant crazy axe raised his board axe high, waved his arm forward, and shouted loudly, Brothers, kill for me. Kill. Hundreds of people quickly moved forward. In a fan-shaped formation, they charged towards Yang Chen. Obviously, they were worried that Yang Chen would escape from the back and wanted to surround him. Yang Chen smiled faintly, did not retreat, took out the iron bow, and strung the arrows. 3 arrows were released at once, directly targeting the arrogant crazy axe and the 2 level 4 players beside him. Swish, swish, swish. -77 miss, -91 -236. -88 -236. The arrow aimed at the arrogant crazy axe was blocked by his board axe, only causing a loss of 77 health points. But it also scared the arrogant crazy axe quite a bit. Despite successfully blocking, one arrow still took away 1/5 of his health. What terrifying attack power was this? The 2 level 4 players beside him were not as lucky. After being hit, they only lasted for a second before turning into a white light and returning to the reincarnation altar. During this time, the 2 of them frantically drank health potions, but no matter how many they drank, their health did not increase at all. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The charging formation also showed a hint of confusion. However, Yang Chen's hands were not idle, and he shot 3 arrows again, targeting the remaining 3 level 4 players. -90 -236 -85 -236 -89 -236. Among the 3 players, one of them was holding a dagger and had lower health than the others. The moment he was poisoned, he turned into a white light. The other 2 managed to hold on for a second longer. But apart from wasting 2 health potions, they were of no use. What kind of attack power is this? Taking down 5 squad leaders with 2 shots, and severely injuring the Legion commander, is this the attack power a level 6 player should have? Damn, is this guy the son of God? It's like he's not even playing the same game as us, he can kill from 20 meters away? Can't beat him, absolutely can't. Legion commander, let's retreat. Yang Chen shot his arrows only twice, but managed to shock hundreds of people present. Not just them. Even the many players watching from outside the valley couldn't help but gasp in shock. In their games, it usually took dozens of exchanges to determine a winner. How could Yang Chen just take down level 4 players with a single arrow? You see, most of the players watching were only level 3, and some were even at level 2. Moreover, their equipment and health were far inferior to the 5 squad leaders who had just died. In other words, if they were to take their place, they would die even faster. Even Chen Shang and Suifeng Qiwu, who had just arrived, looked surprised. With such long attack range and terrifying damage output, no wonder he's leveling up so fast. Chen Shang pondered. Curiosity flickered in Suifeng Qiwu's eyes. Brothers, don't be afraid. Just as everyone was starting to hesitate, Aoshi Guangfu raised his battle axe high and declared loudly, just now you all saw, his damage is not flawless. As long as we can block his arrows with our weapons, we can neutralize that special damage. We are the Aoshi Legion. With so many of us, even if we just stand here and let him kill, he won't be able to finish us off in a short time. Look, after killing the 5 squad leaders, he stopped shooting. Obviously his terrifying damage comes with a price. He's just a flash in the pan. Once he's done, he's finished. Brothers, don't be afraid, each of us with a sword is enough to kill him. Charge ahead, make this move, and I'll get you a sister-in-law tomorrow. Charge! Charge, the boss is right, kill this bastard. Avenge the 5 squad leaders. Charge, avenge, get a sister-in-law. Charge, charge, charge. After Aoshi Guangfu's inspiring speech, the group of people who had just hesitated suddenly ignited with inexplicable fervor. Yang Chen was taken aback. He promises you a sister-in-law, and you get excited? It seems that those who can follow Aoshi Guangfu must have some mental issues. Yang Chen shook his head slightly and stopped holding back. Arrows kept shooting from his hands. 6 shots in a second, 3 arrows fired at once. Yang Chen pushed his attack speed and archery skills to the limit. At the same time, Yang Chen slowly stepped back, maintaining a distance of 10 to 20 meters from the frontline players on the other side. It was a delicate distance. Within this range, Yang Chen could attack any of them at will. However, even the Aoshi members, including the ranged players, couldn't harm Yang Chen. After killing the 5 level 4 players with his arrows, Yang Chen stopped shooting not because he didn't want to attack anymore, but to avoid accumulating too much sin value. Although he didn't need to do missions at the moment, reaching level 10 was a piece of cake for him. If he got stuck on sin value by then and couldn't pick up village missions, allowing others to snatch the first turn rewards, it would be a loss. Moreover, once he started killing these 500 people, Yang Chan and the Aoshi Guild would be irreconcilable. There would be no room for compromise. This is not just a grudge with Arrogant Axe, but a conflict with the entire Arrogant World Guild. If possible, Yang Chen didn't want to provoke a powerful opponent for himself. But unfortunately, good advice couldn't persuade the stubborn devil. As Yang Chen's arrows kept shooting out, the number of people in the Arrogant World team was rapidly decreasing. White light kept rising, leaving behind a pile of equipment, potions, and copper coins. Ding! You have successfully killed one white player, increasing your sin value by 1. As the victor, you can choose to loot 100 experience points from them. The system prompts kept sounding. Yang Chen turned a deaf ear, his bow like a full moon. 3 arrows shot out in succession. -104, -398, -109, -398. Their defense was even weaker than the previous 5 captains. Just Yang Chen's spirit arrow damage took away most of their lives. At the first second of the poison outbreak, they all turned into white light unprepared. Ding! You have successfully killed one white player, increasing your sin value by 1, current sin value is 100 points. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the first player on the server to reach a sin value of 100 points, receiving 10 reputation points as a reward, and obtaining the title Murderer. Murderer, you are keen on killing and excel at it. When you kill, the drop rate of the opponent's items increases by 50%. Yang Chen, who was continuously shooting, was directly confused by this message prompt. I was clearly acting in self-defense. How did I become keen on killing? How did I become a murderer? But the passive increase in the drop rate of the opponent's items seems quite useful, and my reputation value is finally not 0 anymore. Putting away his thoughts, Yang Chen refocused on the battlefield. Arrows kept shooting out of his hands. Yang Chen observed that after obtaining the title of Murderer, the players he killed indeed had a significantly higher drop rate of items. Although these people didn't have much equipment on them, almost naked. But the dropped copper coins and blood vials were nearly half more than before. In less than half a minute, nearly half of the 500 people who had charged in earlier were killed. They hadn't even touched the hem of Yang Chen's clothes. The fireballs and arrows flying towards him from afar lost all their power before reaching Yang Chen and fell to the ground. When the Arrogant World people came back to their senses, they realized that half of their team was already gone. The crowd at the valley entrance, who had been watching the show, was also stunned and silent at this moment. Is this still a human? What kind of attack speed and range is this? Damn, half of the Arrogant World Guild members are dead before even reaching the Drunken Song of the Wild. How can we continue playing like this? Are we playing the same game as the Drunken Song of the Wild? I'm an archer too, but I can't even hit with 1 arrow every time. This guy shoots 3 arrows at once, all hitting the mark. How is that possible? That's not even the main point. His attack power is outrageous. I only have an attack power of 48 points now, but each of his arrows does around 100 damage. And what's with that insane damage afterward? It started at 236 points, now it's 398 points. This is crazy. I'm going to report him. This guy is cheating. I spent thousands on a game helmet, only to encounter a cheater. In an instant, everyone's mentality collapsed. And the previously aggressive Arrogant World Guild members suddenly realized, if this continued, they would all be wiped out before even encountering Yang Chen. Brothers, run quickly, this guy is not human. He's a demon. He's a mad killer. It's the envoy of hell. Captain, the situation is too tough. We can't break through. I'm retreating first. Brothers, scatter and run, we'll settle the score later. Run! A cry rang out. The remaining 200 people scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. Yang Chen pursued relentlessly. Leveraging his attack range and agility, he continuously shot down players fleeing in all directions. While chasing, Yang Chen also kept an eye on the figure of Arrogant Axe, ensuring he stayed within 20 meters at all times. In less than a minute, out of 500 arrogant players, only less than 100 managed to escape the valley. As they looked back, they caught sight of Yang Chen's cold gaze, sending shivers down their spines. No one dared to linger any longer, fleeing towards the distance without looking back. Yang Chen withdrew his gaze and looked not far away at Arrogant Axe, who was filled with fear. You rob me, I rob you, isn't that fair? Fair. No, it's not fair. Arrogant Axe, no longer arrogant, hurriedly pleaded, Brother Quanga, listen to me, I am the captain of the Arrogant Guild, a key figure in the guild. It doesn't matter if you kill these small fries, but if you kill me, as long as I say a word, the Arrogant Guild will not seek revenge on you. But if you kill me, it will be a blow to the reputation of the Arrogant Guild. Isn't it said that when you beat a dog, you have to look at the owner? I am the dog raised by the arrogant guild. Once you kill me, even if I don't seek revenge on you, when you reach the main city, the arrogant guild will definitely issue a wanted order against you. Spare me, let bygones be bygones. Hearing this, Yang Chen shook his head slightly. It seems you are not as good as Wang Badian. With that said, Yang Chen no longer hesitated. He bent his bow, aimed his arrows at Arrogant Axe. Swish, swish, swish. 3 arrows were released simultaneously, blocking all possible retreat and defense routes for Arrogant Axe. -77, -398. Even Arrogant Axe couldn't withstand the terrifying poison damage of 398 points per second and disintegrated into a white light before the second passed. Ding! You have successfully slain one red-named player without incurring any sin value. As the victor, you can choose to loot 200 experience points from him. It seemed that Arrogant Axe had killed many people before. After the white light dissipated, not only did Arrogant Axe drop to level 1, but even his equipment was completely destroyed. Not only did the 2 dark axes in his hands burst out, even the bronze armor on his body fell to the ground. Quickly picking up the equipment that Arrogant Axe dropped, Yang Chen checked his sin value. After the battle just now, his sin value, which had already been reset to 0, skyrocketed to 317 points. This was also thanks to some players who had killed before. After all, the members of the Arrogant Guild were notorious for their domineering ways. For the players of the Arrogant Guild, killing players not only might yield various equipment but also allow them to plunder their experience points. It was even more profitable than leveling up by killing monsters. That's why they were so relentless in their acts of robbery. The reason why the 5 captains had quickly reached level 4 was partly due to the experience points they gained from killing other players. Killing a level 3 monster only yielded 15 experience points, but killing a player could yield 100 experience points. It was simply more profitable. As for the players being plundered, what kind of experience penalty they would suffer was not something they needed to consider. At the novice village altar, as beams of white light descended, over 400 members of the Arrogant Guild appeared successively at the rebirth altar. Some of them were considered lucky because they were white-named players before being killed by Yang Chen, only dropping 1 level and most of their equipment intact, just losing some copper coins and health potions. However, nearly 100 people dropped back to level 1 directly. The little equipment they had on them was completely looted. Not even a single copper coin left. What's going on? Weren't the members of the Proud World Guild supposed to ambush the Drunken Song in the Black Wheat Grassland? How come they all got wiped out? No way, oh my god, 500 against 1, and they still got wiped out? Did Drunken Song use nuclear weapons? Who can tell me what happened in the Black Wheat Grassland? How come even the 5 squad leaders of the Proud World Guild got killed? Look, look, even the Proud World Mad Axe got killed and dropped back to level 1. Drunken Song is truly formidable. Ha, the heavens have eyes, the Proud World Guild is so domineering, committing murder and robbery every day, finally someone can deal with them. Drunken Song is ridding the people of harm, well done, he's like a god in my eyes. Is this the strength of the number 1 player in the newbie village level? The crowd discussed eagerly, enjoying the spectacle. Amidst countless mocking voices, the Proud World members lowered their heads, quickly walked out of the crowd, their faces filled with resentment. Black Wheat Grassland. All settled dust. Yang Chen began to clean up the battlefield. He had killed nearly 400 players, including those from the top 10 guilds. The richness of the spoils could be imagined. At this moment, a few players who were watching the battle sneaked towards the edge of the battlefield, wanting to take advantage of the situation. But currently, except for Moon Shadow, almost no one had the invisibility skill. All their actions were seen through by Yang Chen. Swish! An arrow shot out. It landed right at the feet of a player. The group immediately stopped in their tracks, looking towards Yang Chen. Those who come within 10 meters of the battlefield, die. Just one sentence, and it intimidated everyone present. It was only at this moment that everyone remembered that the guy in front of them, who looked like a goblin, was not only the number 1 player in Newbie Village 997 but also the well-deserved god of slaughter. Before this battle, everyone just thought he leveled up quickly. But witnessing the battle just now, everyone had seen Yang Chen's terrifying strength. Facing hundreds alone, calm in the face of danger. While facing an elite group of 500, he didn't shed a drop of blood, and even shot down over 400 members of the Proud World Guild. At this moment, no one dared to move recklessly. Seeing this, Yang Chen didn't hesitate anymore and quickly cleaned up the battlefield. 5 minutes later, Yang Chen finally cleaned up the battlefield. Just a rough count left Yang Chen astonished by the loot this time. There were over 100 pieces of equipment. Among them were 2 bronze items. In addition to the armor of the Proud World Mad Axe, there was also a bronze dagger. Iron armor, bronze, defense, plus 28 health, plus 150 level requirement, level 4 tip. This armor is quite heavy, wearing it will reduce agility by 3 points. Copper dagger, bronze, attack, plus 30 strength, plus 5 special, ignores 5% of the target's physical defense level requirement. Level 4. Both pieces of equipment were very strong. Although Yang Chen wasn't particularly interested in these 2 pieces of equipment, once they were put up for auction, their prices probably wouldn't be much lower than the Oak Ghost Axe. Regaining his focus, Yang Chen looked at the remaining pile of spoils. In addition to the 2 bronze items, there were 9 black iron items. There were over 800 bottles of health potions, and over 5,000 copper coins. After a brief inspection, Yang Chen picked 3 usable items from the 9 black iron items to replace. Feather carved bow, black iron equipment, attack, plus 18 strength, plus 5 level requirement, level 3 rhino leather wrist guards, black iron equipment, defense, plus 10 magic defense, plus 8 strength, plus 4 level requirement, level 3 cloud chasing boots, black iron equipment, defense, plus 12 magic defense, plus 6 speed, plus 4 level requirement, level 3. After equipping these 3 pieces of black iron equipment, Yang Chen's attributes received a significant boost once again. Drunkard Song, unpromoted, level 6, 0/4800, health, 767 mana, 340 attack, 106, 44*2 plus 18, defense, 108, 69 plus 39, magic defense, 54, 34 plus 20, speed, 69, 65 plus 4, prestige, 10 title, murderer fate, hidden talent, bloodthirsty poison body, deals 398 true damage per second to the target, lasting 10 seconds. Equipment, feather carved bow, black iron equipment, black scale armor, black iron equipment, rhino leather wrist guards, black iron equipment, wind chasing boots, black iron equipment, goat helmet, white grade, goat leggings, white grade, attack power increased from 80 points to 106 points. Physical defense skyrocketed to 108 points. What truly delighted Yang Chen was the increase of 14 points in magic defense, reaching 54 points. At this moment, even if a player below level 4 were to hit Yang Chen with a fireball, they wouldn't be able to inflict much damage at all. It's true that without a horse, the grass won't grow tall, and without windfalls, one won't get rich. It seems that having more people like the world-defying axe isn't necessarily a bad thing. After a moment of reflection, Yang Chen strode towards the valley entrance. Initially, aside from the world-defying axe, there were also some small and medium-sized guilds planning to take advantage of Yang Chen. But after this battle, no one dared to intercept him, instead making way for him with reverence in their eyes. However, what puzzled everyone was that the backpack limit for novice players was only 30 slots, so how did Yang Chen manage to clear out so many pieces of equipment and potions from the ground? Just as Yang Chen was about to leave the valley entrance, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of him, one on the left and one on the right. The tall and sturdy man on the left, in his 30s with a crew cut, looked sharp and neat. The person on the right was a woman dressed in white, extremely beautiful with long jet black hair tied back with a red headband, exuding a heroic aura. Neither of them carried weapons, and their IDs were not hidden. Both were top 5 players on the level leaderboard. Shen Shang and Dancing with the Wind. Both exuded a powerful aura, causing the surrounding players to retreat, creating space for the 3 of them. Seeing this, Yang Chen remained unfazed and asked, "Are you 2 here to rob me as well? Don't misunderstand." The man with the crew cut spoke first. "I'm just curious about your leveling methods, and since we're not far apart, I came to take a look. But now, I'm interested in purchasing the 100 or so pieces of equipment in your hands. What do you think? Buying equipment?" Yang Chen remained non-committal and turned to the woman in white, asking, "And you?" "Initially, I just wanted to watch a good show, but now, I want to invite you to join the Eternal Gate and also purchase the equipment in your possession. Are you interested?" The voice of the woman in white was somewhat cold, but her eyes fixed on Yang Chen were filled with strong interest. "I will auction off any equipment I don't need at the auction house. If you want to buy, you can bid directly at the auction house. As for joining, I appreciate the offer." Yang Chen's tone was calm. "I don't like being constrained or following rules, so it's best not to cause trouble for the Eternal Gate." With that said, Yang Chen took a step forward, preparing to leave. Only at the auction house could he maximize his profits. In front of him, although these 2 men showed no hostility, selling the equipment directly to them would not benefit Yang Chen in any way, but rather hinder his maximum profit. "Wait." Seeing Yang Chen about to leave, the crew-cut man couldn't hold back and spoke again, as if wanting to say something. Yang Chen turned to look at the crew-cut man. Just now, with the sunlight shining into his eyes, Yang Chen couldn't see the man clearly. It was only when the man tried to dissuade him again that Yang Chen carefully examined him. Chan Shang. Suddenly, Yang Chen remembered something. It was a memory from before his rebirth. Half a month before the game invasion, a news report was playing in the hospital room. Last night, in the early hours, Captain Chen Shang of the 15th Special Forces Unit of the Shuda Military District led 9 team members on a special interception mission. After a night of fierce battle, Chen Shang and his 9 team members all sacrificed, but they successfully blocked the invaders outside the door. They are heroes of the Dragon Nation and heroes of all mankind. This morning, the Shuda Military District Command held a moment of silence ceremony for Chen Shang and the other 10 martyrs. The vague memory gradually became clear. The image of the martyr in Yang Chen's memory gradually overlapped with the tall man in front of him. If it weren't for Chen Shang's distinctive name and the choked voice of the news announcer at the time, Yang Chen would probably have completely forgotten about this news. But now, combined with the subsequent game biological invasion and the destruction of Yang City, the vague words from the news announcer such as special interception mission, successfully blocked the invaders, and heroes of all mankind had clear definitions in Yang Chen's mind. Perhaps on the eve of the massive invasion of the game world, a connection had already been established between the parallel world and Earth. The specific details were unknown to Yang Chen, but one could imagine that Chen Shang and his Special Forces team, as the elite players in the Heaven's Path game, bravely rushed to the forefront without hesitation in the face of the game world's biological invasion. Such people deserved Yang Chen's respect. Moreover, Yang Chen vividly remembered that when Yang City was destroyed, those who had gained extraordinary abilities through the game mostly sensed danger and fled early. Instead, it was the most ordinary soldiers who, armed with guns, stood their ground, fighting the alien creatures to protect the people of Yang City until the very end. These were the true heroes in Yang Chen's heart. Since Chen Shang was a military man, his purpose in buying so much equipment was also evident. Clearly, governments around the world knew some secrets, understood what Heaven's Path meant. Therefore, they would definitely dispatch a large number of military personnel to enter the game. Chen Shang and the few others who had climbed the ranking boards were perhaps just a tiny part of it. Behind them, there were certainly many ordinary soldiers of lower ranks. These equipments were probably prepared for these soldiers. After a moment of silence, Yang Chen made a decision. Although he had lived through the game invasion a year later in his past life, now that he had left the hospital for treatment, in order to maintain an advantage in the game, Yang Chen still needed to stay online for a long time. Although the golden flames in his mind seemed to have some magical effects, Yang Chen couldn't be sure if he could successfully live to the day when the game abilities affected reality. Moreover, Yang Chen had now offended both the Tyrant and the Proud World, the 2 major guilds, and no one knew how powerful they really were or if they could uncover his real identity. Unexpected events could happen at any time. Yang Chen had to leave himself and his family a way out. And undoubtedly, the military was the best protection umbrella. In that case, it wouldn't hurt to extend a favor to Chen Shang. Yang Chen looked up at Chen Shang. Yang Chen suddenly spoke up. I have 118 pieces of whiteboard equipment in my package, currently priced at around 12,000 each in the market. If you're interested, I can give you a discount at 8,000 each, non-negotiable. I have 6 pieces of black iron equipment that I don't need, priced at 50,000 each, non-negotiable. There are 2 bronze items, a dagger and a piece of armor, both priced at 250,000 each. By the way, I noticed you once bid on the Chingan ghost axe, but then stopped bidding. If you're interested, I can sell you the axe for 250,000, how about it? This, Yang Chen's voice trailed off. Not only was Chen Shang dumbfounded, but even Sui Feng and the many players present were all left bewildered by Yang Chen's actions. Just a moment ago, Yang Chen said he wasn't planning on private transactions. Chen Shang merely tried to advise him, and Yang Chen immediately changed his mind and even offered a discounted price. A genuine discount. Keep in mind that the bidding for the Qinggang Ghost Axe has already reached 420,000, and that was Wang Beishan's bid. This was his weapon, and he was determined to get it. There were only 3 minutes left until the end of the bidding for the Qinggang Ghost Axe. But now, Yang Chen unexpectedly said he could sell it to Chen Shang for 250,000. What was going on? Is this for real? After hearing Yang Chen's series of offers, Chen Shang was incredulous. Of course, Yang Chen nodded, but not without conditions. I want a detailed map of the monster distribution explored by your team, the more comprehensive, the better. Can you do that? After reaching level 6, the monster distribution map provided by the system was no longer sufficient. With the military behind Chen Shang and their large numbers, even though the game had only been live for 3 hours, the map information they possessed far exceeded that of ordinary guilds. If they could get their hands on their map, not only could it save Yang Chen time exploring, but they might also find information on poisons. Yes, no problem. With just a moment's thought, Chen Sheng agreed. Although the map information was considered confidential, the level of secrecy was not high. Besides, other guilds also had this type of information, just with different scopes and levels of detail. It wouldn't hurt for Yang Chen to know a bit more. Moreover, Yang Chen's actions were clearly well-intentioned. The additional conditions he mentioned were just casual requests. If he didn't make this deal, other forces would be eager to do so. Alright, let's proceed with the trade. With that, Yang Chen opened the remote auction system, cancelled the consignment of the Qinggang Ghost Axe. Fortunately, the system was somewhat forgiving and did not impose any fines for breach of contract. He then took out the equipment, 3 bronze items, 6 black iron items, 118 pieces of whiteboard equipment. On the other side, Wang Badian, who was about to reach level 3, saw the news of the cancellation of the auction for the Qinggang Ghost Axe and exploded in anger. Damn it, Zhongjiu Kuanga, are you out of your mind? Didn't you say you retaliated against the Proud World Guild? I was just starting to feel happy for you, and now you pull this stunt? The damn trading system should permanently ban scoundrels like you who cancel consignments at the last minute, blacklist them. Report. Ahui, Feihu, let all the brothers in the guild report him. We must firmly reject the treacherous behavior of scoundrels like Zhongjiu Kuanga. Yes, boss. Watching Wang Beishan's frenzied appearance, Batty and Guangwei and the others were all helpless. In just half an hour, their boss's mood had been like a roller coaster, up and down, pulled back and forth by Zhongjiu Kuanga. First, he wiped out the elite team of the Proud World. Wang Badian was killed back to level 1, all his equipment was lost, and his dignity was trampled. At that time, Wang Beishan's mood sank to the bottom. But not long after, the remote auction system opened, and this wine-loving madman actually brought out the Qinggang Ghost Head Axe for public auction. This lifted Wang Beishan's spirits considerably. Tens of thousands were nothing to him. This almost made him believe that the Qinggang Ghost Head Axe was back in his hands. But suddenly, he was reminded by the radiant glory that due to the information he deliberately leaked, the arrogant world Mad Axe had taken hundreds of people to besiege the wine-loving madman. He thought Yang Chen had no chance of winning, and the Qinggang Ghost Head Axe was about to fall into the hands of the arrogant world Mad Axe, which made his mood plummet once again. But shortly after, scouts brought back news that the wine-loving madman not only survived but also killed over 400 members of the arrogant world guild. This news left Wang Badian feeling extremely conflicted, both angry and pleased. He was angry that the arrogant world Mad Axe was too useless, failing to take advantage of the opportunity to kill the wine-loving madman and getting killed instead. He was pleased that the Qinggang Ghost Head Axe remained in his possession, and the auction was reaching its final stages. Even Huang Fuxiong, who had been competing with him, was showing signs of weakness. The Qinggang Ghost Head Axe was almost within his grasp. However, unexpectedly, that despicable wine-loving madman cancelled the consignment 3 minutes before the end of the auction. He actually cancelled it. How is this any different from stealing his Qinggang Ghost Head Axe again? Wine-loving madman, I will not rest until I settle the score with you. On the other side, Wang Badian was raging in helplessness. Meanwhile, Yang Chen took out all the equipment from his pocket. He also brought out the just acquired over 800 bottles of beginner healing potion for Chen Sheng to see and bid on. Over 100 pieces of equipment and over 800 bottles of healing potions piled up like a small mountain. The onlookers were dazzled and drooling but dared not approach. These two were the top 2 players on the newbie village level ranking. Who would dare to steal their equipment? Same-tier blood bottles could be stacked in the inventory, with each slot holding up to 10 bottles of healing potions. Even so, over 800 bottles of healing potions took up over 80 slots in Yang Chen's inventory. If not for the void quiver upgrading to a black iron grade item with 500 storage slots, he wouldn't have been able to fit so much equipment and potions. Chen Sheng seemed prepared as well. Suddenly, 7 young men appeared behind him, all with crew cuts. The 7 divided all the white grade equipment and healing potions among themselves. Chen Sheng personally stored the black iron and bronze grade items in his inventory. 3 bronze grade items totaling 750,000, 6 black iron grade items totaling 300,000, 118 white grade equipment totaling 944,000, totaling 1,994,000. Chen Sheng looked at Yang Chen and asked, the remaining over 800 bottles of healing potions, let's say 106,000 for you, totaling 1 million, what do you think? By this time, the price of beginner healing potions had dropped significantly. The market price was around 80 yuan per bottle. The price Chen Sheng offered was nearly double, a gesture of goodwill towards Yang Chen. Agreed. Yang Chen didn't hesitate. He directly accepted Chen Shang's offer and approved the friend request sent by him. Ding! Bank card reminder, your Dragon Country bank card ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 2,100,000 yuan, with a balance of 2,865,184. 15 yuan. Seeing the balance approaching 3 million in his bank account, Yang Chen felt content. Here is the monster distribution map you wanted. The transaction was completed. Chen Shang handed Yang Chen a map. Chen Shang looked solemn and said, I won't say much in thanks, but I'll remember this favor. If you have a large amount of equipment to sell in the future, please contact me first. I don't have the authority to buy it at a premium, but I can still buy the equipment in your hands at a fair price. Chen Shang thought for a moment. He sent another number to Yang Chen. This is my phone number. If I'm not online, you can call me directly. Okay. After noting the phone number, Yang Chen turned to leave. Hey, kid, hold on. Just then, Sui Fengwoodens, who had been silent on the side, suddenly threw a piece of parchment to Yang Chen. This is. Yang Chen took the parchment, opened it with a puzzled look. Monster distribution map. At a glance, Yang Chen recognized that this was the newbie village monster distribution map held by Sui Fengwoodens' super guild, Eternal Gate, which currently had the highest monster level explored reaching level 10. The details on the map were slightly different from the one Chen Shang had given. Both maps had explored monsters up to level 10. After checking the map Chen Shang had given, Yang Chen did gain something. Not only did it have a lot of information on level 6 to 10 monster distribution, but it also included a type of poison, a level 7 spotted lizard, located about 5 kilometers east of the newbie village. While Sui Fengwoodens' map did not include the 7th level spotted lizard, it had information on another type of poison, a level 6 desert scorpion located about 4 kilometers to the west. Although both maps lacked information on level 8 to 10 monsters and had no information on any poisons, just having the locations of these two poisons made Yang Chen feel like he had struck gold. This meant that until he reached level 8, he could enjoy double the BIF bonus. This map is for you. Sui Fengwoodens, seeing Yang Chen's reaction, smiled and said, if you ever want to join the guild, you can come find me anytime. Eternal Gate is always open to you. Sui Fengwoodens' smile was extremely beautiful, exuding a unique and refreshing charm. It seemed like she didn't care at all about Yang Chen selling the equipment to Chen Shang. After saying this, Sui Fengwoodens turned to leave. Wait! Just then, Yang Chen also called out to Sui Fengwoodens and threw a glass bottle containing muddy liquid at her. It was the blood mixed with soil that he had prepared in advance. What is this? Sui Fengwoodens took the glass bottle, examined it closely, but couldn't make sense of it. I don't like owing favors. Yang Chen looked at Sui Fengwoodens and explained, since you gave me the map, I'll give you something too. I am an alchemist, and this is a highly toxic potion I brewed. There are 50 drops of highly toxic potion inside, which can make the target lose 278 points of health per second, lasting for 10 seconds. During the target's poisoning period, any healing methods will be ineffective. You can poison your weapon with it, but never touch it with your body, or I won't have an antidote for you, losing 278 health points per second. Upon hearing this, Sui Fengwoodens was shocked. Not just her, even Chen Shang, who hadn't gone far yet, and the onlookers were all stunned on the spot. He's actually an alchemist? And the rarest poisoner? No one had expected that Yang Chen would casually reveal such important information. At this moment, Sui Fengwoodens' desire to recruit Yang Chen into the guild grew even stronger. If Yang Chen was just a skilled player, it would only be a bonus to the guild, not too significant. After all, Eternal Gate was recognized as one of the top 10 guilds with the most skilled players. But if Yang Chen was a poisoner, he could add this extremely terrifying output ability to all the players in the guild. This huge impact on the guild was beyond her. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect of this poison was not for ordinary monsters but for bosses. Everyone knows that not only does the boss have extremely high HP, but its HP regeneration speed has caused countless players to suffer. In order to achieve the first kill on the boss, some guilds often mobilize thousands or even tens of thousands of people to siege the boss, but many end up empty-handed. The fundamental reason is that the boss's HP regeneration speed far exceeds the player's output efficiency. And this kind of potion that Yang Chen possesses can actually suppress the target's HP regeneration. Although it's only 50 drops, if used properly, it can prevent the boss from regenerating HP completely for 500 seconds. Over 8 minutes. As long as the damage output keeps up, there is a complete chance to kill a boss. How could Sui Fengqiwu not be excited about this? Everyone had no doubt about Yang Chen's words. After all, they had just witnessed his battle with the Proud World Guild. The terrifying damage, from an initial 278 points per second, soared to 398 points per second later. Moreover, no matter how many blood potions the players from the Proud World Guild drank, their HP did not increase by a single point. It turned out that all of this was caused by the potion. At this moment, players from various forces, looking at the glass bottle in Suifeng Chiwu's hand, felt restless in their hearts, their eyes turning red. As long as they could get this blood bottle and be the first to discover the boss, there was a great chance to achieve the first kill of the boss in the newbie village. But as Suifeng Chiwu looked around coldly and his eyes swept over everyone was so scared that they dared not meet his gaze. This was the Vice Alliance leader of the Eternal Gate. Not only was she extremely powerful herself, but her terrifying charisma made everyone not dare to have any evil thoughts. She came alone not because there was no one following behind her, but because she was confident enough in her own strength. At least in this newbie village, no one dared to be her enemy. I like you more and more. Are you really not considering joining the Eternal Gate now? The conditions are up to you. Suifeng Chiwu openly expressed his admiration for Yang Chen and once again invited him to join the guild. Thank you. Yang Chen pondered for a moment and slowly said, if I ever want to join a guild in the future, I will consider the Eternal Gate. The reputation of the Eternal Gate in the previous life was good, with most elite players being passionate young people who often had sword fights. Yang Chen had heard Guo Xiaopang talk about it a few times, and there were no obvious factional struggles within it, making it a good choice. But for now, Yang Chen had no intention of joining a guild. Alright, let's add each other as friends. If you have more of this potion to sell in the future, contact me anytime. I'll buy as much as you have, and the price is up to you. Faced with Yang Chen's refusal once again, Suifeng Chiwu did not insist. Instead, he sent a friend request to Yang Chen. After Yang Chen agreed with a handshake, he did not linger and headed straight west. Seeing Yang Chen leave, Suifeng Chiwu, Chen Shang, and others also dispersed. With everyone leaving, the news of Yang Chen being a poison master quickly spread throughout the entire newbie village. Moreover, the efficacy of the poison potions refined by Yang Chen made countless players envious. In a moment, countless people sent friend requests to Yang Chen. Some guild leaders directly offered annual salaries of over 100 million to invite Yang Chen to join and become the chief alchemist of the guild. Others, in their friend requests, directly offered a sky-high price of 50,000 per drop, hoping to purchase hundreds of drops of this potion. Seeing this, Yang Chen smiled slightly. He had anticipated this situation long ago. The reason he had just given Suifeng Chiwu a bottle of poison blood, publicly stating the effects of the poison blood, and showing kindness was just one of his purposes. The real purpose was to advertise. Wanting to promote his potion, what occasion could be more suitable than just now? He used the reputation of the annihilation of the Titan and the Proud World Guild to provide the best publicity proof for this potion. Yang Chen no longer wanted to sell the potion for money. The gaming world is about to invade Earth in a year, and by then, no amount of money will matter, it will be just a pile of waste paper. That's why the financial conglomerates who know some inside information spare no effort to convert their wealth into power in the game. For Yang Chen, he doesn't need too much money, just enough to cover his and his family's expenses for the next year. What truly matters is the power in the game. The upgrade progress bar of the Void Quiver made Yang Chen somewhat worried. From whiteboard to black iron, only 10 pieces of whiteboard equipment need to be consumed. But to upgrade from black iron to bronze, it requires 100 pieces of black iron equipment. At the current market price, one piece of black iron equipment can be sold for 50,000 to 100,000 yuan. 100 pieces of black iron equipment would cost at least 5 million. If it weren't for the fact that the current attributes of the Void Quiver were sufficient, Yang Chen wouldn't even consider selling those 6 pieces of black iron equipment. However, after some thought, Yang Chen decided to postpone upgrading the Void Quiver. As long as the price of black iron equipment drops, even if he hasn't collected 100 pieces of black iron equipment, he should be able to afford it. What truly worries Yang Chen is not these 100 pieces of black iron equipment, but the trend that is developing. After the Void Quiver upgrades to a bronze tier, it is highly likely that it will require consuming 1,000 bronze equipment to upgrade again. What about silver equipment, gold equipment? If the trend continues to increase tenfold, even if Yang Chen is strong, he won't be able to afford this gold-devouring beast. So, selling blood and urine in the future might become a norm. Yang Chen is not worried about exposing his identity as a poison master, it actually serves as the best cover for his bloodthirsty poison body. Moreover, the identity of a poison master usually doesn't attract the hatred of large guilds, instead, they try to make connections. Since these potions have no effect on Yang Chen and do not pose a threat to him, he publicly claims to be a potions master. However, for now, Yang Chen is not ready to sell too many potions. After all, he is also interested in the first kill rewards of the newbie village bosses. Yang Chen vaguely remembers that Xiao Pang once said that although there are not too few bosses in the newbie village, each one is at least level 10 and powerful. They are not something that current level 4 or 5 players can defeat. Selling dozens of potions won't affect the overall situation. But if too many potions flow out, it's hard to say. In theory, as long as the boss's healing is restricted, there is a chance to use a human wave strategy to kill any boss. Of course, this is only a theory. In reality, bosses may have all sorts of unimaginable abilities. Moreover, the bosses of the Heavenly Path are intelligent. If they can't win, they might flee. Players nowadays can't catch up to bosses above level 10 trying to escape. So Yang Chen is not worried that someone will use potions to steal the first kill of a boss. Yang Chen's ideal time to kill bosses is after level 10. Only then, when his level is suppressed by the realm, he won't have to worry about gaining too much experience after killing a boss, causing his level to skyrocket. Ah, if only killing bosses didn't give experience points. Yang Chen sighed in his heart as he ran through the map. But if others were to hear his thoughts, they would probably want to kill him. Running all the way, Yang Chen, surrounded by onlookers, returned to the village. After all, with a sin value of over 300, he was a unique figure in this newbie village. His blood-red name hung over his head, making Yang Chen the center of attention and discussion wherever he went. Fortunately, the two major battles on the Black Wheat Grassland and Yang Chen's identity as a poison master had already spread. Even though everyone was envious and tempted, they didn't dare lay a hand on Yang Chen. He went straight to the grocery store. Yang Chen spent over 1,000 copper coins to buy 100 open-mouthed glass bottles and 100 slender-neck jade bottles for future needs. The glass bottles were cheap, only costing 1 copper coin each. However, the jade bottles were pricier, requiring 10 copper coins each. But with Yang Chen's abundant wealth now, having over 7,000 copper coins, spending over 1,000 didn't bother him at all. With the idea of selling potions in mind, Yang Chen made a silent decision. From now on, every drop of urine must be collected in glass bottles. Every grain counts. Moreover, during his journey, Yang Chen kept cutting his wrist to collect fresh blood. This was all for future money and equipment. Along the way, Yang Chen encountered many level 4, 5, and 6 wild monsters. Some of them were highly aggressive. Seeing Yang Chen passing by, they would charge at him ferociously. Although these monsters posed no threat to Yang Chen and could be easily killed, he still avoided them from a distance, like a mouse avoiding a cat, not letting them take up his experience pool. It was just that Yang Chen couldn't stand letting these ordinary monsters occupy his experience. He was willing to leave every bit of his experience to those poisonous creatures, even if it meant dying from being overwhelmed. Ahem, it seemed to be getting off track. Regaining his focus, Yang Chen swiftly arrived at his destination, the Death Sand Dunes. Upon entering, Yang Chen felt the temperature here was much higher than elsewhere. It seemed as if the heavenly Tao had shrunk a desert countless times to create such a landscape. There were few monsters and vegetation here. Yang Chen only occasionally saw level 4 giant mantises and level 5 saw-toothed rats. Yang Chen wasn't interested in these low-level monsters. He continued his search for his goal. Finally, in the depths of the Death Sand Dunes, Yang Chen saw the long-awaited poisonous scorpion. Sand poison scorpion, common monster, level 6 life, 1500 attack, 70 defense, 38 speed, 35 skill, tail sting needle, tip, a poisonous creature living in the depths of the Death Sand Dunes. Despite its small size, its poison is fierce. Once stung by its tail, you will lose 30 health points per second for 15 seconds. The sand poison scorpion's attributes were not particularly high. Its life value was even lower than that of a level 5 powerful wild bull. However, its terrifying poison attack was something few players of the same level could withstand. This was why ordinary players rarely used poison to grind monsters. But for Yang Chen, it was a rare treasure. Drawing his bowstring, he aimed at the scorpion the size of a fist and released an arrow. -118, -398, -398. During his journey, Yang Chen also made 200 poison spirit arrows in his spare time. All were made from freshly drawn blood, with a poison attack as high as 398 points per second. In addition, Yang Chen collected a large bottle of blood, around 500 drops, for those who would buy potions in the future. His blood poison body was constantly getting stronger. After selling potions with too strong effects, it might threaten his ranking in the first kill of various tier bosses, so he needed to prepare in advance. The enraged scorpion attacked fiercely. Raising its tail, it charged towards Yang Chen. But in just 2 seconds, the scorpion's health was already reduced by more than half. Realizing its imminent demise, the scorpion, still 10 meters away, used tail sting needle on Yang Chen. After the sharp spike flew out from its tail, a new one immediately grew back. This seemed to be the scorpion's innate ability. After the tail needle was shot, it could regrow instantly and continue to attack. Unlike a venomous bee that faces death after delivering its strongest blow, Yang Chen witnessed the scene. He could have easily dodged it, but instead of evading, he worried that the attack range of the flying needle was insufficient and took a step forward. Bang! -1 immune to poison. The flying needle hit Yang Chen's chest, causing a pitiful -1 damage that couldn't break through his defense. As expected, his poison attack was also immune to by Yang Chen's blood demon poison body. Ding! Congratulations on successfully slaying a level 6 desert scorpion, gaining 30 experience points, currently at level 6, 30/4800. Ding! Your blood demon poison body has grown, increasing poison damage to 399 points per second. Ding! Your body is tempered by blood poison, increasing constitution by 0.1, currently at 69.8. The sound of slaying rang out. As the scorpion died, it dropped a bottle of intermediate healing potion and 7 or 8 copper coins. Yang Chen eagerly rushed forward and held the scorpion's body in his hand. Ding! You have successfully absorbed all the toxins from the level 6 desert scorpion. Your blood demon poison body has grown, increasing poison attack to 400 points per second. Ding! Your body is tempered by blood poison, increasing constitution by 0.1, currently at 69.9. A refreshing sensation spread throughout his body once again. Finally feeling the joy of double biff, Yang Chen felt relieved and even developed some fondness for dancing with the wind. If she hadn't provided this monster information, Yang Chen would never have set foot in this rarely visited map. To advance from level 6 to level 7, he needed to slay 160 monsters of the same level. In other words, Dancing with the Wind's map provided Yang Chen with an extra 159 health points, nearly 16 defense points, and 159 poison attack points. In comparison, the 50 poison blood he released was insignificant. Picking up the healing potions and copper coins from the ground, Yang Chen continued to search for the next victim. Although double biff was good, the number of desert scorpions was limited, and their small size and color similar to the yellow sand made them easy to overlook. Yang Chen looked around slowly. After walking nearly 100 meters, he spotted the second scorpion's figure. After dispatching it with an arrow, Yang Chen gained 2 more poison attack points and health points, along with several copper coins and healing potions. Although the leveling speed had slowed down, Yang Chen's attributes were rapidly increasing. And this slow leveling speed was only relative to Yang Chen. In fact, his experience growth rate surpassed that of the second-ranked Shen Shang. The experience gap between the two was gradually widening. 20 minutes later, Yang Chen had slain 159 desert scorpions and absorbed all their toxins. At this point, Yang Chen's poison attack had risen to 716 points per second, and his health had increased to 1085. As the level increased, the number of same-level monsters needed to be slain for each level up kept rising, widening the gap between Yang Chen's attributes and those of ordinary players. The drop rate of desert scorpions was good. Just 159 scorpions yielded Yang Chen 13 pieces of white equipment, 72 bottles of intermediate healing potion, and nearly 1,000 copper coins. According to the information released by the Heavenly Tao, in the newbie village, aside from bosses and mutant monsters, it was possible to drop black iron equipment. Normal level 1 to 10 monsters could only drop white equipment. However, the higher the monster's level, the higher the drop rate, and the attributes of the white equipment dropped would also increase. Every time he obtained equipment, Yang Chen would immediately put it up for auction. At this point, the price of white equipment was rapidly declining. Since Yang Chen left the black wheat field, it had only been over half an hour, and the average price of whiteboard equipment dropped from 12,000 to around 7,000. Fortunately, the whiteboard equipment dropped by level 6 monsters had much better attributes than those dropped by level 4 monsters. So, after deducting the system fees, these 13 pieces of whiteboard equipment still brought Yang Chen nearly 100,000 in income. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a level 6 sand scorpion, gaining 30 experience points. Ding! Your blood poison body has grown, increasing the real poison damage to 717 points per second. Ding! Your body is tempered by blood poison, increasing your physique by 0.1, currently at 101.6. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up, now at level 7, 0/8000. Your strength, physique, agility, spirit, and intelligence attributes each increase by 5 points, and you gain 5 free attribute points. As another sand scorpion fell to the ground, a golden light descended upon Yang Chen, raising his level from 6 to 7. He allocated all 5 free attribute points to agility once again. At this point, Yang Chen's attributes had undergone a tremendous change compared to when he was at the black wheat field. Drunkard Song, untransferred, level 7, 0/8000, health, 1136 mana, 390 attack, 116, 49 asterisk 2 plus 18, defense, 145, 106 plus 39, magic defense, 59, 39 plus 20, speed, 79, 75 plus 4, reputation, 10 title, killer, luck, hidden talent. Blood Poison Body, inflicts 717 points of real damage per second on the target, lasting for 10 seconds. His health had surpassed 1,000 points, and his physical defense had reached 140 points. Most terrifying of all was Yang Chen's poison attack, now at 717 points per second, nearly double what it was when he just reached level 6. Such terrifying damage was something an ordinary player couldn't withstand for even a second. Closing his astonishment, Yang Chen turned and ran quickly towards the east, where a level 7 spotted lizard was beckoning to him. Asterisk ding-a-ling. Asterisk just as he ran out of the death sand dunes, Yang Chen's voice message tone rang. He checked and found it was Moon Shadow calling. He answered the call. Moon Shadow's crisp voice came through. Skinny bamboo pole, your leveling speed is insane. My sister and I haven't even reached level 6 yet, and you've already jumped to level 7. And, Moon Shadow continued without pause, I heard you made a new potion and even gave it to Dancing with the Wind. You're really not considerate. My sister and I are your old customers. We agreed before that once you made a new potion, you'd sell it to us first. Why haven't you contacted me? Listening to Moon Shadow's complaints, Yang Chen felt a bit of a loss. It seemed they weren't that close yet, right? But Yang Chen could only think this to himself and didn't dare say it out loud. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chen explained, it's mainly because we haven't run into each other. Everyone is busy leveling up, and it wouldn't be right to make you come over just for a bit of potion. Just excuses. Moon Shadow grumbled, my sister and I were just by the lake killing turtles, their blood is so thick, they're hard to kill. If we had your potion, maybe our levels would surpass Chen Shang's. Hearing this, Yang Chen casually opened the level rankings. He saw that Chen Shang had just reached level 6 not long ago. Munya followed closely behind, currently at level 5, 2740/3000, not far from level 6. And Dancing with the Wind, who had obtained 50 drops of poisonous blood, still ranked after Moon Shadow, in 5th place. It seemed he hadn't used poisonous blood for leveling up. Hey, Skinny Bamboo Pole, my sister and I just accepted a B-level mission. It's very difficult, we can't beat it at all. Do you want to come over and do it together? After the initial complaints, Yue Ying finally revealed her true purpose. B-level mission? Yang Chen had never taken a mission since entering the game, nor had he ever thought of taking one, so he had no concept of mission levels. Well, in any case, the difficulty is very high. It's about exploring a tomb. Just now, my sister and I went to take a look. The place is full of rotten corpse monsters, not only with thick blood and high defense, but also carrying corpse poison all over their bodies. You'll keep losing health if you touch them. According to the mission prompt, this tomb has 3 levels, and it's highly likely that a boss will appear on the last level. Yue Ying said pitifully, there will be consequences for failing this mission. Please help me, pretty please. Corpse poison? Yang Chen remained unmoved by Yue Ying's coquettishness. But when he heard the term corpse poison, his eyes lit up involuntarily. Corpse poison was different from other biological toxins, and Yang Chen couldn't be sure if he could absorb corpse poison to grow. He didn't even know if he could be immune to the damage from corpse poison. But since he encountered it, Yang Chen had to give it a try. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chen asked, what level are the monsters in the tomb? Yue Ying thought for a moment and replied, my sister and I only reached the first level, where we found that the monsters there are all level 8, with extremely high attributes. We quickly retreated without daring to act rashly. If you don't help, my sister and I will have to go level up by killing monsters first. We'll see if we can use the strategy of overwhelming numbers when the guild's main force members level up to try to pass through the tomb. Yue Ying's tone was filled with frustration and regret. If she had known how difficult this mission was and that there would be consequences for failure, she wouldn't have persuaded her sister to take on this mission. But there was no turning back once the arrow was released. Now they could only find a way to complete this mission. Moreover, this mission was very special. If they could complete it within 3 hours, the rewards would double. But even with Yang Chen's help, Yue Ying didn't believe they could complete the mission within 3 hours. Even Yang Chen was only at level 7 now. The monsters in the tomb were at least level 8. Although his potions were powerful, he wasn't sure if they would be effective against the undead monsters. And there were many monsters in the tomb, so he wasn't sure if the potions made from the thin bamboo sticks would be enough. If they ran out of materials, they would have to spend more time gathering herbs and refining potions. Right now, she just hoped that with Yang Chen's help, they could successfully complete the mission. After all, this was a B-level mission, and even without doubling the rewards, they were very generous. Yue Ying was lost in her thoughts. Meanwhile, Yang Chen's brain was working rapidly. After some thought, Yang Chen said, "I can help you with the mission, but you'll have to wait for me for half an hour. During this time, you'd better find a place outside to level up, and don't go back into the tomb to avoid danger. Also, I'll only help you kill monsters, but you don't have to share the mission rewards with me. This way, when you complete the mission, the rewards should be greater. As compensation, I'll have the first pick of any equipment we find, especially the treasure chests dropped by the boss. I have the right of first refusal. Any problems with that? You're not taking the mission? You don't want the mission rewards? Are you silly? The mission rewards are very generous. Just the experience alone is enough to level you up. You might even get equipment rewards." Yue Ying was full of question marks, completely puzzled by Yang Chen's approach. They sought out Yang Chen for two reasons. One was because of Yang Chen's strong abilities. In this newbie village, he was the most likely person to help herself and her sister complete the mission. The second reason was to give Yang Chen some benefits and to bring them closer, hoping to recruit Yang Chen into the guild in the future. After all, a B-level mission in the newbie village was rare. But what they didn't expect was that Yang Chen didn't play by the rules at all. Who would refuse a task reward and push it away? When Yang Chen heard that the experience reward was very rich, his head shook like a drum. His experience pool is so precious, if you reward it to me for no reason, how can I level up passively? As for equipment rewards, having them is of course the best. But Yang Chen's strength mainly lies in the development and application of the blood demon poison body. Equipment is just auxiliary and does not play a decisive role. If the task only rewards equipment or reputation, Yang Chen would naturally be delighted. But if it also rewards experience, then it's unnecessary. After some contemplation, Yang Chen decisively said, "Well, this time I'll consider myself as your hired thug, so I won't take the task. As part of the hiring fee for this time, besides choosing the items that drop first, the corpses of these monsters should also belong to me." Even the corpses of the rotting corpse monsters? Just the thought made Yue Ying shiver involuntarily. She could reluctantly accept the corpses of ordinary creatures. But just one glance at those rotting corpse monsters made her want to vomit. She never expected that Yang Chen would even spare the rotting corpses. Suppressing her curiosity, Yue Ying quickly agreed, "Okay, we don't need anything else, my sister and I just want the final task item." "Oh, right. Although you're not taking the task, it would be best if you could team up with me and my sister, share some experience with us, or else our levels might fall behind." "Great, I'd love to." The two quickly reached an agreement. "Send me the task coordinates, I'll try to get there within half an hour." "Okay." After reaching an agreement, the call was ended. Did Kwanga agree? Yue Yao asked from the side. "Yes." Yue Yao nodded excitedly and said, "Thin Bamboo said he needs half an hour to prepare, I think he went to gather herbs again. He seems very confident, looks like we might really complete this abnormal task this time. But, sister, I feel like this Thin Bamboo has some extraordinary quirks." "Quirks? What quirks?" Yue Ying curiously asked. As soon as he heard about the rotting corpse monsters in the crypt, his eyes lit up, and his voice became excited. Yue Yao said mysteriously, and he even emphasized that all the corpses of these rotting corpse monsters must belong to him. "I guess he's afraid I won't agree, so he doesn't even want the task rewards, saying we don't need to share the task rewards with him, he'll just help us kill the monsters." "Do you think he might have a thing for corpses?" Yue Ying's face was full of gossip and curiosity. Her eyes slightly gleamed, hiding a hint of excitement. Thud. Seeing this, Yue Yao gave her sister a light tap on the forehead. "Ouch, that hurts. Why did you hit me, sister?" Yue Ying exclaimed in pain, looking at her sister with a cute pout. Kwanga is helping us out of goodwill, and you're making up stories about him like this." Yue Yao shook her head helplessly, explaining with a smile, "Kwanga has many mysteries about him. Remember last time when we asked him to help us kill 100 silver ring snakes? It was clearly effortless for him, but he didn't do it himself. Instead, he gave us a precious potion and let us have the monster experience. I guess there must be some taboo on him, or his talents have limitations, preventing him from casually attacking monsters. As for the monster corpses, I think they might be one of the raw materials for his poison making. But he doesn't want people to figure out his poison making methods and materials, so he simply collects all the corpses. This way, even if someone guesses that his poison making materials come from monster corpses, they still can't deduce the formula." "Oh, I see." After listening to her sister's analysis, Yueying suddenly realized, no wonder he took away all the silver ring snake corpses last time. He said he could use these corpses for alchemy. This skinny bamboo pole hides quite deeply. After some deliberation, the two sisters became more certain of their speculation. Although they were just guessing randomly, some of their guesses were approaching the truth. For example, Yang Chen couldn't casually attack monsters. In fact, Yang Chen wasn't unable to attack monsters at will, but rather unwilling to. He firmly refused to do things that lacked cost-effectiveness. As for the speculation about poisonous materials, although the two sisters guessed the wrong direction, they were not completely off track. No matter how clever they were, they could never imagine that Yang Chen's poison refining materials were actually himself. Moreover, the elixir that was extremely precious in their eyes was almost endless in Yang Chen's hands, never running out. The reason he had to arrive half an hour later was not to gather herbs, but to hunt down a level 7 red-spotted lizard. Since the monsters in the corpse cave were at least level 8, Yang Chen naturally had to level up to level 8 before entering the cave. Even though the corpse poison on the decaying bodies couldn't allow the bloodthirsty poison body to grow, the corpse cave would still be a good leveling ground, so Yang Chen readily agreed. With his plan set, Yang Chen hastened his pace. The two locations were 10 kilometers apart, one to the east and one to the west. However, with Yang Chen's speed of 79 points, it only took him a few minutes to reach the gathering place of the giant lizards. Along the way, many players caught sight of Yang Chen. Upon seeing his appearance and his bright red criminal value, most players would steer clear and not dare to make eye contact with him. After all, Yang Chen's goblin-like appearance had long been known throughout the novice village, highly recognizable. It could be said that everyone knew him. However, there were also some bold individuals. Upon seeing the blood-red name above Yang Chen's head, they harbored ill intentions. Some wanted to track Yang Chen, while others called on a few companions to ambush him. But as soon as these people made a move, Yang Chen left them far behind, quickly disappearing from their sight. It was then that they realized the vast difference between themselves and the number 1 player in the novice village. Swiftly moving through the rocky jungle, Yang Chen soon spotted his first victim of this journey. Red-spotted lizard, common monster, level 7 health, 2100 attack, 85 defense, 42 speed, 38 skill, savage bite. Note, a poisonous creature living in the rocky jungle, known for its brutality. Its mouth and saliva are highly toxic. Once it bites its prey, it will continue to tear until the prey dies, only then will it release its grip. If bitten, you will not only endure the pain and damage from being torn, but also be corroded by its saliva, losing 40 health points per second for 15 seconds. Truly a venomous creature. The toxin from its saliva alone could reach up to 600 points of damage. At this stage, apart from Yang Chen, perhaps only Chen Shang and a few players with the Blood Bowl talent awakened could have health exceeding 600 points. The key point is, once the red-spotted lizard bites its prey, it will not let go unless the prey dies. Even if a player's health exceeds 600 points or manages to survive the first round of toxin attacks by drinking a health potion, it is difficult to survive the second round of toxin attacks. Only by killing the red-spotted lizard within the 10-second poisoning period can one escape death. Fortunately, although the lizard is the size of a hunting dog, its speed is not particularly fast. Ordinary level 7 players can avoid it from a distance, without risking their lives. For Yang Chen, the lizard's speed of 38 points was no different from a turtle's. He no longer hesitated. Yang Chen drew out a poison spirit arrow, knocked it, and released it. -124, -398, -398. The arrows Yang Chen used were still from his previous stock. Although not at the peak of toxicity, after hitting the red-spotted lizard, its remaining life was only 5 seconds. Because he needed to hurry to meet up with the two sisters, Yang Chen didn't stand still, waiting for the lizard to die from the poison. Instead, he chased after his lizard desperately, weaving through the chaotic jungle, looking for more victims. Soon enough, the second red-spotted lizard appeared. Without hesitation, Yang Chen shot an arrow. -124, -398, -398. The same terrifying damage floated out once again. Just as he hit the second red-spotted lizard, a system notification rang in Yang Chen's ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a level 7 red-spotted lizard, gaining 40 experience points, currently at level 7, 40/8000. Ding! Your blood poison body has grown, increasing the poison's true damage to 718 points per second. Ding! Your body has been tempered by blood poison, increasing your constitution by 0.1, currently at 106. 7. Yang Chen quickly calculated in his mind. Killing one lizard gave 40 experience points, and to reach level 8, he needed to kill 200 red-spotted lizards. Compared to the beginning when killing 20 colorful toads leveled him up, the monster kill limit had increased tenfold. This meant that Yang Chen's passive attributes had increased tenfold. With this in mind, Yang Chen no longer held back, swiftly moving through the chaotic jungle. Whenever he spotted a red-spotted lizard, he would shoot an arrow from afar, then turn and leave without stopping. Yang Chen wasn't worried about anyone daring to come and steal his spoils, not to mention his terrifying combat power. Even the red-spotted lizards here were not something ordinary players could handle. 15 minutes later, after killing 199 red-spotted lizards, Yang Chen stopped as usual, turned around, and cleaned up the battlefield. After draining every lizard he passed by, Yang Chen quickly picked up the equipment, health potions, and copper coins on the ground. What surprised Yang Chen was that the whiteboard equipment dropped by the red-spotted lizards not only had higher attributes but also included one of his most scarce rings. Lizard Fong Ring, Whiteboard, Strength, +3 Agility, +1 Feature, Vampirism. Each physical attack carries a 2% lifesteal effect level requirement. Level 7. This ring not only added 3 points of strength and 1 point of agility but most importantly, a 2% lifesteal effect. Although poison attacks couldn't lifesteal, Yang Chen was already very satisfied. With the 50 points of true damage from the level 2 spirit arrow, the base damage of each of Yang Chen's arrows far exceeded that of ordinary players. Moreover, his attack speed was also high. When necessary, he could use continuous shooting to substitute for drinking blood potions. After all, blood potions had a cooldown, but lifesteal did not. According to the information from the Way of Heaven, each player could only wear 2 rings and a necklace at most. Both necklaces and rings were equipment for special parts with extremely low drop rates. Only these 2 types of equipment had lifesteal effects. If he could gather 2 rings and a necklace, even if each had only a 2% lifesteal effect, the combined effect would be considerable. In addition, there was a more rare type of equipment, bracelets. These types of equipment couldn't be dropped by ordinary monsters, only special monsters or boss chests had a chance to drop them. Looking at the goat helmet and goat leggings with lackluster attributes on his body, Yang Chen picked 2 pieces from the 15 whiteboard equipment dropped by the lizards and put them on. Lizard Skin Helmet, White, Defense, +6 Health, +30 Level Requirement. Level 7 Lizard Skin Leggings, White, Defense, +6 Health, +20 Level Requirement. Level 7. After putting on the 2 Level 7 white equipment pieces, Yang Chen's health increased by 30 points, and his physical defense also increased by 5 points. He casually put the remaining equipment up for auction, all with a time limit of 3 minutes. Although white equipment depreciates quickly, it still brings in a considerable income at the moment. Everything in order, Yang Chen once again encountered a red-spotted giant lizard. After sending it away with an arrow, Yang Chen heard the familiar sound again. Ding! Congratulations on successfully slaying a level 7 red-spotted giant lizard, gaining 40 experience points. Ding! Your bloodthirsty poison body has grown, increasing the poison's true damage to 1116 points per second. Ding! Your body has been tempered by blood poison, increasing your constitution by 0.1, currently at 146. 5. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up, now level 8, 0/12500. Your strength, constitution, agility, spirit, and intelligence attributes each increase by 5 points, and you gain 5 free attribute points. A golden light descended. Warm energy infused into Yang Chen's body, making him feel refreshed. After allocating the 5 free attribute points to agility once again, Yang Chen opened his attribute panel. Drunken Songster, unpromoted, level 8, 0/12500, health, 1615 mana, 440 attack, 132, 57 *2 +18, defense, 198, 151 +47, magic defense, 64, 44 +20, speed, 90, 86 +4, prestige, 10 title, murderer luck, hidden talent, bloodthirsty poison body, deals 1116 true damage per second to the target, lasting 10 seconds. Compared to when he left the Black Wheat Grassland, although there wasn't much change in Yang Chen's equipment, his overall attributes had doubled. Especially the poison damage, which increased from 398 points per second to 1116 points per second. Nearly doubled. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Chen checked the map and swiftly headed south towards the soul-breaking mountain. That was the location of the mission sent by Yueying. Songster, over here. Upon arriving at the foot of the soul-breaking mountain, Yang Chen saw Yueyao waving at him. Not far ahead, Yueyao and Yueying stood side by side, both stunningly beautiful with identical appearances but different temperaments and attire. Both sisters were already wearing a full set of equipment. Yueyao wore a light yellow mage robe, holding a staff, exuding elegance. Yueying wore a black tight leather outfit, wielding a dagger, youthful and vibrant. Skinny bamboo pole, you're not bad. You've leveled up to 8 just by picking herbs, while my sister and I have been grinding nonstop and only just reached level 6. On the way there, Yang Chen took a quick look at the level rankings. Half an hour later, there wasn't much change in the rankings. But apart from Chunshang, Yueyao, Yueying, Suifenkiwu, and Frost Descent from the 24 seasons had all successively reached level 6. With the increase in level, the experience required for leveling up had also increased, slowing down everyone's progress. Even the second-ranked Shenshang was only just over halfway to level 7, far from reaching it. Yang Chen's level had already leaped ahead of everyone else. Well done, skinny bamboo pole, you look much better in leather armor. As soon as the three met, Wei Ying circled around Yang Chen, then patted his shoulder familiarly, a look of joy on her face. You too, you look sexier in leather pants now. Yang Chen retorted without hesitation, then cheekily glanced up and down at Yue Ying, causing her to bristle instantly. Get lost, you skinny bamboo pole, you're so sleazy. Yue Ying scolded angrily, disappearing in an instant. Kwanga, thanks for coming to help. Yue Yao sweetly smiled beside him, taking the initiative to explain the task to Yang Chen. Our mission is to go deep into the corpse cave, slay the undead General Erend, and deliver the magic crystal on him to the village's demon guard, Rest. This mission is very difficult, but the rewards are generous, shared among a maximum of 10 people. Yue Yao reminded, Kwanga, you can also take on the task and do it with us. No need. Yang Chen shook his head slightly, saying, the more people share the task, the weaker the rewards will be. If anything bursts out in the corpse cave, I'll take a bit more, considering it as my task reward. Yang Chen was unsure how many monsters were inside and if it would be enough to level him up to level 10. He also didn't know if absorbing the corpse poison would enhance his bloodthirsty poison body. If the task was too difficult or the corpse poison couldn't be absorbed, Yang Chen would have to leave enough potions for Yue Yao and himself and go elsewhere to grind monsters. Once he took on this task, there was only one way to go. Time is running out, take me into the corpse cave. Okay. Yue Yao nodded, no longer trying to persuade him. She turned and walked towards a cave at the foot of the mountain. I went in with Inger before and found that it was full of level 8 mutated undead monsters with very strong attributes, so we quickly retreated. Although you've reached level 8, Kwanga, you still need to be careful, Yue Yao said while sending Yang Chen the monster attributes she had seen. Corrupted undead, mutated monster, level 8 life, 3800 attack, 120 defense, 85 magic defense, 68 agility, 55 skill, toxic bite. Description: these are a group of undead corrupted by magic. Not only are their bodies strong, but they also contain potent toxins. Once bitten by their teeth or nails, you will lose 50 health points per second for 15 seconds. Seeing this attribute, even Yang Chen couldn't help but gasp in shock. Compared to the level 7 red spotted lizard, the attributes of the corrupted undead had almost doubled. No wonder Yue Yao and Yue Ying ran when they saw the undead and were so pessimistic about this task. Was this the difference between mutated monsters and regular monsters? No wonder mutated monsters could possibly drop black iron equipment. With these attributes, even if someone knew there were mutated monsters here, they would never dare to enter. I'm planning to go the mage route, so most of my free attribute points are added to spirit and intelligence. Since mage equipment doesn't add much health, my current health is only 370 points. Yue Yao honestly said, my sister is a bit better than me, but she only has 450 points. Once attacked by the undead, we're almost certain to die. Saying that, Yue Yao took out a bottle of elixir from her bag. This is a type of elixir recorded in the alchemy manual I obtained during the Silver Ring Snake task last time, called Revitalizing Elixir. Someone in my guild can already make it. Kwanga, you take it first. It's much more effective than the healing potions in the store. If you run out, come find me. Yang Chen took the bottle of elixir. Inside were 20 golden elixirs the size of peanuts. Revitalizing elixir restores 20 health points per second for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Seeing this effect, Yang Chen's eyes lit up. One pill could restore 300 health points, more than 3 times the effect of a medium healing potion. For Yue Yao, who only had 370 health points, one pill could bring her back from the brink of death to full health. Originally, we also had a type of elixir that, when taken, could increase a small amount of poison attack. But just now, Shadow ventured in to try. This kind of toxin attack is ineffective against the corpse monsters. I don't know about your potion, Kwanga. At this point, Yue Yao's face showed a hint of worry. Corpse monsters were different from other creatures. The poison Dan they had high hopes for had just been refined and faced a setback. If Yang Chen's potion was also ineffective, they would have to give up on this task and bear the punishment for failing the mission. Give it a try, it should be fine. Arriving in front of the cave, Yang Chen reached out to stop Yue Yao and Yue Ying. You two stay here, I'll go in and check the situation. With that, Yang Chen didn't forget to form a team, pulling Yue Yao and Yue Ying into it. For Yang Chen, having 2 more experience boosters was not a burden but an advantage. Be careful and don't force it. Yue Yao knew that with her attributes, going in would be a burden, so she didn't insist, just reminding Yang Chen to stay safe. Corpse monsters can't see through my invisibility, I'll go in with you. Yue Ying revealed her form, her tone firm, her eyes fearless. Fine, but be careful on your own, if something happens, I may not have a chance to save you, Yang Chen reminded. Who needs your help? When you're poisoned, you might even beg this lady to save you. Yue Ying grumbled discontentedly, her form disappearing into the air again, following Yang Chen into the cave. The dark passage was dim and damp. In the dim light, 1 or 2 rats and bats would occasionally dart out, catching people off guard. Yue Ying was prepared for this. Not only did she not panic, but she also took out a glowing stone from her pack, attached to a thin string, and tossed it to Yang Chen. Bought this illuminating stone from the general store, hang it around your neck, I can't stay invisible while holding it. Yang Chen took the illuminating stone and hung it around his neck. Apart from being a bit dazzling, it didn't affect his archery. Yang Chen pondered for a moment. He took out a slender-neck jade bottle containing murky liquid from his pack and threw it to Yue Ying. There are 100 drops of potion inside. It can make the target lose 398 health points per second, lasting for 10 seconds. But I'm not sure if it's effective against corpse monsters. Prioritize your own safety, leave the monster killing to me. Lose 398 health points per second? Yue Ying took the jade bottle with a face full of surprise. You actually have such a good thing, I thought it was a mistake before. During the battle with the Proud World Guild, Yang Chen had used this kind of poison effect before. The Mirror Moon Tower had scouts present at the time, so Yue Ying had heard about it, but she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, so she found it somewhat unbelievable. After all, when they killed the silver-ringed snakes in the pine forest, Yang Chen's potion could only make them lose 129 health points per second. It had only been 2 or 3 hours. How did Yang Chen's potion effect increase to 398 points per second? That was a 3-fold increase. Seeing Yue Ying's reaction, Yang Chen smiled slightly, without explaining further. In fact, his current blood poison effect was not just 398 points per second but a terrifying 1116 points per second. The reason he didn't give Yue Ying the strongest poison was twofold. One was to keep a low profile and keep a trump card. The other was because for the magic corpse with only 3,800 health points, as long as the poison attack was effective, 398 points per second of poison blood would be sufficient. Moreover, Yang Chen wasn't planning on having Yue Ying be the main attacker. After all, he needed to stack his passive by killing monsters. If Yue Ying killed all the monsters, he would only get a portion of the experience in corpses, without the attribute boost from killing them himself. Shaking off his thoughts, the two continued down the passage. After walking for about 100 meters, they finally reached a broad flat ground where hundreds of terrifying corpse monsters were wandering around. Tattered clothes and decaying flesh, a chilling sight at first glance. The stench hits you in waves. Perhaps sensing the light shining through, dozens of nearby corpses all turned their heads towards Yang Chen. He. The aimless corpses suddenly showed excitement in their eyes. With a strange laughter, they lunged towards Yang Chen. Watch out for yourself, I'll fight while retreating. Yang Chen suppressed the churning in his stomach. After reminding the hidden moon shadow, he swiftly moved backward. Drawing a poison spirit arrow, the arrow was ready to be released. 3 arrows shot out. -97, -398. -97, -398. Seeing the poison damage taking effect as usual, Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about before was the special nature of the zombie monsters, which could render his poison attacks ineffective. After all, the poison pills refined by Yu Yao and the others were ineffective against these zombie monsters. Once the blood poison lost its effect, even if Yang Chen could shoot down this group of zombie monsters, he would inevitably be drawn into a prolonged battle. But now, even though the zombie monsters had a high blood volume of 3,800 points, even though the blood poison used by Yang Chen was just from previous stock, it was still a lethal shot. After the 3 leading zombie monsters were shot, their speed immediately decreased. They were pushed down by the zombies behind them, trampled over. Seeing their companions being attacked and trampled, the numerous zombie monsters showed no fear. They let out strange cries from their mouths, crazily chasing after Yang Chen. Yang Chen's expression was stern. He moved backward, continuously shooting arrows. The zombie monsters had a speed of 55 points, which was impossible to confront head-on for the 6th level Yu Yao and Moon Shadow. But for Yang Chen, with a speed of 90 points, the zombie monsters were just slightly faster turtles. Moreover, the cave was narrow. There were zombie monsters blocking the way with poison slowing them down. Despite dozens of zombie monsters charging in, they couldn't even touch the hem of Yang Chen's clothes. In less than 10 seconds, Yang Chen had shot each of the dozens of zombie monsters in the passage. A few seconds later, Yang Chen finally heard the first kill bell. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing an 8th level demonized zombie. As demonized zombies are mutated monsters, the monster's experience points increase by 60%, totaling 80 points. Tip: you are in a team of 3 people, the killer receives half of the total experience points, you receive 40 experience points, currently at level 8, 40/12500. Ding! Your blood poisonous body has grown, the real poison damage has increased to 1117 points/second. Ding! Your body is tempered by blood poison, constitution increased by 0.1, currently at 151. 6. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing an 8th level demonized zombie. The kill bell kept ringing. Dozens of zombie monsters fell one after another. Yang Chen's experience points were rapidly increasing. I didn't expect the experience points of mutated monsters to be so high. Luckily 2 experience babies helped me split half, otherwise I would have suffered a loss. The experience points of a normal level 8 monster are 50 points, while a mutated monster's experience points are 80 points. For ordinary players, this is a great thing, almost too good to be true. But for Yang Chen, it was quite the opposite. If he encountered mutated monsters again in the future, Yang Chen would even have to consider whether it was worth it to take action. Ding! Your teammate Moon Shadow successfully killed an 8th level demonized zombie, you receive 20 experience points. Ding! Your teammate Moon Shadow successfully killed. Just as Yang Chen was lost in thought, a series of system bells suddenly woke him up. In the team voice chat, Moon Shadow's excited voice could also be heard. Skinny bamboo pole, your potion is really effective, 1/1 rotten corpse monster, they can't catch up with me at all after being poisoned. The system alert rang 5 times in a row. The reminders of Moon Shadow's kills finally stopped. It seemed that her sneak attack had drawn the hatred of other rotten corpse monsters, forcing her to retreat temporarily, but only for a brief moment. Moon Shadow also sneak attacked 5 rotten corpse monsters in a row, allowing Yang Chen to gain 100 experience points. Yang Chen was at a loss whether to cry or laugh for a moment, so he could only remain silent. At this moment, hurried footsteps approached. Wow, Skinny Bamboo Pole, you're really fast. I only killed 5 rotten corpse monsters, and you've cleaned up this whole group of monsters, amazing. A crisp voice came from the darkness ahead. Yang Chen looked up. He saw Moon Shadow's well-proportioned figure slowly emerging, holding a blood-stained dagger in her hand, her face filled with excitement. Wow! The experience points from these rotten corpse monsters are so high. In such a short time, I've gained over 1,000 experience points, ranking higher than my sister. This wave of aggro. Yang Chen shot a total of 57 rotten corpse monsters. Originally, Moon Yao and Moon Shadow each received 20 points of experience per monster. But because Moon Shadow had personally killed 5 rotten corpse monsters, she gained 100 more experience points than Moon Yao. The 2 sisters' levels were already very close. Although these 100 experience points were not many, they allowed Moon Shadow to surpass her sister Moon Yao for the first time in level ranking. She became the 3rd-ranked player in the newbie village, number 997. She was getting closer and closer to the 2nd-ranked Shen Shang. Ahem. Moon Shadow. What's up? Moon Shadow looked at Yang Chen with innocence on her face. Yang Chen carefully considered his words and said, although you are clever and have a strong talent for stealth, your current health points are not many, so it would be very dangerous if you were attacked by the rotten corpse monsters. My health bar is thicker, and with the healing potion you gave us, I can withstand a few attacks from the rotten corpse monsters. You see. Why don't you refrain from attacking the monsters for now, just focus on cleaning up the battlefield, leave the monster killing to me. That makes sense. Whether it was Yang Chen's praise that had an effect, Moon Shadow unusually did not argue with Yang Chen, but nodded in agreement. I have no problem cleaning up the battlefield, picking up money and equipment is already fun, but these rotten corpse monsters are too disgusting, having to pick copper coins from their bodies. Moon Shadow looked at the pile of rotten corpses in front of her, shivering involuntarily. Goosebumps appeared on her fair skin instantly. Seeing this, Yang Chen quickly said, don't worry, I'll take care of the bodies, you can slowly pick up the coins, healing potions, and equipment on the ground. With that, Yang Chen quickly turned around, picking up the rotten corpses from the ground and stuffing them into his quiver. At this moment, Yang Chen's speed in picking up the corpses was even faster than when he was shooting arrows. His hands moved rapidly, leaving behind afterimages. Moon Shadow was stunned by what she saw. I've collected the bodies, you can pick up the rest. Worried that Moonshadow would ask more questions. After saying this, Yang Chen dashed towards the depths of the passage. It seems he really has a necrophilia, a big pervert. Sister even said he was using the bodies to refine medicine, but that look is not that of someone looking at refining materials. It's not that simple. Watching Yang Chen's disappearing figure, Moonshadow muttered to herself, reaffirming her previous speculation. Meanwhile, Yang Chen, who had already run far away, was too preoccupied to care about what Moonshadow was thinking. He couldn't wait to take out a rotten corpse. With a slight force in the palm of his right hand, a suction force immediately came. Ding! You have successfully absorbed all the toxins from the level 8 demonized rotten corpses, and the blood poisonous body has grown, increasing toxin attack to 1174 points per second. Ding! Your body has been tempered by the blood poison, increasing your physique by 0.1, currently at 157. 3. As expected. To prevent any accidents, Yang Chen decisively absorbed all 57 rotten corpses from the void quiver. He then placed the dried-up bodies back into the void quiver. After tidying up, Yang Chen continued walking towards the depths of the cave. On the way, Yang Chen found 5 rotten corpses that had been sneakily killed by the moon shadow. He absorbed each body one by one, leaving the equipment and coins on the ground. Shortly after, Yang Chen entered the wide open ground again. Despite Yang Chen and Moon Shadow killing 62 rotten corpse monsters, there were still hundreds of monsters roaming in this space. Yang Chen pondered for a moment. He took out a glass bottle containing toxic blood from his bag. He had collected it on his way to hunt the red-spotted giant lizard, about 500 drops, causing the target to lose 717 points of blood per second. As for the stronger toxic blood, Yang Chen planned to save it for the monsters on the next level. Pouring the toxic blood into the void quiver, Yang Chen obtained 500 enhanced poisonous spirit arrows. With everything ready, Yang Chen stepped forward. He drew a poisonous spirit arrow and shot it at the rotten corpse monster ahead. -97, -717, -717. Roar! The attacked rotten corpse monster let out a loud cry, immediately drawing the attention of other rotten corpse monsters. Dozens of nearby rotten corpse monsters turned their heads and charged towards Yang Chen. This time, Yang Chen didn't retreat but advanced. He moved his feet forward and shot another arrow. Without Moon Shadow, Yang Chen no longer had to worry about revealing his trump cards. Although the demonized rotten corpse monsters had an attack power of up to 120 points, they couldn't break through Yang Chen's defense, which had already exceeded 200 points. They could only cause a mandatory deduction of -1 in blood. As for the toxic attacks of the rotten corpse monsters, they were nothing in front of the blood poisonous body. With the 2% blood-sucking effect of the lizard Fong Ring, Yang Chen could kill monsters without drinking blood potions. And once the rotten corpse monsters attacked Yang Chen, they would immediately suffer even more intense blood poison damage. Originally, a rotten corpse monster hit by an arrow could survive for 6 seconds. However, they often succumbed to the poison and died in less than 4 seconds. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the level 8 demonized rotten corpse. You gained 40 experience points. Currently at level 8, 2420/12500. Ding! Your blood poisonous body has grown, increasing the real toxin damage to 1236 points per second. Ding! Your body has been tempered by the blood poison, increasing your physique by 0.1, currently at 163. 5. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the level 8 demonized rotten corpse. The familiar sound of the notification rang out again. Yang Chen continued shooting while walking deeper into the passage. The passing rotten corpse monsters kept biting Yang Chen. However, the few points of damage they managed to inflict were quickly absorbed back by the lizard Fong Ring. In the middle of the cave, Yu Yao hurried over and picked up the coins and equipment from the ground with her sister. But before they could clean up the items on the ground, they noticed their experience points rapidly skyrocketing. Ding! Your teammate, Zhongjiu Quanggu, successfully killed the level 8 demonized rotten corpse. You gained 20 experience points. Ding! Your teammate, Zhongjiu Quanggu, successfully killed the level 8. Is this skinny bamboo pole on steroids so powerful? A series of system reminders left the two sisters stunned. Every second, there were at least 7 to 8 kill notifications. Sister, look, our ranking has surpassed Qin Shang's. No. Wait, I'm about to level up by 7. Swish! Just as Yue Ying's voice fell, a golden light descended, and she leveled up from 6 to 7. Almost simultaneously, a golden light also descended upon Yue Yao's head, leveling her up to 7 too. What did Kwanga do? Are mutated monsters so easy to kill?
Even the usually calm Yue Yao was stunned by Yang Chen's monster-killing speed, becoming incoherent.
Inger, we need to speed up our money looting. If we can't loot faster than Kwanga kills monsters, we'll be holding him back. Okay. Yue Ying nodded repeatedly, quickly picking up a silver coin from a crack.
Meanwhile, deep in the passage, Yang Chen was shooting and counting.
247, 248, 249.
To level up from 8 to 9, he needed 12,500 experience points.
With each undead monster killed, Yang Chen gained 40 points of experience.
Excluding the 5 undead monsters Yue Ying had killed, Yang Chen needed to kill a total of 310 undead monsters. If there were more monsters in the passage, Yang Chen would have to stop before leveling up and let Yue Ying handle the rest.
He would then try to absorb the excess monster toxins.
Yue Yao and Yue Ying had just reached level 6, needing only 4,800 experience points to level up. With some accumulated experience points, when Yang Chen counted just over 200 kills, the sisters had both leveled up to 7. At this moment, the 3 in the cave were unaware that the sudden surge in the sisters' levels had caused a stir outside. In the eastern forest, Chen Shang, holding a green oak ghost axe, had just killed a yak when he realized that his ranking had been surpassed by Yue Ying and Yue Yao almost simultaneously. As he looked at the rankings in surprise, the sisters' levels continued to soar, quickly reaching level 7. Their experience points were increasing rapidly, showing no signs of slowing down.
Strange, every time Kwanga gains 40 experience points, these two sisters gain 20 points. Did they team up?
Just as Chen Shang had this thought, he immediately shook his head.
If Kwanga had known these twin sisters well enough to team up with them, why did he sell discounted equipment to me? Could there be another reason?
Chen Shang looked at the rankings, shaking his head helplessly. With his S-rank talent, strength doubled, and the team's cooperation, he had taken the lead and become the first in the rankings of the 997th newbie village. But unexpectedly, before he could even enjoy this position for 2 hours, Yang Chen ruthlessly took over. Now, being overtaken by the twin sisters, he dropped to 4th place.
In the western jungle, have we not found the boss yet?
Watching the changes on the leaderboard, the Wind Dancer asked urgently. Reporting to the Vice Guild leader, our people have searched all areas of level 1 to 9 monsters but found no trace of the boss. As for the level 10 monster area, our people's levels are too low. Whenever they approach that area, they are discovered and put in danger. Hearing this response, the Wind Dancer looked at the potion in her hand, a hint of conflict on her face. Originally, she had planned to use the potion to claim the first kill reward for the newbie village boss, so she had not used it for leveling up. But now, watching the twin sisters' levels skyrocket and the gap between them growing, her once unwavering determination began to waver. Sister, this feels great, picking up money behind the skinny bamboo pole and leveling up, hee. Rushing to 2nd place on the level board, Yue Ying couldn't contain her excitement, her face full of joy as she said to her sister. Yeah, it's quite nice, but it feels like taking advantage of Kwanga, which doesn't seem right. Yue Yao felt a bit guilty. Her younger sister was an assassin, and with the potions given by Kwanga, she could still be of some help. However, her close combat attributes and operational abilities were no match for the zombie monsters. If she insisted on rushing in, she would only be a burden. Even the cleanup work afterward, she had to make sure it was safe before daring to enter.
That's true.
Yue Ying nodded in agreement and said, if the skinny bamboo pole didn't share the experience points with us, we might have reached level 9 by now.
No wonder his leveling speed was so fast before. Oops, my inventory is full, Yue Ying exclaimed.
Mine is almost full too. I didn't expect the mutated monsters to drop items so frequently. The two had just finished clearing out a total of 62 zombie monsters slain by Yang Chen and Yue Ying in the first round. But they obtained 41 pieces of white equipment, over 5,800 copper coins, and an additional pair of black iron boots. Although the drop rate of black iron equipment was low, the drop rate of other items was alarmingly high. Almost every zombie monster dropped nearly 100 copper coins and a piece of white equipment. Some even dropped silver coins directly. Fortunately, the wallet did not take up inventory space, and players could freely exchange copper, silver, and gold coins in the wallet, which was very convenient. In addition, this batch of mutated monsters also dropped many advanced healing potions, which restored 10 health points per second for 15 seconds when consumed. Although the effect was only half of the revitalizing pill they had, it was much better than the intermediate healing potion. Players started with 30 inventory slots, which could be expanded using gold coins, but the price was steep. Moreover, the more slots were expanded, the price doubled, making it unaffordable for current players. Even Yue Yao and Yue Ying, the two super-rich players, were reluctant to use the guild's money to expand their inventory. With some items already in their inventory, They had just finished cleaning up the battlefield when their inventory was full. Kwanga's inventory seems to be special, it can hold more than mine. Yueyao thought for a moment and said, I'll talk to him and see if he's willing to sell these items to us at market price. If he agrees, I'll notify the guild to transport the equipment. If he disagrees, we'll just leave these items in his care. Okay, I'll message him. Yueying said, about to open the team voice chat when she heard a system notification first. Ding! Reminder, Zongjiu Kwanga has left your team. Left? What's going on with the skinny bamboo pole? Does he not want to share experience points with us anymore? But wasn't that something we agreed on before? Seeing this message, Yueying was a bit confused. Yuer, don't jump to conclusions. Yueyao said seriously, Kwanga is not a stingy person. If he really didn't want to share experience with us, he would have left the team long ago, why wait until now? Moreover, he entrusted us with the task of cleaning up the battlefield. These items are obviously more valuable than experience. Then why did he? Yueying was about to ask further when she suddenly heard faint footsteps coming from the channel. Ahem. Yang Chen walked up, looking somewhat embarrassed. I'm a bit tired from killing, there are still over 40 zombie monsters inside, Yueying, could you take care of them? Yang Chen also didn't want to leave the team. With 2 more experienced babies sharing experience, he could kill more monsters and stack more passive attributes. But alas, there were simply too many monsters on the first level of the tomb, with a total of about 360. Apart from the 5 that were slain by Yueying earlier, Yang Chen himself had killed a total of 309. At this point, his experience points had reached level 8, 12460/12500. If he killed just one more zombie, Yang Chen would immediately level up to 9. It would be a waste to leave all these monster corpses lying around. He even worried that Yueying and the others were killing monsters outside and keeping the experience points for themselves. So, halfway through, he hurriedly left the team. Didn't you say before that it was dangerous for me to kill monsters, that you have thick skin and would handle all the monster killing? Moreover, it's understandable if you're tired of killing, and it's fine for me to take over, but why did you leave the team? Do you look down on the little experience I gained from killing monsters? Humph. Yueying stood up, staring with her beautiful big eyes, filled with innocence, moving closer to Yang Chen. Word by word she said, you have a problem. Ahem. Being scrutinized up close by Yueying's exquisite face, Yang Chen felt a bit nervous and awkward, rubbing his nose. What problem could I possibly have? Yang Chen said firmly, I just noticed that the level gap between us was too big, and I hoped you could catch up quickly, so I left the team, not to take away your experience points. Is that so? Pouting, Yueying clearly didn't believe Yang Chen's explanation, but couldn't come up with a rebuttal. Alright, Inger. Fortunately, Yueyao spoke up at this moment, smiling, Kwanga is considering us, don't be ungrateful. With Yueyao's intelligence, she had long sensed that Yang Chen had a secret. But her intuition told her that Yang Chen was someone worth trusting. Besides, Yang Chen had been helping them all along. Yueyao thought to herself, everyone has secrets, maybe when Kwanga fully trusts us, he will tell us voluntarily. I'll let you off this time, but it won't be so simple next time. Yueying's face was puffed up with anger, but following Yang Chen's arrangement, she carried her dagger and rushed into the depths of the passage to hunt down the remaining zombies. Yang Chen and Yueyao quickly followed. Although Yang Chen wasn't planning to kill any more monsters, if Yueying encountered danger, he would have to step in to save her. Fortunately, Yueying, now at level 7, had improved attributes. Coupled with the potions given by Yang Chen, although the process of killing monsters was far from easy for her, with several close calls, Yueying's permanent invisibility talent was indeed powerful, and her agility allowed her to dodge attacks effortlessly. Seeing that Yueying was not in mortal danger, Yang Chen finally relaxed and quickly picked up the monster corpses on the ground. Kwanga, my sisters and my bags are full, your bag seems to have a lot of space, so I'll leave everything to you. Saying this, Yueyao took out everything she had picked up. Among them were a pair of black iron leather boots, 23 pieces of whiteboard equipment, 19 bottles of advanced healing potions, and 27 silver coins. Yang Chen picked up the pair of black iron leather boots and examined them. Although they were both black iron equipment, the attributes of these boots were not as good as the windchaser boots he was wearing. As for the other whiteboard equipment, although they were slightly better than the whiteboard leggings and helmet he had on, Yang Chen couldn't be bothered to change them. With the high drop rate of mutant monsters and the number of monsters in the tomb, Yang Chen was confident that he would be able to gather a full set of black iron equipment when he left the tomb. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chen said, your guild probably needs a lot of equipment too, you can handle these things yourself, just convert 1/3 of the market price and give it to me. 1/3? Yueyao was taken aback, quickly saying, you don't have to give me a discount, I have plenty of money.
It's not a discount. Yang Chen shook his head and said, since the three of us are teaming up to kill monsters, the equipment naturally needs to be evenly distributed. But didn't you say before that you wanted to prioritize the equipment dropped? Yue Yao asked.
Having the choice doesn't mean taking it all, Yang Chen replied calmly.
Anything I don't need, we split it 3 ways. But, you're the one who killed these monsters. Yue Yao tried to argue.
However, Yang Chen had already turned around, swiftly picking up the monster corpses on the ground. His voice echoed from a distance, I know you have money, but this is a matter of principle.
Get someone to collect the equipment. Okay.
Upon hearing this, Yue Yao fell silent.
But in her heart, Yang Chen became even more complex.
When she first met him, he hesitated at the price of 10,000 for a silver ring snake. She thought then that Yang Chen must be someone who loved money or was in need of it.
But now, he was giving away more money, all for the sake of principle. What kind of person was he really? About 10 minutes passed.
Yue Ying finally managed to slay the remaining 40+ rotting corpse monsters. To level up from 7 to 8, they needed 8,000 experience points. At this point, Yue Ying and Yue Yao had just passed the halfway mark in their experience points. Chen Shang, who was leveling up frantically, had just reached level 7. It's worth mentioning that Suifeng Chiwu had also quickly closed the gap with Chen Shang, following closely behind to reach level 7, showing signs of catching up.
It's unknown if she used the potion given by Yang Chen to level up.
Yang Chen collected all the rotting corpses on the ground into the void quiver, then turned to Yue Yao and Yue Ying, saying, I'll be back in 10 minutes at most.
You two tidy up the loot on the ground. You're leaving.
Yue Ying was about to ask something, but her sister Yue Yao quickly stopped her, smiling at Yang Chen. Go ahead, we'll take care of things here.
Yang Chen nodded and quickly headed outside the cave.
The reason he had to leave was to absorb the toxins from the rotting corpses, which wasn't convenient to do in front of Yue Yao and her sister. Moreover, with 360 rotting corpses taking up most of the space in the void quiver, if he didn't find a place to dispose of the drained bodies soon, the void quiver would be full. Once outside the cave, Yang Chen ran towards the dense forest on the left for nearly a kilometer before stopping to absorb the toxins from the rotting corpses.
Ding!
You have successfully absorbed all the toxins from the level 8 demonized rotting corpses. Blood poison body has grown, toxin attack increased to 1488 points per second.
Ding!
Your body has been tempered by blood poison, physique increased by 0.1,
currently at 188. 7. Ding!
You have successfully absorbed all the toxins from the level 8 demonized rotting corpses. System notifications kept coming. Yang Chen could clearly feel the power within him growing stronger.
As he casually tossed each drained rotting corpse into the bushes, he knew that once they left the player's inventory, these dried corpses would completely disappear within half an hour. 8 minutes later, Yang Chen finally absorbed all the toxins from over 300 rotting corpses in his inventory. At this point, Yang Chen's toxin attack had surged to 1785 points per second. His physique had also increased to 218. 4. With an additional 100 health points from his equipment, Yang Chen's health had reached 2,284 points, comparable to a monster's health. What made Yang Chen most happy wasn't the surge in attributes but the realization that through this toxin absorption, he finally confirmed that even if he didn't kill the monsters himself, as long as the toxin's level was lower than his own, the blood poison body could still improve. This provided Yang Chen with many new ideas. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Chen turned around and ran back towards the cave. In less than 2 minutes, Yang Chen returned to the first level of the crypt. Mad songs, items bursting out of the rotten corpses, they are all here, we have sorted them out. Yue Yao pointed to a small mountain made of stacked equipment and said to Yang Chen, there are a total of 297 pieces of whiteboard equipment, 238 bottles of high-level healing potions, 315 silver coins, equivalent to more than 3 gold coins. In addition, there are 6 pieces of black iron equipment. After reporting the spoils of war, even Yue Yao herself found it somewhat unbelievable. These items, even if distributed among the hundreds of people in their guild in this newbie village, would be a great help. What's more, among them are 6 pieces of black iron equipment that are scarce even for themselves. And these spoils of war only took less than half an hour for the 3 of them. What's even more terrifying is that Yang Chen alone killed more than 300 mutated monsters in just a few minutes. If it weren't for the need to clean up the battlefield, and Moonshadow spent 10 minutes killing the last 40 or so monsters, this time would have been even shorter. Maybe they have already broken through to the second level of the corpse cave. This also made Yue Yao and Moonshadow see the possibility of completing the mission within 3 hours and receiving double rewards. Before this, they didn't even dare to think about it. They just hoped that with Yang Chen's help they could successfully complete the mission and avoid failure penalties. And now, seeing Yang Chen's terrifying speed in killing monsters, they dared to think about it. Yang Chen picked up the 6 pieces of black iron equipment on the ground and inspected them one by one.
Among them were a heavy armor, a long knife, a pair of mage boots, a leather wrist guard, a leather helmet, and a ring. Yang Chen kept the leather helmet and the ring for himself, and handed the rest to Yue Yao and Moonshadow. Corpse Cloud helmet, black iron equipment, defense, plus 12 magic defense, plus 10 health, plus 80 level requirement, level 8 Corpse Cloud ring, black iron equipment, strength, plus 8 agility, plus 5 feature, vampirism. Each physical attack carries a 3% lifesteal effect level requirement. Level 8. I'll take these 2 pieces of equipment, 1 gold coin for me, and you can handle the rest. Yang Chen had heard from Xiaopang that when changing professions in the main city, whether it was martial arts or skills, you needed to pay gold coins to obtain them. Moreover, the earlier you change professions, the more expensive the fee. Yang Chen had never sold the copper coins in his bag, just in case. Alright, I've already had someone come over to transport the equipment, they will be here soon. The price of these items is probably... Yue Yao was about to say more, but Yang Chen waved his hand. It's not too late to settle the bill later, and I took 2 of the 6 pieces of black iron equipment, and I've also distributed the gold coins. There are only 297 pieces of whiteboard equipment and some healing potions left. Their value shouldn't be too high. The good stuff should be in the back. Settle the bill for me after we finish the next 2 levels of the corpse cave. With that said, without waiting for the 2 sisters to react, Yang Chen quickly headed towards the entrance to the next level. At the same time, he didn't forget to form a new team, pulling Yue Yao and Moonshadow into it. This series of actions left the 2 sisters full of question marks, stunned. As they walked deeper into the corpse cave, Yang Chen took off the lizard skin helmet from his body, and put on the newly acquired Corpse Cloud helmet. At the same time, he wore the Corpse Cloud ring on his right ring finger. With 2 more pieces of black iron equipment, Yang Chen's attributes soared once again. Drunken Song of Madness, unpromoted, level 8, 12460/12500, health, 2334 mana, 440 attack, 148, 65 asterisk 2 plus 18, defense, 271, 218 plus 53, magic defense, 74, 44 plus 30, speed, 95, 91 plus 4, lifesteal, 5% prestige, 10 title, Mad Slayer luck, hidden talent, blood demon poison body, deals 1785 true damage per second to the target, lasting 10 seconds. Equipment, feather carved bow, black iron, black scale armor, black iron, rhino leather bracers, black iron, wind chaser boots, black iron, corpse cloud helmet, black iron, corpse cloud ring, black iron, lizard tooth ring, whiteboard, lizard skin leggings, whiteboard. Not only did his strength, physique, and defense see significant improvements. With the addition of another ring, Yang Chen's lifestealing effect had reached 5%. His sustained combat ability was once again enhanced. Passing through a nearly 100-meter-long stone stairway, Yang Chen finally arrived at the second level of the corpse cave. He saw numerous corpses holding long spears, clad in military armor, standing in formation on a massive platform. They were densely packed, even more numerous than on the first level. Enchanted corpse soldiers, mutant monsters, level 9 life, 5000 attack, 150 defense, 98 magic defense, 76 agility, 65 skill, long spear thrust. Description: these are a group of soldiers' corpses contaminated by dark magic. They were once subordinates of Eland, buried alive as sacrifices after Eland's death, forever guarding this place. Not only were they powerful, but their bodies and spears also contained a strong corpse poison. Once hit by them, you would lose 60 health points per second for 15 seconds. After reading this introduction, Yang Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Their attributes were much stronger than the level 8 enchanted rotten corpses. This made him abandon the idea of having Yue Ying come to kill monsters while he quietly absorbed the monster's toxins from behind. With these attributes and poison damage, even with healing pills, Yue Ying would die with just one touch. But for Yang Chen, they posed no threat at all. Standing at the entrance of the stone stairs, Yang Chen aimed at the outermost enchanted corpse soldier, bent his bow, and shot an arrow. -100, -717. Intruders in the general's tomb shall die. Kill. With a roar, all the corpse soldiers on the second level opened their eyes, raised their long spears, and advanced towards Yang Chen step by step. Even as they advanced, they maintained a strict attacking formation, without any confusion. Yang Chen stood at the entrance of the stone stairs, fearless and composed. Arrows kept shooting out of his hands. -100, -717. -100, -717. In less than 3 seconds, dozens of frontline corpse soldiers were covered in a layer of dark green, making their already fierce faces even more terrifying. However, with the enchanted corpse soldiers having 5,000 health points, even after being hit by the poisoned spirit arrow, they could still hold on for 7 seconds. Seeing the frontline soldiers about to block the entrance of the stone stairs, Yang Chen didn't retreat but instead leaped down from the stairs onto the platform. At the same time, he swiftly moved his body, continuously shooting at the backline soldiers.
Bang! -1 immune to poison.
At that moment, a long spear struck Yang Chen's abdomen. Although it didn't break through his defense, it still caused a forced health deduction of -1 to Yang Chen. The powerful force of the corpse soldier sent Yang Chen flying.
Bang!
While Yang Chen was still in midair, a second long spear struck him. Immediately after, a third long spear followed suit. They wanted to keep Yang Chen in a state of being knocked away, unable to attack.
Yang Chen's expression remained unchanged.
He raised his feather-carved bow and used the bowstring to intercept the 2 long spears. -1 the immense force transmitted to Yang Chen's body, causing him to lose 2 drops of blood.
However, Yang Chen used the incoming force to quickly create distance, rolling to the ground.
Although somewhat embarrassed, he successfully resolved the corpse soldiers' combo attacks.
In the end, my strength is still too weak.
Relying on the terrifying poison attacks, Yang Chen had never allocated his free attributes to strength. This resulted in almost all monsters and players of the same level surpassing him in strength. However, his ranged attacks remained unaffected. But once someone gets close, it becomes a bit dangerous. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a level 9 demonized corpse soldier. Due to being in a team of 3, the killer receives half of the total experience points, and you gain 50 experience points.
Ding!
Your blood poison body has grown, and the real toxic damage has increased to 1786 points per second.
Ding! Your body is tempered by blood poison, increasing your physique by 0.1, currently at 218. 5. Ding!
Congratulations on leveling up to level 9, 10/18,000. Your strength, physique, agility, spirit, and intelligence attributes have each increased by 5 points, and you gain 5 free attribute points.
A golden light descended. Yang Chen reached level 9, with all 5 attributes receiving a 5-point boost.
He glanced at his speed, which had just reached 100 points. Yang Chen hesitated for a moment and allocated all 5 free attribute points to strength. At this stage, Yang Chen's movement speed and attack speed were sufficient, and what needed urgent improvement was his strength. Strengthening his strength was not to increase his attack power but to avoid being at a disadvantage in combat collisions.
Ding!
Congratulations on successfully killing a level 9 demonized corpse soldier, you gain 50 experience points. The sound of killing notifications kept coming. Yang Chen and his team's levels soared again, leaving Chen Shang, Suifeng, and Shuangjiang far behind.
Yang Chen paid no attention.
He kept moving in the vast space, continuously shooting arrows.
3 arrows shot out at once. -120, +6, -717. After increasing his strength by 10 points, Yang Chen's arrow damage to the corpse soldiers had reached 120 points. With each arrow shot, Yang Chen could absorb 6 points of health. The slight damage these corpse soldiers managed to inflict on Yang Chen was quickly absorbed back before they could react. Moreover, due to the narrowing gap in strength and Yang Chen's skillful blocking, it became difficult for the demonized corpse soldiers to knock him down. With the only threat eliminated, Yang Chen's monster-killing process became easier and faster. More and more corpse soldiers fell.
Just a minute after entering the second level of the corpse cave, Yuing and Yuing both reached level 8. However, after reaching level 8, the experience required for leveling up increased to 12,500 points, slowing down their leveling speed.
358, 359, 360. 2 minutes later,
the number of demonized corpse soldiers killed by Yang Chen had reached 360. At this point, Yang Chen's level was at 9,17960/18,000. He was only 40 points away from leveling up to 10. But as Yang Chen looked up, he saw nearly 100 demonized corpse soldiers still on the platform. Yang Chen dared not linger and, looking at the staircase entrance filled with bodies, he ran towards it. Fortunately, the demonized corpse soldiers did not attack barehanded, so even if the spear in Yang Chen's hand occasionally hit him, it wouldn't poison him to death. Taking advantage of his speed, Yang Chen quickly distanced himself from the pursuing corpse soldiers. After chasing Yang Chen for tens of meters, the corpse soldiers turned back to the second level of the corpse cave. The first level of the corpse cave. At this moment, the people from Mirror Moon Tower who came to collect equipment had just arrived. Yu Yao was explaining the work to the middle-aged man leading the group. Uncle Lin, take these equipment out immediately, distribute them according to the guild members' points, and quickly enhance everyone's strength. Miss, rest assured, you focus on leveling up, I will take care of the other tasks. The middle-aged man quickly instructed his subordinates to categorize the items on the ground and pack them into parcels. After arranging the work, Yuyao looked at her sister and said, Inger, leave this to Uncle Lin, let's go inside to check on Kwanggu and see if we can help. Okay. Ewing nodded and was about to step towards the second level, but a familiar yet unfamiliar alert sound rang out again. Ding! Hint, the wine-loving singer has left your team.
Oh no! This is so frustrating. What is that skinny bamboo pole up to?
Yuying exclaimed in annoyance, he wants to team up with us, fine, but kicking us out immediately when he doesn't need us, how is that any different from a scumbag?
Ahem. Yang Chen's embarrassed voice came through the channel upon hearing Yuying's complaint.
Sorry, my hand slipped just now, accidentally clicked on leaving the team.
Humph, only a fool would believe your nonsense. Yuying retorted fiercely. Ahem.
Yang Chen touched his nose awkwardly and said, Yuying, you've also reached level 8, still the second strongest on the level ranking board of Newbie Village at number 997, it's a bit challenging, you need to learn to face it on your own.
Humph, just spit it out, stop beating around the bush. Yuying was not buying it, still angry inside. Well,
there are over 90 enchanted corpse soldiers inside, I can't handle them, so I'll hand them over to you.
As if afraid that Yuying would refuse, Yang Chen immediately took out a glass bottle.
This is a new potion I developed, with even stronger toxicity, causing the target to lose 717 health points per second. There are a total of 200 drops, if you can't use them all, consider it a gift from me.
Losing 717 health points per second? 200 drops.
Yuying exclaimed, her face that was just proud and angry a moment ago, instantly turned excited. Even the people sorting equipment on the side stopped their work upon hearing this. They turned around in disbelief. The people Yuyao called were casual players with weak combat abilities, but they had also heard of the fierce battle between Yang Chen and the Proud World Guild. It was said that at that time, Yang Chen used a highly toxic potion to kill over 400 members of the Proud World Guild.
He even brought down the Proud World Mad Axe to level 1.
When they heard that Yang Chen's potion could make a person lose 398 health points per second, they were already extremely surprised and incredulous.
It had only been a little over an hour. The effect of this alchemist's poison had increased to 717 points per second? What kind of terrifying alchemical talent was this? Moreover, how could this poison master, who was so famous in the newbie village, be so close to the two ladies? Could it be that this poison master had already joined the Mirror Moon Tower? Thinking of this possibility, everyone was excited. Even if the Mirror Moon Tower had a few more top experts, they wouldn't be as thrilled. But if it was a poison master, even they could benefit from it. With their levels not even reaching 3 or 4, their health was only a little over 200 points. But once they had this kind of highly toxic potion, which guild member would dare to provoke them? What monster couldn't they kill? Seeing everyone's reaction, Yang Chen remained unfazed, turned to Yuying, and said, this is a potion I just refined using the decaying corpse bodies. There aren't many, I've given most to you. It shouldn't be too much to ask you to kill some monsters, right? Not at all. Yuying smiled happily. It's not too much at all, I'll go now.
As she finished speaking, Yuying had already stealthily disappeared, heading towards the second floor of the crypt. She knew deep down that clearing the crypt was her and her sister's task, and Yang Chen was just there to help. The reason she complained to Yang Chen just now was because in her heart, she already considered Yang Chen a true friend. But Yang Chen's coming and going as he pleased made her feel like he didn't see her as a friend, which was why she was angry. But upon closer thought, if Yang Chen really didn't see her and her sister as friends, why would he come to help with the task and give away such a precious potion without reservation? Perhaps, as my sister said, his exceptional alchemy talent as a skinny bamboo pole restricts his attacks on monsters, leading to these strange behaviors.
Yuying shook her head.
She decided not to dwell on these complicated matters. Using her brain had always been her sister's job, so why should she care?
The first level of the tomb.
Watching the group preparing to leave with their gear packed,
Yang Chen looked at Yuyao and said, leave a few people to clean up the battlefield down there. There are more things coming out on the second level. With just the two of us, we'll be busy for a long time. All right.
Yuyao smiled beautifully and said, I was just thinking of doing that, but I was afraid you wouldn't trust the people under my command, so I didn't mention it.
Yang Chen waved his hand and said, it's okay, you choose the people.
I'll go down first to clean up the monster corpses.
With that said, Yang Chen turned and headed towards the entrance to the second level.
The bodies of the 360 monsters he had just slain were still lying on the ground. A rough estimate indicated that there were around 450 monsters on the second level. Yang Chen actually hoped for more monsters, but dealing with the remaining 90 or so enchanted corpse soldiers would keep Yue Ying busy for a while. Even though Yue Ying had reached level 8, her attributes still couldn't match up to the level 9 mutated monsters. The crucial point was Yue Ying's health. Fighting these poisonous creatures required killing them without getting injured.
Once attacked by an enchanted corpse soldier, the nearly 900 points of poison damage would almost certainly lead to Yue Ying's death. Bang! Oh no! As expected, as soon as Yang Chen reached the second level, he saw Yue Ying surrounded by dozens of corpse soldiers. Despite her efforts to dodge using stealth and agility, she was still pierced in the left shoulder by a long spear. Not only did it take away 68 points of her health in one go, but she was also poisoned, losing 60 points of health per second. Quick! Let me see if I can help detoxify you. Yang Chen shouted and ran towards Yue Ying's location. However, Yue Ying was surrounded by corpse soldiers, and although Yang Chen wanted to rush in, he couldn't do it in a short time. At a critical moment, Yue Ying remained calm. After quickly swallowing a revitalizing pill, she stealthed again. Yang Chen couldn't see how she broke through the encirclement, but just 5 seconds later, Yue Ying appeared in front of Yang Chen. Without much thought, Yang Chen grabbed Yue Ying's left wrist, swiftly moved backward to avoid the attacks of the corpse soldiers, and gently exerted pressure with his palm. A warm stream flowed from Yue Ying's arm into Yang Chen's body. Ding! Reminder, you have successfully absorbed a strand of level 9 enchanted corpse soldier poison, but this amount of poison cannot enhance your bloodthirsty poison body. Phew! Upon hearing this reminder, Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew he had the ability to absorb toxins from others, he had only tried it on Yue Yao before, so he wasn't entirely sure. Moreover, Yue Ying's health was only around 500 points. Even with the help of the revitalizing pill, it wouldn't last long. Fortunately, he made it in time. If Yang Chen had arrived a moment later, or if Yue Ying had been surrounded by the corpse soldiers for a longer time, she would have been in serious trouble. Skinny bamboo pole, thank you, you saved my life. Seeing that her health was no longer decreasing, Yue Ying's face blushed slightly. She looked up at Yang Chen, and her warm breath brushed against his face. Sensing the closeness between them, Yang Chen quickly released her hand. Pretending to be calm, he said, "It's nothing. I was hired to do the job for you guys. If the employer dies, it would tarnish my reputation." "Humph, you big silent fool," Yue Ying muttered, then stealthed again. Like her sister, she chose not to inquire about Yang Chen's method of detoxifying them. Although she didn't know the principle behind it, she could at least be sure that this was definitely not some detoxifying potion. That left only one possibility: this was Yang Chen's innate ability. Perhaps this was why Yang Chen could attack without hesitation when facing toxins, without worrying about being poisoned. That's why his monster killing speed was so abnormal. After this crisis, Yue Ying became more cautious in killing monsters. One strike and she would leave, never being greedy. By the time a horde of corpse soldiers surrounded her, she had already escaped to the outer perimeter of the soldiers. Facing the lone soldiers on the outskirts, she struck with a poisoned blade. Although her monster-killing efficiency couldn't match Yang Chen's, it was much higher than an average player's. As the number of corpse soldiers decreased, Yue Ying's monster-killing process became easier. After confirming that Yue Ying was not in danger, Yang Chen began to pick up the bodies on the ground. By this time, Yuelin and the others led by Yuyo had already arrived at the second level of the corpse cave. Worried about attracting the hatred of the corpse soldiers, Yu Yao and the others didn't dare to get too close, only collecting the spoils at the entrance of the stone stairs. Yang Chen didn't mind. In front of everyone, he packed all the monster corpses into the void quiver. The drop rate of the enchanted corpse soldiers was obviously higher than that of the level 8 enchanted decayed corpses. Just by roughly scanning the bodies, Yang Chen found more than 10 pieces of black iron equipment. 20 minutes later, Yue Ying finally poisoned the last enchanted corpse soldier. Yue Ying was sweating profusely at this point, leaning against the stone wall panting heavily. I'm exhausted. Maintaining such high concentration without getting hurt while killing monsters is really difficult. Yu Yao quickly walked over to her sister and handed her a bread-like item that, when eaten, could replenish the player's satiety. Several hours into the game, Yang Chen had been absorbing various toxins almost continuously, draining the life force of these creatures in the process. Therefore, Yang Chen's satiety level had always been at maximum, without any worries about food supply. After packing the last monster corpse into the void quiver, Yang Chen approached the two sisters. "I'll be back in a moment, aiming to return within 20 minutes. Yu Yao smiled and nodded. "Yes, Kuega, go ahead and rest assured. We'll take care of things here." Yue Ying, in front of Yuelin and the others, did not inquire further about Yang Chen, just rolled her eyes at him. Yang Chen turned and ran towards the exit of the cave. Soon, Yang Chen returned to the previous dense forest.
The 300 or so decayed corpses he had left behind had all been refreshed by the Tian Dao system, leaving no trace. Without delay, Yang Chen quickly absorbed the toxins from the corpse soldiers' bodies with both hands. Ding! You have successfully absorbed all the toxins from the level 9 enchanted corpse soldier. Bloodthirsty poison body has grown. Toxin attack increased to 2,146 points per second. Ding! Your body has been tempered by the blood poison. Physique increased by 0.1, currently at 224. 7. Ding! You have successfully absorbed all the toxins from the level 9 enchanted corpse soldier. 15 minutes later, Yang Chen finally absorbed all 450 enchanted corpse soldiers. At this point, Yang Chen's toxin attack had surged to 2,595 points per second. His physique had also increased to 304. 4. With the additional 150 health points from his equipment, Yang Chen's current health had reached 3,194 points, a sturdy tank. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Chen pierced his left wrist with a spiritual arrow, collecting some blood. He then looked at his sin value. Killing 5 same-level ordinary monsters, or 3 mutated monsters, could eliminate 1 point of sin value. 2 hours had passed since leaving the black wheat field. Yang Chen had successively killed 160 sand scorpions, 200 red-spotted giant lizards, 309 enchanted decayed corpses, and 360 enchanted corpse soldiers. At this moment, Yang Chen's sin value had dropped from the initial 317 points to 22 points. As long as he passed through the 3rd level of the corpse cave, this sin value would probably be completely eliminated, allowing him to relax and take on the village mission. After collecting about 1,000 drops of blood, Yang Chen turned towards the corpse cave, not forgetting to swallow a rejuvenation pill to speed up his recovery. By the time Yang Chen returned to the 2nd level of the corpse cave, his health and energy were fully restored. Quang Gu, we have already sorted out the spoils from the 2nd level, Munya said as she pointed to several piles. We obtained a total of 634 silver coins, equivalent to more than 6 gold coins, 427 bottles of high-grade healing potions, and a whopping 408 pieces of white-grade equipment. In addition, there are 13 pieces of black iron equipment. Munya's tone was somewhat excited, and Uncle Lin and the others beside her were filled with excitement. Only monsters above level 4 could drop equipment. Even level 10 monsters could only drop white-grade equipment as long as they were not mutated monsters. It was just that the drop rate would increase gradually. Up to now, they had not been able to collect a complete set of white-grade equipment, let alone black iron equipment. Yang Chen looked at the 13 pieces of black iron equipment. Most of these equipment were heavy armor types, with high defense and health but would have a certain impact on agility. After some consideration, Yang Chen finally found a pair of leather leggings and a ring. Demon Soldier leggings, black iron equipment, defense, plus 12 magic defense, plus 8 health, plus 50 level requirement, level 9 Demon Soldier ring, black iron equipment, strength, plus 9 agility, plus 5 special ability, vampirism, each physical attack carries 3% lifesteal level requirement. Level 9. The attributes of the Demon Soldier ring were almost identical to the Corpse Cloud ring that Yang Chen obtained on the 1st level. However, due to the equipment being 1 level higher, the strength was increased by 1 point. Yang Chen immediately put on the 2 pieces of black iron equipment and threw the lizard tooth ring and lizard skin leggings that he took off into the pile of white-grade equipment on the ground. Excited, Yang Chen opened the attribute panel. Drunk Song of Slaughter, unpromoted, level 9, 17960/18000, health, 3224 mana, 490 attack, 180, 81 *2 plus 18, defense, 363, 304 plus 59, magic defense, 87, 49 plus 38, speed, 104, 100 plus 4, lifesteal, 6% prestige, 10 title, murderer luck, hidden talent, blood demon poison body, inflicts 2595 points/second of true damage on the target, lasting 10 seconds. Equipment, feather carved bow, black iron equipment, black scale leather armor, black iron equipment, rhino leather bracers, black iron equipment, wind chasing boots, black iron equipment, corpse cloud helmet, black iron, corpse cloud ring, black iron, demon soldier ring, black iron, demon soldier leggings, black iron. At this moment, Yang Chen had a complete set of black iron equipment except for a necklace and bracelet. 4 pieces were obtained by killing monsters, while the other 4 were looted from players. It seems that killing people is more efficient after all. Retrieving his thoughts, Yang Chen looked at Munyao and said, "You can keep 2 gold coins for yourself, and handle the rest as you see fit." "Okay." Munyao nodded, then suddenly said, "I just received news that the leader of Sword Rain Hall, Sword Dance 9 Heavens, and the leader of Eternal Gate, Against the Heavens, both reached level 10 3 minutes ago and have already received their respective level up rewards in the newbie village.
And
Munyao's expression turned somewhat serious. It is said that they have already found the boss and are organizing a large group to raid it. If you want to compete for the first kill of the Dragon Kingdom area's boss, it might be a bit difficult. After saying this, Munyao felt a tinge of self-blame. If it weren't for her and her sister holding back Yang Chen, taking half of his experience, Yang Chen would definitely be the first person in the Dragon Country district to reach level 10. Maybe even the boss would be halfway defeated. Although the first player in the national server to reach level 10 doesn't receive any special rewards apart from the 10 free attribute points that every newbie village has, it is still an honor. It could help Yang Chen accumulate a lot of fame. If Yang Chen wants to make a name for himself in the heavenly path, this kind of fame is crucial. It's okay, the boss isn't that easy to kill. Yang Chen smiled and said, I think there must be a boss on the 3rd floor of this tomb. As long as I act faster, the first kill will still be mine. Before reaching level 10, Yang Chen wasn't sure if killing the boss was worth it. Only after reaching level 10 could Yang Chen act without any worries. And now, Yang Chen is only 40 experience points away from level 10. If a boss appears on the 3rd floor of the tomb, Yang Chen will naturally go all out and claim the first kill of the Dragon Country district's boss. You guys wait here, I'll go down and take a look. After saying this, Yang Chen turned and walked towards the entrance to the next floor, not forgetting to form a team again, pulling in both Yu Yao and Yu Ying.
Ding! Hint, your friend, Zhongzhou Quanga, has invited you to join a leveling team. Skinny bamboo pole, you've gone too far, I'll compete with you. Yu Ying roared fiercely, holding a dagger and about to charge towards Yang Chen. Sister, don't be reckless, you're no match for Quanga. Yu Yao chuckled, covering her mouth, reaching out to stop Yu Ying, thus saving her sister's life. Yang Chen in the passage smiled faintly and quickly descended the stone steps, turning several corners. Yang Chen finally arrived at the last level of the tomb. There was a tall figure in black armor, wielding a giant long knife, sitting majestically on a wide stone chair with eyes closed, resting. In front of him, there were 20 terrifying figures riding skeletal warhorses, holding long halberds, lined up in 2 rows, guarding the sides of the passage. Their bodies were wrapped in armor, looking no different from ordinary people. But their faces, exposed and full of dry, decaying gullies, resembled messengers returned from hell. Yang Chen didn't dare to be careless and cast a probing spell towards the figure on the stone chair from afar. Lord of the Tomb, Allende, Black Iron Boss, level 10 life, 260,000 attack, 240 defense, 168 speed, 95 skills, sweeping through the army, barbaric charge, splitting Manhwa, resurrection of the dead. Introduction: Allende was a general in the Blackwater city during his lifetime. Unwilling to die, he ordered the construction of this special tomb and buried a magic crystal here, using the magic to nourish himself and his soldiers' corpses for hundreds of years, finally resurrecting. Enhancement: Allende, who has returned from death, is covered in corpse poison and magic. Once attacked by him, you will lose 100 health points per second for 15 seconds. If he escapes the tomb, it will be a disaster for the entire newbie village. After reading these attributes, Yang Chen swallowed hard, amazed. This was the same him who was immune to all poisons. If it were someone else, how many people would die? Even without considering Allende's corpse poison, just his abnormal attack and defense, as well as his whopping 260,000 health points, were beyond what an ordinary player could handle. Even with a sea of people's strategy, it would be difficult to kill such a monster. What Yang Chen didn't know was that the Lord of the Tomb was a special mission boss. Although the other bosses in the newbie village were strong, they hadn't reached this level. Just then, a deep, hoarse voice suddenly rang out. Living person, you shouldn't have come. Ha! Yang Chen couldn't be bothered to exchange words with the other party. Drawing out the poison spirit arrows, Yang Chen aimed at the Death Knights on both sides of the passage and released 3 arrows at once. -128, -2,595. -128, -2,595. The Death Knights were level 10 mutated monsters, stronger than the level 9 magic undead soldiers, but still not a threat to Yang Chen. With Yang Chen's current super high firing rate of 10 shots per second, in an instant, he shot each of the 20 Death Knights one by one. Arriving at the final level of the crypt, Yang Chen did not hold back at all. He immediately used his strongest poison blood. After poisoning the 20 Death Knights, Yang Chen was about to retreat back to the stone staircase passage, planning to wait for these monsters to die from the poison, level up to 10, and then come back to challenge the master of the crypt. However, the speed of the crypt master was even faster than Yang Chen had anticipated. Taking advantage of the moment when Yang Chen had just fired his shots, the crypt master had already arrived behind Yang Chen,
cutting off his escape route.
Bang! A powerful and heavy chopping attack came down.
Yang Chen only had time to raise his eagle bow to withstand the blow.
-1 with Yang Chen's physical defense reaching 363 points, even the Crypt Master could not break through it.
However, the Crypt Master's immense strength still sent Yang Chen flying in midair.
Bang! -1 immune to toxins.
Although the Death Knights on both sides of the hall were severely poisoned, they still fought fearlessly.
Spears kept coming at Yang Chen. Although they didn't cause much damage to Yang Chen, they kept him suspended in midair. Unable to counterattack, unable to dodge. Watch me split the mountain with force.
Seeing that normal attacks were ineffective against Yang Chen, the Crypt Master directly used a skill. A huge blade swung out a residual image and heavily struck Yang Chen's scapula bone. -1, -200 immune to toxins.
Ding!
Battle tip: the Crypt Master used the skill Splitting the Mountain with Force on you, which increases attack power by 50% and deals 200 points of true damage.
Damn, that's fierce.
The Crypt Master's attack was 240 points. Even with a 50% increase, it still couldn't break through Yang Chen's abnormal defense of 363 points. But his skill also inflicted true damage, cutting down 200 points of Yang Chen's health in one blow.
Fortunately, it seemed that the Crypt Master's skill couldn't be used continuously. Moreover, that strike that split the mountain directly pushed Yang Chen out of the encirclement of the Death Knights. Yang Chen got up from the ground, enduring intense pain all over his body, and quickly took a revitalizing pill.
His health was slowly recovering at a rate of 20 points per second.
Yang Chen moved quickly.
Taking advantage of his speed, he quickly distanced himself from the Crypt Master and the Death Knights. Once at a safe distance, Yang Chen bent his bow and released 3 arrows at once,
targeting the Crypt Master's throat, chest, and abdomen respectively. -62, +3, -62, +3, -62, +3, -2595. The arrows aimed at the throat and chest were blocked by the Crypt Master with his large blade, but the damage was unavoidable, and 9 points of health were absorbed back to Yang Chen. The arrow aimed at his abdomen successfully poisoned the Crypt Master. Despicable ant, I'll make you pay.
Realizing that he was continuously losing health at a terrifying speed of 2,595 points per second, the Crypt Master, in a fit of rage, with heavy footsteps, charged towards Yang Chen. However, when not poisoned, the Crypt Master's speed was still inferior to Yang Chen's.
Now, in a negative state due to the poison, it was even more difficult to touch Yang Chen. Boom!
Just then, the first Death Knight's health bar was emptied, falling on the path of the charge.
Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a level 10 Death Knight.
As you are in a team of 3, the killer receives half of the total experience points. You gain 60 experience points.
Ding!
Your blood demon poison body has grown, and the toxicity damage has increased to 2,596 points per second.
Ding!
Your body has been tempered by blood poison, increasing your constitution by
0.1, currently at 304. 5. Ding!
Congratulations on leveling up, now at level 10, 20/30,000. Your strength, constitution, agility, spirit, and intelligence attributes have each increased by 5 points, and you have gained 5 free attribute points.
A golden light descended.
Yang Chen rose from level 9 to level 10. Immediately after, an announcement Yang Chen had long awaited echoed throughout the entire 997th Newbie Village.
Ding! Newbie Village announcement.
Congratulations to Zongjio Kwangda for being the first player in the 997th Newbie Village to reach level 10, special rewards of 10 reputation points and 10 free attribute points.
Ding! Newbie Village announcement. Congratulations to Zongjio Kwangda for being the first player in the 997th Newbie Village to reach level 10. That announcement rang out 3 times. Every person in the 997th Newbie Village clearly heard this announcement. Some felt lost, some excited, some envious.
In the eastern forest, Chen Shang, who had just reached level 8, heard the announcement and slumped weakly, holding the Qinggang ghost axe in his arms.
He was the initial top-level player in the 997th Newbie Village. Despite feeling a bit lost after being surpassed by Yang Chen in levels, he quickly came to terms with it due to Yang Chen's previous kindness. He never even thought of competing with Yang Chen in levels because the gap was just too vast. However, half an hour ago, Chen Shang and others suddenly noticed that Yang Chen's level had remained at 9,17960/18,000, without any changes. Even the previously fast-leveling players like Yue Yao and Yue Ying had slowed down their leveling, eventually coming to a halt. This gave Chen Shang, Sui Fengqiwu, Xuanjiang, Huang Fuxian, and others a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Yang Chen and the others had encountered some difficulties or troubles, causing their levels to stagnate. This was their chance.
As long as Yang Chen couldn't find time to level up, then everyone had a chance to claim the first to reach level 10 reward in the newbie village. So, during this half hour, these top-ranking players were leveling up with all their might. In a world with Yang Chen, they had no chance. But if Yang Chen withdrew from the competition, then each of them had a chance to compete for the top-level player position. I was overthinking it after all. Leveling up is just like playing a game. Chen Shang chuckled at himself, regained his spirits, and led his team towards the depths of the jungle. At this moment, several others shared similar feelings with Chen Shang. However, the majority of players could only admire and respect Yang Chen, because that was a height they could never reach no matter what. Even without Yang Chen, there would be other strong players to take his place, leaving them with no chance. Second floor of the tomb. Unlike other strong players on the level rankings, the two sisters Yue Yao and Yue Ying showed beautiful smiles upon hearing the announcement. Finally, we didn't delay Quanga from receiving the first to reach level 10 reward. If others had beaten us to it, I would have felt so guilty, Yue Yao sighed. Yue Ying agreed, yes, indeed. Actually, that skinny guy is pretty good, just not very talkative. A few words from him can be infuriating. Oh, sister. Yue Ying suddenly remembered something and turned to her sister. We're not far from level 9, judging by the situation. That skinny guy should be able to clear the third floor of the tomb soon, then we should be able to receive double mission rewards. The monsters on this map are so strong, with double rewards, I think it should be enough for us to reach level 10, and sharing his experience would be a waste. Moreover, Moonlight seemed pensive as she said, Skinny Bamboo Pole didn't share our tasks to make us receive more rewards. If we split his boss rewards too, I would feel guilty. How about? Moonlight's smile was bright as she suggested, how about we quietly leave the team, give all the boss rewards to Skinny Bamboo Pole, so we won't take advantage of him. Good, I was thinking the same. The two sisters agreed instantly. They directly clicked to exit the team. Meanwhile, Yang Chen, who was battling the Lord of the Corpse Cave, was deeply focused, with the newbie village announcement and the continuous death reminders from the Death Knight. He didn't even notice Moon Yao and the others leaving the team. Players can take on the out-of-village mission after reaching level 10, and upon completing it, they can head to the main city. However, the experience points can accumulate to the maximum level of 10 before reaching the realm limit. Yang Chen had no time to think about these matters. Moreover, he wasn't afraid of having too much experience now. If he wanted, he could stay in the newbie village, continuously increasing his attributes by killing level 10 monsters. Whether at level 10 with 0 experience or at full experience, it made no difference to him. At this moment, Yang Chen was dodging the pursuit of the Lord of the Corpse Cave while contemplating how to allocate his attribute points. After some thought, Yang Chen allocated the 5 free attribute points from leveling up to agility as usual. Then, he put all 10 free attribute points from the Heavenly Dao reward into strength. Agility was Yang Chen's foundation, which would never change. However, his weakness in strength had caused him trouble several times. To prevent such incidents from happening again, Yang Chen had to add the extra attribute points to strength to make up for his shortcomings. With the allocation done, Yang Chen's movement speed further increased to 114 points. The Lord of the Corpse Cave, poisoned, now had a speed less than 2/3 of Yang Chen's. He could no longer pose any threat to him. -92 -2595. After adding 15 points to strength, Yang Chen's basic damage to the Lord of the Corpse Cave increased from 62 to 92 points. Yang Chen wasn't greedy. He struck and moved on without hesitation. When the poison was about to disappear in nearly 10 seconds, Yang Chen turned back to shoot an arrow at the Lord of the Corpse Cave. No matter how strong his opponent was or how much real damage his skills dealt, they could only watch helplessly as Yang Chen's back faced them in fury. Just half a minute later, a quarter of the Lord of the Corpse Cave's massive 260,000 health had already depleted. Cowardly rats, dare you face me in battle? Seeing his health bar rapidly decreasing, the Lord of the Corpse Cave cursed loudly. Yang Chen paid no attention. As the 10-second poison time approached, he slowed down, closing the distance to 20 meters. He bent his bow and knocked an arrow. Barbaric charge. Die. Just then, the scheming Lord of the Corpse Cave unleashed another skill. His speed instantly increased. Miss. A big miss appeared. Ever since discovering that the Lord of the Corpse Cave had this skill, Yang Chen had been on guard. Even when shooting arrows, he maintained a distance of 20 meters, never letting his guard down. Coincidentally, the Lord of the Corpse Cave's maximum distance for this skill was also 20 meters. When the skill light shone at the Lord of the Corpse Cave's feet, Yang Chen decisively gave up the shot. With a swift step, he retreated 3 meters back. Even when the Lord of the Corpse Cave swung his big sword, he couldn't harm Yang Chen in the slightest. Swish, swish, swish. -92 -2595. After dodging the Lord of the Corpse Cave's deliberate strike, Yang Chen once again increased the distance and fired 3 arrows simultaneously. Without any surprises, the Lord of the Tomb was poisoned again. Another minute passed. The Lord of the Tomb's health was now less than 20%. Since the initial double hit damage, Yang Chen hadn't lost a drop of blood. Ants, trying to kill me, it's not that easy. Resurrection of Death. At the critical moment, the Lord of the Tomb finally used his last skill. It seemed to be a healing skill. Yang Chen stared intently at the Lord of the Tomb's health bar. But after watching for 5 seconds, there was no change. The Lord of the Tomb's health did not increase at all, and he was still losing health at a terrifying rate of 2,595 points per second. Yang Chen's blood poison not only restricted the Lord of the Tomb's automatic healing but also limited his healing skills. This caused his resurrection to fail completely. Ah! You despicable person, I waited over 300 years to resurrect. I cannot die like this, I must slaughter you. The Lord of the Tomb shouted, waving his large sword wildly, his moves becoming chaotic. No matter how he struggled unwillingly, he couldn't stop his impending doom. Newbie Village 007. One of the top 10 guilds, the Sword Rain Hall, had gathered over 6,000 people here, frantically raiding the imminent boss, the mammoth giant elephant. Among these 6,000 people, only over 1,000 were members of the Sword Rain Hall. The rest were members of allied guilds. The reason why the Sword Rain Hall had such a strong appeal in Newbie Village 007 was solely because of their guild leader, the widely recognized #1 swordsman in the online gaming world, Sword Dance 9 Heavens, who had descended upon this newbie village. Moreover, just recently, Sword Dance 9 Heavens had surpassed the president of the Eternal Gate Guild by a minute and became the first player in the entire Dragon Country region to reach level 10. For a moment, Sword Dance 9 Heavens' reputation was at its peak, unmatched. Even players from competing guilds responded to Sword Dance 9 Heavens' call and came to raid the boss. Faster, those with thick health, take turns to tank. Ranged players in the back, increase your attack pace. Don't be afraid to sacrifice. As long as we get the first kill on the boss, I'll reward everyone, and help you regain any lost levels. Sword Dance 9 Heaven's speed was extremely fast, darting around the mammoth giant elephant. His long sword was elusive, continuously striking the boss, leaving behind over 500 points of super high damage. While in battle, he didn't forget to boost everyone's morale. I've received word that in Newbie Village 3, led by the Eternal Gate, they've only taken down 20% of the boss's health, while we've already taken down 30%. Keep going, the honor of the first kill is ours. Sword Dance 9 Heavens held high prestige in everyone's hearts, and after being encouraged, they all rushed towards the mammoth giant elephant like they were injected with chicken blood. Charge, for honor, for Captain 9 Heavens. I've been playing games for so many years and never got a boss first kill. Finally got the chance this time, no regrets even if I die. For the captain, for the Sword Rain Hall. Charge. Players in the front continuously fell, but new players kept coming. Some even rushed over without stopping after respawning at the village. Such scenes were not only happening in Newbie Village 007 but in any newbie village with top players. As for the third level of the tomb, after nearly 2 minutes of continuous poisoning by Yang Chen, at this moment, the Lord of the Tomb's health was less than 5%. With the super high damage of 2,595 points per second, it would only take 5 seconds for the Lord of the Tomb to die from the poison. The Lord of the Tomb seemed to have already sensed his own fate. He no longer shouted loudly, nor did he attempt to chase after Yang Chen. He turned around, glanced at the corpse of the Death Knight who had followed him for 2 lifetimes, and calmly returned to the stone chair. The Lord of the Tomb gently stroked his long knife. With a desolate face, he said, after more than 300 years of planning and enduring, after burying hundreds of brothers, in the end, it was all in vain. Boom! As the last drop of blood was emptied, the towering figure of the Lord of the Tomb collapsed with a bang. Along with the falling body, a dark purple crystal, several pieces of black equipment, and a mountain of coins fell down. Ding! Congratulations on successfully slaying the Black Iron level boss, the Lord of the Tomb. You have gained 20,000 experience points, currently at level 10, 21, 160/30,000. Ding! Your blood poison body has grown by 1 by 10 points, increasing the real poison damage to 2,625 points per second. Tip: the energy intensity inside the boss far exceeds that of ordinary monsters, which can bring more growth to the blood poison body. For each Black Iron level boss slain, you will gain 10 points of poison growth. For each Bronze level boss slain, you will gain 10 by 10, that is, 100 points of poison growth. For each Silver level boss slain, you will gain 10 by 10 by 10, that is, 1,000 points of poison growth. And so on. Note, the level and realm of the boss must not be lower than your own level and realm, otherwise, the growth of the blood poison body will not be triggered. Ding! Your body has been tempered by the blood poison hammer, increasing your physique by 0.1 by 10, currently at 312. 4. Hearing this series of enhancements, Yang Chen felt a mix of joy and sorrow. He was happy that the boss was indeed different from ordinary monsters, providing a tenfold increase in growth for the blood poison body. But being rewarded with 20,000 experience points at once was enough to kill 200 level 10 monsters. He lost 190 points of poison damage and health. Before Yang Chen could calculate his gains and losses, a huge voice suddenly resounded throughout the Dragon Kingdom service area.
Ding! Server announcement, congratulations to the Drunken Song for successfully slaying the Black Iron level boss, the Lord of the Tomb.
As the first player in the entire Dragon Kingdom region to slay a Black Iron level boss, they are rewarded with 100 reputation points, 20 free attribute points, 10 gold coins, 5 points of luck, and 1 bronze chest. Detected that the Drunken Song is in solo leveling mode, and has single-handedly dealt 100% damage output to the boss. All rewards are now doubled. Congratulations to the Drunken Song for receiving 200 reputation points, 40 free attribute points, 20 gold coins, 10 points of luck, and 2 bronze chests.
Ding! Server announcement, congratulations to the Drunken Song for successfully slaying the Black Iron level boss.
The loud announcement echoed 3 times, reaching every newbie village in the Dragon Kingdom region. Every player online at this moment clearly heard the voice of the heavens. Countless people opened their mouths wide, looking up at the sky. Their eyes were filled with incredulity, shock, confusion, bewilderment, disbelief, suspicion, anger, jealousy. Various complex emotions filled the hearts of the crowd.
Who is the Drunken Song? Is he a top expert from which super guild? How come I've never heard of this name before? What's going on? Did the heavens make a mistake? How could anyone solo a boss at this stage, and even be ahead of all the super guilds? This is ridiculous. How could someone deal 100% damage output to a boss, and so quickly? I'm only level 6 now, and someone has already become a god? Damn it!
We, the Proud World Guild, hired thousands of people to attack the boss.
After fighting for over 10 minutes, we only managed to deplete 10% of the boss's health. But this guy single-handedly killed the boss? What kind of trash is this Crypt Lord, made of paper mache? I can't even break through the boss's defense when I attack, only dealing 1 point of damage with each strike. Even if the boss stands still, it doesn't regenerate health. I have to keep attacking tens of thousands of times. I can't defeat it even until dawn. But he has already soloed the boss. Is there no justice left? Is there no law? Damn it!
Our guild lost over 1,000 people just to compete for the first kill on the boss.
Now you're telling me that the first kill was stolen by some unknown small fry? Did all those over 1,000 deaths go in vain? Who is this Zongjio Kwanga from the newbie village? I will report him for cheating. This is outrageous. Report! Everyone, let's report him. I spent tens of thousands to buy game items, and now I have to play with this cheater? I refuse. Zongjio Kwanga, you stole the first kill of our leader's boss. When you enter the main city, I will kill you. Damn it! High rewards for information on Zongjio Kwanga, the more detailed, the better. In an instant, the Tiandao game forum was flooded with various posts and comments. All topics revolved around the ID Zongjio Kwanga. Before this, Yang Chen had only shown his prowess in the 997th newbie village. But from this moment on, the name Zongjio Kwanga would become known to all. In the 007th newbie village, after nearly 2,000 deaths, the group from the Sword Rain Hall finally managed to deplete 50% of the mammoth giant elephant's health, far ahead of other super guilds. But upon hearing this announcement, everyone deflated like a punctured balloon, instantly losing all their vigor and courage. The previously organized group suddenly fell into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, the mammoth giant elephant charged into the crowd and unleashed its skill earthquake. Within a radius of 10 meters, the ground split open, burying the players within. The sounds of screams echoed continuously. In just that moment, the Sword Rain Hall lost hundreds of players. Fortunately, Jin Wu Jiuxiao was shocked but had not completely lost his composure. After a brief moment of daze, he quickly reacted, raised his sword, and engaged the mammoth giant elephant in battle. With Jin Wu Jiuxiao's distraction, the others finally regained their senses, reorganized their front, barely managing to control the situation. But all the previous bold words and high spirits of the people had vanished. Although they were still in battle, everyone became silent and despondent, with no morale left. The casualty rate increased significantly. Even the top swordsman, Jin Wu Jiuxiao, was not performing as well as before, getting injured frequently. He hovered on the brink of death several times. If it weren't for the players with healing talents awakening, desperately restoring his health, he might have died in battle.
In the 003 RD newbie village, unlike other players, upon hearing the announcement, Nition Ershing was only momentarily stunned.
The next second, a hint of interest appeared on his face.
So, this is the poison master that Ah Wu mentioned. Indeed interesting, to be able to concoct a potion that poisons the boss to death, and so quickly, truly a rare talent. Nition Ershing smiled faintly, left the battlefield, and handed over command to the deputy beside him. Opening his contacts, he sent a message to Sui Feng Chiwu, the third level of the crypt.
After hearing the announcement from the Tiandao Guild, even Yang Chen himself was somewhat stunned. Solo leveling mode? 100% damage output and double rewards?
Before Yang Chen could react, suddenly a massive golden pillar of light descended from the sky. A beam of light pierced through the thick mountain and descended upon Yang Chen.
A gentle energy slowly flowed into Yang Chen's body.
That was 200 points of reputation, 40 points of free attributes, and the blessing of 10 points of luck power. Along with the light, there were also 20 gold coins and 2 bronze treasure chests that fell.
After a moment, the beam of light disappeared.
Yang Chen first put the gold coins and bronze chests into his bag, then stepped in front of the Lord of the Corpse Cave.
He reached out his right hand. He exerted a slight force in his palm. Ding!
You have successfully absorbed all the corpse poison from the 10th level Black Iron boss, the Lord of the Corpse Cave. Blood poison body is grown by 1 by 10 points. Toxic attack increased to 2,635 points per second.
Ding!
Your body has been tempered by blood poison. Constitution increased by 0.
1 by 10, currently at 313. 4. As expected. Seeing this result, Yang Chen was quite satisfied.
The increase in toxicity absorbed when absorbing the boss's body, just like when killing, was also 10 points, slightly making up for some losses. Seeing that Yu Yao and Yu Ying had not come down yet, Yang Chen understood in his heart, so he simply absorbed all 20 dead Lich Knight bodies on the ground.
Toxic damage increased by another 20 points.
After throwing the absorbed bodies into the void quiver as usual, Yang Chen began to clean up the battlefield. Perhaps due to being the first to kill the boss, the Lord of the Corpse Cave dropped a lot of things.
Yang Chen first roughly stuffed the pile of coins into his wallet.
After the wallet automatically organized and combined them, Yang Chen realized that there were as many as 12 gold coins dropped by the Lord of the Corpse Cave. Adding the Heaven's Path reward and the coin saved before, Yang Chen's wallet now contained 36 gold coins. It should be noted that copper coins are currently the mainstream currency used by players, and major guilds have been constantly buying copper coins. The current market price of copper coins is as high as 5 yuan per coin,
and in short supply.
In other words, if Yang Chen wanted to sell the coins, just the gold coins in his wallet could fetch him 180,000 yuan in cash. This is the gold-making ability of a top player. Regaining his thoughts, Yang Chen looked at the 5 pieces of equipment and 1 purple-black crystal stone dropped by the Lord of the Corpse Cave. Magic Crystal Stone, a sinister object from the Abyss world, it can demonize the living, make corpses resurrect, and become puppets of the Abyss in the Heaven's Path world.
Do not wear it for long periods. Abyss world? What relationship does this Abyss world have with the Heaven's Path world?
Yang Chen muttered to himself, speculating that this should be the task item Yu Yao mentioned. After some thought, Yang Chen did not put the magic crystal stone into his bag but threw it into the void quiver. His intuition told him that it was safer to keep such dangerous items in the void quiver. Picking up the 5 pieces of equipment on the ground, Yang Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that all 5 pieces were level 10 black iron equipment.
Moreover, the attributes of these 5 pieces of equipment were significantly better than the black iron equipment dropped by the mutated monsters, surpassing them by far. Among them, 3 pieces were leather armor equipment suitable for Yang Chen. Corpse Unicorn leather armor, black iron equipment, defense, 24 magic defense, 20 HP, plus 100 level requirement, level 10, magic cloud boots, black iron equipment, defense, plus 18 magic defense, plus 15 speed, plus 10 level requirement, level 10, magic cloud wrist guards, black iron equipment, defense, 16 magic defense, 12 strength, plus 8 level requirement. Level 10 Yang Chen took off the black scale leather armor, wind chasing boots, and rhinoceros leather wrist guards he was wearing. These 3 pieces of equipment were obtained when annihilating the Tyrant Heaven and Proud World guilds. Although they were all black iron equipment, the level requirements of these 3 pieces of equipment were too low, and compared to the equipment dropped by the Lord of the Corpse Cave, their attributes were significantly inferior. Mad Song, congratulations! You've successfully taken down the first kill of the boss in the Dragon Country area. Your reputation is now known to all. Just as Yang Chen changed his equipment, he heard Yu Yao's voice coming from the stone steps. I have to thank you all for this. Yang Chen sincerely said, if you hadn't secretly left the team, the rewards wouldn't have doubled.
This is what you deserve, Yu Yao smiled. My sister and I didn't help much on the third floor of the tomb, so it was already embarrassing. If we were to share your rewards, my sister and I would be too ashamed to show our faces. You can't say that. Yang Chen shook his head slightly. If you hadn't brought me here, I wouldn't have gained so much. I have to thank you for that. This was Yang Chen's heartfelt words. In the monster maps given by Chen Shang and Suifeng Chiwu, there were no poisonous creatures above level 8. If it weren't for Yu Yao and Yuing bringing him to the tomb, he would only be able to grind normal monsters outside. Not only would he not be able to gather this set of black iron equipment, but he would also lose half of his passive attributes. And with his strength alone, it would be very difficult to encounter a boss, let alone receive such a generous first kill reward.
Is this the mission item you need? Yang Chen took out the magic crystal and handed it to Yu Yao. After a brief check, Yu Yao immediately smiled. This is it, thank you so much, Mad Song. Now my sister and I can also receive double the mission rewards. It's only fair. You can take these items as well, but pay me 1/3 of their value. Yang Chen handed over the 2 remaining pieces of black iron equipment he had picked, along with the items dropped by the 20 Death Knights, to Yu Yao. Alright. Yu Yao accepted all these items and smiled, including the items dropped on the first 2 levels. I'll give you a total of 4 million. It's not worth that much.
Yang Chen had a rough idea of the value of these items. Over time, the prices of low-level whiteboard equipment had dropped significantly, fetching at most a few hundred yuan each. However, the equipment dropped in the tomb, even if they were whiteboard, had better attributes than those dropped by ordinary monsters. They were worth around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan each. The price of black iron equipment remained stable at around 50,000 yuan each. Perhaps because ordinary monsters couldn't drop black iron equipment, their prices had always been very stable. From the previous loot, Yang Chen had already taken 4 pieces of black iron equipment and his share of the gold, leaving only a few hundred pieces of whiteboard equipment worth some money. 4 million was enough to buy everything. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chen spoke, I know you have money, so I won't be polite. Transfer me 1.5 million. Seeing Yang Chen's serious tone, Yu Yao no longer insisted and nodded, then I won't be polite either. If you need money, feel free to message me anytime. After saying this, Yu Yao transferred the money directly to Yang Chen's account. Ding! Bank card reminder, your Dragon Country bank card ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 1,500,000 yuan, and the balance is 3,527,984. 15 yuan. At this moment, Yang Chen's bank card balance had reached 3.52 million. Before entering the game, he only had a measly 300 yuan in his bank account. In less than one night, 300 yuan had turned into 3 million. With this money, most of the difficulties in Yang Chen's family could be solved. Skinny bamboo pole, didn't you also reward 2 bronze treasure chests? Have you opened them yet? Let my sister and me see what's inside. Just as Yang Chen's thoughts were drifting, Yuing suddenly spoke up, bringing Yang Chen back to reality. Not yet, let's open them now. Yang Chen reached out and took out the 2 bronze treasure chests. He was also very curious about what might be inside. Bronze treasure chest, there is a 95% chance of obtaining bronze-grade items and a 5% chance of obtaining silver-grade items. After reading the description, Yang Chen understood. This meant rewarding himself with at least 2 bronze pieces, or even possibly 2 silver pieces. Yang Chen glanced at his black iron equipment. What he lacked the most were a necklace and a bracelet. These 2 pieces had the lowest drop rates from monsters and could only be obtained through special bosses or missions. The treasure chest rewarded by the heavens could potentially contain any item. Necklace, bracelet, necklace, bracelet. Yang Chen placed his hands on a bronze treasure chest, continuously muttering these 2 words, making Yu Yao and Yuing beside him nervous as well. The 2 stared with wide eyes, fixed on the treasure chest. Open! With Yang Chen's soft command, the bronze treasure chest suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Within this light, a long bow with an ancient design faintly appeared. Wolf bow, bronze grade, attack, plus 38 strength, plus 12 agility, plus 8 feature, great strength. This bow has extraordinary hardness, those with less than 100 strength cannot draw it, but its immense bowstring tension can increase the user's attack range by 50%. Equipment level, level 10. It's actually a customized weapon with such strong attributes, you're quite lucky, Skinny Bamboo. Seeing the attributes of the wolf bow, Yuing couldn't help but exclaim. Not bad, perhaps the 10 points of luck played a role. Although he didn't get the necklace and bracelet he desired, obtaining a powerful long bow already satisfied Yang Chen. After all, the attack power and strength bonus of this bow even surpassed the heavy weapon, Oak Ghost Axe. Moreover, the wolf bow could increase the attack range by 50%. Combined with the 100% attack range increase from the level 2 spirit arrow, Yang Chen's range had reached 25 meters.
Yang Chen looked at his strength attribute.
With the addition of the magic cloud wrist guard, Yang Chen's strength points had just reached 100, including the 5 points of strength from the feather eagle bow. Without the feather eagle bow, Yang Chen's strength attribute would only be 95 points, not enough to equip the wolf bow.
But that was not a problem.
The 40 free attributes just rewarded by the heavens had not been allocated by Yang Chen yet. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chen directly added 15 points to strength, allocating the remaining 25 free attributes all to agility. With a total of 110 strength, after equipping the wolf bow, it instantly became 122 points. For an archer who focused on agility and speed, this was already extremely terrifying.
Suppressing his excitement, Yang Chen looked at the last bronze treasure chest.
After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chen suddenly extended his open right hand in front of Ying and said, "Act silly and give me a laugh."
"What do you mean?" Ying was a bit puzzled. What kind of procedure was this? Was he playing a game with a child? Yang Chen smiled. "Simple-minded people have simple luck. I feel like you have good luck, so lend me some luck to help me draw a string of necklaces or bracelets. You're the one with simple luck."
Ying glared fiercely at Yang Chen, feeling indignant, but still blew a breath towards Yang Chen's right hand, looking very serious.
"As you wish, magical treasure chest, open for me."
In order to obtain the equipment he desired, Yang Chen directly recited a spell, creating a tense atmosphere that even made Zhu Yao and Ying hold their breath involuntarily.
Boom!
With a burst of bright light, a string of silver-white metal necklaces appeared in front of the three. Silver Fang necklace, silver equipment, power, plus 18 agility, plus 15 attribute 1, vampirism. Each physical attack comes with 5% lifesteal attribute 2, strength, increases user's physical attack power by 20% level requirement. Level 10. I actually got a necklace, and it's a silver equipment. Seeing the attributes of the silver Fang necklace, Yang Chen felt delighted and turned to the stunned Moon Shadow, saying, "See, fools are indeed lucky, thanks for your foolishness."
"Get lost!" Moon Shadow retorted indignantly. "It was clearly you who got it. What's it got to do with me? With a 5% chance for silver drops, I definitely wouldn't have such luck myself." Yang Chen, in a good mood, teased Moon Shadow before immediately equipping the silver Fang necklace.
Compared to when he had just entered the third level of the corpse cave, Yang Chen's attribute panel had undergone a tremendous change. Drunken Song of Madness, untransferred, level 10, 21160/30,000, power, 140 constitution, 315. For agility, 158 spirit, 54 intelligence, 55 health, 3384 mana, 540 attack, 381, 140 *2 plus 38, *120%. Defense, 410, 315 plus 95, magic defense, 125, 54 plus 71, speed, 168, 158 plus 10, range, 25 lifesteal, 11% prestige, 220 title, murderer luck, hidden talent, blood poison body. Inflicts 2655 true damage per second on the target for 10 seconds, even without using poison attacks.
Yang Chen's strength, physique, defense, and other attributes at this moment could easily dominate the newbie village. "Madness, you're now level 10, hurry back to the main city."
Moon Yao suddenly reminded, "I heard that the first player of each profession to complete the transfer receives a first transfer reward. Don't let other players in the newbie village beat you to it."
"It's not that simple."
Yang Chen shook his head slightly, not feeling rushed. In his past life, Xiao Pang had told Yang Chen that every teleportation array in the newbie village was faulty. Players wanting to go to the main city had to first complete the task of repairing the teleportation array. And this task was extremely difficult. Not only did they have to face extremely harsh map environments, but they also had to slay a boss stronger than the Lord of the Corpse Cave. At this stage, almost every newbie village would be stuck for several hours, some even for days due to the lack of top players. It caused a stir on the game forums, widely known to all. Moreover, even if Yang Chen completed this task now, he wouldn't leave easily. Not only because he was stuck at level 10, where he could gain more passive attributes, but also because there was an ultimate hidden task in this newbie village. The difficulty of this task was akin to hell. It was said that in the past, many superpowers had gathered tens of thousands of players to attempt this ultimate task. However, without exception, they all returned in defeat, suffering heavy losses. There were even financial consortiums that recruited numerous gaming experts who, with the advantage of being assigned to the same newbie village, confidently set out to tackle this task. The result was a complete disaster, severely damaging the consortium's vitality. Since then, everyone knew about this ultimate task hidden in the newbie village and its map location.
Yet, no one dared to touch it again. Yang Chen wasn't confident in completing this task, but he wanted to give it a try. Besides, he still had time to improve his strength. Munyao, I'd like to buy some healing pills from you, is that convenient? With a decision made, Yang Chen turned to Munyao. Although healing pills could only restore 300 health points, it was less than a tenth of Yang Chen's own health. But in this newbie village, this is already the best healing elixir. Since he wanted to challenge that ultimate hidden mission, Yang Chen had to prepare in advance. Convenient, but you don't need to buy it, I'll just give it to you. Yu Yao smiled slightly, took out a large bottle of elixir from her package, and said, this was just sent by Uncle Lin, there are 50 pills, is it enough? The revitalizing pill has a 1-minute cooldown, with 50 pills meaning it can be used continuously for 50 minutes, plus there are still a dozen pills left in the package, at least enough for an hour. It's enough, thank you. Yang Chen thought for a moment, handed the just replaced feather-carved bow to Yu Yao, and then took out a glass bottle from the package. He said, this is the latest potion I refined using the body of the Lord of the Corpse Cave. It can make the target lose 11-16 points of health per second. There are exactly 50 drops, so it's a fair exchange. 11-16 points? Hearing Yang Chen's words, Yu Yao first showed a hint of surprise, then a touch of loss flashed in her eyes. She didn't reach out to take the glass bottle. She just said softly, Kwanga, I thought we were already friends. I gave you the elixir not to exchange things with you, just simply to give it to you. Hearing this, Yang Chen was slightly stunned. Perhaps due to his chronic illness or the huge gap in their family backgrounds. Yang Chen had never thought that Yu Yao and Yu Ying would become friends with him. At most, they were pleasant clients to cooperate with. But Yu Yao's reaction just now made Yang Chen realize that his subconscious no debts owed attitude seemed to have hurt the friendship between them. Thinking of this, Yang Chen smiled apologetically and said, it's my fault for not expressing it clearly. You gave me the elixir, and I gave you the potion and the feather-carved bow. This is a mutual gift between friends, not an exchange. Really? Yu Yao was somewhat incredulous. Of course, you two are the first. First two friends I made after entering the game. Yang Chen said earnestly. Well, since it's a mutual gift between friends, I won't be polite with you then. Even though she knew that Yang Chen was more about politeness, Yu Yao still smiled and happily took the glass bottle from Yang Chen's hand. She carefully placed it in her package. Coming out of the corpse cave, Yang Chen bid farewell to Yu Yao and Yu Ying, and hurried back to the newbie village. Although he knew that the other newbie villages didn't have teleportation arrays repaired so quickly, but because he still had to challenge that ultimate hidden mission, Yang Chen had to make every minute count. At this moment, Yang Chen's sin value had been completely eliminated when he killed the Lord of the Corpse Cave. He could now accept missions at any time. Running all the way, it took less than 5 minutes for Yang Chen to return to the village. Although Yang Chen had hidden his ID, his unique appearance and figure had already spread throughout the entire newbie village. As soon as Yang Chen entered the village, he attracted a crowd. Wow! Is this the great god Kwanggu, the wine-loving mad song? He really looks a lot like a goblin. How can this be? Shoo! Keep your voice down, don't provoke him, aren't you afraid of death? He's the demon king who kills without blinking an eye. Kills without blinking an eye? I think he's not that bad, although he looks a bit special. He doesn't give me a bad vibe. Not bad? He's only been in the game for a few hours, it's not even dawn yet, and he's already killed over 500 people. Isn't this a demon king of killing? The people from the Tyrant and Arrogant World Guilds were never good people. They even robbed me on the road. They deserve to die. The great god is upholding justice. I think the goblin war god is a hero. He helped me vent my anger. I just don't know what he's doing back in the village now. What else can he do? The great god has already reached level 10, and even got the server-wide boss first kill reward. He must be heading to the main city. It is said that in other newbie villages, no one has entered the main city for a job change yet. Maybe the goblin god can still snatch the first job change reward in the national server. I envy them. The god is too strong. I'm only level 5 now. I got killed by a wild boar once, so I'm only level 4 now. I got killed by a bull once. Voices of discussion reached Yang Chen's ears. Yang Chen turned a deaf ear and headed straight to the village chief's residence. Soon, Yang Chen arrived at the entrance of a small courtyard, where it was crowded with people, bustling inside and out. These people were all trying to receive tasks from the village chief. Seeing this situation, Yang Chen could only helplessly move forward, using his impressive strength of 140 points to forcefully squeeze into the crowd. When he first entered the game, Yang Chen had the weakest strength of only 5 points, not able to move anyone and being pushed around by the crowd. But now, with a set of top-notch equipment, even a warrior with full strength points couldn't compete with Yang Chen, and they were all pushed aside by him. How dare you push me, you!
A burly man was about to curse loudly after being pushed aside by Yang Chen with one hand, but when he saw Yang Chen's face clearly, he turned pale instantly.
B. Goblin War God.
With the burly man's exclamation, everyone turned their heads as if hearing a thunderous sound.
When they saw Yang Chen, they fell silent and began to retreat, automatically making way for Yang Chen.
Some even directly fled the courtyard, not daring to stay for a moment. Seeing this scene, Yang Chen smiled faintly and quickly approached an old man with a white beard. Yang Chen respectfully bowed and said, "Village chief, I have reached level 10 and wish to go to the main city to advance.
Please show me the way."
Seeing Yang Chen's attitude, the old man praised, "Young world warrior, I didn't expect you to grow so fast. It's a pity that the spatial stone of the village teleportation array has been damaged for a month, and we have lost contact with the main city for a month as well. If you want to go to the main city, you need to find a complete spatial stone and place it in the teleportation array."
"Where can I find the spatial stone, village chief?" Yang Chen asked.
"As far as I know." The village chief suddenly looked troubled and said, "Only the Fire Dragon King in the Flame Gorge has a complete spatial stone in its possession. But the Fire Dragon King is cruel by nature and treasures its treasures, so it is impossible to hand over the spatial stone."
"It's okay, I will make it handed over,"
Yang Chen said calmly. "Child," the village chief reminded, "the Flame Gorge is very dangerous, filled not only with various fire attribute monsters but also with high-temperature magma that never extinguishes.
Once an ordinary person enters, they will continue to suffer from flame damage, risking their lives. Do you still dare to go now? Ding! Do you accept the village chief's A-level main quest to slay the Fire Dragon King and use the spatial stone on its body to repair the teleportation array?
Quest rewards, 10,000 experience points, 100 reputation points, 10 free attribute points, 5 gold coins.
Failure penalty, none.
Tip: the first player in the server to repair the teleportation array will receive additional rewards from the heavens.
Finally, seeing this system prompt, Yang Chen clicked confirm without hesitation. Seeing Yang Chen take on the quest, the village chief showed a relieved expression and reminded once again, "Child, this task is extremely dangerous.
You'd better bring some companions and prepare some fire-resistant equipment and treasures to have a slight chance of success."
"Thank you for the advice, village chief. I understand." After thanking the village chief, Yang Chen left the courtyard directly.
It wasn't until Yang Chen was hundreds of meters away that the players in the courtyard collectively breathed a sigh of relief and resumed their clamor.
"Phew, I was so scared.
They say he kills without blinking an eye, but he seemed fine to me.
He respects an NPC more than he respects me, but it's just fake politeness, pure hypocrisy. This guy is ruthless."
So this is the Goblin War God.
I thought it was some monster with 3 heads and 6 arms, but now it seems okay. Apart from being a bit skinny, he's not too terrifying. Appearance reflects the heart. A heart filled with poison, what good can he be? Better stay away next time you encounter him.
True, I heard he poisoned dozens of members of the Tyrant Guild with just one bottle of potion. Impressive, truly deserving of being the monster who claimed the first kill on the boss.
After leaving the village chief's courtyard, Yang Chen didn't immediately leave the village.
Instead, he went to the only tavern in the village. He spent 1 gold coin on a cask of premium 30-year-old pine blossom wine and 20 silver coins on a roast goose. At this stage, 2 gold coins equaled 60,000 in-game currency. Even for a wealthy player, they probably wouldn't spend 60,000 on an item that doesn't boost any attributes.
Yang Chen was no exception.
However, the Flame Gorge map was very special, and the A-level mission there was even higher than the Corpse Cave mission, and it was a main quest.
Without some preparation, Yang Chen wasn't fully confident. The pine blossom wine and roast goose were prepared for the shopkeeper at the pharmacy. Only by bringing these 2 items could he obtain the purchase permission for the hidden item, the fire-repelling pill. After taking this pill, one could increase resistance to fire damage for a certain period. In the previous life, everyone was stuck at this point for hours until someone accidentally discovered this hidden item. They finally found a breakthrough for the village exit mission. Suppressing his thoughts, Yang Chen carried the pine blossom wine and roast goose and went straight to the pharmacy. "What would you like to buy, customer?"
Seeing Yang Chen enter, a round-faced middle-aged man greeted him. Without beating around the bush, Yang Chen placed the pine blossom wine and roast goose on the counter and said straightforwardly, "Shopkeeper Wang, I heard you have fire-repelling pills here, and I'd like to buy some."
"Oh."
Shopkeeper Wang showed interest, squinted, and smiled. "To know that I have fire-repelling pills and understand my rules, it seems you're not an ordinary person.
Since you have such a connection with me and are so straightforward, I'll naturally give you some face. How many do you want? How long can one pill last, and what's the price?" Yang Chen asked. "1 fire-repelling pill costs 2 gold coins and lasts half an hour. How about it? How many do you want, sir?" 1 pill is enough, Yang Chen pondered. 1 pill? Are you sure?
Shopkeeper Wang exclaimed, warning, I guess you're going to the Flame Gorge to challenge the Fire Dragon King.
That guy is not easy to deal with. Even if 1,000 people go in, they might not come out unscathed.
I know, Yang Chen shrugged, but I don't have much gold. I'll buy 1 to try first, and if it doesn't work, I'll come back to you.
Fair enough, Shopkeeper Wang nodded. You can produce the gold at this stage and understand my rules. You're quite something. Just 1 pill then.
With a smile, Shopkeeper Wang took the 2 gold coins and immediately handed a deep blue pill to Yang Chen from a hidden compartment in the counter.
Fire repelling pill. After taking it, it reduces fire damage by 18 points per second for an hour.
So the fire repelling pill doesn't actually repel fire, it just reduces the map's continuous damage. Seeing the specific attributes of the fire repelling pill, Yang Chen finally understood why, in the previous life, many players knew about the pill's existence but still struggled for days in the newbie village before completing the exit mission, even without considering the map's continuous damage. In the Flame Canyon, there were many powerful monsters, and the Fire Dragon King was the strongest boss in the novice village on the surface. Even placed in an ordinary map, such a boss would be extremely difficult to deal with. Moreover, the price of the fire-repelling pill was exorbitant. Selling 1 pill for 2 gold coins was equivalent to 100,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. Before the copper coin exchange rate dropped, hardly anyone could afford such a pill, which also eliminated the possibility of mobbing the boss. Perhaps only after the gold coin prices dropped could they rely on overwhelming numbers to complete this task of leaving the village. Putting away the fire-repelling pill, Yang Chen sprinted rapidly towards the western mountain range, the direction indicated by the quest prompt.
20 minutes later, Yang Chen finally arrived at the entrance of the Flame Canyon.
There stood 2 huge brownish mountain ranges side by side, forming a vast canyon several miles wide. The canyon was filled with volcanic fires, making the environment extremely harsh. Yet, even so, many unique plants still grew in the canyon, and there were even the shadows of many animals moving around, quite miraculous. Standing at the entrance of the canyon, Yang Chen felt a wave of heat rushing towards him, making him feel restless and uneasy.
Without hesitation, Yang Chen stepped into it. -20, -20. Ding!
Hint, you have entered a special map, Flame Canyon, where you will suffer 20 points of special flame damage per second. A fixed damage of 20 points per second, truly terrifying.
A whopping 1,200 points of damage in a minute. Ordinary players couldn't even survive standing still here for a minute, let alone drink a health potion. Without delay, Yang Chen immediately took out the fire-repelling pill and consumed it. Ding!
Hint, you have taken the fire-repelling pill, reducing flame damage by 18 points per second, reducing the flame damage you receive to 2 points per second, lasting for 1 hour. The fire-repelling pill, worth 2 gold coins, did not completely eliminate the flame damage in the Flame Canyon but only reduced it to 2 points per second. While 2 points of health seemed insignificant, it added up to 120 points in a minute. Even advanced healing potions could only restore 150 points of health in a minute. The combination of the fire-repelling pill and the advanced healing potion could help ordinary players survive in the Flame Canyon, but it significantly increased the risk of combat.
Is this the leaving the village task in the novice village?
Truly sadistic, Yang Chen murmured. After swallowing a bottle of advanced healing potion, he headed straight for the depths of the Flame Canyon.
Soon, Yang Chen encountered the first monster in the Flame Canyon.
Flamehound, mutant monster, level 11 life, 4800 attack, 180 defense, 120 speed, 98 skills, savage bite, flame breath. Description: mutant creatures bred in the Flame Canyon, usually dozens of them living together, harboring great hostility towards foreign creatures. Not only could it unleash flame attacks, but every physical attack it made also carried 100 points of flame damage.
An 11th level mutant monster. Roar! Upon spotting Yang Chen, the Flamehound did not attack immediately but let out a howl like a wolf. Roar roar, the echoing responses filled the air. Seeing this, Yang Chen remained calm. After taking another bottle of advanced healing potion, he quietly waited for the prey to come to him. Roar! 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 A minute later, dozens of Flamehounds rushed from all directions, attempting to surround Yang Chen. Just then, Yang Chen suddenly moved. As he swiftly moved to the right, his arrows were already drawn. 3 arrows were released simultaneously. -311, +34, -2655. -311, +34, -2655. With a swift move, Yang Chen unleashed his most potent poison arrow. During the journey to the Flame Gorge, Yang Chen had silently collected thousands of drops of blood, all for this battle. Under the terrifying poison damage of 2,655 points per second,
the flamehound with only 4,800 health points would not survive more than 2 seconds once hit.
Yang Chen's hands moved swiftly, pulling the bowstring to create afterimages.
In just a breath's time, Yang Chen poisoned all over 60 flamehounds that approached.
Taking advantage of his speed, Yang Chen evaded the hound's siege.
Despite the fierce attack of over 60 flamehounds, not even touching Yang Chen's clothes, they all fell to his arrows.
Ding!
Congratulations on successfully killing an 11th level flamehound. You gained 140 experience points, currently at level 10, 21300/30,000.
Ding!
Your blood poison body has grown, increasing the poison's true damage to 2,656 points per second.
Ding!
Your body has been tempered by blood poison, increasing your constitution by
0.1, currently at 315. 5. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing an 11th level flamehound.
A moment later, all 64 flamehounds lay dead on the ground. However, the experience points from the mutated monsters were exceptionally high, allowing Yang Chen to level up to the maximum level 10 by killing just 64 creatures.
Yet, Yang Chen was no longer concerned.
Before entering the main city to change jobs, his level had already reached the limit, unable to increase further. Now, he could slay any monster, even a boss, without hesitation.
Stepping forward, Yang Chen swiftly cleaned up the battlefield. The monsters in the flame gorge had a high drop rate.
Just from the 64 monsters, Yang Chen obtained 5 pieces of black iron equipment, 47 white-grade items, along with several silver coins and high-level healing potions.
Glancing over them, the black iron equipment required level 11, currently unusable.
The white-grade items, restricted to level 10, had slightly better attributes than those dropped by the Death Knight.
Even at level 10, ordinary players found it challenging to acquire black iron equipment before entering the main city.
Therefore, high-level white-grade items still had a market.
Yang Chen pondered and temporarily stored the 5 pieces of black iron equipment in his bag.
Subsequently, he listed the 47 white-grade items on the remote auction house at a price of 2,000 yuan each. Although white-grade items were no longer as popular, the equipment Yang Chen listed was selling rapidly at a rate of about 10 items per minute. Once he confirmed that his pricing was acceptable in the market, Yang Chen wasted no time and continued deeper into the gorge.
Over the next half hour, Yang Chen encountered several waves of monsters.
Besides the 11th level flame hounds, there were also 12th level fire spirit deer and 13th level flame bears. Yang Chen swiftly shot them down with thunderous force. During the monster slaying, relying on 11% physical life steal, Yang Chen could even withstand the map damage of the flame gorge without needing healing potions. Through these rounds of monster hunting, Yang Chen's poison attack increased from 2655 points per second to 3124 points per second, a growth of 469 points. His health also rose from 3384 points to 3853 points. Furthermore, his equipment yielded substantial gains. Selling over 300 white-grade items at 2,000 yuan each, after deducting a 20% handling fee, still brought Yang Chen nearly 600,000 in income. At this point, Yang Chen's bank card balance had exceeded 4 million. More importantly, in his storage space lay 37 high-level black iron equipment pieces. Although these black iron items above level 10 had no market in the newbie village, they presented Yang Chen with an opportunity to advance the void quiver once again. It's a pity that the effect of the fire banishing pill only lasted half an hour. Yang Chen had to suppress the impulse in his heart and ran straight to the end of the flame gorge.
10 minutes later, Yang Chen finally arrived in front of a huge cave.
The surroundings of the cave were bare, with no trace of any animals within a kilometer radius.
Danger permeated the air everywhere. Roar! A loud roar echoed from the cave.
Yang Chen suddenly felt a wave of scorching heat and pressure rushing towards him. Before Yang Chen could react, a giant creature standing at 10 meters burst out of the cave. It resembled a lizard, but its body was engulfed in blue flames, with a pair of disproportionately small wings on its back. Yang Chen quickly retreated, putting a distance of nearly 100 meters between them. At the same time, he cast a probing spell towards the creature. Fire Dragon King Veds, Black Iron Boss, level 15 life, 1000000 magic attack, 520 physical attack, 380 defense, 300 speed, 150 skills, giant strike, bite of death, flame breath, fire rain, revival of deadwood, introduction, the absolute ruler of the flame gorge, possessing a trace of rare earth dragon bloodline,
hence self-proclaimed as the Dragon King.
It loves collecting various treasures, and anyone who enters this place will be robbed and devoured by it. Deep within its cave lies the numerous treasures it has collected over the years.
Tip: the Fire Dragon King not only possesses extremely strong power but also has absolute dominance in the Flame Gorge.
When fighting against it, you not only need to be careful of its flames but also beware of its summoning monsters from the gorge to fight alongside it.
After reading these attributes, Yang-chen subconsciously swallowed his saliva.
Truly the strongest boss on the surface of the newbie village, much stronger than the Lord of the Corpse Pit.
Magic attack reaching 520 points. And that's not even counting the skill bonuses.
Even with Yang Chen's abnormal health of nearly 4,000 points, he wouldn't stand a chance for more than 10 hits. You see, all of Yang Chen's equipment is black iron armor that increases magic defense, but even with that, his magic defense is only 125 points.
The magic defense of ordinary players would be even lower. Faced with the Fire Dragon King, they would almost be instantly killed.
Its terrifying amount of health reaches 1 million. What's even more deadly is that among the Fire Dragon King's 5 skills, there seems to be a high proportion of healing skills, as well as an AoE skill.
How can ordinary players deal with this? Roar!
Before Yang Chen could react, the Fire Dragon King suddenly let out a roar. With its huge and heavy body, it charged towards Yang Chen at extreme speed.
Boom!
From a distance of nearly 20 meters, the Fire Dragon King breathed out a huge fireball. But Yang Chen's speed was 18 points higher than the Fire Dragon King's. By the time the Fire Dragon King opened its mouth, Yang Chen had already swiftly retreated. At the same time, the arrow in his hand was already drawn. When he reached the limit of 25 meters, Yang Chen released the bowstring.
-131, +14, -3,124.
Facing the colossal creature in front of him, Yang Chen didn't even need to aim deliberately, effortlessly hitting the target. A layer of dark green suddenly appeared on the Fire Dragon King's black skin. Its movement speed and attack speed both decreased by about 1/3.
Landing a successful blow, Yang Chen didn't hesitate. He turned around and distanced himself once again.
The Flame Breath's attack range was 20 meters, posing no threat to Yang Chen.
But the Fire Dragon King still had an AoE skill, Fire Rain.
Without understanding the coverage range of this skill, Yang Chen didn't dare to be careless.
Roar!
After realizing that it was continuously losing health, the Fire Dragon King let out an angry roar and relentlessly pursued Yang Chen with its massive body. Yang Chen is well versed in the art of flying kites. He always maintained a distance of 30 to 50 meters from the Earth Fire Dragon King. This way, he stayed within the range of the Dragon King's hatred without putting himself in danger. After the poison damage lasted for 8 seconds, Yang Chen turned around and charged towards the Earth Fire Dragon King again.
Roar!
Seeing Yang Chen no longer fleeing but instead charging towards him, the Earth Fire Dragon King let out an excited roar.
It seemed to be mocking the foolishness of the human before it.
But in the next moment, when Yang Chen suddenly stopped at 25 meters and shot himself with a poison arrow, the excitement in the Earth Fire Dragon King's eyes turned into rage. The Earth Fire Dragon King's sturdy feet stomped heavily on the ground, causing the earth to tremble, creating a terrifying momentum.
Yang Chen paid no attention, focusing on his tasks diligently.
Poisoning, fleeing, flying kites, poisoning again, fleeing again.
Tirelessly.
2.5 minutes later, under the extremely high poison damage of 3,124 points per second, even though the Earth Fire Dragon King's health was as high as 100 million, Yang Chen managed to forcefully reduce it by 40%.
Roar! Roar! Roar!
Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, the Earth Fire Dragon King roared continuously.
Howl his echoing responses sounded one after another. And they were all voices that Yang Chen had heard before. They were the cries of the Flame Hound, Fire Spirit Deer, and Flame Bear. Realizing that he couldn't defeat Yang Chen alone, the Earth Fire Dragon King directly called for reinforcements. In less than a minute, nearby animal groups swiftly arrived. The animal group was densely packed, numbering up to thousands.
Seeing this scene, Yang Chen didn't dare to be careless. After shooting the Earth Fire Dragon King with another poison arrow, he took advantage of the encirclement of the animal group and charged straight towards the group on the east side.
Arrows on the string, 3 arrows fired together. Attack speed maximized, 15 hits per second. Yang Chen shot out as many as 45 arrows in a single second. -311, +34, -3,124. -275, +30, -3,124. Huge damage figures floated out.
Whether it was the level 11 Flame Hound, the level 12 Fire Spirit Deer, or the level 13 Flame Bear, once hit by an arrow, none of them could survive more than 2 seconds.
Moreover, Yang Chen used attacks to replenish his health.
With each shot, he could absorb around 30 points of health. Even without drinking a health potion, Yang Chen was now capable of withstanding the map damage of the Flame Canyon. However, the relentless animal group continued to close in, causing trouble for Yang Chen. Not daring to let the Earth Fire Dragon King come within 20 meters of him, Yang Chen had to continuously penetrate deeper into the animal group. Despite his efforts to dodge, he would occasionally be hit by the animal group, losing a couple of hundred points of health. Fortunately, Yang Chen's attack speed and lifesteal were high enough to not only cover these damages but also have health overflow. Once these monsters got close and bit Yang Chen, they would be immediately poisoned to death by the stronger poison in Yang Chen's body without him having to attack actively. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the level 13 flame bear, but as you have reached level 10 cap, you cannot gain experience points. Please quickly complete your class transfer and ascend to higher levels and realms. Ding! Your blood poison body has grown, and the true poison damage has increased to 3,125 points per second. Ding! Your body has been tempered by blood poison, and your physique has increased by 0.1, currently at 362. 4. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the level 12 fire spirit deer. Reminders of each kill came in. In less than 10 seconds, Yang Chen had shot down over 300 monsters, cutting through the animal group, only leaving behind a wide passage of corpses. Seeing the poison effect about to disappear in 10 seconds, Yang Chen turned back and charged towards the Earth Fire Dragon King again. -131, +14, -3,124. With one strike, Yang Chen didn't dare to linger and rushed towards the outskirts of the beast pack once again. However, the densely packed beast group had already blocked the passage Yang Chen had just used while he was turning back to continue the poison. Boom! 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 Huge fireballs flew towards him. Yang Chen dodged and weaved through the beast pack, avoiding most of the fireballs, but one hit his right shoulder. -655, a huge damage number floated up. Just one fireball had taken away 1/6 of Yang Chen's health. But what made Yang Chen happy was that all the fireballs he dodged hit the surrounding beasts. Although none of the beasts were killed by a single hit, they were scattered and thrown several meters away. The encirclement of the beast pack was instantly broken. Yang Chen seized the opportunity. He swiftly moved outward, continuously shooting arrows. 3 arrows shot out at once. At such a close distance, Yang Chen could easily hit the monsters around him without even aiming. In less than 10 seconds, Yang Chen once again pierced through the beast pack. After 2 rounds of attacks by Yang Chen, half of the densely packed beast group had been wiped out. With just 2 more rounds of such attacks, the thousands of beasts that had just arrived would all become souls under Yang Chen's arrows. Roar! Roar! Seeing the ground littered with beast corpses, the Earth Fire Dragon King, who had finally reacted, dared not charge again. It abandoned its previous aggressive stance and switched to defense, tightly guarded by the beast pack around it, attempting to prevent Yang Chen from getting closer. Seeing this scene, a faint smile appeared on Yang Chen's lips. If these monsters fought to the death, they might pose a slight threat to him. But if they only defended without attacking, they were like lambs to the slaughter. Seeing that the Earthfire Dragon King's poison time had passed and its health was recovering at a terrifying rate of 1,000 points per second, Yang Chen no longer hesitated. He strung his bow and continuously shot arrows at the beast pack in front of him. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a level 12 fire spirit deer. Your blood poison body has grown, and the poison's real damage has increased to 3,672 points per second. Ding! Your body has been tempered by blood poison, increasing your physique by 0.1, currently at 417. 1. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing an 11th level blaze hound. Monster after monster fell. Yang Chen's poison damage also increased at an extremely terrifying speed. Along with the falling monsters, pieces of equipment also dropped. With a quick glance, Yang Chen discovered dozens of pieces of black iron equipment. Perhaps after this battle, he could upgrade his void arrow quiver. Just a minute later, the over 1,000 monsters that had rushed over had all been shot dead by Yang Chen. The Earthfire Dragon King also took this opportunity to restore its health to around 65%. Facing Yang Chen once again, this supposedly strongest boss in the novice village visibly trembled, turned, and ran madly. It tried to flee the scene, but Yang Chen wouldn't give it that chance. Utilizing his speed advantage, Yang Chen quickly caught up to the Earthfire Dragon King. Another arrow shot out. -131, +14, -3,124. Poison attacks resumed. The Earthfire Dragon King's speed plummeted, leaving no possibility of escape. At this moment, Yang Chen, waiting for the Earthfire Dragon King's death, was unaware that as more skilled players in the novice village reached level 10 and took on the task to leave the village, the terrifying map features of the Flame Gorge and the horrifying attributes of mutated monsters had already been posted on the game forum. This sparked a nationwide discussion, with players wailing in despair. Heavenly Path, Game Forum. What's this?
An out-of-village task that even the two great gods sword dance 9 heavens and walking against the heavens couldn't complete? How insane is this? Losing 20 points of health per second? Are they crazy? What devilish map is this? There's that level 11 mutated monster, its attributes are way too strong. It keeps using group attacks, who can defeat it? I can't even handle normal monsters alone, I always need a team. Are they even letting people enter the main city anymore? I'm already level 8. With only a total of 670 health points. So, if I enter this map, monsters won't even need to attack me, and I'll probably die in less than a minute, right? Don't even get me started. I've awakened the A-level talent, Double Constitution. I only have around 2,000 health points now. If I use high-level healing potions, well, I might survive for about 2 minutes. What kind of brainless game designer came up with this map? Who can complete such a mission? Damn it! I spent 300,000 to buy the game warehouse, and now you're telling me I can only play until level 10, and then I can't continue? Dragon Mansion Bounty, reward of 10 million, searching across the network for an equipment piece that can restore over 20 health points per second and requires a level below 10. If any friend draws this type of equipment at the beginning, please contact me immediately. Royal Family Guild recruitment order, urgently hiring top alchemists across the network, annual salary of 1 billion, must be able to produce a blood potion that restores over 20 health points per second with no cooldown. Useless brothers, I am the chief alchemist of the Guanshan Alliance, awakened with the A-level alchemy talent. I've been studying alchemy since entering the game, without even bothering to level up. But currently, I can only produce a potion that restores 600 health points within a minute, and it has a cooldown. I can't withstand the continuous damage in the flame gorge. Potions are hard to come by, let's see if there's a powerful healer with awakened healing talent. Stop resisting, brothers. Even if you survive the map's damage, it's useless. With those terrifying fire attribute monsters, they say there's a big boss at the end of the gorge. Damn it, is the game official crazy? Why aren't they fixing the bugs? Doesn't matter, I'm only level 6 now, the ones in a hurry are the expert players, it's none of my business. I bet unless the game officials change the map attributes, no player in the newbie village can complete this task. If I lose, I'll live stream myself eating 2 pounds of beef. Oh, so you're not losing out either way, huh? Don't rush, brothers, let those top players wait for us. What's wrong with narrowing the level gap? Isn't that guy who got the first kill on the boss, called Zongjo Kwanga, an alchemist? Can he produce a potion to counter the flame gorge? Him? Useless. I asked the brothers in Newbie Village 997. The reason he got the first boss kill is that he's a poisoner, only knows how to make poison. This flame gorge is inanimate. Do you expect him to poison the map? I see, there's really no way out. It's a worry. You worry for nothing. When the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold it up. Have you reached level 10 yet? You're here worrying for the gods. The emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuchs are. Makes sense, I'm speechless. The gaming forum was in an uproar. The top experts of various guilds were also at a loss, with no clue. These people had hoped to compete for the first transformation reward, but they never expected that now they couldn't even complete the village exit task. In Newbie Village 997, after receiving the double task rewards, Yue Yao and Yue Ying leveled up to 10 by hunting monsters for a while. Then they went to the village chief to receive the exit task and arrived outside the flame gorge. This was a public task that anyone could take on. However, the final task reward belonged only to the person who repaired the teleportation array. Has Kwanga still not turned on voice chat? Yue Yao asked. No, Yue Ying shook her head, he's in do not disturb mode, can't reach him. It seems we have entered the flame gorge and a major battle is underway. Yue Yao's face was full of confusion as she murmured, when he left the corpse cave, he was still asking me for the spring pill, which means he didn't have any blood medicine stronger than the spring pill. How is he enduring the damage from this map? The blood volume of the skinny bamboo pole is very high, far exceeding ours. Could he be relying on his high blood volume to forcefully break through? Yue Ying asked. That's not very likely, Yue Yao said. The flame gorge inflicts continuous damage. No matter how high your blood volume is, there will be a time when it runs out. It seems that Kwanga still has many secrets. Who cares? Yue Ying chuckled. As long as the skinny bamboo pole can clear the flame gorge and complete the village mission, we can enter the main city first. Anyway, he has definitely changed to an archer, so no one can compete with us for the first rewards for mages and assassins. That's true, Yue Yao also smiled knowingly, waving her hand. Let's go, instead of wasting time here, we might as well level up and reach level 10 early to get full experience, and we can also help other guild members with equipment. Okay. Deep in the flame gorge. 2 minutes passed. At this moment, the Earthfire Dragon King's health was only 5% left. Half a minute ago, the Earthfire Dragon King had used the skills Withered Wood in Spring and Rain of Fire one after another. But under the continuous damage of the blood poison, after the release of Withered Wood in Spring, it had no effect at all. Rain of Fire is a large spell covering a radius of 30 meters around. It caused considerable damage to Yang Chen. Seizing the opportunity when Yang Chen was renewing the poison, the Earthfire Dragon King closed the distance to 25 meters. Suddenly, it unleashed this powerful skill. Although Yang Chen was mentally prepared and had been on guard against this skill, even so, Yang Chen was still hit by 3 fireballs, losing nearly 2,000 health points. Fortunately, this skill had a long cooldown. After releasing this blow, the Earthfire Dragon King was mentally exhausted and could no longer struggle. 20 seconds later, as the last trace of health of the Earthfire Dragon King reached zero, its huge body, reaching 10 meters in height, collapsed with a bang. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the level 15 Black Iron boss Earthfire Dragon King Veds, gaining 100 reputation points. Ding! Since you have reached level 10 with full experience, you cannot increase your experience points. Please complete your job change as soon as possible and climb to higher levels. Ding! Your blood poison body has grown by 10 points, and the real poison damage has increased to 4,299 points per second. Ding! Your body has been tempered by blood poison, and your physique has increased by 0.1 by 10, currently at 479. 8. As the Earthfire Dragon King fell, a pile of equipment and items burst out from its abdomen. Yang Chen quickly stepped forward to check the items dropped by the boss. Among this mountain-like pile of items, there were mostly silver coins and equipment, a total of 9 pieces of level 15 black iron equipment. After temporarily storing the equipment in his bag, Yang Chen continued to search for items. Suddenly, Yang Chen found a black scroll. Earthfire Dragon King Summoning Scroll. When torn open, it can summon the Earthfire Dragon King to fight alongside you for 30 minutes. Tip: only the person who kills the Earthfire Dragon King first can obtain this scroll. I can actually summon the Earthfire Dragon King. Seeing the scroll's properties, Yang Chen was ecstatic. Although the Earthfire Dragon King only lasted a short 5 minutes in front of Yang Chen, it wasn't because the Earthfire Dragon King wasn't strong enough, but because Yang Chen's poison was too abnormal. Just its 1 million health points could make countless players doubt their lives. And next, Yang Chen was going to challenge the ultimate hidden mission. With such a super meat shield, Yang Chen's confidence also grew stronger. Without exaggeration, just this summoning scroll alone is worth over tens of millions on the market. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Chen continued to search through the remaining items. At the bottom of the silver coins, Yang Chen found a wooden box containing 5 bright red fruits, each the size of a cherry. Fruit of Strength, primary after consumption, it can increase strength by 1 point, with a limit of 10 fruits. To think there are still such good things. Holding the 5 fruits of strength, Yang Chen immediately swallowed them all. Ding! Congratulations on consuming 5 fruits of strength, your strength has increased by 5 points, currently at 145. With a 5-point increase in strength, Yang Chen's attack power instantly rose to 393 points. He continued to search with his head down. Apart from thousands of silver coins, Yang Chen didn't find a trace of the spatial stone. It loves to collect all kinds of treasures. In its cave, it hides many treasures it has cherished for years. Recalling the information hint from the Fire Dragon King, Yang Chen speculated that the spatial stone should be hidden in its nest. Standing up, Yang Chen surveyed the items dropped by the thousands of monsters around him. He checked the remaining duration of the fire-repelling pill, only 14 minutes left. He couldn't afford to delay. Yang Chen quickly cleaned up the battlefield. He only picked up equipment, silver coins, and healing potions, abandoning everything else. Under normal circumstances, even if it was just a copper coin, Yang Chen would pick it up. But now he had no choice. There were just too many monsters. Moreover, these items exposed outside would be automatically refreshed by the Heavenly Tao if left unclaimed for half an hour. Even if the duration of the fire-repelling pill was enough, Yang Chen couldn't possibly clean up all the items dropped by over 1,000 monsters within half an hour. Moreover, this place was at the end of the Flame Gorge. To return alive to the valley entrance, even with Yang Chen's peak speed, he needed to reserve at least 10 minutes. If only I had bought one more fire-repelling pill. Being too thrifty is not good. Being greedy for small gains leads to big losses. Seeing time running short, Yang Chen suppressed his regrets, only picking up black iron equipment and convenient white-grade equipment, reluctantly abandoning the rest. 85, 92, 99, 100. Enough! Adding to the inventory in his backpack, after picking up 100 pieces of black iron equipment,
Yang Chen immediately dashed towards the entrance of the Fire Dragon King's cave. The cave was unusually spacious but not too deep. After Yang Chen had walked nearly 100 meters, he found a large pile of shiny coins. Next to it was a shelf carved out of the stone wall, displaying various items. Heavy silver stone, rare or hard in texture, extremely malleable, a top material for crafting equipment capable of refining into golden equipment.
Tattered treasure map. This map records a treasure location outside Qingmu City, but the other half is missing. Lapis lazuli, a good-looking but useless ore, perhaps favored by the noble women in the main city. Flame Elephant King's teeth. The Flame Elephant King was once the Fire Dragon King's most formidable opponent. After the Fire Dragon King killed it, he collected its ivory, which could be used to craft fire attribute staffs. Long-armed Ape King's skull, spoils of the Fire Dragon King, not very useful. Damn! Seeing these strange items, Yang Chen couldn't help but curse.
Fortunately, his void quiver could hold a lot.
Whether useful or not, he collected them all.
Finally, on the top shelf, Yang Chen found what he was looking for. Spatial stone, a rare ore containing a trace of spatial laws, an indispensable item for building teleportation arrays.
Finally found it.
After storing the spatial stone in his package, Yang Chen indiscriminately swept all the dozens of items on the shelf. By now, the duration of the fire-repelling pill was less than 10 minutes.
Yang Chen glanced at the shining mountain of coins.
Although most of them were copper and silver coins, such a large pile was still quite valuable. Yang Chen felt a pang in his heart. He stepped forward and crazily grabbed a few handfuls, taking away a small portion of the coins before reluctantly turning around and running away. As he passed by the monster's corpse, Yang Chen casually picked up about 10 pieces of white-grade equipment. The required level for these white-grade equipment was all level 10, each piece could be sold for around 2,000, so with 10 pieces, it added up to about 20,000. For Yang Chen, who had been poor for 21 years, frugality had long been ingrained in his bones, making it difficult for him to change. While rushing madly on the road, Yang Chen fed the black iron equipment in his package one by one to the void quiver. Ding! The void quiver successfully absorbed one piece of black iron equipment currently at black iron equipment, 1/100. Ding! The void quiver successfully absorbed one piece of black iron equipment, currently at black iron equipment, 2/100. 5 minutes later, Yang Chen had already arrived at the middle of the canyon. The void quiver had finally successfully upgraded to bronze-grade equipment. Void quiver, special equipment, agility, plus 20 strength, plus 15 constitution, plus 10 feature 1, can devour equipment of the same grade for upgrades, currently at bronze grade equipment, 0/1000, feature 2, the quiver contains a void, providing the host with an additional 1000 storage spaces and producing an unlimited amount of level 3 spirit arrows. Note, each level 3 spirit arrow carries 100 points of true damage and increases shooting range by 150%. Feature 3, produces 1 spirit element arrow, primary, per hour, with a maximum storage of 10 arrows. Spirit element arrow, primary carries 500 points of true damage, increases shooting range by 300%, and guarantees a 100% hit rate. Feature 4, once bound, it cannot be traded, dropped, or destroyed, bound to the player's Zhongjou Quanga. Gurgle. After completing this attribute, Yang Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. It was truly a top-grade equipment that advanced after absorbing 100 pieces of black iron equipment. Not only did it enhance all 3 attributes of strength, constitution, and agility, but the storage space also increased from 500 slots to 1000 slots, and the attributes and range of the spirit arrows were significantly enhanced. What surprised Yang Chen the most was the outrageous attribute of the spirit element arrow. With the additional 50% attack range from the heavenly wolf bow, Yang Chen's maximum shooting range had now reached 45 meters. That was 4.5 times that of an ordinary player. If he had the spirit element arrow when facing the Fire Dragon King, Yang Chen wouldn't even need to get hurt. It's a pity that the quantity is a bit low, only producing 1 arrow per hour. It might not be enough to challenge that ultimate task. Excited in his heart, Yang Chen opened the attribute panel. Zhongjou Quanga, untransferred, level 10, 30,000/30,000, strength 155, constitution 489. 8 agility, 168 health, 5128 mana, 540 attack, 417, 155 asterisk 2 plus 38, asterisk 120%, defense, 584, 489 plus 95, magic defense, 125, 54 plus 71, speed, 178, 168 plus 10, range, 30, spirit element arrow range 45, vampirism, 11% prestige, 320 title, slaughterer luck, hidden talent, blood poisonous body. Inflicts 4299 points/second of true damage on the target, lasting 10 seconds. After slaughtering over 1,000 monsters in a row, Yang Chen's health had surpassed the 5,000 mark. The poison damage had also skyrocketed to a terrifying 4,299 points per second. However, for some reason, at this moment, Yang Chen felt a slight swelling pain in his joints all over his body. During the intense battle with the Fire Dragon King earlier, his attention was highly focused, so Yang Chen didn't feel it too clearly. But now, as he relaxed, this sensation became very noticeable.
Could it be that staying up late online for too long has taken a toll on my body? But my spirit is still high.
Yang Chen shook his head, temporarily setting aside this question. He rushed towards the valley exit at full speed. With half of the journey remaining and only 3 minutes left of the fire refining pills effect, Yang Chen remained calm. His robust health of 5,000 points allowed him to sustain himself for several minutes even without the pill's boost. Indeed, as Yang Chen burst out of the valley, he still had over 3,000 points of health left.
Phew! He breathed a sigh of relief.
Only then did Yang Chen have time to check the pile of coins he had looted. In the system wallet, he now held 75 gold coins and 98 silver coins. Before entering the flame gorge, he only had 33 gold coins. In other words, Yang Chen had gained over 40 gold coins just from this trip. It was more than double the reward for killing the boss. I wonder how expensive the cultivation methods and skill books for early job changers are.
Otherwise, I could consider selling some gold coins. If he hadn't remembered that early job changers incurred higher costs, Yang Chen wouldn't have valued gold coins so much.
Forget it, there are plenty of ways to make money in the future, no need to rush. Suppressing his thoughts, Yang Chen glanced at the map and headed north. He wasn't sure of the exact location of the ultimate hidden mission, only that it was at the northernmost point of the newbie village.
As long as he headed in the right direction, finding it was just a matter of time. Just then, Yang Chen's phone rang. Seeing it was from Yu Yao, he answered the call.
Quan Gu, you finally turned off the Do Not Disturb mode.
Do you know that the game forums are going crazy right now? Going crazy? Why? Yang Chen asked casually.
It's because of the insane damage in the Flame Gorge. Yu Yao said, you must have been to the Flame Gorge and know how terrifying it is. Even top game gods like Zhen Wujiao Shao, and Itian Erxing, and Huang Fuhong are stuck in the newbie village, unable to do anything with that map.
Oh, Yang Chen replied nonchalantly. Exactly. Seeing Yang Chen's calm reaction, Yu Yao excitedly said, Quan Gu, you must have a solution, right? You don't need to tell me what method you're using. I just want to ask if you need our help.
Yu Yao sincerely said, whether my sister and I can get the first job change reward now depends on you, so we also want to contribute.
No need for help. After some thought, Yang Chen said, focus on your own tasks.
I'll notify you as soon as I fix the teleportation array.
Okay, contact me anytime if you need anything.
With that said, the call ended. Yang Chen became interested at this moment, browsing the game forum while on the road. The main page was filled with posts related to leaving the village quest and Flame Gorge. He randomly clicked on a few posts and found that although these topics were highly discussed, most players were just watching the excitement. Some were even secretly pleased. After all, it was not yet 7 in the morning, and the game had only been live for over 6 hours. Apart from a few top players, most hadn't even reached level 10 yet and didn't need to worry about leaving the village. Even in the 997th newbie village, only Yang Chen, Yu Yao, and Yuing had reached level 10. Following closely behind were Qin Shang and Sui Feng Qiwu, who had just passed level 9 and needed at least half an hour to reach level 10. Many on the forum were even waiting for the game officials to adjust the mission difficulty. Shi-Chi launched a phone bombardment against the game companies of various countries on the surface, but they had no idea. The game Heaven's Path is fundamentally beyond human control. Even the game companies are only responsible for distributing and selling game helmets. These game companies don't even know where the game helmets, something surpassing the current technology of Blue Star, came from. Perhaps only the highest levels of various governments are privy to some of the inside information. Just as Yang Chen was about to close the forum, a post suddenly caught his attention. Comrade Badian, who wishes to remain anonymous, my guild members once saw Zhongjiu Quanga at the village chief in Newbie Village 997, took the out-of-village task shortly after, and ran madly towards the Flame Gorge to the west. His speed was too fast for my people to keep up, but luckily we had someone leveling in the western mountains, so we had them hide at the entrance of the Flame Gorge early on.
About 20 minutes later, our people saw Zhongjiu Quanga enter the Flame Gorge, and for the next hour, he never came out.
Moreover, we closely monitored his level changes. On the level ranking, shortly after Zhongjiu Quanga entered the Flame Gorge, his experience suddenly soared, reaching level 10 in a matter of seconds. and for the next hour, his level never dropped.
In other words, Zongjio Kwanga entered the flame gorge and survived for an hour. Friends, I can only help you up to this point. I don't know the specific method, but if you ask Zongjio Kwanga, I believe you will get an answer. After reading this post, Yang Chen was secretly shocked. This comrade Batian, who wishes to remain anonymous, is clearly from the Batian Guild. It might even be Wang Batian himself. Unexpectedly, after the Battle of Blackwheat Field, Wang Batian did not give up on seeking revenge against him. Instead, he closely monitored every move he made. Although his description seemed very objective, intentionally or unintentionally, he shifted the hatred onto himself. He was convinced that Yang Chen had a way to break the deadlock but kept it to himself, not informing anyone of this method. Such actions could easily provoke public anger. Sure enough, this post, which had just been published, quickly attracted many onlookers, almost all of whom replied attacking Yang Chen. Damn, the way you analyze it, it seems to be true. This Zongjio Kwanga is too selfish. He clearly has a way to solve the map damage, but he watches us, millions of people, in a hurry, which is despicable. Ungrateful. This concerns the progress of all players in the game. If he really has a solution, he should share it without reservation. Exactly. The monsters in the Flame Gorge are so strong that even if this Zongjio Kwanga can solve the map damage, he cannot complete the task alone. It's better to share it and let everyone go in together. I don't necessarily agree. This is all just the opinion of the poster, mostly speculation, without any evidence. And he says he doesn't want to reveal his name, but he has already revealed it. That's right. As far as I know, the Batian Guild had conflicts with Zongjio Kwanga before. This is clearly a case of stirring up trouble. Exactly, Zongjio Kwanga is just a lone player. Although his poison refining talent is high, the information he personally holds is limited. Even super guilds like Sword Rain Hall, Eternal Gate, and Mountain Alliance can't handle it. How could a lone player know? Don't let yourself be used as a pawn. That's not necessarily true. Maybe this guy did some hidden tasks and obtained some important information unknown to others? Indeed, didn't he get the first kill on the boss? Maybe the Heavenly Tao will consider his method of breaking the game as a reward. Why are we talking so much? Let's just go ask this guy directly. Makes sense, but I'm just a small fry. Even if I ask, the legendary Kung God definitely won't bother. So, I've sent the post to our guild leader to ask personally. Agreed, I've forwarded the post to the leader of the Royal Guild. Forwarded to the leader of the Unparalleled Guild. This was originally a new post with little heat. But as more people shared it, the number of clicks instantly skyrocketed from a few hundred to tens of thousands. And it was spreading at an extremely fast pace. Training grounds south of the newbie village. Boss, this thing worked out, haha. Batian Feiwa excitedly said to Wang Batian, now everyone knows that Zongjio Kung has a way to break the game. If he doesn't come forward to explain, he will become everyone's enemy. Once he enters the main city, he will definitely be in a difficult position. But if he really reveals the method to break the game, he will lose this advantage. At least his first clear reward will be in vain, and he won't please anyone. Well done. Wang Batian's face was flushed with satisfaction as he patted Batian Feiwa's shoulder, saying, Feiwa, you are clever. As soon as you heard that guy was going to the village chief's house to pick up a task, you immediately sent someone to wait at the Flame Gorge. Finally, we've outsmarted this guy and gained some interest back. Once I enter the main city, the guild's tens of thousands of troops will be ready, then we'll deal with this scoundrel. Wang Batian waved his hand and said, Feiwa, I'll reward you with 1 million. Take the brothers to Feitian International tonight for a treat. Upon hearing this, Batian Feiwa immediately smiled with joy. He nodded and bowed, saying, Thank you, boss, for your reward. East side of the forest. Feng Woodens, holding a long sword, was video calling with NIT Honor. Guild leader, I have a friend of Kung's, should I go ask him? No need. NIT Honor shook his head slightly and said, these people are using the banner of righteousness to try to force out Zongjio Kung's trump card, but it's just bullying him as a solo player without a powerful force backing him. This kind of thing is too low level, my Eternal Gate disdains it. NIT Honor side, if you and I were the first to know the method to break the game, we wouldn't have made it public. At least before we successfully enter the main city, there is no such possibility. Do not do unto others what you would not want done to yourself. We will not exert pressure on him. Then, Feng Woodens asked, Guild leader, what will you do? You've been stuck on this task for 1.5 hours, if you don't. It's okay, I've found a way. NIT Honor smiled lightly. Actually, when I took the task earlier, the village chief had hinted that I should prepare some fire-resistant treasures before entering the Flame Gorge. But I didn't pay attention at the time. After I came to my senses, I kept flattering the village chief,
almost an hour, and he finally relented and gave me a task. After completing this task, the village chief will tell me how to obtain fire-resistant items, and now I'm almost done.
That's good.
Seeing that the guild leader had found a way to break the game, Feng Wudens finally relaxed.
It's you, Awu, who needs to quickly level up to 10. And Itiana reminded, now it seems that you and Zhongjiukeng are in the same newbie village, which is actually a good thing. As long as he can repair the teleportation array first, you can follow him into the main city. Going against the heavens, Rao Xing showed a smile of interest and said, this time, maybe you can outperform Sword Dance Joshio and claim the first transformation reward of the swordsman profession. I was thinking the same. With these words, Sui Feng Wudan smiled knowingly.
Closing the game for him, Yang Chen looked at his contacts.
Suddenly, the message list was flooded with thousands of friend requests.
Many of these requests were from renowned figures in the game, including 4 or 5 leaders of the top 10 super guilds. Some of them were relatively friendly, politely inquiring if Yang Chen could share the breakthrough method or indicating their willingness to pay a high price for it.
However, there was another group of people. Their tone was extremely domineering and aggressive.
They waved the moral flag of millions of players, demanding that Yang Chen must make the breakthrough method public.
Some even went as far as to threaten him. If he refused to hand over the breakthrough method, once Yang Chen entered the main city, all major forces would issue a joint kill order against him.
Seeing these messages, Yang Chen smiled faintly, closed his contacts directly, and activated the Do Not Disturb mode. Although based on the development of his past life, it would only take an hour for someone to discover the existence of the fire-refining pill one after another. Some who couldn't keep their mouths shut would quietly spread this news, eventually making it widely known. But this was clearly a trap set by Wang Batian for himself.
Yang Chen could be accommodating, but he wouldn't yield to any pressure.
Even if he stood against all players, Yang Chen feared nothing in the world of Heaven's Path.
Moreover, Yang Chen knew that many people had their pride and were not being used as pawns by Wang Batian.
At least, Chen Shang and Sui Feng Wudan in his friends list had never sent him any messages. Putting aside his thoughts, Yang Chen rushed at full speed towards the outermost part of the newbie village. The ultimate hidden mission was too abnormal. In his past life, many major forces made thorough preparations to challenge it but ended up empty-handed. Although Yang Chen now had some confidence, he didn't know how long this mission would take. This was one of the reasons he hadn't revealed the fire-refining pill. He wanted both the first transformation reward and the ultimate hidden mission. After half an hour of mad dash, Yang Chen finally arrived at the outermost part of the north. There were no roads around, all blocked by an endless towering mountain wall. In front of the towering mountain wall, there was a thin air membrane.
Once Yang Chen reached out to touch it, a faint force would bounce back.
The harder Yang Chen pushed, the stronger the rebound force of the air membrane became.
Xiaopeng seems to have said that within this endless air membrane, there is a tiny crack.
As long as you find this crack, you will enter another map.
Yang Chen followed this air membrane, carefully searching every inch for any possibility. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes.
Finally, after nearly an hour of continuous searching, Yang Chen finally found that imperceptible crack.
Following this crack, Yang Chen exerted a slight force with his fingers.
Yang Chen clearly felt that the rebound force of the air membrane here was very weak, even with a hint of suction.
Suddenly,
a strong light emanated from the crack in the air membrane.
After a dizzying moment, Yang Chen found himself in a special space.
It was a circular basin surrounded by steep mountains. At the center of the basin was a huge Tai Chi diagram. In the eyes of the Tai Chi diagram, 2 figures sat facing each other, exuding a powerful pressure. One of the figures was in human form but towering tens of meters tall. His skeleton was massive, but his flesh had long withered, emitting a strong aura of death. Clearly, he was at the end of his rope. Another figure, equally towering at dozens of meters, was a dragon exuding black mist. A true dragon, not a fake like the Earthfire Dragon King. Swallowing hard, Yang Chen forced down his fear and stepped towards the Tai Chi diagram. Reaching the edge of the Tai Chi diagram, Yang Chen dared not get any closer. From a distance, he cast a probing spell towards the tall humanoid figure.
Ancient Giant. Thunder, life, attack, defense, speed, skills.
Introduction. The young leader of the Ancient Giant clan, a former demigod-level powerhouse, accepted a mission from the heavens over 100 years ago to hunt and kill the Abyssal Demon Dragon. The battle between the two lasted for days, leaving both him and the Abyssal Demon Dragon severely injured. In the final moments of the battle, Thunder used the clan's secret technique, sacrificing flesh and blood to set up the Tai Chi formation, attempting to refine the Abyssal Demon Dragon to death.
Accepted a mission from the heavens? Sacrificing flesh and blood to refine the Abyssal Demon Dragon to death?
Despite no verbal communication, after reading this introduction, Yang Chen had already guessed that the ancient giant before him, filled with deathly aura, should be on the same side as him. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chen cast a probing spell towards the black dragon on the opposite side. Abyssal Demon Dragon. Anita? Life? Attack? Defense? Speed? Skills? Introduction. A powerful creature that emerged from the abyssal passage, cruel by nature, growing stronger by devouring beings from the heavenly world. It once exterminated several newly fused races in the heavenly world, deemed intolerable by the heavens. Engaged in a fierce battle with Thunder of the ancient giant clan, it has been trapped here for over 180 years. Its strength now is less than a fraction of its peak, but still formidable. Note, this is the ultimate hidden task in the novice village. If you can slay the abyssal demon dragon, you will receive a huge reward from the heavens. As expected, after reading this introduction, Yang Chen was both shocked and delighted. Delighted because this was the ultimate hidden task he had been longing for. Shocked because the difficulty of this task seemed even more insane than he had imagined. This was a being that not even a demigod-level powerhouse could defeat after exhausting their life. Could he, a mere level 10 novice player, really slay it? Should I go out and level up a few 100,000 passively before attempting to defeat this boss? Compared to this task, the first turn reward doesn't seem that important. Just as Yang Chen hesitated in secret, a deep, hoarse voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Young man, you are special. I have been waiting for over 180 years, and even in the last fusion of the small worlds, I couldn't find a newcomer strong enough. I never expected that at the end of my life, I would see a glimmer of hope. Yang Chen turned around to find Thunder, the young leader of the ancient giant clan, speaking to him. Thunder was sitting cross-legged at that moment. Despite nearing the end of his life, the light in his eyes made Yang Chen unable to meet his gaze directly. Those huge eyes seemed to see through Yang Chen's thoughts, through everything about him. You don't need to think about it. This is currently the strongest state of your realm. If you forcibly enhance your poison blood attribute, you will soon explode and die. Even your body from another world will perish with you. Hearing this, Yang Chen trembled all over. He can see through my talents and knows I come from another world? Explode and die? What's going on? After a brief hesitation, Yang Chen stepped into the eye of the two elements and approached Thunder. He bowed respectfully and said, I pay my respects to Senior Thunder. Please enlighten me, why did I die from exploding? Realm, Thunder said lightly. No matter what kind of talent, it cannot escape the endless surge of the realm. Realm represents a person's energy intensity and level. It is also the most direct manifestation of their overall strength. When we kill monsters and absorb experience, it is the process of incorporating energy into ourselves. And advancing in realm is to continuously refine and elevate our own energy. Your toxic blood is constantly tempering your physique, making your constitution superior to the same level, which is a good thing. But, Thunder said meaningfully, if your toxic blood is too powerful, exceeding the limit that your body's energy level can bear, what do you think will happen? I will. Yang Chen swallowed nervously, not daring to continue, because he vaguely felt that Thunder was right. Is there really a powerful talent that can surpass the limits of the realm and grow infinitely? Is there really a peerless genius who can slay gods at level 10? Do you feel a slight swelling pain in your joints? Thunder asked. How? How did you know? Yang Chen was nervous and stuttered. This feeling only occurred after the battle in the flame gorge. Even he didn't pay much attention to it, but Thunder could see so many secrets with just one glance? Heh, this is the omen of your imminent explosion, Thunder said with a faint smile. Your body is reminding you that it's about to give in. If you hadn't stopped in time, you wouldn't have been able to make it here alive. Yang Chen was stunned. Did I save my own life because I was in a hurry and wanted to claim all the rewards and ultimate mission rewards? Before Thunder mentioned the issue of joint swelling, Yang Chen had some doubts about Thunder. He was worried that Thunder was just trying to deceive him into staying to help slay the abyssal dragon. But now, Yang Chen had no more doubts about Thunder's words. Truly worthy of being a former demigod-level powerhouse. Even though he was on the brink of death, his insight was still sharp and ruthless. Please enlighten me, Senior, how can I cultivate my talent to its strongest state? After saying this, Yang Chen carefully upgraded himself all the way, never daring to kill monsters above his level, and tried to explain to Thunder the process of choosing to kill poisonous creatures. Encountering such a super powerhouse was rare, and Thunder in front of him seemed willing to offer guidance. Yang Chen naturally had to seize the opportunity. After pondering for a while, Thunder spoke, your approach of killing and absorbing toxins from creatures is correct. But you don't need to worry too much about killing monsters above your level. Thunder explained, level is just a further subdivision of the realm. Different levels within the same realm do not fundamentally differ in energy levels. As long as you reach the level limit in each realm, cultivate your blood poison talent to the limit, that is, when your body can no longer bear it, then you will enter the next realm. Even if you cultivate your talent to the strongest state, you can still kill monsters above your level. But it's best to stay at the level limit of each realm for a while to find out where your limits lie. At this point, Thunder changed the subject and talked about absorbing toxins. The more toxins you absorb, and the more diverse they are, the lower the chance of your blood poison being resisted or immune to by others. Don't think that just because you haven't encountered creatures in this small newbie village that can resist your blood poison, you are invincible and unstoppable. Thunder raised his eyes and looked at the abyssal dragon in the distance. He gestured. Even if this demon dragon's strength is almost non-existent, it can still suppress about half of the toxicity in your blood.
That strong? Yang Chen asked in astonishment. Hee, the being that could exhaust me to death. What do you think?
Lei Ting chuckled self-deprecatingly. Abyssal creatures inherently have strong physical bodies, with a certain resistance to various toxins. This demon dragon is among the best of them, with a recovery ability stronger than mine.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to this point.
Speaking up to this point, Lei Ting's tone carried a hint of emotion. When they battled the demon dragon years ago, they were evenly matched, both sustaining injuries after several days of fighting.
Neither gained an advantage.
If it weren't for the fear of severe punishment from the heavens for failing the mission and bringing harm to their people, Lei Ting wouldn't have resorted to this plan. Lei Ting had attempted to wear down the opponents slowly over time. But unexpectedly, after more than 180 years, it was himself who was worn down first.
May I ask, Senior, what level of strength does the abyssal demon dragon currently possess? Yang Chen inquired.
Lei Ting pondered for a moment before replying, in your terms, it's probably equivalent to a golden boss of over level 50.
Hearing this, Yang Chen was dumbfounded. Can I still run away now? Don't worry, I will help you.
Just as Yang Chen was at a loss, Lei Ting calmly said, with your own strength alone, you wouldn't be able to slay the dragon. Although my life is nearing its end, I still have some power left to use. At this moment, Lei Ting held something in his hand. Suddenly, a peculiar armor appeared. The armor was nearly 10 meters wide, extremely heavy, and radiated a colorful aura all over. Lei Ting held the armor in his hands, chanted incomprehensible incantations, and then spat out a mouthful of blood onto the armor. As the blood landed, the armor swiftly absorbed it.
The originally wide armor quickly shrank to a normal size.
The colorful radiance gradually faded, becoming plain. After spitting out the blood, Lei Ting's complexion grew even more haggard, and the deathly aura on him intensified.
It seemed like he could fall at any moment. This is our clan's inherited artifact, the Rainbow Mystical Sky Armor.
Originally, with your physique and bloodline, you wouldn't be able to wear this armor. Lei Ting, weakly, explained, I used our clan's bloodline secret technique to suppress the attributes of this armor to a level where you can barely wear it. Although the power of the Rainbow Mystical Sky Armor has been greatly weakened, it is still incredibly strong for you.
But my time is limited.
I can only maintain this state for 3 hours. Lei Ting sighed deeply and said, if you fail to slay this demon dragon within 3 hours, then you will have to accompany me in death. Yang Chen took the armor handed to him by Lei Ting, his hands trembling uncontrollably.
This was an artifact. Even if suppressed, it should still be extremely powerful, right? Rainbow Mystical Sky Armor, Artifact.
Special state, life, plus 50,000 physical defense, plus 3,000 magical defense, plus 3,000 trait 1, damage reduction, reduces the physical and magical damage the user receives by 50%.
Trait 2, endless, restores 20% of the user's total health per second. Remaining time of special state, 2 hours 59 minutes and 52 seconds. Owner, Lei Ting Dam. Seeing these insane attributes, Yang Chen couldn't help but curse.
Even though his health far exceeded that of players at the same level, it was only slightly over 5,000 at this moment. And this armor, suppressed to the limit, could still increase the user's health by 50,000 points.
If this armor were at its peak, how much health would it add? Those two attributes are truly abnormal. One attribute reduces damage by 50%, while the other restores 20% of health per second. In just 5 seconds, one can recover from near death to their peak. It's like regaining over 10,000 points of health per second. With this equipment, is there really any task that can't be completed?
Yang Chen swallowed hard. Trembling, he asked, Senior Thunder,
is this a gift for me?
Heh, you're quite bold. Thunder couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth.
He said to Yang Chen, this is our clan's ancestral artifact.
Without the bloodline of the primordial giant clan, even if I were to give you this armor, you wouldn't be able to make any use of it.
Kid, I'm not helping you without a purpose, Thunder spoke frankly.
The reason I'm helping you is that you've shown me a glimmer of hope in slaying this dragon, and also, if you truly work a miracle, I hope that you, out of today's bond, will help me return this armor to my clan's land.
Thunder's tone was filled with sadness.
His gaze turned towards the direction of the far north. The distance there was incredibly vast, seemingly spanning across the entire world of the heavenly Tao. I was once the young chieftain of the primordial giant clan, which is why I have the qualification to use this artifact. If after my death, the ancestral artifact is lost outside, then I will be the sinner of the entire clan, unable to rest in peace. Of course, Thunder withdrew his gaze, looking back at Yang Chen. He said, I won't let you help in vain. Instead, I will give you another tremendous benefit. But all of this, you will only be eligible to know after you slay this dragon.
Thunder gently waved his hand towards Yang Chen. Go, I will use my final strength to firmly restrict the movements and attack range of the dragon within the eyes of the two principals. Before I die, outside the eyes of the two principals is an area where you will be absolutely safe. Once you can't hold on, quickly retreat to recover. Hearing this, Yang Chen bowed respectfully to Thunder, saying sincerely, I will do my utmost to live up to your expectations, senior. Removing the corpse-scale armor from his body, Yang Chen put on the rainbow mystical sky armor. Instantly, a powerful energy surged into Yang Chen's body. It was a surge of health. It was a surge of defense. It was a surge of recovery ability. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Chen stepped towards the other end of the eyes of the two principals. The diameter of the eyes of the two principals was 100 meters, and the abyssal dragon stood right in the center of the dark eye. Yet Yang Chen's range was only 30 meters. Although the maximum range of the spirit element arrow was 45 meters, at this moment, there was only one spirit element arrow stored in the void quiver. It was of no use in this great battle.
This meant that Yang Chen had to enter the dark eye if he wanted to attack the abyssal dragon.
There lay unpredictable dangers. Despite feeling a bit nervous, Yang Chen quickly strengthened his resolve. If he couldn't advance now, take a risk, then what was the point of becoming stronger? What was the point of having the heart of a strong warrior?
Hiss! 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 Seeing Yang Chen approaching, the abyssal dragon let out sharp, excited cries. Since the fusion of the last small world, it had been almost 100 years since it had last eaten a person. Now, someone had come seeking it again. How could it not be excited? Although the person before it was thin and looked sickly, it was still a good sacrificial offering.
Thinking this, the dragon simply moved to the outer edge of the eyes of the two principals.
Eagerly, it revealed its cold, sharp teeth, with foul saliva dripping from its mouth.
A good opportunity.
Seeing this, Yang Chen quickly approached the edge of the eyes of the two principals and shot an arrow at the dragon on the black and white line.
-101, -4299, -4299.
Upon seeing the damage numbers, Yang Chen was slightly stunned.
The effect hasn't been weakened. Could it be that Senior Thunder's judgment was wrong?
Just as Yang Chen was puzzled, a system alert suddenly sounded.
Ding!
Battle tip: due to the abyssal dragon's powerful physique, the duration of your blood poison has been reduced to 5 seconds. Apart from restricting its healing, other negative effects like weakness, slow, and drowsiness are all ineffective.
Damn, so suppressing half means this.
Yang Chen muttered. The sense of crisis in his heart grew stronger. Compared to having the numerical value of poison damage, having the time was even more dangerous.
Because it meant Yang Chen had to double the frequency of poisoning.
And when it came to repoisoning,
it was often the most dangerous time. Time waits for no one. After being hit, the enraged dragon continuously roared at Yang Chen, spewing terrifying flames from its mouth.
However, as these flames just reached the boundary between light and darkness, they were blocked by an invisible barrier.
Instantly dissipated.
That was the imprisoning power Thunder had built with flesh and blood.
For over 180 years, he had never let the dragon step over the boundary line.
Taking advantage of the dragon's poisoning time,
Yang Chen looked up at the dragon's health bar. With every second of poison damage, the dragon's health bar decreased imperceptibly. Probably around 1 in 10,000. Damn, over 40 million health points? 40 times that of the Fire Dragon King? Seeing this situation, Yang Chen's excitement over his previous 50,000 health increase vanished instantly. 50,000 was nothing.
It was just 1/8 of this abyssal dragon that had been trapped for nearly 200 years. However, Yang Chen did not lose confidence because of this. As long as the blood poison's ability to restrict healing took effect, even if he could only chip away 1/10,000th of the opponent's health per second, he was confident he could wear down the abyssal dragon. It was just 10,000 seconds, still doable. At the same time, Newbie Village 003, Going against the heavens had completed the village chief's mission and successfully bought the fire banishing pill.
But when he arrived at the flame gorge full of confidence,
he realized that the danger he faced was not just map attacks.
There were also groups of high-level mutated monsters. Although he was confident in dealing with these monsters, it would take time. And time happened to be the most precious thing right now.
No wonder even the drunken song has not been able to repair the teleportation array until now. The peripheral mutated monsters are so troublesome. I wonder how strong the Fire Dragon King will be. He should be fighting the boss now. I seem to still have a chance. After muttering these words, going against the heavens killed the fire spirit deer in front of him with a single slash and hurried forward.
Newbie Village 007.
Sword Dance 9 Heavens had also entered the Flame Gorge. Although their methods were different, they had both successfully bought the fire banishing pill and obtained the entrance ticket to the Flame Gorge. As time passed, the news gradually spread. The existence of the fire banishing pill was no longer a secret among the top powers. More and more people were heading to the Flame Gorge with the fire banishing pill. Some went alone, while others led elite teams of tens or hundreds of people.
And in Newbie Village 997,
Chen Shang, who had already reached level 10, also entered the Flame Gorge with his 9 team members.
But what puzzled them was, after traveling several kilometers, they hadn't encountered a single monster. Captain, this doesn't seem right. Huang Chang looked around, puzzled. Wasn't it said on the forum that there are many monsters in the Flame Gorge? Why haven't we encountered any?
Perhaps.
Chen Shang pondered for a moment and voiced a guess.
They should have all been cleared by the mad songs. He has not come out to repair the teleportation array. It seems he is still battling the Earth Fire Dragon King.
Let's go over and see if we can help.
Yes. The 10-person team moved forward at full speed. After more than 10 minutes, they finally reached the end of the Flame Gorge. Here, besides the holes all over the ground, there was nothing else to be seen. Even the monster corpses and equipment left by Yang Chen before were all refreshed by the Heavenly Dao. The team cautiously ventured deeper into the cave. However, apart from empty stone walls and shelves in the cave, there was still nothing to be found.
What's going on? Vice Captain Wang Lei asked. Could it be that there's nothing in the Flame Gorge? Then where do we go to find the spatial stones?
No need to look, Chen Sheng shook his head. It seems that Mad Song's strength is even greater than we imagined. The spatial stones should have already been taken by him. Even the monsters in the Flame Gorge have all been cleared out by him.
Then why didn't he go repair the teleportation array?
Huang Chang said, the people who stayed in the newbie village didn't see him return. Perhaps there are other things he needs to do, Chen Shang pondered, then gestured. Let's leave the valley, there's nothing to gain here anymore. The others nodded in agreement. They rushed back to the valley entrance at full speed. Unfortunately, despite spending over half an hour going in and out, Chen Shang's team gained nothing.
They couldn't even kill a single small monster, and their experience points didn't increase at all.
Fortunately, they learned about Yang Chen's progress, which far exceeded external speculations. Yang Chen hadn't been in the valley the whole time. After leaving the valley, no one had noticed him at all.
Tai Chi Diagram Basin.
At this moment, Yang Chen had been fighting the abyssal dragon for half an hour. In the first 10 minutes, Yang Chen was very relaxed and comfortable.
The abyssal dragon relied on its high health points and didn't dodge or evade Yang Chen's attacks at all. It stood at the boundary between light and darkness, roaring angrily. But when its health dropped to around 90%, the abyssal dragon finally realized, if it continued standing at the boundary, even with its 40 million health points, it would be drained by this seemingly weak human in front of it. Thinking of this, the abyssal dragon gradually retreated. It only showed a hint of satisfaction in its eyes when it moved out of Yang Chen's attack range. Seeing that the 5-second poison time was about to end, Yang Chen gritted his teeth and rushed into the dark eye. But before Yang Chen could reach the attack range, the abyssal dragon's flames were already unleashed. Flames spewed from its mouth.
The abyssal dragon continued to step back, moving towards the edge of the dark eye on the other side. By doing so, it increased the distance between itself and Yang Chen, gaining more time to attack. However, the abyssal dragon's size was too large. In this 100-meter radius, its dodging space was extremely limited. Under immense pressure, Yang Chen executed the butterfly steps, dodging the flames while continuously approaching the abyssal dragon. The abyssal dragon's flame breath had a wide range. Even though Yang Chen pushed his speed to the limit, in the eyes of the abyssal dragon, he still seemed like a slow-moving reptile.
Boom! Yang Chen's shoulder was hit by the flames, a scorching sensation spreading through him.
-3085, -10,000, ding. Battle tip, the abyssal dragon's flames carry 10,000 points of true damage, which cannot be reduced by the rainbow heavenly armor. Just being hit once caused Yang Chen to lose over 10,000 health points.
The dragon's continuous flame attacks didn't stop. Before Yang Chen could catch his breath, the second wave of flames was already on its way. Fortunately, at that moment, Yang Chen finally entered the attack range. Swish, 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 boom. 3 poison arrows hit the dragon, and the flames struck Yang Chen once again. -3085, -10,000. Seeing the poison taking effect, Yang Chen immediately retreated. In the morning, the boundary between black and white was rapidly approaching. The abyssal demon dragon sensed Yang Chen's intentions and immediately extended its dragon claw towards him. At the same time, it spewed out another burst of flames from its mouth. Boom! On his way back, Yang Chen was hit by the flames once again. Just as the dragon claw was about to touch Yang Chen, he finally broke through the black and white boundary. The black dragon claw touched an invisible wall, emitting a sharp and piercing collision sound. Smoke of burnt flesh suddenly rose from the dragon claw. The abyssal demon dragon's blood and energy dropped by about 1%. It was evident that the invisible wall inflicted significant damage on the dragon's body. After being attacked by the invisible wall, the abyssal demon dragon immediately retracted its claw and roared angrily towards Thunder, who was sitting cross-legged in the distance. Witnessing this scene, Thunder's originally murky and lifeless eyes suddenly gleamed with a hint of light, showing a mocking smile towards the dragon. The battle between the man and the dragon seemed lengthy but actually occurred in an instant. Even the Rainbow Profound Sky Armor's function of regenerating 20% health per second had not yet taken effect. At this moment, Yang Chen's health was down to only 15,773 points. Just 2 more hits from the flames, and Yang Chen's health would be reduced to 0. Plus 11005. After a moment, the regenerative function of the Rainbow Profound Sky Armor finally kicked in, rapidly restoring Yang Chen's health at a rate of 11,005 points per second. Meanwhile, the abyssal demon dragon's health continued to decrease at a rate of 4,299 points per second. However, Yang Chen knew that this situation could only be sustained for 5 seconds. If the poison renewal failed, with the dragon's robust physique, it might only take a breath for it to replenish the millions of health points that Yang Chen had painstakingly depleted. The duration of the Rainbow Profound Sky Armor did not allow for any mistakes on Yang Chen's part. Taking a deep breath, Yang Chen reconsidered his tactics. The dark eye had a diameter of only 100 meters, making it a momentary threat for both the abyssal demon dragon and Yang Chen. However, the dragon's attack range and speed far exceeded Yang Chen's. To cross that short distance of just over 10 meters, Yang Chen had to risk it all. In the brief clash just now, the dragon clearly displayed a playful mood and did not go all out. If the dragon's speed increased slightly or its dodging space expanded, Yang Chen would be in mortal danger. The difference in their total health points was significant. The dragon could afford to make thousands of mistakes, while just one mistake from Yang Chen would undo all his previous efforts and result in a level drop or death. After a brief thought, Yang Chen overturned all his previous plans and chose to go all out once again. Faced with a formidable opponent like the abyssal demon dragon, all the preparations Yang Chen had made before seemed futile and laughable. Whether it was the 50 rejuvenation pills he had asked from Yu Yao or the recent acquisition of the Earth Fire Dragon King's summoning scroll, they were all useless in this battle. The Earth Fire Dragon King could have acted as a meat shield, but with the abyssal demon dragon's extremely high attack power, the Earth Fire Dragon King would probably not last even 100 seconds before meeting its end in the dragon's belly. The outcome of this battle depended solely on Yang Chen's combat instincts and rapid adaptability. As long as Yang Chen did not receive more than 4 attacks during each round of poison renewal, he could restore himself to full health outside the black and white boundary. This was a battle where no mistakes could be made. But Yang Chen had no choice but to give it his all. Swish, swish, swish. Before reaching a range of 30 meters, Yang Chen's arrows were already shot out. Although the arrows had lost their power before reaching the abyssal demon dragon, falling to the ground, Yang Chen's unusual action successfully drew the dragon's attention, buying himself some precious time. Though this time was extremely short, it was enough for Yang Chen to close the distance between them to within 30 meters. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 arrows shot out again. -101, -4,299. Continuing the poison effect, Yang Chen turned and ran wildly. Boom, boom, boom. Intense flames shot like raindrops. Yang Chen dodged left and right, stepping out S and Z shapes under his feet. However, even so, before breaking through the black and white boundary, Yang Chen was hit twice by the dark dragon, losing nearly half of his health. Progress. In the previous round of poison, Yang Chen was hit 3 times, but now only twice. Although luck played a part, it at least showed that the strategy of feinting was effective. For seconds later, Yang Chen charged into the Eye of Darkness again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh.
Just like last time, Yang Chen's arrows were shot from a distance of 45 meters. With the experience from last time, the abyssal dragon ignored Yang Chen's attack this time. But to its surprise, 2 arrows, just like last time, fell to the ground when they reached 15 meters in front of it. However, one arrow hit the dragon's thigh in an instant. -501, -4,299. With a successful hit, Yang Chen turned and ran, leaving the abyssal dragon staring in astonishment, frozen in place. The damage caused by this small poison arrow was very limited to it, almost negligible. But Yang Chen's unpredictable shooting range caused it some impact. At this point, it couldn't even figure out if Yang Chen's range was still 30 meters as before or now 45 meters. Was the human's previous display of range just to confuse me? The abyssal dragon stared with wide eyes as Yang Chen ran out of the black and white boundary. But there was not much disappointment in its eyes, instead, a hint of excitement. It seemed that only in this way could it be stirred to play. And what Yang Chen had just used was the latest output of the void quiver, the spirit element arrow. Not only did it increase the attack range by 300%, but it was also a guaranteed hit. It had been 2 hours since Yang Chen left the flame gorge. The void quiver had only produced 2 spirit element arrows. After shooting 1 arrow, there was only 1 left in the quiver. Therefore, such an attack was doomed not to be sustainable. But in the art of war, there were illusions and realities. As long as the abyssal dragon was hit once, seeds of doubt would be planted. Fighting for a chance for Yang Chen. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, another half an hour had passed. During this half hour, Yang Chen was on the brink of death several times. But relying on the super-fast recovery speed of the Rainbow Profound Sky Armor, Yang Chen managed to survive the ordeal. There were several times when Yang Chen felt that the abyssal dragon had the opportunity to kill him but then suddenly stopped the pursuit. Yang Chen didn't know the reason. He just thought that the dragon feared the damage from the invisible wall. After a long period of extreme combat, Yang Chen's back was already soaked with sweat. Fortunately, at this point, the abyssal dragon's health had dropped to about 65%. As long as he persisted for another 2 hours, he would win this battle. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Another round of poison attack began. Facing Yang Chen's fainting arrow, this time the abyssal dragon acted differently. It not only didn't attempt to dodge but also extended its dragon claw to actively grab the arrow. -101, -4,299. The poison continued successfully, but at this moment, Yang Chen felt no joy. Because from the abyssal dragon's claw, Yang Chen suddenly felt a huge suction force. Ding! Battle alert, abyssal dragon uses skill, Dragon's Grasp. A huge force came. Yang Chen involuntarily flew towards the black dragon claw. This was a control skill. Although it didn't cause Yang Chen to lose health, it was more terrifying than the flame breath. Once Yang Chen fell into the clutches of the dragon, there was no possibility of turning the tables. He was still in mid-air. Yang Chen desperately shot out dozens of arrows, trying to disrupt the dragon's skill. But unfortunately, although the arrows all pierced the dragon's palm, causing a toxic effect, they had no impact on the dragon's skill. In just a moment, Yang Chen fell into the black dragon's claws, completely immobilized. Yang Chen's heart turned cold. In the end, am I still no match? If the abyssal dragon had used this skill earlier, the battle might have ended long ago. The reason it only now unleashed the dragon's grasp was that it saw Yang Chen as a mere toy. After being trapped for over 180 years, encountering a reckless reptile, it was reluctant to kill it immediately. After playing with this reptile for an hour, the abyssal dragon had had enough. Tired of this cat and mouse game. Now, it was time for the feast. A blaze shot towards Yang Chen on the dragon's claw. For this somewhat special insect, it decided to roast it before consumption. -3,085, -10,000, -3,085, -10,000, 3085. In an instant, Yang Chen's life force had plummeted to its lowest. Strangely, Yang Chen's life force did not drop to 0 but entered a strange state of 1 point of forced bloodlock. Just then, the golden flames that had been dormant in Yang Chen's mind suddenly blazed brightly. The golden flames spread from within, instantly engulfing Yang Chen's entire body. Golden light radiated from Yang Chen's body, and when the dragon's flames touched the golden light, they instantly extinguished, dissipating into nothingness. Ding! Congratulations on mastering the skill, Invincible Golden Body. When facing fatal damage, you will enter a 5-second invincible state, rendering any attack ineffective against you. Note, Invincible Golden Body can only be triggered once every 24 hours. At this moment, not only the abyssal dragon was astonished, but also Yang Chen himself. Only the weakened thunder in the distance, upon witnessing this scene, showed no surprise but rather a knowing smile. It seemed that he had already anticipated what was happening. Yang Chen had no time to hesitate. Seizing the moment when the abyssal dragon was distracted, Yang Chen struggled to break free from the dragon's grasp. Facing the gaping maw head, Yang Chen gritted his teeth and leaped with all his might, jumping into the abyssal dragon's massive mouth. Although the invincible golden body had saved his life, it could not be triggered a second time within 24 hours. But if the abyssal dragon used the dragon's grasp again, Yang Chen would have no chance of escape. In that case, Yang Chen could only risk it all. Perhaps the hope of survival lay within the dragon. A foul stench hit him. Taking advantage of the 5 seconds of invincibility, Yang Chen endured the stench and headed straight for the deepest part. Boom! Finally, just before the dragon's jaws closed, Yang Chen successfully leaped into the throat passage. Sensing the anomaly, the dragon quickly contracted its throat and spewed flames from deep within, trying to expel Yang Chen from its throat. However, whether it was the scorching flames, the immense force from the throat muscles, or the viscous corrosive liquid, as soon as they approached Yang Chen, they dissipated into nothingness by the invincible golden light. They caused no harm to Yang Chen. And during this invincible time, the 7-colored mysterious sky armor's endless effect continued to work. Yang Chen's life force was rapidly recovering. His body kept falling. Finally, just as the invincible time was about to run out, Yang Chen fell into a pool of extremely foul-smelling slime. All around was pitch black. The robust flesh walls kept contracting and churning, making it difficult for Yang Chen to stabilize his body. It was the massive stomach of the abyssal demon dragon. Soaking in the foul-smelling viscous fluid, it was indeed the stomach acid of the demon dragon. -12,000 plus 11005, -12,000 plus 11005. Ding! Battle alert! You are being corroded by the stomach acid of the abyssal demon dragon, losing 12,000 health points per second. Damage and recovery continued to alternate. Yang Chen's health was rapidly decreasing at a rate of nearly 1,000 points per second. At this rate of decline, it seemed that in less than a minute, he would be completely digested by the demon dragon's stomach acid. Seeing this situation, Yang Chen immediately bent his bow and released 3 arrows, shooting towards the surrounding stomach walls. One of them was a poison arrow, while the other 2 were regular spiritual arrows. Swish! 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 -101 plus 11, -101 plus 11, -101 plus 11, -4,299. Successfully applying the poison effect to the demon dragon and regaining 33 health points for Yang Chen. After the first strike, Yang Chen did not pause, and the arrows were once again drawn. This time, 4 arrows were released at once. This was Yang Chen's limit for simultaneous shooting in battle. Within a radius of 10 meters, it was all the stomach wall of the abyssal demon dragon. Therefore, Yang Chen did not need to aim distractedly. Even if he closed his eyes and shot randomly, he could still hit the abyssal demon dragon. With Yang Chen's agility at 168 points, his maximum shooting speed reached 16 shots per second. Although each arrow only restored 11 health points to Yang Chen, with the number of arrows he shot in 1 second reaching 64, he could regain 704 health points for himself. Although it still couldn't fully compensate for the stomach acid damage, it successfully reduced the damage gap from 995 points per second to 291 points per second. With Yang Chen's current total health of 55,028 points, he could probably last for about 3 minutes. Yang Chen's expression was stern, showing no signs of panic. Releasing 4 arrows simultaneously was his normal limit in battle. But now, even if Yang Chen casually threw a spiritual arrow, he could hit the dragon's stomach wall several meters away. Thinking of this, Yang Chen began to challenge his limit of simultaneous shooting, from 4 arrows to 5, to 6 arrows simultaneously. When the limit of 6 arrows was reached, Yang Chen's health finally stopped decreasing and began to increase by 61 points per second. Yang Chen's hands did not stop, pulling the bowstring of the sky wolf bow until it smoked. Just a few minutes later, Yang Chen had absorbed back all the tens of thousands of health points he had just lost. As time passed, more and more of Yang Chen's blood flowed out, gradually merging into the demon dragon's stomach acid, forming a diluted version of poison. Even if Yang Chen stopped attacking at this point, these diluted poisons would still cause continuous damage to the abyssal demon dragon. It's just that the effect would be much weaker. With the original 4,299 points of poison damage per second, it was enough for Yang Chen to slay the abyssal demon dragon within 3 hours. Now, standing in the stomach of the demon dragon, Yang Chen attacked recklessly. 96 arrows were shot per second. Although each arrow could only take away 101 health points from the dragon, the total damage from the arrows in 1 second reached a terrifying 9,696 points. It was more than twice the poison damage. Even before Yang Chen jumped into the dragon's mouth, he had already depleted 35% of the dragon's health.
As a result, Yang Chen had only been in the dragon's stomach for 20 minutes.
The health of the abyssal demon dragon had plummeted to 20%. Sensing death drawing near, the abyssal demon dragon finally began to panic. It had already sensed that swallowing this sickly human whole might pose some risks. That's why it chose to cook him before consumption. But it never expected that an accident would occur during the cooking process. Not only did it fail to kill the human, but it also let him escape into its stomach.
However, even so, the abyssal demon dragon did not panic too much. It even felt regretful for not tasting Yang Chen's flavor, because its stomach was equally powerful. Whether dead or alive, once something fell into its gastric fluid, it would dissolve into nothingness in less than half an hour. But what surprised it was, Yang Chen, wearing the colorful mysterious heavenly armor, was like an indestructible cockroach. Roar! 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 The demon dragon kept roaring, spewing flames, attacking the invisible wall at the black and white boundary, venting its fear and unease. But all of this was in vain. Under the suppression of Yang Chen's toxic blood, all of the abyssal demon dragon's healing skills were rendered ineffective. No matter how powerful its attack skills or control skills were, they were useless at this moment. Ha ha ha! Cough!
Splutter! Sitting cross-legged on the opposite side, Thunder suddenly burst into laughter at this scene. But what followed was a violent fit of coughing. By the end of it, Thunder even spewed out a mouthful of blood. Maintaining the Tai Chi yin-yang array for over 180 years had already drained his vitality, and modifying the colorful mysterious heavenly armor had pushed his already failing body into a countdown to death. But Thunder persisted in his struggle. He wanted to see the abyssal demon dragon die before him. He wanted to see Yang Chen again and entrust his last wish to him, to do one final thing for the ancient giant race. 007 Newbie Village. At this moment, Sword Dance 9 Heavens finally led an elite team of 100 people to successfully reach the end of the Flame Gorge. But just moments into the battle with the Fire Dragon King, they lost over 10 team members. The power of the Fire Dragon King far exceeded everyone's imagination. With Sword Dance 9 Heavens' efforts to contain and several players who had mastered healing talents frantically healing, the situation finally began to stabilize.
Brothers, the boss's health is starting to decrease. At this rate, we only need a little over 2 hours to slay this Fire Dragon King.
Sword Dance 9 Heavens encouraged everyone. Although the process has been challenging, victory will eventually belong to our Sword Rain Hall. Victory belongs to Sword Rain Hall. Victory belongs to Sword Rain Hall.
Everyone echoed in unison, their voices filled with confidence. Little did they know that the process of defeating the Fire Dragon King would be much more difficult than they anticipated. Because the Fire Dragon King not only had a significant healing skill but also summoned all remaining monsters in the gorge to fight together. They had been avoiding fighting the monsters in the gorge to reach the Flame Gorge quickly, resulting in a large number of monsters still alive in the gorge. If these mutated monsters gathered, there would likely be very few survivors from this elite team. At the same time, other superpowers also gradually arrived at the end of the Flame Gorge. Although the processes were different, the battles with the Fire Dragon King were all extremely perilous. Some chose to temporarily retreat and wait until they were better prepared before entering the Flame Gorge.
Others, full of confidence, united with the remaining superpowers from the same newbie village to launch a full-scale attack on the Fire Dragon King. They were determined to claim the first clear rewards. Even the first transfer quotas for each profession had already been divided in advance. Meanwhile, in the 997th newbie village, nearly 10 people had reached level 10 and taken on the task of leaving the village. Among them were Frost Descent from the 24 Festivals and Huang Fuxiong from the Royal Family Guild. But when they bought fire avoidance pills through the guild message and entered the Flame Gorge, they found a completely unexpected scene. There were no monsters in the gorge, nor was there a boss. The quest item, the spatial stone, was nowhere to be found.
They did not choose to quietly retreat like Chen Sheng.
Instead of keeping this discovery to himself, he directly posted it on the game forum. Instantly, it caused an uproar among the players in Newbie Village 997.
What the heck is going on?
While other Newbie Village quests might be difficult, at least there's some hope.
We're doomed. Monsters, bosses, and quest items all disappeared. Are they trying to keep us stuck in the Newbie Village? Exactly. Completing the out-of-village quest is something only top players can do.
I just want to casually play a game, enter the main city to run my game shop.
But now, we're stuck in the Newbie Village? Wasn't it said that Zongjio Quanga entered the Flame Gorge and never came out? Could it be that he killed all the monsters and bosses, and took the spatial stone with him? Do you believe that yourself? Exactly, those maps that even hundreds of elite members of super guilds can't conquer. Do you think Zongjio Quanga single-handedly cleared them? Is that realistic? Haha, that's indeed a ridiculous guess. Let's not talk about that. Everyone is racing to be the first to complete the out-of-village quest. If the Goblin War God really got the spatial stone, he would definitely rush to turn in the quest and head to the main city, not disappear like this. So, where do you think Zongjio Kwango went? How did he disappear with the monsters? Who knows, maybe he's trapped somewhere by the monsters. Haha, he deserves it. He knew about the existence of the fire-avoiding pill but selfishly kept it to himself, not sharing it with everyone. It's best if he never shows up again. I really don't want to hear his name again, playing with people's hearts. In the stomach of the demon dragon, Yang Chen was happily shooting arrows. Since no aiming was needed, Yang Chen even attempted to shoot 7 arrows at once, then 8 arrows at once. Although his movements were slightly stiff, it didn't affect Yang Chen's damage output at all. Suddenly, when the abyssal demon dragon's health dropped to 10%, the stomach walls around Yang Chen suddenly contracted violently, squeezing towards him. The abyssal demon dragon, with no other options, actually tried to crush Yang Chen with its contracting stomach walls. Unfortunately, wearing the rainbow heavenly armor, Yang Chen's physical defense was extremely strong. The physical damage caused by the stomach walls was not even close to the special damage caused by the stomach acid. But as the stomach walls continued to contract, Yang Chen's space to move became smaller and smaller. In the end, he couldn't even complete the action of shooting arrows with a bent bow. Seeing this scene, Yang Chen simply put away the Tianlang bow, and with both hands, he drew out a handful of spirit arrows from the void arrow bag. He directly stabbed them towards the contracting stomach walls around his body. Among them were regular spirit arrows, as well as many poison spirit arrows. -101 plus 11 -101 plus 11 42.99. When the spirit arrows touched the dragon's stomach walls, they were immediately crushed by the powerful muscles and turned into nothing. But it didn't matter. In Yang Chen's void arrow bag, there were endless spirit arrows. When one spirit arrow was crushed, Yang Chen immediately pulled out another one. Although his movement space was limited, Yang Chen's output damage at this moment was even more terrifying than before. Spirit arrows, one after another. The abyssal demon dragon's final move not only failed to reverse its decline but also accelerated its own death. Finally, 3 minutes later, as another spirit arrow pierced the dragon's stomach walls, the muscles that had been squeezing Yang Chen crazily suddenly lost all their strength. They gradually moved away from Yang Chen's body. The stomach space returned to its normal size, and the stomach acid lost its power. At the same time, a system notification that Yang Chen had been eagerly awaiting finally sounded. Ding! Congratulations on successfully slaying the special boss Abyssal Dragon Anita, gaining 1000 reputation points. Due to reaching the level cap of your current realm, you are unable to gain experience points. Please complete your job transfer as soon as possible. Ding! Your blood demon poison body has grown by 1*10*10*10 points, increasing the toxic real damage to 5,299 points per second. Ding! Your body has been tempered by the blood poison hammer, increasing your physique by 1*10*10*10, currently at 589. 8. A bell rings. An invisible energy rushes into Yang Chen's body. Yang Chen, who was originally excited and thrilled, suddenly feels a sharp pain. The swelling pain from various joints all over his body is rapidly increasing. Puff, puff, puff. Joints all over Yang Chen's body suddenly burst open, splattering crimson blood. Over 50,000 health points suddenly lose more than half. And it keeps decreasing. Fortunately, the Rainbow Profound Sky Armor's Endless quickly takes effect, pulling Yang Chen back from the brink of death. The ruptured wounds continue to bleed. They reach a delicate balance with the Rainbow Profound Sky Armor's healing speed. But Yang Chen knows, if he takes off the Rainbow Profound Sky Armor at this moment, he will immediately meet his end. It seems that Senior Thunder's guess was correct. With my current realm, I indeed cannot withstand strong blood poison for long. I must complete my job transfer as soon as possible. Just as Yang Chen ponders to himself, a system announcement suddenly echoes across all servers of the Blue Star. Ding! Blue Star announcement. Congratulations to the player Zongjio Kwango for completing the ultimate hidden task in the newbie village, slaying the abyssal dragon Anita. As the only player on Blue Star to complete this task, they are rewarded with 2,000 reputation points, 500 gold coins, 200 free attributes, 100 luck points, 2 special treasure chests, and 1 dragon egg. Ding! Blue Star announcement. Congratulations to Zongjio Kwango for completing the ultimate hidden task in the newbie village, slaying the abyssal dragon Anita. The system announcement rings 3 times, making every online player on Blue Star hear the announcement clearly. Countless people look up at the sky, bewildered. They do not know what the ultimate hidden task in the newbie village is, nor do they know how difficult this task is. But when they hear the rewards from the heavens, everyone goes crazy. On foreign game forums, oh my god, is this Zong Jiu Gu a person from the Dragon Country? What qualifications do people from the Dragon Country have to trigger a global announcement on Blue Star? Ridiculous. Damn it.
Just now, Rock God completed an A-level hidden task alone, and it was only announced within our Great Eagle Country.
And this person from the Dragon Country dares to send out an announcement to the entire Blue Star without even a level? I refuse to accept it. This is outrageous. The distribution of heavenly rewards is unfair.
If our Great Cold Country had such a task, Park God would have led us to complete it long ago.
What business does a person from the Dragon Country have here? Unbelievable. The rewards given to this person from the Dragon Country by the heavens are way too much. These things should have belonged to our Fusang Country. Damn it. I, Matsuda Iki, swear here that once the national barriers are lifted, I will immediately lead people to seize all the cities in the Dragon Country area and kill this Zong Jiu Gu back to level 0. Damn, this person from the Dragon Country has such good luck. On domestic game forums, although the name Zong Jiu Gu had already resounded throughout the Dragon Country server when they first killed the boss, hearing it again at this moment still astonishes everyone. What the hell? Is the heavens crazy? How much was the reward again? 500 gold coins, 200 free attributes? And damn, a dragon egg? Am I hearing things wrong or am I just too weak? My entire belongings don't even add up to 1 gold coin, and you're directly rewarding him with 500? Worth over 20 million Dragon Country coins? 20 million is nothing. At the current stage, a dragon egg is worth at least 2 billion. Damn! Is Zong Jiu Gu the heaven's own son? Is he still the young master within the game company? Damn it, the game just opened on the first day. Why not just directly make this dog thing a god and be done with it? What's the point of us playing then? What kind of ultimate hidden task is this dog's hit? If you want to give him benefits, just say it directly, don't make it so fancy.
Our studio finally completed a C-level task with great difficulty, and each person only received 5 reputation points.
And now, for this what the hell task, they directly reward him with 2,000 reputation points? Is this even more outrageous? How am I supposed to feel balanced about this? What's the use of reputation points?
I've been killing monsters since I entered the game, haven't taken a single task, and my reputation points are still 0.
Are you stupid?
The level of reputation points will affect the impression and status you have in the NPC's minds. Some special tasks and instances require a corresponding reputation level to enter. And I heard that once your reputation points reach a certain level, you will be granted a title. You can establish your own residence and city, even lead NPC armies in battles in the main city.
Wow! Reputation points are so important. I thought it was just about having a high level.
Having a high level alone is useless, you also need good attributes. Look at this what the hell task, directly rewarding 200 points of free attributes. How many levels do we need to catch up to him?
Is this the guy who snatched the first kill of the boss? Everyone said he was cheating before. I didn't believe it and even defended him. Now I really want to slap myself. Didn't those players from Newbie Village 997 say that this guy disappeared after entering the Flame Gorge? Could it be that he went to complete this ultimate hidden task? So, the monsters and bosses in the Flame Gorge should have been taken care of by this what the hell guy. Isn't he going to repair the teleportation array soon? Damn!
It seems like this guy is going to snatch the reward for the first completion of the village task.
Don't worry, I heard that the leaders of several guilds like Aoshur and Royal Family have already united and issued orders to the guild players of Newbie Village 997 to stop the what the hell guy from repairing the teleportation array at all costs. Moreover, they are also very envious of the rewards in the hands of the what the hell guy, wanting to grab those things. It's easy to say, but didn't the what the hell guy disappear for 2 or 3 hours before? Can these people really find him now? You're silly, they don't need to find the what the hell guy at all, they just need to surround the teleportation array. As long as the what the hell guy wants to repair the teleportation array to enter the main city, he will inevitably show up. Wow, I get it now.
There are no patrol guards in the Newbie Village. Naturally, players are not prohibited from killing each other.
So, if the what the hell guy wants to enter the main city, a fierce battle awaits him.
The problem now is, regardless of whether he should fight or not, and regardless of the outcome of his battle, it's very difficult for him to be the first to complete the village task. Because in the Dragon Kingdom region, players with a red name are not allowed to enter any of the 5 major cities. If the what the hell guy teleports into the main city with a red name status, he will immediately be chased by the city guards. It's a dead end.
Oh damn, these guilds are really cunning.
Just need to send a few thousand people to surround the teleportation array. Even if they can't kill the what the hell guy, or even get wiped out by him, it can still delay his progress in entering the main city, because he must clear his criminal value before daring to step into the teleportation array. That's the idea, it's a perfect plan. If they could directly kill the what the hell guy, make him drop all his reward items and space stones, that would be the best outcome. But if these people are killed by the what the hell guy, it can also buy time for other top players in the newbie village. This strategy is really clever. Hee, when it comes to being disgusting, the Aoshire Guild has always been very disgusting. Ha, I'm really looking forward to this big battle. Is there anyone from the 997th newbie village? Hurry up and start the livestream, it's going to be super popular. Come on, let's get this fight started, the more chaotic, the better. Tai Chi Basin. A huge golden light pillar descended. Passing through the body of the demon dragon, it directly infused into Yang Chen's body. At the same time, Yang Chen's attribute panel was also undergoing some changes, including the 1000 reputation points obtained from slaying the abyssal dragon. Yang Chen's reputation value skyrocketed from 320 points to 3320 points. The number of gold coins in the inventory also increased from 75 to 575 coins, valued at nearly 30 million Dragon Kingdom coins. The luck value remained hidden and could not be viewed, but Yang Chen gained an additional 200 points of free attributes. After some thought, Yang Chen temporarily gave up on allocating these points. In this newbie village, he no longer had any opponents, so Yang Chen decided to wait until after changing jobs to distribute these 200 points of free attributes. In addition, Yang Chen's inventory also contained 2 special treasure chests and a dragon egg. Special treasure chest has the chance to open items of any quality level, such as equipment, skill books, and props, but the higher the quality level, the lower the probability. I actually have the chance to open items of any quality level. Seeing this description, Yang Chen couldn't resist the temptation. He simply sat in the stomach of the ink dragon and started opening the treasure chest. Artifact. Artifact. Please bless me, heavens, with a powerful artifact like the rainbow sky armor. Or give me a powerful bracelet. After making a wish, Yang Chen reached out his hands and gently opened the treasure chest. The dazzling light gradually disappeared. What appeared before Yang Chen's eyes was a golden skill book. Eye of Clairvoyance, SSS level skill book, skill introduction. After learning this skill, you can see all energy distributions and flow paths within a 100-meter radius. Those in stealth will have nowhere to hide from you. You can easily find energy-rich ores, spirit fruits, treasures, and quickly discern the fatal weaknesses in the energy flow paths of enemies. You can even judge the strength of opponents based on the level and intensity of energy accumulation. Tip: as the skill owner's realm advances, the insight range of the Eye of Clairvoyance will double with each level increase, and it may also integrate with the player's physique, giving rise to some special abilities. Learning requirement: none. Damn, I actually opened an SSS level skill book. After reading the skill introduction, Yang Chen couldn't help but curse. In the world of Heavenly Tao, skill levels are just like talents, with a total of 9 levels. They are F level, E level, D level, C level, B level, A level, S level, SS level, and the highest, SSS level. Although Eye of Clairvoyance is a support skill, it is extremely powerful. It can be used not only in combat but also in mining, herb picking, treasure hunting, and even seeing through the body structure of females. Although the current scanning distance is only 100 meters, far less than what the naked eye can see. But with the continuous advancement of the realm, the scanning range of this skill will reach an extremely terrifying level, and it will ignore obstacles. Without any hesitation, Yang Chen held the skill book and directly clicked on Learn. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the skill Eye of Clairvoyance. This skill consumes 1 point of magic power per second, with no cooldown time. Done! At this moment in Yang Chen's skill bar, besides the just comprehended passive skill, Invincible Golden Body, and the innate exploration technique that every player possesses, he finally had a second active skill. The exploration technique can only view targets with a level not higher than 5 levels above oneself. Once the target's level differs by more than 5 levels, the information that can be seen is extremely limited. And the Eye of Insight allows Yang Chen to assess the strength of the target from another dimension. Curious in his heart, Yang Chen directly activated the Eye of Insight. Originally inside the stomach of the abyssal dragon, Yang Chen could only rely on a luminous stone hanging on his chest to provide a dim light, with very poor visibility. But after activating the true eye, Yang Chen suddenly gained a magical vision. Energy particles gathered together, forming layers of brightness with varying degrees. It was somewhat like a thermal imager, yet also resembled a CT scan. Yang Chen could see through the obstruction of the abyssal dragon's stomach wall, clearly observing every body structure, muscle, and bone strength of the abyssal dragon. Although the abyssal dragon was already dead, the energy flow within its body had not completely stopped. Moreover, the energy intensity within the dragon's body was countless times stronger than Yang Chen himself. Just this dragon corpse alone was an invaluable treasure. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Chen took out the second special treasure chest. Bracelet, please let it be a bracelet. I'm not greedy, the grade doesn't need to be too high, ghost or immortal grade will do. As you wish, open the fortune box. The light dissipated. A pitch-black leather cloak appeared before Yang Chen. Magic cloak, golden tier, defense, plus 300 magic defense, plus 180 HP, plus 1000 feature 1, versatile. After wearing this cloak, you can transform into any appearance and form according to your own will. Feature 2, glide, when jumping from a high place, unfold the cloak to glide for a period of time. The duration of gliding depends on the height difference. Feature 3, absorb damage, automatically absorb 10% of the physical and magical damage suffered by the user. Feature 4, evolvable, after absorbing 10 pieces of cloaks of the same position and grade, the grade can be upgraded. Currently at the golden tier, 0 out of 10. Feature 5, bound and cannot be traded, dropped, or destroyed after binding, automatically bound to the player's own Jokwanga. Requirements for wearing, physically based player at the first transformation and other special equipment that can grow. The drop rate of cloaks was similar to that of necklaces. Despite killing thousands of monsters before and after, Yang Chen had not obtained a single cloak. The attributes of the magic cloak made Yang Chen extremely excited. Not only did it have 5 powerful features, but they were all very strong. Especially the versatile feature, which struck a chord in Yang Chen's heart. After the series of events in the newbie village, Yang Chen unknowingly attracted numerous enemies. Many people were waiting to seek revenge on him once they arrived in the main city. Although Yang Chen was not afraid of these people, being targeted by pests was also troublesome. With the magic cloak, as long as Yang Chen did not want to be exposed, no one could track his whereabouts anymore. It's a pity that I have to reach the first transformation to equip it. Yang Chen lamented softly. Carefully storing the magic cloak in the void quiver, Yang Chen then looked at the huge dragon egg in front of him, even taller than himself. Flame red dragon egg, after recognizing the master through blood, it can enter the countdown to hatching. Recognize the master through blood? Yang Chen said somewhat nervously, my blood is highly toxic, I hope it won't poison this egg. The rewards given by fate should not overlook this point, let's give it a try. After a slight hesitation, Yang Chen made up his mind, took out a spirit arrow, and pierced his left palm. A drop of blood flowed out. Yang Chen quickly pressed his left palm onto the dragon egg. Ding! Congratulations on the successful bloodline contract signing. Countdown to hatching the flame red dragon. 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Ding! Nourished by your blood, your spirit beast cub automatically comprehends the talent immunity to all poisons. Tip: the more blood the dragon egg absorbs during the incubation period, the higher its loyalty to you after hatching. Fantastic! Yang Chen exclaimed at the sight of these 3 tips. Before the blood oath ceremony, he not only worried that the dragon egg would be poisoned by him but also feared that the incubation time would be too long. But he never expected that his blood poison not only did not kill the dragon egg but also allowed it to directly comprehend a talent, with an incubation time of only 1 day. Although immunity to all poisons could not compare to bloodthirsty poison body, it was still a rare and powerful talent, especially for Yang Chen. Following the guidance of the Thunder Senior in cultivation, he would try to conquer various poisonous creatures in the future. If his pet was not resistant to poison, its strength would be greatly reduced. Putting away the dragon egg, Yang Chen looked at the walls of the magical dragon's stomach. It's time to go out. Just as Yang Chen was contemplating how to break through the magical dragon's stomach, a flash of sword light suddenly cut through the magical dragon's body from the outside. Yang Chen climbed out of the magical dragon's body along the sword crack and saw Thunder Senior sitting cross-legged not far away, his breath weak, surrounded by deathly aura, like a tiny candle flame about to be completely engulfed by darkness. But there was a faint smile on his face, beckoning gently to Yang Chen. Yang Chen hurried towards Thunder. Suddenly remembering something, he turned to survey the area around the magical dragon's corpse. Thunder's voice came softly, no need to look, the abyssal dragon is not a native creature of the heavenly world and usually does not drop items, but this magical dragon's body is valuable. When you leave this place, remember to take its corpse with you. Got it. Yang Chen nodded heavily, immediately approaching Thunder, bowing and thanking him, thank you, Senior, for lending me the treasure, allowing the junior to survive by a stroke of luck. Without the rainbow profound sky armor, Yang Chen would not only have been unable to kill the abyssal dragon but also would not have been able to hang on after the explosion of blood poison power. At this moment, Yang Chen's wounds had not healed, and blood was still dripping. He looked like a blood man. But thanks to the abnormal healing ability of the Rainbow Profound Sky Armor, Yang Chen's blood volume not only did not decrease further but was gradually recovering. He did not waste the blood dripping from his body either. From time to time, he would take out a glass bottle to scrape his wounds, collect the fresh blood, and feed it to the flame-red dragon egg. "No need to thank me," Thunder shook his head and said. "You were able to kill this magical dragon not only because of my Rainbow Profound Sky Armor but also because of your various special abilities. If it weren't for the suppressive effect of your blood poison and the nearly infinite spiritual arrow, even with my help, you would not have succeeded." "Of course," Thunder said leisurely, "the most important thing is the mark of a strong individual on you, which is the real reason I said you were special."
Mark of a strong individual?
If it weren't for the sudden reaction of the golden flames in his mind, Yang Chen would never have comprehended the invincible golden body, let alone jumped into the magical dragon's stomach alive. The true turning point of this battle was those invincible 5 seconds. Yang Chen had various speculations about this golden flame in his mind before, but now that Thunder mentioned it, he quickly asked, "Thunder Senior, do you know the origin of this flame?" "I don't know, and I can't say." Thunder's face suddenly became inscrutable, but he explained, "When I traveled through the heavenly world, I met 2 young men with the same mark as you. They were both rare geniuses and had done some amazing feats. So when I first saw you, I decided to take a gamble on you." After briefly mentioning Yang Chen, Thunder never mentioned the matter of the golden flame again, instead circling back to the topic. "Originally, it was my task to slay the abyssal demon dragon. Now that you have slain it, the heavens will not punish my people. In this regard, we are now even. But I have a request, or rather a task, that I hope you will undertake." On the massive palm of Thunder, a golden ring suddenly appeared. The golden ring spun and flew towards Yang Chen, transforming into a bracelet-sized object before reaching him. "This is a precious treasure I obtained in a secret realm, also a divine artifact named the Qiankuan bracelet. In some aspects, the Qiankuan bracelet is even more powerful than the 7-colored mystical sky armor." Thunder looked into Yang Chen's eyes and solemnly said, "I have placed 10 layers of seals within this Qiankuan bracelet. With each advancement in your realm, a layer of the seal will be lifted. However, the final seal can only be unlocked by the secret technique of my clan. Within this last seal, I not only sealed most of the power of the Qiankuan bracelet but also included some things that I want to return to the ancient giant clan. Among them are items I brought out from the clan and treasures I obtained during my travels in the world of the heavenly path." Thunder took out a sealed letter from his bosom, his eyes revealing a sense of sorrow. Handing the letter to Yang Chen, Thunder said, "If you can deliver this letter to my father, the chief of the ancient giant clan, Lei Zhan, he will unlock the 10th seal of the Qiankuan bracelet for you. Are you willing to undertake this task, crossing endless territories?" Ding! "Accept special task, Thunder's last wish, deliver this letter and the Qiankuan bracelet to Chief Lei Zhan of the ancient giant clan. Task reward, complete unsealing of the Qiankuan bracelet. Failure penalty, none. Task deadline, none. Reminder, the ancient giant clan is located in the far north, with numerous dangers and challenges along the way. Please consider carefully." Ignoring the system's warning of dangers and without checking the properties of the Qiankuan bracelet, Yang Chen decisively chose to accept the task. Even without the bracelet he had always longed for, guided and helped by Thunder, he must fulfill Thunder's last wish. Moreover, Thunder did not set a time limit or any failure penalties for this task, entrusting complete trust to Yang Chen. Faced with such trust, Yang Chen had no reason to refuse. Seeing Yang Chen accept the task, Thunder's eyes showed a hint of relief and contentment, his aura becoming increasingly faint. "While there is still some time, there are some things I need to tell you." Thunder's voice was as light as a thread. "There is only half an hour left for the special state of the 7-colored mystical sky armor. You must complete your class transfer within this time. Otherwise, no one in this newbie village can save you. When the special state ends, the 7-colored mystical sky armor will automatically enter the 10th layer of the Qiankuan bracelet. Take good care of the letter I gave you. It is your only proof to meet my father, Lei Zhan. Once he reads the letter, he will understand everything. Perhaps by then, he will also reward you. Also, I want to tell you some truths about this world." "Truths about the world?" Yang Chen looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with curiosity. Seeing Yang Chen's caution, Thunder smiled and said, "Don't worry. By slaying the abyssal demon dragon, you are now qualified to know some things, as approved by the heavens. The history of the world of the heavenly path is not long, only 5,000 years. "Only 5,000 years?" Yang Chen exclaimed, his eyes filled with incredulity. "Yes, only 5,000 years. Thunder nodded slightly and said affirmatively, "Every 100 years, the heavenly Tao will merge 1,000 small worlds into the heavenly Tao world. During this merging process, you will not only face various dangers but also compete with other small worlds to secure more resources and growth space. We call this 100 years a session. You are the 50th session, and my ancient giant clan has successfully survived since the first session as a super strong clan. There are 8 other super strong clans like us in the heavenly Tao world, and other races refer to us as the 9 great celestial clans, while the other weaker races amount to tens of thousands. During this 100 years, you are under the protection of the heavenly Tao, and although you will encounter many dangers, it is also a period of rapid growth for your strength. In the heavenly Tao world, weaker races either perish or are enslaved by the stronger clans. If you cannot grow to a level sufficient to establish yourselves in the heavenly Tao world during this 100-year protection period, what awaits you will likely be endless darkness, or even extinction. Hearing this, Yang Chen couldn't help but ask, why does the heavenly Tao merge so many worlds together? And why set such cruel survival rules? Of course, it is to cultivate strong individuals to deal with even stronger enemies. Thunder calmly stated, the heavenly Tao is a world born for slaughter, so the full name of the heavenly Tao world is actually the heavenly Tao slaughter world. In this world, all life forms are endowed with the attribute of devouring. Not only can we become stronger by killing monsters, but monsters can also become stronger by killing us, which accelerates cultivation speed countless times compared to ordinary practice. I understand. Seeing Thunder's breath weakening, Yang Chen took the initiative to continue. We are all nurtured insects of the heavenly Tao, but also survive and grow rapidly due to the rules of the heavenly Tao. That's right. Thunder nodded slightly and continued, the area you are in now, including the main city you are about to enter, and even more distant territories, all belong to the new merged protection zone of the heavenly Tao world, located at the southernmost end of the heavenly Tao world, while the ancient giant clan is at the northernmost end of the heavenly Tao world. Because of the merger of tens of thousands of small worlds, the heavenly Tao world has become extremely vast, hiding countless strong individuals and demons. Thunder looked at Yang Chen, his eyes becoming increasingly murky and hollow. I am telling you all this to remind you that before you become strong enough, never attempt to go to the extreme northern lands, and never stop striving to become stronger. At some point, Thunder's voice gradually faded away. Yang Chen looked up and saw Thunder's eyes gazing towards the north slowly closing. The faint life force that was barely detectable on him had been completely overtaken by deathly stillness. He was already dead. Yang Chen stood up, solemnly bowed to Thunder 3 times, and said with a serious expression, Senior Thunder, rest assured, I will definitely fulfill your last wish, and it won't take too long. And the guidance you gave me today, I will always remember and never forget. Although Thunder and Yang Chen were of different races, Thunder had provided Yang Chen with much help and guidance, unraveling the mysteries of this world for him. This deepened Yang Chen's understanding of the heavenly Tao world. In Yang Chen's heart, Thunder was a great warrior who could sacrifice his life for his people, to eradicate evil and uphold justice. To Yang Chen, Thunder was a respected elder and a teacher-like figure. After bowing respectfully, Yang Chen thought for a moment and placed both Thunder and the dragon's corpses into the void arrow quiver. The hidden space within the void arrow quiver was truly powerful. Even 2 massive bodies tens of meters high only occupied 1 storage compartment each. Looking around the now empty Taiji basin, Yang Chen followed the gap he came through back to the northern edge of the newbie village. 1 hour 20 minutes and 58 seconds. 1 hour 20 minutes and 57 seconds. He checked the remaining duration of the colorful mysterious sky armor. Yang Chen dashed towards the center of the newbie village. According to Thunder's speculation, if he couldn't complete the job change within 80 minutes, it wouldn't just be a death and level drop for Yang Chen, it might also endanger his real-life body. At this moment, Yang Chen was still unaware. The Ascendant, Royal Family, 24 Festivals, Overlord, and other guilds had already united. They had gathered nearly 10,000 people, waiting for Yang Chen on the teleportation array. At the same time, around teleportation array 997 in the newbie village, it was already crowded. At least half of the 100,000 people in this newbie village had arrived. These people were divided into 2 groups. Nearly 10,000 people tightly surrounded the teleportation array, all drawing their weapons, ready for battle. They were members of the Ascendant, Royal Family, 24 Festivals, Overlord, and other guilds. Besides their own guild members, many affiliated guild members had also been summoned here by them. They had 2 purposes for coming here, to kill Yang Chen or be killed by Yang Chen. Achieving either purpose would fulfill their assigned tasks. Among these people, there was no unity. Killing Yang Chen was just the first target. Once the first target was achieved, the ownership of the items dropped by Yang Chen would likely trigger a second battle. Therefore, among these nearly 10,000 people, those at the forefront were members of medium and small guilds. The major super guilds tacitly stood guard in the innermost circle of the teleportation array, claiming to guard the last line of defense. Across from these people, separated by a few dozen meters of open space, stood even more people. Most of these were casual players who had come specifically to watch the excitement. Some had even started live broadcasts, transmitting the scene in real time to the game forums. Another part of the crowd was trying to take advantage of the situation, hoping to seize an opportunity. Apart from them, among the onlookers, there were three groups with entirely different goals from everyone else. They were led by Yu Yao and Yu Ying's Mirror Moon Tower, led by the Wind Dance Eternal Gate, and represented by Qin Shang's military force. Among these three groups, the Eternal Gate had the most members, with over 800 people. The Mirror Moon Tower had almost all its members present in this newbie village, totaling over 300 people. As for Qin Shang, he still had his 9 team members around him. At some point, the leaders of these three forces had already gathered together.
Wind Dance looked at Yu Yao and asked, still unable to contact him?
Yes, Yu Yao nodded and said, the communication prompt shows that Kuego is in a special map and cannot be reached, but I left him a message, believing he will call back once he's out. It's a bit troublesome. Wind Dance looked at the nearly 10,000 people opposite them, his face serious. If Kuego doesn't make a move, with our limited manpower, we might not be able to safely send him into the teleportation array. But once he acts, the outcome is unpredictable, and the time to go to the main city will inevitably be delayed, achieving the goals of these guilds. After saying this, Wind Dance looked at Qin Shang.
Major Chen, where are the military personnel from your side?
Don't tell me that in Newbie Village 997, there are only 10 of you from the military. If that's the case, you wouldn't need to buy so much equipment. Qin Shang shook his head helplessly and explained, this is my personal action, and I can't mobilize the military personnel in Newbie Village 997 because of Kueiji's matter.
There's more.
Qin Shang emphasized, in order to minimize the impact and public panic as much as possible, we have established a guild called the Bridge to the Other Shore.
Please refrain from referring to us as the military in the future. Bridge to the other shore. A bridge to the other side.
Swirling Wind murmured, you guys are quite bold.
Who is the guild leader? It's not you, is it? How could it be me? Qin Shang quickly shook his head. There are many experts in the Bridge to the Other Shore. The guild leader is Li Yang, with the ID Li Ming Shuguang. I am just a legion commander among them. Being a legion commander is not bad, Swirling Wind praised with a smile. The legion commander's maximum number of personnel management is 10,000. You guys are a regular army, disciplined and different from our miscellaneous forces. With 10,000 people, you can even rival a guild of 100,000. Upon hearing this, Qin Shang forced a smile and did not respond. The fundamental mission of the Bridge to the Other Shore was to establish a powerful gaming core to prepare for potential disasters in the future and better protect the people of the Dragon Kingdom, rather than engage in power struggles with other forces. However, Yang Chen had a relationship with him, and the spatial stone in Yang Chen's hand was also related to his own job change. So he brought his 9 team members to help out, but he could not mobilize more military forces to assist Yang Chen. Just as the few were secretly worried, Yu Yao's call suddenly rang. It's Quan Gu. Upon hearing this, Swirling Wind gestured with his eyes, and hundreds of members of the Eternal Gate Guild quickly approached, surrounding the few to prevent others from overhearing the conversation. Quan Gu, don't rush back to the village for now. After making sure that everyone around was on their side, Yu Yao finally answered the call and informed Yang Chen of the situation here. Now there are nearly 10,000 people on the other side, and we only have over 1,000. After discussing with Swirling Wind and Qin Shang, my sister, and I think you should not show up for now. Let our people under our command launch the attack first. When our people break through, you can enter the teleportation array in the chaos, repair the spatial stone, and immediately teleport to the main city. This was the most feasible plan they came up with after discussing among themselves. But without Yang Chen's intervention, even if they only managed to break through a small opening, their chances of success were less than 50%. At this moment, Yang Chen was on the road, checking the attributes of the Qiankuan bracelet. Qiankuan bracelet, artifact. Sealed at the 10th level strength, plus 25 agility, plus 20 feature 1, vampiric, each physical attack carries a 10% vampiric effect feature 2, splash, each physical attack simultaneously deals 50% splash damage to hostile targets within a 5-meter radius of the target feature 3, cannot be traded, dropped, or destroyed after binding, bound to the player Quango feature 4, to be unsealed. Feature 5, to be unsealed. Feature 6, truly worthy of being an artifact. Even with just the features waiting to be unsealed, there were as many as 10. Even the Qiankuan bracelet that had not been fully unsealed already had attributes stronger than the silver tooth necklace of a silver grade item.
Yang Chen dared not imagine how powerful the Qiankuan bracelet would be once fully unsealed.
Equipping the Qiankuan bracelet, Yang Chen fell into contemplation.
It had to be said that the move by the Proud World and a few other guilds did bring him some trouble, but it was not without a solution.
Yang Chen could think of two ways to deal with it now.
One was to agree to Yu Yao's plan, but to provide them with a large amount of poison blood. With this over 1,000 people carrying poison blood to charge, not to mention just breaking through a gap, even wiping out all nearly 10,000 people on the other side would not be too difficult. But this plan had some drawbacks. That would incur debts of gratitude to Yueshao, Chen Shang, and Suifengqiwu.
It would also cause many of them to die in battle, delaying their entry into the main city. The second option.
It's the Earthfire Dragon King's summoning scroll. Originally, Yang Chen planned to use this summoning scroll during the ultimate mission. Unfortunately, the Abyssal Demon Dragon was too strong, so it was never used. Now is a good time to use this scroll, but I don't know if the people killed by the Earthfire Dragon King I summon will count towards my sins.
Yang Chen didn't have much time left.
There was no way to accumulate a large amount of sin value.
Let's give it a try.
If my sin value increases after the Earthfire Dragon King kills someone, I'll have to send Yueshao and the others instead. Although it's not good to repay kindness with enmity, giving them tens of thousands of drops of poison blood should be enough to repay them. Thinking of this, Yang Chen immediately said to Yueshao, "Don't act rashly for now. I'll probably arrive in about 10 minutes, and I may have a way to deal with those people over there." After saying this, Yang Chen hung up the call and rushed towards the direction of the teleportation array at full speed, leaving Yueshao and the others on the other side stunned.
He has a way? How is that possible? In the novice village teleportation array, amidst the crowd, there was a buzz of excitement. Why hasn't the drunken song of freedom arrived yet? Could it be that he's too scared to come? It's possible. Knowing it's a dead end, there's no point in coming. I wouldn't come either. I'd just forego the first clear reward. In my opinion, these guilds blocking the way are really despicable. The Goblin War God completed the mission on his own merit, and they actually resorted to such dirty tricks. Shoo, keep it down. In the game, might makes right. If they hear you, you'll have a hard time in the future. Hey, I'm just talking big.
I'd love to see them both end up losing.
Look, there's a skinny guy covered in blood over there. Is that the drunken song of freedom? It's him.
Why does he look so miserable, covered in blood all over?
It seems like he's suffered a fatal injury that can't be healed. How dare he show up in this state? He must be desperate. I heard that several novice village Earthfire Dragon King bosses are already halfway defeated. If he doesn't show up now, the other side will really succeed. Courageous. Daring to fight even in a hopeless situation. I'm starting to like him. As he approached the outskirts of the crowd, everyone made way for Yang Chen. With a stern expression, Yang Chen's firm footsteps echoed like drumbeats, resounding in the hearts of the people. The once bustling novice village suddenly fell silent, and the atmosphere became incredibly tense. No one dared to underestimate Yang Chen. From wiping out the elite groups of Batian and Aoshi, to the first level 10 promotion announcement in the novice village, to the national boss first kill announcement, and finally the blue star announcement triggered by slaying the demon dragon. All these deeds had proven Yang Chen's formidable strength. Even facing nearly 10,000 opponents alone, no one believed he would definitely lose. But unfortunately, he was facing a dead end. Regardless of victory or defeat, he seemed unable to enter the main city immediately. As Yang Chen entered the passage, Yueshao, Chen Shang, and Suifengqiwu led over 1,000 people to greet him. Yueying hid beside Yueshao, imperceptible to others, but in Yang Chen's spiritual eyes, Yueying's well-defined figure became clear. Song, your injuries.
Seeing Yang Chen covered in blood, Yueshao looked worried, hesitating to speak.
It's okay, don't worry.
Yang Chen smiled and said, "Thank you for not standing against me at this moment but coming out to help me instead.
But I'm in a hurry now. Let's talk after we enter the main city."
After thanking them, Yang Chen stepped forward to the front of the 1,000-person team. There were 4 people leading the other side. 2 of them were familiar faces to Yang Chen, Wang Batian, and Proud Axe. These 2 had somehow rapidly reached level 9. The other 2 were a man and a woman, stronger than Wang Batian and Proud Axe, already at level 10. The man was tall and sturdy, wielding a bronze-glowing spear, with the ID Huangfu Xiong. The woman, beautiful but with a cold demeanor, held a bronze longbow, seemingly preparing to become an archer, with the ID Frost Descent. Yang Chen had seen these 2 names in the top 10 of the level rankings. In this 997th newbie village, they were rare experts, belonging to the Royal Family Guild and the 24 festivals, respectively. Including the Proud Guild, one of the top 10 super guilds in the Dragon Kingdom, 3 had already arrived. Facing the nearly 10,000 people waiting on the other side, Yang Chen spoke up, "Apart from the proud and Badian guilds, I have no grudges with any of you."
"Are you sure you want to stop me?" Huang Fu Xiong stepped forward. In a deep voice, he said, "Even though our guild leader has ordered us to stop you, if you hand over the spatial stone and dragon egg to me for safekeeping, the Royal Family Guild can let you go, and even allow you to join us." Frost Descent also looked at Yang Chen. Coldly, she said, "The guild leader Bai Lu has ordered us to stop you for 2 hours, but not necessarily to kill you. If you don't charge, the 24 festivals won't interfere." "Ha!" Yang Chen mocked with a smile, saying no more. Good words couldn't persuade the stubborn.
With only 67 minutes left of the special state of the Rainbow Profound Sky Armor, Yang Chen dared not delay. He took out the scroll and tore it apart with force. Roar! With a roar, a huge figure of 10 meters suddenly descended from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground.
Dust rose in the air.
The tens of thousands present changed their expressions and began to retreat.
What's going on? What kind of monster is this? I've seen it on the forum. This is the Flame Gorge's big boss, the Fire Dragon King. How could it appear here? Did the guild not get the spatial stone?
Run far away, don't get caught by this guy. In just a moment, the players on the periphery all retreated, leaving behind a vacant area of hundreds of meters. Only the nearly 10,000 people from the opposing camp, having to defend the teleportation array, had to stay put.
However, the vast majority of them were trembling, wishing to turn and run immediately. Ding!
Battle alert! You have successfully summoned the Fire Dragon King, lasting 30 minutes. As your summoned creature, it is in sync with your mind, and you can control it in battle with your thoughts. Worried about increasing his own sin value, Yang Chen did not rashly command the Fire Dragon King to use its area of effect skills. Instead, he directed it to unleash a flame breath at a level 6 player in the front row.
Boom! Minus 685 with just one fireball, the person was instantly killed. Ding!
Your summoned creature, the Fire Dragon King, has successfully slain a player.
Indeed, no increase in sin value.
There was only a notification of the kill, without any mention of sin value.
Yang Chen couldn't loot the experience from dead players. After confirming this, Yang Chen finally relaxed.
Commanding the Fire Dragon King, he charged towards the opposing camp. Huang Fu Xiong, Frost Descent, Wang Badian, and Proud Axe saw the situation turning unfavorable and quickly retreated to the back of the line, hiding behind the others.
Yang Chen didn't rush to attack these four, but his gaze was firmly fixed on them. Anyone could leave today, except these four, especially Huang Fu Xiong and Frost Descent. In the case of Wang Badian and Ao Shi Kuang Fu, who had long-standing grievances, Yang Chen's hatred was not as deep. They were enemies to begin with, so Yang Chen didn't find it strange that they would use any means to deal with him. But the actions of the Royal Family Guild and the 24 festivals were even more despicable. Step, step, step. Yang Chen controlled the massive body of the Earth Fire Dragon King with his mind, rushing into the very center of the battle line in a few steps. Using the skill Rain of Fire. This is a large-scale spell that covers a radius of 30 meters and lasts for 10 seconds. In the Flame Gorge, Yang Chen had experienced this terrifying skill. Even he, after being hit by 3 fire rains, lost nearly 2,000 points of health and almost half his life. Not to mention the ordinary players in front of him. Countless fire rains fell from the sky, crashing down into the crowd. Huge damages of nearly 1,000 points floated up. The wails continued to ring out. Even if someone's health was slightly higher and they barely withstood the first fire rain, they couldn't withstand the second, third, fourth. White light kept rising, leaving behind equipment and coins scattered on the ground. The Earth Fire Dragon King ran swiftly. During the 10-second skill duration, he continuously slaughtered all the players along the way. The group attack skill ended. Originally, the nearly 10,000 players in a tight formation were directly killed by more than half. Only 3,000 to 4,000 people were left in panic, devoid of any fighting spirit. Some couldn't bear this pressure and, disregarding the guild's mandatory orders, directly left the team and ran towards the onlookers in the distance. But under the organization of Huang Fu Xiong and others, the remaining thousands were regrouping, attempting to besiege the Earth Fire Dragon King who had just unleashed his ultimate move. Seeing this, Yang Chen directly took out a dozen glass bottles from his bag and threw them to the Earth Fire Dragon King. These were the supplies Yang Chen had collected before. Among them were blood and urine. Each glass bottle contained at least 500 drops, with poison effects ranging from 398 points per second to 1786 points per second. For those who had barely survived, this was a deadly poison. Under Yang Chen's control, the Earth Fire Dragon King circled around the teleportation array while sprinkling the potions from the glass bottles into the air.
The Earth Fire Dragon King, already towering at 10 meters, even when the potions were thrown upwards, gradually separated into blood and urine droplets as they descended. The Earth Fire Dragon King's body was also covered with many potions, and its health was steadily decreasing. But for it, with 1,000,000 health points, this damage was inconsequential.
Ah, it hurts. Puffs of blue smoke rose.
The screams mixed with white light, grand yet tragic. Anyone touched by the potions, even if it was the lowest poison effect of 398 points per second, had no chance of survival.
Within 100 meters of the teleportation array, it had become a hell on Earth. Mission failed, retreat.
Seeing fewer and fewer survivors, Huang Fuxiong, realizing the futility of the situation, finally gritted his teeth and issued the retreat order.
The remaining hundreds of players were finally relieved.
They scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing wildly in all directions. Huang Fuxiong, along with Frost Descent and the other three, mixed in with the crowd, also trying to take advantage of the chaos to leave.
Just then, Yang Chen finally made his move.
Sprinting at full speed, it took only 3 seconds for Yang Chen to reach the four of them and block their path. At the same time, the Earth Fire Dragon King controlled by Yang Chen had given up chasing others and was rapidly approaching them.
Indulge in wine and sing wildly.
Seeing that they were about to be surrounded, Huang Fuxiong, holding a long spear, said sternly, "Leave a way out for yourself.
We'll meet again in the future. Do you have to exterminate us completely? Hee hee, it's you who wants to exterminate us first." Yang Chen sneered, "I'm standing right in front of you now, why don't you dare to make a move? Arrogant."
A hint of anger appeared on Frostfall's icy face as he raised his longbow towards Yang Chen.
"I don't believe you can withstand the four of us attacking you."
His words fell. The arrow from Frostfall had already been shot towards Yang Chen's chest. Seeing this scene, Huang Fuxiong, Wang Badian, and Proud Axeman all raised their weapons and attacked Yang Chen. Yang Chen stood still, letting the four of them attack him. -51, -1, -1, -1 with his extraordinary physique and the protection of the rainbow heavenly armor, Yang Chen's defense could only be described as terrifying. Among the four, only Frostfall's arrow, with 50 points of frost damage, managed to deplete 51 points of Yang Chen's health.
The other three couldn't even break through Yang Chen's defense. Ding!
You have been attacked by Frostfall, Huang Fuxiong, and others. Defend yourself and strike back to kill the opponents without increasing your sin value.
Finally, it's here.
Yang Chen had been waiting for this moment.
Almost as the system prompt sounded, Yang Chen's poison arrows were already drawn. 4 arrows shot out at once, followed by another 4 arrows, and then another 4 arrows.
In the blink of an eye, Yang Chen had shot out 12 poison arrows, blocking all evasion and blocking space in front of the 4 people.
-428, -1786, -395, -1786.
Just 1 second later, Huang Fuxiong and his companions all died from poisoning, not a single one survived.
Ding!
Title of Murderer activated, increasing drop rate of killed players by 50%. Swish, swish, swish. As 4 white lights rose, Huang Fuxiong and his companions dropped over a dozen pieces of equipment, with hundreds of bottles of healing potions. Even the bronze spear in Huang Fuxiong's hand and Frostfall's bronze longbow were dropped.
Thud, thud, thud. The Fire Dragon King had arrived. Flames spewed out rapidly, clearing the scattered players around Yang Chen, who a cool breeze blew by.
The surroundings of the teleportation array were quiet, with only 1 person and 1 dragon left. The tens of thousands of players standing at a distance watching were stunned by the scene, dumbfounded. Even the millions of players watching the live broadcast through the game forum were also left in disbelief. And the ones who gave the ambush order, Proud World, Huang Fuhong, and Bailu, were filled with regret. Pale-faced, while they were strategizing against the Fire Dragon King, their operations were riddled with mistakes, almost costing them their lives. No one had anticipated this outcome. They had considered that Yang Chen might strike, and that the guilds like Proud World might suffer heavy losses. But no one had expected that Yang Chen would summon a dragon without hesitation. A dragon that even top-tier gaming gods like them found troublesome, the Fire Dragon King. The battle lasted less than a minute from start to finish. Nearly all of the nearly 10,000 players gathered by the guilds like Proud World were wiped out. Even the 4 leaders like Huang Fuxiong all died under Yang Chen's arrows. And Yang Chen, who had slaughtered nearly 10,000 people, didn't increase his sin value at all. His name above his head remained a healthy green. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yang Chen briefly inspected the longbow dropped by Frostfall. Although both were bronze tier, the properties of the Sky Wolf bow were more powerful and suited Yang Chen better, so there was no need to switch. As for the spear dropped by Huang Fuxiong, Yang Chen didn't even bother to look at it. Yu Yao, Qin Shang, and Feng Wu Dance, the deputy leaders, come over here. Looking at the ground filled with equipment, numbering in the thousands at least, Yang Chen called Yu Yao and the others over. Have someone clean up and distribute them among yourselves, just give me half the price. Even if he wasn't in a hurry, Yang Chen alone couldn't possibly clean up all the items on the ground within the half-hour respawn time. In this newbie village, only the 3 people in front of him could be considered Yang Chen's friends. Only they had the strength to take on so much equipment. And Yang Chen believed. Whether it was the wealthy Moon Yao and Dancing with the Wind, or the military's Qin Shang, they couldn't possibly exaggerate the number of their equipment. Watching Yang Chen's still bleeding wound, Moon Yao nodded heavily and said, "Leave the rest to us, you go repair the teleportation array quickly." Qin Shang and Dancing with the Wind also nodded one after another, showing some gratitude in their eyes towards Yang Chen's actions. Proud World, Royal Family, and 24 Festivals were all super guilds. Some of the equipment of these guild members were even useful to Qin Shang himself, let alone other ordinary members. With this batch of equipment, it would definitely provide great help to the members under the 3 of them. After discussing with Moon Yao and the others, Yang Chen then arranged for the Fire Dragon King to patrol nearby. With it around, he believed that no one would dare to come here to scavenge. After everything was arranged properly, Yang Chen quickly walked to the teleportation array. He saw that the spatial stone at the center of the array had already broken into several pieces. Yang Chen took out a newbie short knife, cleared the broken stones from the groove, and then took out the milky white crystal from the package. Spatial stone, a rare ore containing a trace of spatial laws, an indispensable item for building teleportation arrays. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Chen slowly embedded the spatial stone into the groove. Boom! A beam of light lit up. The array pattern of the teleportation array gradually lit up, connecting into a complex and gorgeous pattern. At the same time, another heavenly announcement resounded throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom service area. Ding! Dragon Kingdom announcement. Congratulations to player Zhong Jiuquangu for successfully repairing teleportation array 997 in the newbie village, opening up the passage between the newbie village and the main city. Rewarding him with 10,000 experience points, 200 reputation points, 20 free attributes, and 5 gold coins. Ding! It has been detected that newbie village 997 is the first village in the entire Dragon Kingdom area to repair a teleportation array. In order to give other newbie village players a chance to catch up, after Zhong Jiuquangu teleports into the city, this teleportation array will be temporarily closed for 2 hours. Ding! Zhong Jiuquangu, as the first player in the entire Dragon Kingdom area to complete this village exit task, all rewards are tripled, and he can bring 5 level 10 companions with him when teleporting into the main city. Now rewarding him with 40,000 experience points, 800 reputation points, 80 free attributes, 20 gold coins, and 5 teleportation slots. Ding! Dragon Kingdom announcement. Congratulations to player Zhong Jiuquangu for successfully repairing teleportation array 997 in the newbie village. The heavenly announcement rang 3 times, clearly entering the ears of every Dragon Kingdom player. The previous announcement content was fine, and all the players watching the live broadcast had already prepared themselves mentally. But the rewards in the latter part truly shocked everyone. For a moment, the game forums and live streams exploded. What? Am I hearing this right? All rewards tripled? And you can bring 5 players into the city with you? How are other top players supposed to compete with this? It doesn't matter how many times the experience points are multiplied. Players who have reached this level are basically already at level 10, but what's with the 80 free attributes as a reward? Do they not want us ordinary players to play anymore? Just half an hour ago, this guy was only rewarded with 200 free attributes, and now he's getting 80 more. How much is that in total? Damn! I've never received attribute point rewards after entering the game. This makes me want to delete my account right away. With 5 slots plus Zhong Jiuquangu himself, that's 6 people. If all 6 are different professions, there won't be many slots left for other top players. If we have it, that's good enough. If the heavens didn't consider balance and shut down the teleportation array for 2 hours, all the first transfer quotas for every profession would end up in newbie village 997. I wonder how the Goblin War God will handle these 5 quotas. If it were me, I'd publicly auction them off to the highest bidder. And it can't be another archer profession like his. You're really a genius at business. This quota could easily sell for tens of millions, right? Tens of millions? If all the players in the country could bid, it would be at least $1 billion. It all depends on how many rich players are in this newbie village now. Ahem. Most of the rich players just got killed by the mad song god. There aren't many who meet the level 10 requirement, maybe a dozen at most. You guys have such low horizons. What's money to you?
Do you think a top-tier god like Mad Song would be short on cash? I'd definitely negotiate other terms directly. Exactly.
Those twin sisters and the dancing wind beauty are all in Newbie Village 997. There was supposed to be another, Frost Descends, but she joined the wrong team and got taken out by the Goblin War God. Otherwise, they would have been the 4 golden flowers. If it were me, I'd just give the entry quota to them, but demand they spend a night with me.
Wouldn't that be delightful? Considering the Goblin War God's appearance.
Even if he offered the first transfer quota, I doubt many women would be willing.
Hee. You know nothing about the ambitions of skilled players. That's right. Who says there aren't women willing? I am. Turn off the lights, they're all the same to me. I'm willing too.
I've never tried such a special man before, it must be quite an experience.
I'm willing too.
There were plenty of provocative words online. But Yang Chen, who had just received the rewards from the heavens, had no time for such inner conflicts. The special state of the Rainbow Profound Sky Armor had only 50 minutes left.
Entering the city didn't mean changing professions. Yang Chen didn't know if changing professions required other prerequisites or how long it would take to complete the process.
If he couldn't elevate his realm in 50 minutes, he would be in danger, with no time for public auctions.
With that in mind, Yang Chen called upon Yu Yao, Yu Ying, Shen Sheng, and Dancing Wind to join him. I'm in a hurry, so I won't waste time with you. Tell me your desired professions. If they don't conflict, I'll take you all into the city with me. Oh, right. Yang Chen added, the main city I'm planning to enter is Qingmu City. If you don't want to settle in Qingmu City, you'll have to wait 2 hours.
There were 5 main cities to choose from in the Dragon Country region.
Each city offered different characteristics upon settling in.
They were Golden Sun City, plus 2% attack power, Qingmu City, plus 2% agility, Blackwater City, plus 2% health, Purple Flame City, plus 2% monster drop rate, Yellow Sand City, plus 2% monster experience. After settling in a main city, it was akin to having that city's identity card, which was almost impossible to change later on. However, players could travel between different main cities using teleportation arrays, albeit at a high cost. In the early stages, few guilds could support large-scale player transfers. Therefore, major guilds often predetermined the main city they would settle in, allowing guild members to gather there on their own. Yu Yao and her sister exchanged glances. She directly told Yang Chen, Mad Song, I plan to change to a mage, and my sister plans to become an assassin.
The main city issue is easily resolved.
I'll inform the guild members later to gather in Qingmu City after leaving the village.
Yu Yao looked at Chen Sheng and Dancing Wind.
After hesitating for a moment, she continued, as for the entry quotas to enter the city with you, my sister and I are each willing to pay you 10 million.
Is that enough?
Upon hearing Yu Yao's words, Dancing Wind had no reaction.
Chen Sheng's face showed a hint of bitterness.
He was just a special forces soldier, different from the 3 super rich women in front of him. Even a 50,000 axe was beyond his budget, let alone 10 million for a teleportation slot.
Unless the military leadership could make a special approval. Otherwise, he couldn't come up with so much money at all. Just then, Yang Chen shook his head slightly and said with a smile, I don't take money for everything, and in this era, as long as there's enough money, it's fine, too much is useless. Besides, we are already friends, right? This time, even if you withstand the pressure, decide on the reward for helping me. After speaking, Yang Chen turned to Chen Sheng and Suifeng Qiwu, asking, what about you, willing to go to Qingmu City? What is your target profession? Suifeng Qiwu was not a hesitant person.
Seeing that Yang Chen was in a hurry, he spoke directly, the leader just sent me a message to go to Qingmu City with you to establish the Eternal Gate branch, and my target profession is a swordsman.
Good.
Yang Chen nodded, then looked at Chen Sheng again.
Kwanga, thank you. Chen Sheng took a deep breath and gratefully said, I'm preparing to change my profession to a berserker. Just now, my superior also sent me a message, saying to strive to enter the city with you, any main city will do.
Good.
Yang Chen nodded, then suddenly remembered something.
Looking at Yue Yao and the others, he said, I still have 1 slot here, do you have a suitable candidate?
You can bring them along.
Upon hearing this, the 4 were first stunned for a moment, then they all remained silent, not responding to Yang Chen's offer. If Yang Chen accepted money, Yue Yao and Suifeng Qiwu would have been able to buy the extra slot with peace of mind.
But now that Yang Chen didn't take money, they owed Yang Chen a big favor. They couldn't even repay their own favors for now, let alone bring another person along. Moreover, in this newbie village, there weren't many experts in their guild.
Apart from themselves, there were few who had reached level 10, so even if they wanted to bring someone, they had no way to do so.
Seeing the expressions of the group, Yang Chen instantly understood and turned to Chen Sheng.
Among the 3 forces present, the military had the most members who had reached level 10. And Yang Chen was willing to give a little help to these martyrs who had silently sacrificed in their past lives.
Stop dawdling, Chen Shang, choose one from your team.
Yang Chen turned and walked towards the teleportation array, waving his hand. No other requirements, just make sure the profession doesn't clash with ours.
Okay, thank you, Kwanga. This was probably the umpteenth time today that Chen Shang had thanked Yang Chen. For this man he had only met twice but had helped him multiple times. Chen Shang's feelings were complex, unsure when he could repay Yang Chen's favor. 2 minutes later, a group of 6 stood on the teleportation array.
The last person Chen Shang brought was a tall, dark-skinned man who looked very steady and reliable. This man's name was Wang Lei, the deputy team leader of Chen Shang's Special Forces team, with the target profession of a knight. After confirming that there were no omissions, Yang Chen finally selected teleport to Qingmu City. The teleportation light shone. Yang Chen and his group disappeared before everyone's eyes. With a whirlwind, Yang Chen and the others arrived at a huge square. The square was engraved with dozens of teleportation arrays, varying in complexity and divided into several levels, each guarded by several gun-wielding guards. The one they were standing on was the simplest and smallest type of teleportation array. Seeing Yang Chen and the others arrive, the guards nearby showed no signs of surprise. After confirming that Yang Chen and the others were all in a green status, they even pointed to a huge building in the north of the square. Yang Chen looked up and saw 4 large characters written on the building, Temple of Professions. Without any hesitation, Yang Chen hurried towards the Temple of Professions. Upon seeing this, Yue Yao and the others, although not understanding why Yang Chen was so anxious, quickly followed suit. At the entrance of the massive building, there were a dozen towering human statues lined up side by side. Yang Chen glanced over them roughly. He found that these statues depicted super strong individuals from various human professions that had appeared in the myriad realms. In the world of Heavenly Tao, there were a total of 9 mainstream human professions. They were mage, assassin, archer, priest, swordsman, warrior, knight, martial artist, and beast tamer. In addition, there were many powerful hidden professions and various specialized professions. For example, warriors could be divided into berserkers and shield warriors, and mages could specialize in a certain attribute. Yang Chen was eager to stop and examine the life experiences of these strong individuals. However, the diminishing special status time of the Rainbow Profound Sky Armor left Yang Chen with no time to spare for this. He rushed straight into the Hall of Professions. Yang Chen looked around and quickly spotted the archer's job change area. He hurried over. Yang Chen saw a tall-legged woman with her back facing him, squatting down and searching through a filing cabinet. Her round and perky buttocks, tightly wrapped in leather armor, formed a distinct groove that made Yang Chen's blood boil.
Ahem. Converging his mind, Yang Chen politely asked, "Hello, I would like to change my profession to become an archer. Is it you I should speak to?" "Oh, someone has come so quickly?" The woman's slightly surprised voice came, carrying a mature and intellectual charm. She turned around, revealing a stunning face, curiously sizing up Yang Chen. Yang Chen was also looking at her and tentatively cast a probing spell.
Lu Ruyan, Heavenly Archer, Level, Health, Attack, Defense, Speed. Introduction. Descendant of humans on the Feathered Star, due to her tribe's defeat in the previous interrealm battle, losing their ancestral land, they were guided by the Heavenly Tao to this fusion area of the myriad human realms to recuperate. But as a price, her tribe must regularly accept missions assigned by the Heavenly Tao. Lu Ruyan came here to serve as an archer profession mentor, a task given to her by the Heavenly Tao. Tip: never underestimate her. Although the Feathered Star did not make it to the final round of the battle, the people of the Feathered Star are skilled archers, and Lu Ruyan is among the best. She's actually a heavenly archer. After reading this brief introduction, Yang Chen was astonished. According to some information disclosed by the Heavenly Tao, even if he successfully changed professions, within levels 10 to 40, Yang Chen would only be a novice archer. From levels 40 to 70, he would be an intermediate archer. From levels 70 to 100, he would be an advanced archer. Only by surpassing level 100 could he become an earthly archer. And above the earthly archer level was the heavenly archer. Curious, Yang Chen activated his spirit vision. He saw Lu Ruyan's slender and graceful figure, her well-proportioned body making Yang Chen admire her endlessly, unable to look away. The level and intensity of energy emanating from her body were dazzling. Even compared to the other profession mentors around her, her energy surpassed them by several levels. "Kid, you've got some nerve. Do you find my figure attractive?" Just as Yang Chen was dazed, Lu Ruyan's voice suddenly rang out. Naturally charming, with a hint of anger, it made Yang Chen shiver involuntarily. I am sorry, it wasn't intentional." Yang Chen quickly apologized, not daring to look into Lu Ruyan's eyes again. Even the SSS level skill of spirit vision could not escape the scrutiny of a heavenly level expert. "Humph, Lu Ruyan coldly snorted, considering you're the first disciple I've encountered, I'll let you off this time. If you dare to cross the line again next time, I will gouge out your eyeballs. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen quickly bowed and said, thank you for your generosity, teacher. He realized that his actions were indeed a bit reckless. If Lu Ruyan made a big deal out of this, made things difficult for Yang Chen during the job transition, or gave him a complex task, he would only be waiting for his demise. Pay up. Lu Ruyan sat down, crossed his legs, and tapped on the several books on the table. Professional book Xian used true scripture, worth 100 gold coins. After the job transition, you can immediately learn 3 skills, namely illuminating arrow, chain arrow, and piercing arrow. Each skill book costs 20 gold coins. Lu Ruyan revealed a hint of satisfaction, saying lightly, a total of 160 gold coins. If you don't have enough money, hurry up and go out of the city to earn some. 160 gold coins? Despite being mentally prepared, Yang Chen was still shocked by this price. The current price of gold coins still showed no signs of decreasing, remaining as high as 51,000 yuan per coin. These 160 gold coins were equivalent to 9 million Dragon Kingdom coins. Fortunately, after several heavenly rewards, the number of gold coins in Yang Chen's wallet had reached an astonishing 595 coins. Not to mention learning 3 skills in one job transition, even if 10 more skills were to come, Yang Chen could afford them. Taking out 160 gold coins from his purse, he neatly stacked them on the table. Looking at the slightly surprised Lu Ruyan, Yang Chen spoke, thank you for your concern, I can afford the 160 gold coins, I hope the teacher can give me some guidance on how to cultivate. Alright, I'll consider you quite capable, I won't pursue the previous matter. Lu Ruyan smiled as he accepted the gold coins on the table and threw 4 books to Yang Chen. There's nothing much to say about the skill books, just flip through them to learn, it's not difficult. Xian Yu's true scripture is slightly more complicated. You have to follow the route of spiritual energy in the scripture, successfully circulate a great Jotian, then you can become a true archer. Some people go through this process quickly, while others take a long time. Some can do it in just a few minutes, while others take more than 10 hours. Lu Ruyan pointed to several cushions in front and said, you just meditate here, I will apply a barrier to isolate you from external disturbances. Yes, thank you, teacher. Without delay, Yang Chen quickly walked to the side of the cushion. Just as he was about to sit cross-legged, Yu Yao, Yu Ying, Chen Shang, and Wang Lei all walked over with a look of embarrassment on their faces. Brother Kuanga, we are really sorry. Chen Shang, with a forced smile, spoke first, the professional books are too expensive, they cost 80 gold coins each, and the skill books cost 15 gold coins each. Wang Lei and I rushed over and didn't think about this at all, we only have a dozen gold coins on us, not even enough to buy the most basic professional book. Do you have any extra gold coins on you? Worried about Yang Chen's situation, Chen Sheng quickly added, I have reported this matter to the higher-ups, they said they can buy from you at market price, and the funds will be available within 10 minutes. If you don't want the money, we can return the gold coins to you within a day, and even pay you 10% interest, what do you think? The military had its own management system. Although Chen Sheng had been appointed as the Legion commander, he did not directly manage money and resources. The dozen or so gold coins on him were accumulated by himself and Wang Lei while fighting monsters. However, with the military's approval process, being able to transfer funds within 10 minutes, and even breaking the norm by paying Yang Chen 10% interest, it was evident that the military was concerned about this matter. But what truly surprised Yang Chen was not Chen Shang and the others coming to borrow gold coins, but the price of the professional books that Chen Shang had just mentioned. You just mentioned the price of the professional books, right? 80 gold coins? 15 gold coins for a skill book? Yang Chen's face showed surprise as he turned to look at Lu Ruyan sitting on the chair. He had thought Lu Ruyan was broad-minded, just as she had said, and wouldn't mind his earlier rudeness. But he didn't expect that she would still play a trick on him regarding the price, making him spend an extra 35 gold coins, equivalent to 1,000,000 Longwa coins. What are you looking at? Lu Ruyan's face turned slightly red as she forced herself to say, books for archers should be more expensive. What's wrong? Do you have a problem? Should I refund you the gold coins, and you return the book to me? No, that's not necessary. Due to time constraints, Yang Chen could only swallow this loss for now. Then he turned to look at Yu Yao and Yu Ying. Do you both lack gold coins? That shouldn't be the case, right? Yu Yao and Yu Ying, as the president and vice president of the Mirror Moon Tower, and also heiresses of a financial conglomerate in reality, even if they didn't intentionally save gold coins, they shouldn't have trouble coming up with the money for a job change. One person should be enough. But we are two, and we also want to learn all the skills, so we are a bit short. Yu Yao explained, I just asked Vice Leader Chiwu, before she left, She took away most of the gold coins collected in Newbie Village 997 by Eternal Gate, but it was only enough for her own use. She can only temporarily learn 2 skills. She plans to figure out how to learn the last skill after changing jobs. After hearing Yu Yao's explanation, Yang Chen instantly understood. If he hadn't received the 500 gold coin reward for killing the abyssal dragon, all the gold coins on him wouldn't add up to 100. But the job change cost for Yu Yao and Yu Ying required 250 coins. If it weren't for people like Yang Chen who knew about the job change costs in advance and intentionally hoarded gold coins, it would be impossible to carry so many gold coins into the main city. Thinking of this, Yang Chen looked at the 4 of them and asked directly, "How many more gold coins do you need?" "My sister and I are still short of 93 coins, Yu Yao said. "I and Wang Lei are a bit short, we need 236 coins, Chen Sheng said helplessly. Looking at the remaining 435 gold coins in his wallet, Yang Chen directly took out 329 coins and gave them to Yu Yao and Chen Shang, saying, "Just transfer the money to me directly, so I don't have to go sell gold coins again." After that, Yang Chen didn't care about the excited expressions of the 4, he waved his hand lightly and sat cross-legged on the cushion. Lu Ruyan raised her hand and a barrier rose, blocking out all external sights and sounds. 46:31. 46:30. At this moment, everything outside was irrelevant to Yang Chen. The only thing he had to do now was to learn the mystic feather scripture within 46 minutes. Time passed slowly. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Whether it was because of impatience or the inherent difficulty of understanding the professional books, all 6 who entered the professional temple were stuck at this stage. Just when Yang Chen was getting anxious, outside the barrier, a heavenly announcement suddenly sounded. Ding! Dragon Country announcement. Congratulations to player Moon Shadow Shuang for successfully changing to the assassin profession. As the first player in the entire Dragon Country region to change to an assassin, she is now rewarded with 300 reputation points, 30 free attributes, 10 gold coins, and a book of exclusive assassin profession skills. Ding! Dragon Country announcement. Congratulations to player Moon Shadow Shuang for successfully changing to the assassin profession. Perhaps she had enough talent. Or perhaps Moon Shadow had the simplest mindset and thought the least. She became the first among the 6 to fully comprehend the professional book. Just 2 minutes later, another heavenly announcement rang out. Ding! Dragon Kingdom District announcement. Congratulations to the player Dancing with the Wind for successfully changing jobs to the swordsman profession. The second one is Dancing with the Wind. On the game forum, a heated discussion was once again stirred up. Some marveled at the 2 players' incredible luck, hitching a ride on Yang Chen's bandwagon, entering the main city at the first opportunity, and thus receiving the current first job change reward. There were also top experts who, upon hearing these 2 announcements, realized they were not eligible for the first job change rewards of the assassin and swordsman professions, feeling secretly disappointed. Some even speculated that a major accident might have occurred after Yang Chen entered the main city. That's why they hadn't heard the Heaven's Path announcement of Drunk Song successfully changing jobs yet. At this point, some felt pity for Yang Chen, but more people were secretly ecstatic, even resorting to mocking words. However, all of this, whether it was the Heaven's Path announcement or the discussions on the game forum, had nothing to do with Yang Chen. He was currently in a state of extreme focus. 8:42. 8:41. Sensing that time was rapidly approaching, Yang Chen suddenly activated the spiritual vision eye, observing the flow of spiritual energy within his body. In this state, Yang Chen suddenly found that controlling the circulation of spiritual energy within his body had become so easy and effortless. Not to mention the basic scripture of the archer profession, the profound feather scripture. Even with a tenfold more complex spiritual circulation diagram, he could circulate a grand circulation in just 10 minutes. As a strand of spiritual energy flowed through his entire body, finally converging into his dantian and slowly settling down, Yang Chen finally felt that some kind of shackle within him had been suddenly broken. Even the wounds that had been bleeding continuously suddenly showed signs of improvement. Not only did they stop bleeding, but they were also rapidly healing. The stacking effect of the blood poison had finally increased from 1 layer to 2 layers. Ding! Congratulations on successfully comprehending profound feather scripture, advancing in realm, and becoming a junior archer. Just then, a beam of light suddenly lit up on the Qiankuan bracelet on Yang Chen's wrist. It became even more powerful than before. Before Yang Chen could clearly examine the changes in his body and the bracelet, the long-awaited Heaven's Path announcement echoed throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom district. Ding! Dragon Kingdom district announcement. Congratulations to the player Drunk Song for successfully changing jobs to the archer profession. As the first player in the entire Dragon Kingdom district to change to the archer profession, now rewarding 300 reputation points, 30 free attributes, 10 gold coins, and a book of exclusive archer profession skills.
Ding! Dragon Kingdom District announcement. Congratulations to the player Drunk Song for successfully changing jobs to the archer profession.
Truly deserving of the Goblin War God, he has successfully changed jobs. He should be called the Arrow God now, but his strongest point isn't arrows, it's poison. I think calling him the Goblin Poison God is more fitting. Just now Drunk Song commanded the Fire Dragon King, using poison potions to massacre thousands of people. The scene was truly spectacular. The impression is unforgettable. I won't forget it for years. Indeed spectacular, but it was tough on the prideful, royal, tyrant, and 24 festivals guilds. Not only did they lose their troops and face, but they also suffered losses.
Now that Yang Chen has gone to Qingmu City, it's unclear whether these guilds will choose to stay far away or confront Qingmu City head-on. No need to ask, they will definitely choose to confront head-on. I just heard that the prideful and royal two super guilds have issued internal messages for all members to settle in Qingmu City, and several female executives of the 24 festivals are also discussing this matter in a meeting. On the other hand, the Tyrant Guild, which opposed Drunk Song from the beginning, seems to have been overshadowed by the Divine Song, choosing to develop in Blackwater City. Although the Tyrant Guild is not weak, it is still far behind the several super guilds, relying almost entirely on the financial power of Wang Badian. For now, admitting defeat seems like a wise choice. The Goblin Arrow God might have a hard time blending in the main city.
These super guilds each have tens of thousands of members, and many of them are experts, not just a few small cats like in the newbie village.
That's true. He was able to swiftly kill nearly 10,000 people just now, mainly relying on the summoned Earthfire Dragon King. That scroll seems to be a disposable item.
Without such means in the future, he might not be able to recreate such a shocking scene.
Why not? Have you forgotten?
When the Mad Song God completed that ultimate task, the heavens rewarded him with a dragon egg. As long as he can quickly raise the dragon pet, it's probably going to be stronger than the Earthfire Dragon King today.
If only Mad Song God were born in our newbie village.
We don't have top gods in our village. Until now, no one has seen the Earthfire Dragon King.
What should we do? Will I be stuck in the newbie village forever? You guys are a bit unfortunate. I'm fine here.
I heard that the team led by the Nine Heavens God has already depleted 80% of the boss's health and should be able to enter the city within an hour. I heard that the Mercenary Corps led by the World's Pride has also depleted 75% of the boss's health.
Looks like the competition is fierce.
Of course, these gods all want to grab the remaining first transfer rewards for a few professions before the teleportation array of Newbie Village 997 opens again. Envious of the players in Newbie Village 997, lying down and winning against these top gods. The forum was abuzz with discussions. Meanwhile, Yang Chen, inside the isolation shield, had just received the heavenly reward. He was now checking a series of system prompts.
Ding!
Congratulations on becoming a novice archer, increasing basic range to 20 meters.
Ding! Congratulations on advancing one level in your realm.
The bloodthirsty poison body has greatly improved, doubling the duration of toxins to 20 seconds. After 2 consecutive poison attacks on a target, the toxin effect will stack to 2 layers.
Ding! Feeling your realm advancing, the Qiankuan bracelet has automatically unlocked 1 seal. Ding! The special state of the Rainbow Shantian armor has ended, automatically entering the 10th level seal of the Qiankuan bracelet.
Suppressing the immense loss of the departing Rainbow Shantian armor, Yang Chen immediately checked the changes in the Qiankuan bracelet's attributes.
Qiankuan bracelet, artifact.
9 remaining seals, strength, plus 50 agility, plus 40 trait 1, vampirism, each physical attack carries a 15% vampiric effect. Trait 2, splash, each physical attack synchronously inflicts 55% splash damage on hostile targets within a 5-meter radius of the target. Trait 3, thunder, each attack carries 100 points of true lightning damage and has a 20% chance to paralyze the opponent for 1 second. Paralysis chance have for splash targets.
Trait 4, bound and cannot be traded, dropped, or destroyed, bound to player Mad Song. Trait 5, to be unsealed. Trait 6, to be unsealed. Trait 7, pending.
Strength and agility doubled directly. 1 sealed trait was also unsealed. Not only was there a 20% chance to paralyze the opponent for 1 second, but it also carried 100 points of true lightning damage. Coupled with the 100 points of true damage from the level 3 spirit arrow, even without poison, 1 arrow could at least take out over 200 health from the opponent.
I haven't learned the 3 skill books given by teacher Ruyan yet. Just now, the heavens also rewarded me with an exclusive skill book. Thinking of this, Yang Chen first opened the 3 skill books given by Lu Ruyan and chose to learn them directly. Illuminating Arrow, E-grade skill. After releasing this skill, a strong light will be emitted at the arrow's landing point, illuminating a 10-meter radius and revealing any hidden targets within.
Cooldown time of 3 seconds, consumes 10 points of magic.
Armor-piercing arrow, D-level skill. Upon casting this skill, increases attack power by 50% and ignores 20% of the target's physical defense. Cooldown of 5 seconds, consumes 20 points of magic. With increased proficiency, both skill cooldown time and attack effect will be enhanced. Current proficiency level is 1/0/1000. Barrage arrow, C-level skill. Upon release, shoots 3 arrows at the target consecutively, with attack power increasing by 100%, 110%, and 120% respectively. Cooldown time of 10 seconds, consumes 30 points of magic. With increased proficiency, cooldown time, attack power, and number of hits will all be enhanced. Current proficiency level is 1/0/1000. Finally, an attack skill. Although they are just ordinary archer skills, Yang Chen was still very happy. At least now, besides basic attacks and poison, there were many more options. After mastering the 3 basic skills, Yang Chen opened the exclusive skill book from the Heavenly Path reward and immediately clicked to learn. Soul Arrow Rain, SS level skill. Upon release, arrows will rapidly multiply into 100, covering all targets within a 5-meter radius. Note, the multiplied arrows inherit all properties of the original arrow, physical, lightning, splash, and have a 1% chance of delivering a fatal blow to the target's soul. Cooldown of 60 seconds, consumes 100 points of magic. With increased proficiency, cooldown time, number of multiplied arrows, coverage range, and chance of a fatal blow will all be enhanced. Current proficiency level is 1/0/1000. It's actually an AoE skill. After reading the skill description, Yang Chen was extremely excited. Truly worthy of being an exclusive skill from the Heavenly Path reward, it was unexpectedly powerful. The only regret Yang Chen had was that the multiplied arrows couldn't carry poison attacks. Otherwise, this wouldn't be an SS level skill but a completely god tier SSS level skill. Oh right, there's also the magical cloak, which can be equipped now. Excited, Yang Chen immediately took out this special equipment from the storage compartment of the void quiver. To save everyone from flipping back and forth, and to add a few more words. Magical cloak, golden equipment, defense, plus 300 magic defense, plus 180 HP, plus 1000 feature 1, versatile. After wearing this cloak, you can change into any appearance or form as you wish. Feature 2, glide. When jumping from a height, unfold the cloak to glide for a period. The duration depends on the height difference. Feature 3, absorb damage. Automatically absorbs 10% of the physical and magical damage suffered by the user. Feature 4, evolvable. After absorbing 10 pieces of cloaks of the same position and grade, the grade can be upgraded. Currently a golden equipment, 0/10. Feature 5, bound after equipping, cannot be traded, dropped, or destroyed, automatically bound to the player's Zhongjiu. Equipment requirement, first tier physical player. Every time Yang Chen sees this cloak, he can't help but feel excited. Not only does each feature resonate with Yang Chen, but the added defense and HP are the strongest among all of Yang Chen's current equipment. After putting on the magical cloak, Yang Chen couldn't help but open the attribute panel. Zhongjiu, Novice Archer, Level 10, 30,000/30,000, Strength, 205 Constitution, 589, Agility, 208 Spirit, 54 Intelligence, 55 Health, 7128 Mana, 540 Attack, 537, 205 *2 plus 38, *120%, Defense, 984, 589 plus 395, Magic Defense, 305, 54 plus 251, Speed, 218, 208 plus 10, Range, 60, Spirit Arrow Range 90, Lifesteal, 26% Gold, 106 remaining free attribute points, 310 Prestige, 4420 Title, Killer, Luck, Hidden Talent. Blood Poison Body, deals 5299 true damage per second to the target for 20 seconds, can stack 2 layers of poison. Skills, Detection, Invincible Golden Body, Spirit Eye, Illuminating Arrow, Piercing Arrow, Rapid Arrow, Arrow Rain Equipment, Shenkuan Bracelet, 9-Layer Seal, Magic Cloak, Golden Tier, Void Quiver, Bronze Tier, Silver Fong Necklace, Silver Tier, Skywolf Bow, Bronze Tier, Corpse Scale Armor, Black Iron Tier, Magic Cloud Bracers, Black Iron Tier, Magic Cloud Boots, Black Iron Tier, Corpse Cloud Helmet, Black Iron Tier, Corpse Cloud Ring, Black Iron Tier, Magic Soldier Ring, Black Iron Tier, Magic Soldier Leggings, Black Iron Tier, successfully changed jobs.
Yang Chen's attributes have all been greatly improved. Especially the range of the spirit arrow has increased from 30 meters to 60 meters. If he were to encounter the abyssal dragon at this moment, within 100 meters, Yang Chen would surely become even more composed. He didn't rush to allocate his free attributes. Yang Chen looked at the dragon egg in the package. Flame red dragon egg, remaining incubation time 22 hours 34 minutes and 51 seconds. After feeding the dragon egg with 2 large bottles of blood again, Yang Chen suddenly received a text message from the bank. Ding! Bank card reminder, your Dragon Nation bank card ending in 9527 has received transfers from Chen Shang, Yu Yao, and Hifengwu, totaling 36.28 million yuan, with a current balance of 40,567,984.15 yuan. Seeing this astonishing message, Yang Chen then looked at his contact list. It turned out that while he was meditating, the 3 of them had transferred the cost of over 10,000 pieces of equipment from the newbie village. Yang Chen was not clear on how the equipment was specifically distributed, but all 3 of them transferred over 6 million to him, totaling nearly 20 million. In addition, Yang Chen sold 329 gold coins to Yu Yao and Chen Shang, and they also transferred the full amount at a price of 51,000 per coin, totaling 16.45 million. After receiving these transfers of over 30 million, Yang Chen's bank card balance went directly from over 4 million to over 40 million. Now I can not only buy a game warehouse for my sister and parents but also exchange it for a safer big house. Thinking of his family, Yang Chen finally felt a hint of fatigue. After staying up all night, it was now past 10 in the morning. But what puzzled Yang Chen was that normally at this time, when his parents finished setting up their breakfast stall and prepared to go to work at the factory, they would bring breakfast to him. But today, not only did they not bring breakfast, they didn't even wake Yang Chen up. Could it be that they knew I was in the game, so they didn't disturb me? Puzzled, Yang Chen chose to log out directly within the isolation barrier. On the chair opposite, Lu Ruyan, seeing Yang Chen's body disappear, did not show any surprise but calmly continued to file her nails. Taking off the game helmet, Yang Chen's stomach growled. Apart from feeling a bit physically drained, Yang Chen didn't have much discomfort. Supporting his skinny arms, Yang Chen slowly got up from the bed and walked to the living room. On the small dining table were 2 large meat buns and a cup of soy milk, obviously left by his parents. While the buns were still warm, Yang Chen ate them while calling his mother. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang for a long time before someone finally answered. Son, you're awake. His mother's hesitant voice came through, sounding a bit anxious. The buns and soy milk are on the table. If they get cold, just heat them up yourself. Sensing something amiss, Yang Chen quickly asked, Mom, what's wrong on your end? You sound a bit tense. Nothing's wrong. As if caught off guard by Yang Chen's probing, his mother quickly said, Your father and I are at work, your sister is at school. Don't disturb them. Have breakfast and rest a bit more. We'll bring you lunch when we come back at noon. That's it, I'm hanging up. Beep. Before Yang Chen could inquire further, Tian Shouying immediately hung up the phone. His mother's unusual behavior suddenly gave Yang Chen a bad feeling, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. It wasn't until he saw the date on his phone, realizing it was Sunday, that Yang Chen understood. His parents were ordinary factory workers who worked on weekends to earn extra money. After Yang Chen fell ill, his parents set up a breakfast stall to increase their income, closing it before heading to work, making their days very hectic. But Xiaoxue didn't have classes on weekends. Mom just lied. After confirming this, Yang Chen quickly finished the buns and called his father and sister. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. Yang Chen finally realized that something was really wrong at home. Forcing himself to stay calm, Yang Chen pondered for a moment, then opened his phone and found Ding Xiaoyu's contact number, Xiaoxue's good friend. He dialed. Beep, beep, beep. Ding Xiaoyu's phone also rang for a long time before connecting. Hello, Xiaoyu, it's Yang Chen, Yang Shue's brother. Do you know where she is now? Has something happened? Well, there was silence on the other end. It seemed like there was some hesitation. After a while, the voice on the other end spoke again, filled with tears and urgency. Big brother Yang Chen. It's like this. Xiaoxue has excellent grades, always ranking among the top in school exams. Everyone knows about your family's difficulties, so on weekends, classmates from well-off families often ask her for tutoring. After a day, she earns tens to hundreds of yuan for tutoring, with better results than professional tutors. Ding Xiaoyu sobbed. After a moment, she continued, Xiaoxue cares about her reputation. Whether it's male or female classmates, she insists on tutoring in the school classroom and doesn't accept tutoring requests from just anyone. Some naturally lazy rich kids, seeing Xiaoxue's beauty, often offer hundreds or even thousands to have her tutor at their homes, all of which Xiaoxue rejects. But today, Ding Xiaoyu suddenly cried, sobbing. She wanted to earn more money, so she agreed to Tang Hu's tutoring request. Knowing Yang Chen didn't know Tang Hu, Ding Xiaoyu explained, Tang Hu is our classmate, his family is in the mining business, dealing with silver, coal, and stone mines, among the wealthiest families in Yangcheng. Tang Hu is very arrogant at school, often bullying other students, but he's very generous. He repeatedly begged Xiaoxue to give him private tutoring, offering 5,000 for a day's lesson, but insisting it had to be at his place.
Xiaoxue knew Tang Hu had ulterior motives, so she never paid him any attention. Last night Xiaoxue told me.
Ding Xiaoyu choked up, she said, Yang Chen, big brother, you're afraid of burdening the family, so you've given up treatment. She agreed to tutor Tang Hu to help ease the family's pressure, but she insisted on doing it in the classroom. Tang Hu disagreed, claiming he felt sleepy and couldn't concentrate in the classroom. He suggested tutoring at a tea restaurant instead. Thinking a tea restaurant was a public place and should be safe, Xiaoxue agreed. At this point, Ding Xiaoyu suddenly burst into tears. Soon after they arrived, Tang Hu started to make advances, and even attempted to force himself on her. Xiaoxue, being strong-willed, reacted swiftly and pierced Tang Hu's hand with a pen. She then called the police. I just came out of the police station, things aren't looking good. I'm on my way to the school now, planning to seek help from the teachers and principal.
Things aren't looking good?
Yang Chen immediately inquired. This is self-defense, he attempted assault.
Even at the police station, we are in the right. Why do we need the school's help?
Initially, we thought the same, but things got complicated at the police station. Ding Xiaoyu explained through tears, I found out from other classmates that the tea restaurant was owned by Tang Hu's family. He must have arranged it beforehand. The surveillance at the restaurant was down today, and besides them, there was no other customer, only one waitress. Luckily, Xiaoxue was vigilant and had been recording on her phone since they entered the restaurant, capturing Tang Hu's advances and attempted assault. But when we got to the police station, the case caught the attention of Chief Wang Decheng. Once Chief Wang arrived, things took a turn for the worse. Ding Xiaoyu's voice was filled with despair. Chief Wang was openly and covertly siding with Tang Hu, claiming the recording could be fabricated and not considered evidence. Even the waitress came forward to give false testimony, saying she didn't hear Xiaoxue and Tang Hu arguing, nor did she witness Tang Hu attempting assault. She only heard Tang Hu scream in pain after Xiaoxue stabbed him with a pen. Now Tang Hu's parents are also at the station, accusing Xiaoxue of intentionally causing harm. They not only demand a hefty sum for medical expenses but also want Xiaoxue to be arrested. Hearing this, Yang Chen finally understood the whole situation. Worried about her illness, his sister wanted to earn more money to send herself back to the hospital for treatment, which led her to agree to Tang Hu's tutoring request. Even though she was extremely cautious, she couldn't have imagined the dark side of society would be so unbearable. That fool, didn't I tell her last night that I had already earned 50,000? Why did she still want to make money? Yang Chen regretted silently. If he hadn't completed that ultimate hidden task, he could have entered the city early for a job change and logged out sooner. Perhaps then, this incident wouldn't have happened. Unfortunately, life is unpredictable. Just because he logged out a few hours late, such a big incident occurred at home. Pushing aside his regrets, Yang Chen asked, which police station are they at? They're at the Chengdong police station. Thinking of something, Ding Xiaoyu cautiously said, Big brother Yang Chen, maybe you shouldn't go. Your health isn't good, and you won't be able to help much. I can't rest easy if I don't go, and besides. Yang Chen shook his head slightly and said softly, I should be able to help a little now. After saying that, they hung up the phone. Yang Chen thought for a moment. He first found his bank card, logged back into the game, and found the phone number left by Chen Shang and Yu Yao for him. Perhaps they were worried that they couldn't reach him when he was offline, or maybe they had other purposes, so they both left their numbers for Yang Chen. Dealing with local dignitaries like this, even though Yang Chen had 40 million in his account, he had no certainty that he could handle this matter well. If the other party went too far, Yang Chen could only ask Chen Shang or Yu Yao for a favor first. He saved the phone numbers in his mobile phone. Yang Chen took 200 yuan from the iron box where his parents kept money, then went out to take a taxi straight to the East City police station. The taxi raced all the way. On the road, Yang Chen saw many advertisements for the game Heaven's Path. He also often saw people carrying game consoles heading home. With the deliberate promotion by the government to ensure the normal operation of society, more and more people were entering the game Heaven's Path. Just as he entered the police station, Yang Chen saw a large group of people in the lobby. The scene was chaotic, with loud voices, arguments, accusations, and crying. In the crowd, Yang Chen saw his father, red-faced and bursting with anger. He saw his mother, tearfully pleading loudly. He saw his sister standing silently against the wall, her clothes torn, a clear slap mark on her face, tears in her eyes.
He even saw Gui Xiaopeng standing tall, arguing with the other party. There were also neighbors like Uncle Zhang and Aunt Lu.
Everyone had come, except for himself, the elder brother. In stark contrast to the side, there was a middle-aged couple sitting on the opposite bench. They were dressed in luxury, from their clothes to their jewelry, all top brands. They turned a deaf ear to the questioning of Yang Chen's parents, only concerned about a young man spinning in his chair, eyes full of distress. The slightly chubby young man was sitting on the chair in pain, with 2 medical staff beside him treating the wound on his palm.
I will definitely send this ignorant woman to prison today.
The injured young man roared, "Dad, Mom, my hand hurts so much, you have to avenge me." Seeing the young man in pain, the elegantly dressed middle-aged woman couldn't help but feel sorry, and quickly said, all right, don't worry, Director Wang will definitely ensure justice for us."
The middle-aged woman turned to look at young Janhua and the others.
Her eyes were full of hatred and disdain as she said, "You country bumpkins, barbarians, dare to injure my son, none of you will get away."
What do you mean by injuring your son? Do you even understand the law?
Gui Xiaopeng immediately retorted, angrily scolding the middle-aged woman, "It's Tang Hu, that bastard, who bullied my sister, trying to assault her."
Do you understand what assault means? It's a criminal offense, at least 3 to 10 years. For serious cases, it could even be life imprisonment or the death penalty.
Gui Xiaopeng pointed to Yang Shui standing by the wall. "Do you see the slap mark on my sister's face? Do you see the damage to her clothes? My sister was acting in self-defense. It's not illegal even if she killed your son." Gui Xiaopeng angrily said, "Don't think you Tang family is so great just because you have money. This is a society ruled by law, a digital society. If the director is biased towards you, I'll go to the bureau chief. If the bureau chief ignores me, I'll escalate it to the hall. I don't believe no one can control you."
"Young man, don't be too naive."
The middle-aged man sitting on the bench suddenly stood up. Standing with a beer belly, exuding a strong aura of confidence, he said, "You are not a judge.
Just because you say it's a violation, doesn't mean it can be classified as one."
The middle-aged man pointed to the young girl dressed as a waitress beside him. Then he pointed to Tang Hu, whose hand was bleeding.
"Everything must be based on evidence. I have witnesses and injury evidence now. You only have a vague, unclear, and questionable phone recording. Even if you make a fuss to the higher-ups, it's useless. You, truly a person who can expand their business to such a scale." With just a few words, he silenced Gui Xiaopeng, who was always eloquent. Just then, Yang Chen, with a frail body, walked up.
Without arguing with Tang Hu's father, he approached a middle-aged man with a round face wearing a police uniform. Whether the audio file is authentic and what it contains can be determined by the forensic experts.
Why did Director Wang not have it examined and instead claim that the recording could be forged and cannot be used as evidence?
"Xiaoyu, why are you here?"
"Brother. Don't worry, brother. I won't let these bastards succeed."
Before Director Wang could respond, Yang Chen's parents, sister, Gui Xiaopeng, all saw Yang Chen and gathered around. With everyone talking and supporting Yang Chen, the atmosphere at the scene eased a bit. Yang Chen smiled at everyone, gesturing for them to relax, then turned to Director Wang again.
"Please answer my question, Director Wang."
Director Wang glanced at Yang Chen and said lightly, "The admissibility of recordings made without the other party's consent is still debated in court. Besides, her recording has too much noise, making it unnecessary for authentication.
Since there is a debate, there must be precedence for its use."
Yang Chen argued logically, "As for the noise issue, I believe it shouldn't be a problem for professional experts." Now, Yang Chen's tone turned serious, speaking earnestly, "I, as the victim's family member, accuse Tang Hu of attempting to violate my sister. He also tampered with the surveillance at the scene in advance, instructed staff to provide false testimony, clearly premeditated, with a very serious offense. I demand that the police immediately file a case on this matter and report it to the prosecutor's office to prosecute Tang Hu. During the trial, I request that you, in accordance with the laws of Manhwa, detain Tang Hu lawfully."
As Yang Chen's voice fell silent, the scene fell into a moment of quiet. Then a contemptuous laughter rang out.
Yang Chen turned to see that it was Tang Hu's father who spoke. In that case, Director Wang, I also, as a victim's family member, accuse this woman of maliciously injuring my son, potentially causing lifelong disability to his hand. She also falsely accused my son of violating her. With both witness and injury evidence, she still refuses to admit it, with a very serious offense." The middle-aged man almost threw back all of Yang Chen's words verbatim. "I now demand that they compensate my son with 5 million for disability and mental damages, and apologize to my son."
Tang Hu's father looked at Yang Chen mockingly. "If you can't afford it, then I will have to pursue her criminal liability." 5 million? Why don't you go rob a bank?
Before Yang Chen could speak, was Xiaopang cursed out loud again.
Your trash son will be beaten to death sooner or later.
Even if his whole hand is broken, he's not worth 5 million. The two sides started a new round of quarreling. Yang Chen shook his head slightly and walked out of the crowd.
For his current earning ability, 5 million was nothing.
But in this matter, not to mention 5 million, even if it was just $5 or 50 cents, Yang Chen could not afford to compensate. This was his bottom line, his principle.
It's also a matter of defining this issue. Fortunately, before coming here, Yang Chen had some guesses about the outcome.
With Director Wang's bias, it was difficult for him to achieve his legitimate demands through legal means. Continuing to talk would only be beating around the bush, offering no help at all. Moreover, judging by Director Wang's current attitude, even if the other party agreed to authenticate the recording, Yang Chen didn't dare to let his sister hand over her phone without any external support. After some thought, Yang Chen walked to a corner, took out his phone, and dialed Chen Sheng's number.
Ring. Ring. After a long while, someone finally answered the phone.
Hello, Chen Sheng, it's Quan Gu, Yang Chen said without any pleasantries, getting straight to the point. My sister was almost assaulted today by someone influential in the area, and
That's probably the situation. Can you help on your end? Yang Chen asked. Where are you? Chen Sheng asked back. Yang Cheng.
Alright, I'm stationed northeast of the Shuda military region, less than 100 kilometers from Yangchang.
Wait for me for an hour.
After saying this, Chen Sheng hung up the phone directly.
Yang Chen looked at Yu Yao's number, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately didn't call.
In this matter, he was already in the right. It was only because of Director Wang's bias that seeking justice had become so difficult. Since Chen Sheng asked him to wait for an hour, it seemed like he could resolve the issue, so there was no need to involve another person. Putting away his phone, Yang Chen turned back to the crowd, only to hear Tang Hu's father's mocking voice again.
Young man, were you just making calls to pull strings? Don't waste your effort.
Let me tell you, in Yangchang, it doesn't matter who you seek help from.
I, Tang Xiao, have the most influence here.
Tang Xiao chuckled, you definitely can't afford the compensation, but I'll give you a chance. If your sister apologizes to my son and stays at my house for 2 months as penance, I won't pursue this matter further.
Tang Xiao scrutinized Yang Chen.
Feigning pity, he said, looking at your sickly appearance, I doubt you'll live much longer. If your sister serves my son for 2 months and you die, I'll have someone burn a few hundred joss papers for you.
Is that so?
Yang Chen looked at Tang Xiao, a flash of determination in his eyes, and said seriously, I bet you'll die before me.
And after you die, I won't burn any joss papers for you. Because you're not worthy. With these 2 sentences from Yang Chen, the bustling and chaotic police station lobby suddenly fell silent.
Tang Xiao, facing Yang Chen directly, even felt a hint of killing intent, making him shiver involuntarily.
Ding ling.
Just then, Director Wang's phone rang suddenly. It was unclear who was calling, but Director Wang's face turned extremely tense as he quickly answered the call.
Hello, Chief Li.
Yes. No formal interrogation yet.
Understood.
I will now arrange them in separate rooms. Before your arrival, there will be no further questioning or anyone allowed to leave.
I dare not.
Please rest assured, Chief Li.
After hanging up, Director Wang's expression became exceptionally grim. He first subtly signaled to Tang Xiao, then gave Yang Chen a meaningful look.
One was a police station director who had been in the force for many years, exuding authority without anger. The other was a physically frail, sickly young man who seemed like a gust of wind could blow him over.
But when their eyes met, Yang Chen didn't show the slightest hint of satisfaction.
Because he knew that the phone call to Chen Sheng had already taken effect.
Looks can be deceiving.
Director Wang suddenly put on a smile and approached Yang Chen, saying, since little brother is not an ordinary person, and your sister has not suffered substantial harm, in my opinion, why don't we both drop the charges, shake hands, and make peace? After all, the more friends, the more paths. What do you think, little brother?
No, Uncle Wang.
Before Yang Chen could answer, Tang Hu, who had just finished wrapping the bandage, immediately stood up. Pointing fiercely at Yang Shui, he said, this despicable woman has hurt me so badly, we must not let her get away with it.
Shut up. Before Tang Hu could finish speaking, Director Wang angrily interrupted him. Success is not enough, failure is too much. Director Wang cursed inwardly, once again showing a smile to Yang Chen, asking, what do you think, little brother? Yang Chen bluntly said, I never reconcile with trash. Moreover, Director Wang, didn't you just say on the phone that there would be no further questioning and no one would be allowed to leave? Isn't that about our case? Yang Chen reminded, if you let us reconcile and leave, how will you explain later? You don't need to worry about that, little brother.
Seeing that Yang Chen was not receptive, Director Wang snorted coldly, finally giving up on the idea of mediating. With Tang Zhao's experience in the Jianghu, he should have already sensed something fishy. Even if things go wrong in the end, it won't be my fault, Director Wang thought to himself. After serving for many years, his relationships with the local big bosses were complex. It was not just about giving each other face, but about having leverage over each other. That's why he resisted immense pressure, trying to make both sides reconcile and leave. Since things couldn't be done, and encountering a teammate like Tang Hu, he couldn't be blamed. Understanding this, Director Wang immediately had Yang Chen and his group escorted to a reception room. Tang Xiao and the others entered another room. As soon as they entered the reception room, parents, sister, Hua Xiaopang, and others quickly surrounded Yang Chen, curiously examining him. "Brother, you're amazing. Today I discovered that your aura is so powerful," Hua Xiaopang exaggeratedly said. "And that phone call, who did you call in the end? I thought you were just bluffing. When did you get to know such an awesome person?" "Yeah, Xiaoyu." Tian Xiaoying also quickly took Yang Chen's hand, concerned, and asked, "Since you dropped out of college in your sophomore year, you haven't really been out to the hospital much in over a year. You haven't been deceived, have you?" "It's okay, Mom, I met a friend in a game." Comforting Tian Xiaoying, Yang Chen walked up to Yang Shui. He touched the bright red slap mark on her face, feeling sorry. "Don't worry, now that I can stand up for you, I will definitely get justice for you." Yang Shui nodded heavily. At this moment, as if all the grievances had found an outlet, she leaned on Yang Chen's shoulder and burst into tears. After all, she was just an 18-year-old high school student. Suddenly being assaulted by a classmate, even witnesses and law enforcement officers stood on the opposite side. This had a great impact on Yang Shui's psyche. If not released, it could leave psychological shadows. Only by sending Tang Hu to prison could the trauma in Yang Shui's heart be healed. Only then could she believe that there is still a bright side to this world. "Brother, did you just mention the Heavenly Dao game? What's your name in the game? What level are you?" In response to Guo Xiaopan's question, Yang Chen did not answer. Instead, he pointed to the two surveillance cameras on the ceiling. The others immediately understood, and did not speak again, sitting quietly in their seats, waiting. Fusang Country Service Area. Sun City. President, good news from Dragon Country. The wine-induced wild song that triggered the announcement across the entire Blue Star. The moment he changed jobs before you, he immediately went offline, and now his level hasn't changed for half an hour. "Ha, it seems like luck is on my side too." A middle-aged man with a hairstyle resembling a samurai from the Moon era laughed heartily. "To use that challenge token, I still need 600 more reputation points. Once I finish this S-level mission, it should be almost enough. By then, I will catch the Dragon Country players off guard and snatch all their leveling resources." "President, you are wise. I am also looking forward to that moment." "Yes, when the time comes to trigger the announcement across the entire Blue Star, it will be our country of Fusang." After saying this, the middle-aged man, accompanied by a monster with 9 snake heads, swiftly rushed towards the cave ahead. Yang City. 50 minutes later. With a loud rumble, 2 military off-road vehicles suddenly drove into the courtyard of the police station. Wang Diqing, who had been waiting at the door, raised an eyebrow slightly upon seeing the Special Forces license plates hanging on the 2 vehicles. He was expecting Director Li, whom he had spoken to on the phone earlier, but he had never heard that comrades from the military would visit today. The vehicles came to a stop. 10 tall men in military uniforms got out of the cars. These men had sharp eyes, crew cuts, and were all over 6 feet tall. They didn't look fat, but standing next to them, everyone else seemed quite miniature. The leader, around 30 years old, walked steadily and powerfully, his eyes gleaming coldly. As he approached Wang Diqing, he took out his credentials from his pocket. "Hello, I am Chen Shang from the Shuda Military Region Special Forces. Here is my identification. Where is Yang Chen? I would like to see him." "Well." Wang Diqing glanced at the credentials Chen Sheng handed him and said with a stiff face, "This might not be in line with regulations." Before Wang Diqing could finish his sentence, 2 police cars suddenly drove into the police station yard. A middle-aged man, spirited and efficient but walking with a slight limp, got out of the lead car. As soon as the middle-aged man saw Chen Shang, he warmly welcomed him. "Major Chen." "Oh, no, I heard you just made a great contribution, received recognition from the military, and have been promoted 2 ranks. Now we should call you Colonel Chen." "Old leader, you are flattering me." Chen Sheng stepped forward and gave the man a warm hug, saying, "You were the one who led me when I first joined the army. I heard you got shot in the leg last year and transferred to work locally. Coincidentally, I have a friend who has been treated unfairly here. I am insignificant, so I had to trouble the old leader to come over. You're already higher in military rank than me, and you still say I'm insignificant. Director Lee patted Chen Shang's shoulder forcefully, his eyes filled with satisfaction, then said seriously, if there are issues with my subordinates, it means I haven't done my job properly. Let's go inside and see who the worm in the law enforcement system is. Upon hearing this, Wang Diqing broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead, trying to say something, but Director Lee directly waved his hand to stop him. Turning to the others who had gotten out of the car with him, he said, you go to the interrogation room, separate the parties involved in the incident and the eyewitnesses. Immediately analyze the audio files, extract useful information from them. Send people to the tea house to secure the scene, investigate the shareholders and actual operators behind the tea house, check if the business was normal that day, and see if there are any signs of deliberate tampering with the surveillance. Also, have someone examine the injuries of the two parties involved.
Yes. The others nodded in agreement and quickly got busy with their respective tasks. In the room where Yang Chen was, someone immediately came in and took Yang Shui away. Accompanied by Qin Shang, Wang Lei, Huang Chang, and a few others, they finally saw Yang Chen. They saw the notorious wine-loving and singing Yang Chen in the game, even though they had already seen him in the game. However, seeing Yang Chen's appearance in person still surprised Chen Shang and the others. They were worried about their identities being exposed in the game. Yang Chen and Chen Shang did not communicate in the room. They went straight out of the hall, got into the off-road vehicle Chen Shang came in, and then they started talking. You don't need to worry about what happened inside. Director Lee used to be my boss. He is very principled and detests evil. It's just that he has just taken office in Yangcheng and hasn't had the chance to clean up the worms below. Chen Sheng analyzed, your sister's matter has given him a weapon. Director Wang's position is definitely not secure. If other issues are found, he will have to go in and take care of himself. Yang Chen nodded lightly, thank you. You seem to be very ill. After a while, Chen Sheng spoke again. Yes. Yang Chen smiled self-deprecatingly, the doctor said if I don't go to the hospital for treatment, I won't live for another year. Won't live for another year? Chen Sheng remained silent for a long time, finally made up his mind, and said to Yang Chen, let's break through level 100 in the game as soon as possible, maybe there will be a chance. The headquarters leaders are very grateful for your help in the game. Before coming here, I consulted with the leaders, and they agreed for me to reveal some of the truth to you. Level 100? The truth? Yang Chen asked. Yes. Chen Sheng nodded, pondered, and said, the Heaven's Path is not an ordinary game, I believe you have already felt that. The military forces of various countries and major financial groups have entered the Heaven's Path together, which actually originated from a divine oracle. Divine oracle? Yang Chen didn't quite understand. Yes, a true decree passed down by a god. Chen Sheng paused for a moment and continued, it is said that only a few top leaders of each country have seen that god, and along with the divine oracle, there are also 2 billion game linking stones. Due to the existence of the linking stones, it has surpassed the imagination and technological level of the Blue Star people, fearing public suspicion and panic. The governments of various countries have developed helmets and game cabins externally to help everyone understand. The divine oracle shows that a powerful alien world will attack in a year, which is a test for us and also an opportunity bestowed upon us. But with 7 billion people on the Blue Star and 2 billion linking stones, it is destined that not everyone can enter the game in advance. Chen Sheng explained, that's why the current situation exists, with governments vigorously promoting the Heaven's Path game on one hand, encouraging everyone to enter the game. But on the other hand, they set a price barrier to make some people stick to their jobs, ensuring that society can function normally before the disaster strikes. After listening to Chen Sheng's words, Yang Chen nodded gently. Combining the partial information he knew from his past life and the guidance of Thunder Senior, Yang Chen had already speculated on these matters. Although it was somewhat different from what he had imagined, it was generally consistent. What does level 100 have to do with this? Yang Chen asked. I'm not sure about the specifics. Chen Sheng shook his head, but the higher-ups told me that when we break through to the Earth-level realm in the game, we should be able to possess some abilities of the game world. We are not sure how much this proportion is, but it should be more than enough to maintain your illness and save your life. I see. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen suddenly realized. No wonder in his past life, where Xiao Pang had been in the game for almost 10 months and had not heard of him gaining any game abilities. It turned out it was because he hadn't broken through to over 100 levels. The Heaven's Path world is different from ordinary games, and the job change that Yang Chen and Chen Shang had just completed could only be considered as the first step. Once reaching level 40, players must undergo their second advancement. The third advancement takes place after reaching level 70, followed by the fourth advancement after reaching level 100, in order to become a top-tier expert. During the second, third, and fourth advancements,
players not only need the corresponding professional scriptures but also require some auxiliary materials. These materials could be elixirs or precious natural treasures. In the past, many people failed to break through to over level 100 in the game World Invasion because they couldn't find the corresponding advancement materials. Although the higher the level, the slower the leveling speed, and the more precious the advancement materials become. However, in order to survive, Yang Chen must do his best to quickly reach the top-tier realm. Having the abilities in the game as early as possible not only ensures survival but also prepares one to face hidden dangers in reality. After discussing the matter at hand, the two did not get off the car but closed their eyes to rest on their seats. Bang! Bang! 2 hours later, someone suddenly knocked on the window of the off-road vehicle, and Wang Lei's voice came through. Captain, the situation is clear now. Tang Hu has very poor psychological resilience. We took the extracted recording file and used some means, and he confessed everything. Director Li personally interrogated the waitress with Tang Hu's confession. The other party wanted to make amends, quickly admitted to being bribed by Tang Hu in advance, and making false testimonies, and revealed the whole process. In this matter, there is currently no evidence of Tang Hu's parents' involvement, but Wang Diqing's abuse of power and unfair law enforcement have been confirmed. Director Li is having people investigate his other issues. Tang Hu, Wang Diqing, and the waitress are about to be taken to the detention center. Do you want to take a look? Let's take a look, or I'm afraid Quango won't be happy. Chen Sheng smiled and got off the car with Yang Chen. Although the case was already clear, Yang Chen never expected that within just 2 hours, Director Li and the others would have resolved the matter. It must be said, once the police get serious, their efficiency in handling cases is truly astonishing. Mom, Dad, save me. I don't want to go to jail. Yang Chen and Chen Sheng had just gotten off the car when they saw Tang Hu, whose arms were being held by someone, crying loudly. That bitch's family is in need of money. You should talk to them quickly. As long as you compensate them with a few million, she will definitely sign a letter of forgiveness. Upon hearing this, everyone reacted differently. Chen Sheng and Wang Lei looked at Yang Chen with strange expressions. They knew very well about Yang Chen's money-making abilities in the game, just how terrifying they were. Perhaps Yang Chen's family was indeed in need of money before, and they might have even signed a letter of forgiveness for a few million in compensation. But not now. There is absolutely no possibility of that happening. Just then, Huang Chang suddenly approached Chen Sheng and Yang Chen with a phone in hand. Boss, something's wrong in the game. Chen Sheng took the phone handed by Huang Chang, and Yang Chen also turned to look. On the phone screen was a post from the Tian Dao Game forum. Urgent, urgent, urgent. Just now, the number 1 player in the Fusang country, Matsuda Kazuki, spent 2,000 reputation points to use the resource challenge order. Challenge content, Fusang's Sun City, and the Dragon Country's Qingmu City are engaged in a resource gambling match. Once a player in either city reaches level 21st, they will be the winner. The losing main city will face Tiandao's punishment, with leveling resources halved. The winning main city's leveling resources will increase by 50%. The player who first reaches level 20 in either main city will receive additional rewards from Tiandao. It is reported that the resource challenge order used by Matsuda Kazuki is a ghost-level special item drawn by a player in the Fusang country at the start of the game. And since entering the game, Matsuda Kazuki has never logged off, always doing various tasks just to quickly accumulate 2,000 reputation points to challenge players in the Dragon Country area. And the pet he drew at the beginning was a young willow pet, extremely powerful and leveling up rapidly, already reaching level 14 at this moment. It is said that Matsuda Kazuki chose Qingmu City as his challenge target because of the full blue star announcement triggered by the Great God Kwanga, stealing the limelight from the Fusang country. He intends to slap Great God Kwanga in the face in this manner, while also disabling one of the main cities of Longhua. Among the players currently residing in Qingmu City, the highest level is held by Yusheng Fuyo, who has been diligently leveling up since entering the main city, but has only just reached level 12. Qingmu City is in danger. All major experts please come online for rescue. All major experts, please come online for rescue. Who is this Matsuda Kazuki? Daring to gamble with the leveling resources of 2 main cities, isn't he afraid of losing? Yang Chen wondered. Fusang country only has 2 main cities in total. If he fails, can the people of Fusang country spare him? Chen Sheng also didn't know much about this person and turned to look at Huang Chang beside him. Matsuda Kazuki is the president of the largest guild in Fusang country, backed by the Matsugane Financial Group. Huang Chang explained, this person is extremely arrogant, but his strength is indeed formidable. He almost entered the main city at the same time as the captain and Kwanga. The difference is that after you changed jobs, you went offline, but he has been online leveling up all this time.
The reason he dares to challenge with this resource token at this time is that he found out that Quanga has been offline for 4 hours, stuck at level 10. And now he is already at level 14. Even if you come online now, it will be difficult to catch up to his level, which is why he is launching this challenge at this moment. Pausing for a moment, Huang Chang continued, according to the military's estimation, if nothing unexpected happens, Matsuda Kazuki will reach level 20 within 8 hours. In other words, we have a maximum of 8 hours left. Hearing this, Yang Chen finally relaxed his brows and said softly, 8 hours? That should be enough. Although leveling up becomes more difficult as you progress, after the guidance of Senior Lei Tang, Yang Chen no longer insisted on killing monsters at the same level. As long as the strength is sufficient, killing monsters 10 levels higher is not a problem. After some contemplation, Yang Chen said, I can't bear all the burden alone. The risk is too great. You all need to come online as soon as possible. Have you brought your gaming helmets? Yes. Chen Shang nodded, but actually, even without the gaming helmet, you can log into Tiandao. Do you remember what I told you? Chen Shang looked at Yang Chen and smiled. The gaming helmet is just an external device designed by various countries. It's not useless, but the core is not the helmet, it's the connection stone. As long as you can awaken the connection stone integrated into your body, you can project your consciousness into the Tiandao world anytime, anywhere. But the soldiers of the military have conducted tests. I don't know if it's because our realm is too low, but the success rate of awakening the connection stone is very low, probably less than 1 in 1,000. And there will also be a loss of some functions, such as game forums, bank transfers, making and receiving calls, because these functions rely on our Blue Star's data network. And considering your current physical condition, Chen Shang reminded, I suggest you buy the best gaming pod, so that it can reduce the strain on your body and maintain longer online time. I understand. Yang Chen looked at the time and said, it's a little after 2 in the afternoon now. You guys come online in Yangcheng, and I will try to resolve this crisis before 10 o'clock tonight, then treat you to a late-night snack. Yang Chen felt a bit embarrassed as he said, you drove 100 kilometers to come here for my sake, so I should at least show some hospitality. Alright. Then we'll celebrate again tonight. Chen Shang didn't hesitate and agreed directly, I'll drive you home. You need to get online quickly, or the players in Qingmu City will panic. Wait for me for 2 minutes. Yang Chen thought for a moment, called his parents, Yang Shui and Guo Xiaopeng over, and after they all squeezed into the off-road vehicle, Yang Chen finally spoke. Mom, Dad, Shui, Xiaopeng, there's an urgent matter I need to attend to. I'll keep it short, please try not to interrupt. With that, Yang Chen took out his phone, showed them the latest bank text message reminder, and handed it to the 4 of them. Balance of 4,056,000. Brother, you. Wei Xiaopeng's mouth fell open, about to speak. But then he remembered Yang Chen's earlier warning and forcibly closed his mouth. However, his small eyes kept rolling around, filled with excitement and curiosity as he looked at Yang Chen. His parents and sister also looked incredulous, staring at Yang Chen in shock. I earned this money in the game last night. The 10 military officers who just came to help are also friends I met in the game. In short, Heaven's Path is no ordinary game. Yang Chen said frankly, as long as I can quickly become stronger in the game, even if I don't undergo a kidney transplant, I still have a chance to survive. So, you don't need to worry about my illness anymore. Now, Yang Chen looked at Yang Shui and Guo Xiaopeng, and said solemnly, I hope you both take a year off from school and join me in Heaven's Path. Also, Yang Chen looked at his still somewhat incredulous parents and said, you're getting older, so you can take it easy before entering the game. But in reality, I need you to do something for me immediately. First, quit your jobs. Stop running the breakfast stall. From now on, our family will never be troubled by money again. Secondly, I need a safe and comfortable house. Don't worry about the cost, the safer the better, but try to rent instead of buying. Thirdly, Yang Chen looked at the 4 of them and said seriously, I've made some friends in the game, but there are more enemies, and they are very powerful. So, please don't tell anyone that you know me. When you reach level 10, come directly to Qingmu City to meet me. Brother! Hearing this, Wu Xiaopeng couldn't hold back any longer. Excitedly, he said, you're not the one from last night, who triggered 3 national announcements in a row and even a full Blue Star announcement. The ruthless person who rebels in wine and song, right? I knew it when I watched the game video this morning. That person looked a bit like you, but their figure was obscured by equipment, and that person was just too fierce, so I didn't dare to think it was you. Guo Xiaopeng was indeed a gaming enthusiast. Although he hadn't entered the game yet, he was well informed about the major events in the game. There were no outsiders here. Yang Chen nodded directly, it's me, but it's better to keep a low profile before entering the main city, including our real-life identities. Don't mention it to anyone. Okay, I understand.
Guo Xiaopang nodded heavily, looking serious.
Mom, Dad, Shui, did you understand?
Yang Chen looked at the three still bewildered people and asked again.
Xiaoyu, we have money now. Why don't you go for the surgery first?
Tian Shouying had just spoken when Yang Jianhua suddenly held her hand, shook his head slightly, and stopped her from saying anything. Our son clearly has urgent matters now, let's not make things more chaotic for him.
Let's do as he says for now.
These matters can be discussed later.
Well, all right.
Although Tian Shouying was full of worry, she still nodded earnestly. Yang Shui had experienced too much today. Her thoughts were still a bit muddled at this moment, but she naturally had trust in her brother.
Since my brother asked me to drop out of school, I might as well do it.
After what happened today, I don't want to go back to school anyway, Yang Shui murmured softly, her eyes somewhat absent-minded. Ding Xiaoyu had returned from school over 2 hours ago. However, to her disappointment, upon hearing that it involved Tang Zhao's son, Tang Hu, neither the principal nor the teachers were willing to get involved. This left Ding Xiaoyu to return to the police station alone and helpless. This incident also left both girls thoroughly disappointed with the school. Gathering her thoughts, Yang Shui expressed her concern. I've never played games before, so I'm afraid I won't be of much help to you, big brother. I don't need you to be strong, Yang Chen smiled, as long as you can protect yourselves, that's the greatest help you can give me. With that, Yang Chen handed his bank card from his pocket to Yang Shui. Go with your chubby brother to buy 5 of the best game consoles. Although our parents are not in a hurry to start gaming, we need to have the consoles at home first. Once you two start playing, don't hesitate to spend money, go all out on in-game purchases. Beginner equipment isn't expensive, so spend a couple $100,000 to get a set first, level up to 10 as quickly as possible, then come find me in Qingmu City, got it?
Yes, understood.
The two nodded in unison, their expressions extremely serious. After sorting out things in reality, Yang Chen hurried home in Chen Sheng's off-road vehicle. Due to concerns about retaliation from Tang Xiao, Chen Sheng even arranged for 2 people to follow his parents, Yang Shui and Guo Xiaopang.
20 minutes later, Yang Chen went back online.
He returned to the grand hall of the professional temple. After more than 4 hours, Lu Ruyan was still sitting upright in her chair, meditating. However, there was now a senior archer beside her, teaching archery skills to newly arrived players in the city. By now, Longhua had over 20 novice villages, with teleportation arrays gradually being repaired. The flow of people in the professional temple was not too heavy, but there were still thousands of people meditating cross-legged, studying professional scriptures.
Kid, hold on a moment.
Just as Yang Chen was about to leave quietly, Lu Ruyan, who was seated, suddenly opened her eyes and called out to him.
Teacher Ruyan, do you need me for something?
Lu Ruyan said calmly, I see that you have a special physique, go fetch something for me. Teacher Ruyan, Mitsuda Ichiki's crisis is not resolved yet, so I can only focus on leveling up now.
I'm afraid I don't have time to take on your task. Don't worry. I know the trouble you're facing now, I'm helping you with this.
Lu Ruyan suddenly stood up, her tall peaks slightly trembling, her long and fair thighs swaying, making Yang Chen a little dizzy.
That place is perfect for you to level up now. After completing the task, I can even teach you an S-level archery skill. Ding!
Do you accept the task issued by Lu Ruyan? Go to the Poison Mist Forest, pick 10 mandala flowers, and deliver them to Lu Ruyan?
Task reward, 1 book of S-level archer professional skill.
Failure penalty, hand over 50 gold coins to Lu Ruyan. Tip: the Poison Mist Forest is always filled with a terrifying mist that not only causes continuous damage but also restricts various healing methods.
However, everything has its balance.
The Poison Mist Forest not only breeds various poisonous creatures but also nurtures many precious herbs. Many people enter the Poison Mist Forest in search of treasures, but few come out alive.
If you wish to enter, please be extremely cautious. Seeing this task prompt, Yang Chen was ecstatic.
The Poison Mist Forest, which others avoided, was a treasure trove for him to level up and absorb toxins at the same time. It was only at this moment that Yang Chen finally believed. This charming female mentor in front of him was truly helping him.
Without hesitation, Yang Chen clicked on Accept Mission and then approached Lu Ruyan, bowing respectfully.
He earnestly asked, Thank you, Teacher Ruyan, for your help.
Could you please tell me what the mandala flower looks like?
Despite having the Eye of Spirit, which made it easier for him to discover rare treasures, it was still challenging to find the mandala flower without knowing its appearance.
Lu Ruyan was well prepared for this.
She handed him a piece of paper that floated down slowly in front of Yang Chen. As he took a look, he found a beautifully depicted blue flower on it. There are many treasures in the Poison Mist Forest, and the alchemists in the Greenwood City are all eager to get them, Lu Ruyan reminded him. If you come across any spirit herbs or medicines that your detection spell cannot identify, bring them back as well. Not only can you sell them for a good price, but you might even exchange them for some valuable items.
Thank you for the advice, Teacher Ruyan. Bowing once again to Lu Ruyan, Yang Chen glanced at the mission map and quickly ran towards the main hall. The square was bustling with people coming and going. Soon, someone recognized Yang Chen. Look, it's the Divine Singer. The Divine Singer is finally online, and Greenwood City is saved.
Indeed, that little man, Matsuda Kazuki, only dared to launch a resource challenge while the Divine Singer was offline. Now that the Divine Singer is back, he will make Matsuda Kazuki pay for half the city's leveling resources.
What are you all excited about? Haven't you seen the merged level rankings of the two cities? Matsuda Kazuki is only 3,000 experience points away from reaching level 15, while the Divine Singer is currently only level 10.
They are both top game gods.
Do you think he can catch up with Matsuda Kazuki now?
Yes, I think Greenwood City is bound to lose this time.
I regret settling here now.
If I had known this would happen, I would have gone to Blackwater City instead.
Sigh. I agree. Since Matsuda Kazuki launched the resource challenge, almost no players have chosen to settle in Greenwood City.
Among the 5 main cities of the Dragon Kingdom, our Greenwood City has the fewest players.
It's all because of the Divine Singer.
If it weren't for the global announcement he triggered, attracting the attention of the people from the land of the rising sun, Matsuda Kazuki wouldn't have chosen us as the target of his challenge.
It's like innocent bystanders getting caught in a fight between immortals. The discussions continued incessantly.
Yang Chen paid no attention to such voices. He spent 50 gold coins in his shop, buying a bunch of health and mana potions, as well as 10 teleport scrolls, before heading straight to the East City Gate. The Poison Mist Forest was located to the east of Greenwood City, within a massive mountain range over 200 kilometers away. With Yang Chen's super high agility of 208 points, he could probably reach the Poison Mist Forest in just over 20 minutes at full speed. But Yang Chen felt it wasn't fast enough. He directly allocated 200 points from his 310 free attributes to agility. At that moment, Yang Chen's agility nearly doubled, reaching a terrifying 408 points. Even players walking towards him couldn't see his face clearly. They only felt a gust of wind passing by. While rushing, Yang Chen opened the recently heard merged level rankings of the two cities. First place, Matsuda Kazuki, level 14, 125 500/160 000 Sun City, Land of the Rising Sun. Second place, Moonrise, level 12, 57 800/80 000 Greenwood City, Dragon Kingdom. Third place, Moonshadow, level 12, 55 200/80 000. Fourth place, Roranoa Zoro, level 12, 30 500/80 000 Sun City, Land of the Rising Sun. Fifth place, Dancing with the Wind, level 12, 27 600/80 000 Greenwood City, Dragon Kingdom. Sixth place, Takahashi Shibagawa, level 11, 48 600/50 000 Sun City, Land of the
Rising Sun. Except for Matsuda Kazuki,
the levels of other players were tightly capped, with the highest being only level 12. Among the first 6 to advance to the city, Yang Chen, Shen Shang, and Wang Lei, due to real-life matters, quickly logged off after understanding the professional scriptures and did not make it onto the leaderboard. Only Yu Yao, Yu Ying, and Sui Fingqi Wu remained, barely keeping up appearances. Matsuda Kazuki's level was significantly ahead of everyone else, and his experience was increasing rapidly. No wonder many players from Dragon Country lacked confidence in this gambling event. Clearing his mind, Yang Chen hurried on at full speed. Ding! Hint! You have entered the periphery of the Poison Mist Forest. The Poison Mist carries 50 points/second continuous damage, which has been immunized by your bloodthirsty poison body.
Over 10 minutes later, Yang Chen finally arrived at the location marked on the mission map.
In the forest ahead, thick white mist drifted, drastically reducing the visible distance to the naked eye, only able to vaguely see within a dozen meters. Once beyond this distance, all that remained was a vast expanse of white.
No wonder few people can walk out of this forest alive. We've just entered the outskirts, and the toxicity and visual suppression are already this strong. If we step into the center of the forest, he sighed slightly. Yang Chen directly activated the Eye of Clairvoyance. After changing professions, Yang Chen's Eye of Clairvoyance range had increased from 100 meters to 200 meters.
Although still not comparable to the usual naked eye visible distance, in this poison mist forest, it was already a divine skill. In Yang Chen's vision, everything around him changed. The trees remained the same in shape, but their color was no longer green. Instead, a light silvery white. This indicated that the surrounding trees did not contain high energy. On the other hand, some inconspicuous flowers and grass emitted a faint light, with energy intensity much higher than the trees.
However, Yang Chen's primary goal was leveling up, with treasure hunting coming second. Moreover, these peripheral flowers and grass, although somewhat peculiar, had not reached the level of spiritual objects. Taking a step forward, just over 500 meters ahead, Yang Chen was stunned by the densely packed monsters in front of him. Through the eye of clairvoyance, hundreds of fox-sized poisonous rats were hiding in the bushes 100 meters ahead, waiting for prey to come to them. In front of these poisonous rats lay the bodies of giant monsters. Some monsters had been gnawed to the bone. Some had their intestines torn open, blood still flowing, obviously recently deceased. At this distance, the poisonous rats seemed not to have noticed Yang Chen's presence. Yang Chen cautiously cast a reconnaissance spell ahead. Giant tooth poisonous rat, mutant monster, level 15 life, 20,000 attack, 680 defense, 500 speed, 240 skill, poisonous bite. Introduction: poisonous creatures on the outskirts of the poison mist forest, they often live in groups. Once they spot prey, they will swarm and bite it to death. If you see the shadow of a giant tooth poisonous rat, it is recommended to turn and run, as there are definitely hundreds of companions behind it. Hint: the teeth of the giant tooth poisonous rat contain potent poison. Once bitten, you will lose 100 points of health per second for 30 seconds. After a moment of thought, Yang Chen gently moved his steps, gradually closing the distance between himself and the group of poisonous rats. Yang Chen's current range using spirit chi arrows was 60 meters. Through the eye of clairvoyance, although Yang Chen could see the poisonous rats 100 meters away, he could not hit them. When the two sides closed in to 60 meters, the group of poisonous rats remained quiet, squatting in place, still unaware of Yang Chen's presence. Drawing a poison spirit chi arrow, aiming at the foremost poisonous rat, Yang Chen directly released the skill armor-piercing arrow, followed by a rapid succession of arrows. -605, -237, -290, -344 thunder attribute activated, paralyzing the toxic rat for 1 second. -10,598. Yang Chen's main purpose in releasing these two skills was not to cause much damage to the toxic rat. It was to increase proficiency, thereby enhancing skill level and power. After unlocking one seal of the Heaven and Earth bracelet, not only did it come with 100 points of real lightning damage, causing 55% splash damage to toxic rats within 5 meters, but also had a 20% chance of paralyzing the toxic rat for 1 second. Even the targets hit by the splash had a 10% chance of paralysis. After a series of combos, not only was the toxic rat in the front hit, but 3 toxic rats beside it were also paralyzed at the same time. At the same time, under the continuous attack of 2 poison arrows, the toxic rat suffered 2 layers of poison damage, escalating from 5299 points per second to 10,598 points per second. Under such terrifying damage, a toxic rat with 20,000 health could only hold on for a maximum of 2 seconds before meeting its end. Squeak! 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 Seeing their companion under attack, hundreds of toxic rats instantly went into a rage, screeching as they charged towards Yang Chen. Yang Chen slowly stepped back, bow in hand, aiming at the central toxic rat and releasing his only current AoE skill, Soul Arrow Rain. Arrow shot out, accompanied by a burst of light, as spiritual arrows split into 100 illusions in the air, all shooting towards the surrounding toxic rats. These arrows were not evenly dispersed but targeted each toxic rat as if they had eyes. -237, -237, -20,000. Ding! Battle prompt: Soul Arrow Rain's 1% soul strike effect, successfully killing the target. Before Yang Chen could react, another series of system alerts sounded. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a level 15 mutated monster, Giant Fang Toxic Rat. Due to killing monsters 5 levels above you, experience gained increased by 50%, receiving 300 experience points. Ding! Your blood poison body has grown, poison damage increased to 5,300 points per second. Ding! Your body is tempered by blood poison, constitution increased by 0.1, currently at 589. 9. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up, now at level 11, 300/50,000. As a novice archer, after leveling up, your spirit increases by 5 points, strength, constitution, and agility each increase by 10 points, intelligence attribute no longer increases automatically, and you gain 10 free attribute points. A pillar of light descended. Yang Chen went from level 10 to level 11. What surprised Yang Chen was that after the class change, the attribute increase from leveling up underwent significant changes. Before the class change, for every level gained, players would receive a 5-point increase in all 5 attributes and only 5 free attribute points. However, after the class change, the 5 attributes no longer increased synchronously but were distributed in different proportions based on the player's chosen profession, and the free attribute points increased to 10.
Although leveling up became more challenging for players, the strength gained after leveling up became more apparent. The experience points for a level 15 mutated monster were already as high as 200 points. Killing monsters 5 levels above you allowed Yang Chen to gain 300 experience points. Just by killing over 100 toxic rats, Yang Chen could reach level 12. With a rough scan, Yang Chen estimated there were at least 400 toxic rats in front of him. Without rushing to allocate points, Yang Chen temporarily saved the 10 free attribute points and began a full speed attack. Normal attacks. 4 arrows shot out simultaneously. With attack speed maximized, in just 5 seconds, Yang Chen had poisoned all the toxic rats in the group. Yang Chen, whose agility far surpassed the toxic rats, didn't even get attacked by a single toxic rat. Apart from consuming 150 points of magic to release the skill, not a drop of blood was shed. At the same time, under the toxic damage of up to 5,299 points per second, the giant-toothed venomous rats began to fall in droves. Ding! Congratulations on successfully slaying the level 15 mutant monster, the giant-toothed venomous rat. Due to killing monsters 4 levels above you, experience gained is increased by 40%, receiving 280 points of experience, currently at level 11, 580/50,000. Ding! Your blood demon poison body has grown, constitution increased by 0.1, currently at 590. 0. The slaying notifications kept ringing. Just 2 seconds later, a pillar of light descended again, and Yang Chen ascended to level 12. 3 seconds later, as the last venomous rat fell, Yang Chen's level had already risen to 12,62020/80,000. Surpassing the Wind Dancers, he became the 4th on the combined city level ranking list. At the same time, in the Sun City of Fusong, in a valley, dozens of people were surrounding Matsuda Kazuki, shielding him from monster attacks. In front of them, a 9-headed snake with a length of 4 to 5 meters, the Shangliu, was fighting a group of level 17 wild wolves. This Shangliu was the divine level pet that Matsuda Kazuki drew at the beginning. Although this Shangliu was still in its infancy, it was extremely fierce. Each of its 9 heads attacked a wild wolf. The wolves bitten by it were all poisoned, losing blood at a rate of 200 points per second. Although not as potent as Yang Chen's blood demon poison body, it was enough to make Matsuda Kazuki the number 1 in Fusong and dare to challenge Qingmu City for resources. President, once we finish off these 30 wolves in front of us, you and Lord Shangliu will level up to 15 together. The moment we defeat the Dragon Kingdom people is getting closer and closer. If it weren't for the President and Lord Shangliu needing double the experience to level up together, the President would probably be level 17 by now. It's all the same, anyway. Even if the Dragon Kingdom people with the highest level are only at level 12 now, even if the President stops to rest for 2 hours, they still won't be able to catch up. Faced with everyone's praise, Matsuda Kazuki was very pleased, laughing heartily. So, I can finally plunder the Dragon Kingdom people's belongings again. It's just a game for now. When I reach level 100 and break through to the earthly realm, able to manifest some of the game's power, I will personally go to the Dragon Kingdom and take their belongings and women. Matsuda Kazuki's eyes gleamed, revealing an excited and lecherous smile, as if anticipating something. Hearing this, the people of Fusong around him also laughed heartily. President, please be sure to take us with you when the time comes. We also want to go to the Dragon Kingdom and have some fun. Yes, I really want to see the Dragon Kingdom people crying in despair. The group burst into laughter, indulging in beautiful fantasies. Suddenly, a voice of terror rang out in the crowd. President Matsuda, the Dragon Kingdom's wine-loving singer has come online. A Fusong person looked at the level rankings, incredulously saying, I just saw his level, and he shot up in an instant. He just reached level 11, stayed at 17th place on the combined city level rankings for only 3 seconds, then instantly rose to level 12 with over 60,000 experience points. This person looked horrified. Stammering, he said, he has surpassed President Yagyu's level now, ranking 4th on the combined city rankings. How is that possible? Matsuda Kazuki's smile froze suddenly, unbelievably saying, even my Shangliu divine pet couldn't kill monsters at such a fast rate. Everyone simultaneously opened the level rankings. Not until they saw Yang Chen ranked 4th did the crowd have to accept this fact. The group, who had just been laughing wildly, suddenly became extremely quiet. I know. A Fusong man with a small mustache on his upper lip suddenly realized something and analyzed. This person from Manhwa must have just defeated a boss. Only a boss could give him so much experience points instantly. But this kind of leveling speed is impossible to replicate. The man's expression instantly relaxed, and he laughed heartily. Maybe this boss was actually defeated by thousands of people from Longwa together. They just left the final blow to him. Ha, those cunning Longwa people. After hearing this analysis, everyone nodded in agreement, and the atmosphere became cheerful once again. His level has completely stopped moving. It seems he really did kill a boss. Matsumoto Kazuki smiled and said, "The people from Longwei really have no martial ethics, actually using such despicable methods, but since they used this method first, we can't blame them." Matsumoto Kazuki waved his hand and declared loudly, "Spread the word, let all members of the guild search for the boss with all their might, launch a human wave attack regardless of the cost. Once the boss's health is down to 20%, inform me immediately." Guild leader. Someone cautiously reminded, "If we do this, the casualties will be very high, everyone's leveling progress will also stop, and the members of the guild may have objections."
Humph. Matsumoto Kazuki snorted coldly, "Why would they object? Am I not fighting for the resources of the entire Fusang country? After I win this gamble, the Sun City will increase its leveling resources by 50%. Isn't that worth more than the deaths of tens of thousands at this moment?" That's right, guild leader Matsumoto is right. The Fusang man with a small mustache agreed, "The guild leader's actions are not for personal gain, but for the great rise of all Fusang. Only by doing this can we defeat the people from Longwa, only then can we stand at the peak of the blue star when disaster strikes." Yamamoto is right. Another person stood up, passionately declaring, "For the great rise of Fusang, any sacrifice is worth it." That's right, guild leader Matsumoto is fighting for the whole Fusang. We should cooperate unconditionally. After a passionate and inspiring speech, everyone was filled with enthusiasm, looking at Matsumoto Kazuki with fervor in their eyes. And his command to fully attack the boss quickly spread to every member of the guild. Qingmu City, Western Mountains. Seeing the changes on the level ranking list, the sisters Yueyao and Yueying, who were leveling up frantically, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, the skinny bamboo pole is finally online. If he didn't show up, I was about to dox his information online. Yueying appeared, pouting at her sister with some exhaustion. There's no way, we don't have Qua. Yueyao smiled and said, with such a potent poison, even Crazy Song probably doesn't have more than a few drops, yet he sold it to you. What was he thinking? I'm just talking, it's not like it's illegal to think. Yueying playfully stuck out her tongue, then disappeared again to level up by killing monsters. Yueyao also wielded her magic staff, casting a flamestorm into a group of monsters ahead. Both of them tacitly agreed not to disturb Yang Chen's leveling up. Although they were still working hard to level up, the heavy burden that had been weighing on them had been lifted. They had witnessed Yang Chen killing monsters with their own eyes. There was a kind of almost blind trust in Yang Chen's leveling speed. Meanwhile, on the grasslands to the north, the Wind Dancer also held her long sword, her chest slightly rising and falling. Just like the two sisters Yueyao, upon seeing Yang Chen online, she instinctively unloaded the heavy responsibility of opposing Fusang country. In a tavern in Qingmu City, the leaders of the 3 super guilds, Proud World, Royal Family, and 24 Festivals, were sitting in a private room having a confidential discussion. President Hong, President Bailu, my people saw Zongjio Crazy Song log in and head straight to the eastern mountains. I sent hundreds of people to search along the way, but we couldn't find where he was hiding. Proud World turned to the two in front of him and asked, "Do you have any information?" "Same as you," Huang Fu Hong, clad in heavy armor, said expressionlessly, "We lost track of him after leaving the East Gate." At this point, are you still planning to retaliate against Zongjio Crazy Song? After a long silence, the president of 24 Festivals finally spoke. Bailu, a female player around 30 years old, dressed in leather armor that perfectly accentuated her figure, with a silver-white dagger hanging from her waist, said, "Song Tianyi entered the main city before us and is now far ahead of the 3 of us in levels. Currently, Zongjio Crazy Song is the only player in Qingmu City with a chance to resist Sun City." Bailu frowned, "If you find and kill him now, Qingmu City will be doomed." "What's that got to do with me?" Proud World said coldly, "We can just develop in another main city. Although changing the main city is not easy, the difficulty is not that great for you and me. Furthermore, keeping Zongjio Crazy Song, are you sure he will definitely win this resource gamble?" "Absolutely." Huang Fu Hong also spoke coldly, "Even if Qingmu City loses half of its resources, it will only reduce the number of people it can accommodate, which won't have a big impact on you and me. But Zongjio Crazy Song has killed so many of us, making my royal family lose face. This grudge must be avenged." "Humph." Bailu snorted, "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Revenge is just a cover. What you really want is probably the dragon egg that Zongjio Crazy Song has not yet hatched, right? Isn't that right, President Bailu?" Proud World smirked, not denying Bailu's speculation. "No, you're wrong.
Bailu shook her head. When I had Frostfall intercept Zongjio Crazy Song with you, it was only because I was 1 hour away from killing the Fire Dragon King and obtaining the reward for the first restored teleportation array in the Dragon Kingdom area.
This is normal game competition.
If I fail, I don't hold a grudge against him, nor do I use revenge as an excuse for treasure hunting. Bailu looked at the two in front of her disdainfully. I won't destroy Qingmu City's hope at a time like this.
Ha! Proud World sneered. President Bailu's words sound nice, but why did you choose to settle in Qingmu City?
Settling in Qingmu City was the result of a discussion among all the high-level members of my guild, Bailu said frankly. We chose to settle in Qingmu City for no other reason than to increase agility by 2%, which better suits most players in my guild.
Bailu glanced at the two of them and stood up directly.
From now on, I will not participate in such meetings anymore, nor will I join you in dealing with the revelers and singers.
With that said, Bailu walked out of the private room without looking back, leaving the tavern behind. Hee, indeed a group of naive women, showing mercy like women.
Aoshi Tianxia looked towards Huang Fuhong who was sitting opposite him and said with a smile, President Hong, are you also going to withdraw? No, Huang Fuhong said coldly, while the revelers and singers have not completely risen in rank, now is the best time to deal with him. If we wait for him to grow up and the dragon egg hatches, even if we join forces, we may not be able to control him.
President Hong, you truly understand my thoughts. Since we have become enemies, there is no possibility of a peaceful resolution.
Aoshi Tianxia said confidently, with our two guilds joining forces, I am sure we can find his whereabouts. With that, the two of them got up one after the other and led their people towards the mountains to the east in search. Little did they know, Yang Chen not only escaped from the crowd but also used the illusion cloak's transformation feature to change his appearance into that of a burly man with a beard. Moreover, he entered a map that they were currently unable to access, the Poison Mist Forest. Their search mission was destined to be fruitless. If they were to encounter Yang Chen, it might actually be the beginning of their nightmare. Poison Mist Forest. Yang Chen, who had just killed 417 giant-toothed venomous rats in one go, was cleaning up the battlefield. In order to save time, Yang Chen absorbed all the monster corpses and only collected the equipment dropped by the monsters. He reluctantly left behind the scattered silver coins and potion bottles. Fortunately, the mutated monsters at level 15 had a high equipment drop rate. Not only did Yang Chen obtain 63 pieces of black iron equipment, but he also unexpectedly got 2 bronze pieces. Unfortunately, the required level for these black iron equipment was as high as level 15, which Yang Chen couldn't equip temporarily, and by the time he could equip them, he probably wouldn't be interested.
After some thought, Yang Chen put all 63 pieces of black iron equipment up for auction on the remote trading platform for a bidding period of 5 minutes. The 2 bronze pieces were warrior-class equipment, which Yang Chen directly fed to the Void Quiver. At this moment, the upgrade progress bar of the Void Quiver finally turned into bronze equipment, 2/1000. With everything in order, Yang Chen continued to walk deeper into the forest. Not long after, Yang Chen witnessed another surprising scene. In the distance of over 100 meters ahead, dozens of energy-rich spirit fruits were growing. Next to the spirit fruits, a fierce battle between snakes and rats was taking place. Hundreds of red poisonous snakes were entangled in a fight with nearly 1,000 venomous rats. Boom! 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 Not far from this battlefield, there was even a giant-toothed venomous rat as tall as a person engaged in a fierce battle with a red poisonous snake the size of a tree trunk. Obviously, they were the bosses of the 2 monster groups. Squeak! 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 The giant rat leader let out a miserable cry. Not only was its body oozing dark black blood from its wounds, but it was also entwined by the red giant snake. Although it was also gnawing fiercely at the snake was clearly in a better state. The snake's health bar was still around 80%. However, the giant rat leader's health bar was only at 50%. Meanwhile, the hundreds of snakes on the side, although fewer in number than the rats, were still dominating the battle. The giant-toothed rats were being devoured one by one. Curious, Yang Chen threw a probing spell at the nearest red poisonous snake. Red Scale Viper, Mutant Monster, Level 17 Life, 30,000 Attack, 750 Defense, 540 Speed, 255 Skills, Coiling Body Venomous Bite Description. Originally a highly poisonous snake, nourished by the environment of the Poison Mist Forest, its toxicity has become even more intense. Tip: once bitten by the Red Scale Viper's venomous fangs, you will lose 200 health points per second for 30 seconds. It's actually a level 17 mutant monster. No wonder it can overpower the giant Fang Poison Rat. Yang Chen clicked his tongue in amazement. Compared to the level 15 giant Fang Poison Rat, the Red Scale Viper not only has 10,000 more health points but its venom has doubled in strength. Neither creature is immune to the other's toxins. However, under the dual pressure of health and venom,
the giant Fong poison rat is no match at all.
Yang Chen turned to look at the two bosses in the distance.
Although he knew he probably couldn't see their specific attributes, Yang Chen still tentatively cast 2 probing spells.
Giant Fong poison rat leader, black iron rank boss, level, life, attack, defense, speed, skills.
Description: the strong among the giant Fong poison rats, although they are only creatures on the outskirts of the poison mist forest, their terrifying numbers have claimed countless lives of those attempting to enter the forest.
Tip: once attacked by its claws or fangs, you will lose 500 health points per second for 30 seconds. Red Scale Viper King, bronze rank boss, level, life, attack, defense, speed, skills.
Description: the king among the red scale vipers, usually preying on foreign creatures, but sometimes engaging in battles with the native creatures of the poison mist forest for the ripe spirit grass and fruit. Tip: the red scale viper king is immensely powerful, with tough scales. Once it coils around you, you won't be able to escape.
If bitten by its venomous fangs, you will lose 700 health points per second for 40 seconds.
Indeed, they are all bosses above level 18.
After reading the limited information on the two bosses, Yang Chen was secretly shocked.
If it weren't for his immunity to all poisons with his bloodthirsty poison body, even though Yang Chen's health had reached 8,162 points, making him one of the top players, if he were bitten by these two bosses, he would die several times over.
However, the battle between the two factions gave Yang Chen an opportunity.
Not only a chance to level up quickly but also a chance to be the first to kill the bronze rank boss.
After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chen stepped forward quickly.
Facing the dense group of vipers and rats, he unleashed the soul arrow rain directly. The skill's radiance exploded. 100 arrows split like cruise missiles, accurately piercing the vipers and rats one by one.
Minus 285, minus 245, minus 30,000 ding.
Battle tip: soul strike activated, successfully killed a red scale viper.
Minus 20,000 ding.
Battle tip: soul strike activated, successfully killed a giant Fong poison rat. Perhaps because Yang Chen had previously received a 110-point luck reward,
the original 1% chance of a fatal blow actually triggered twice in a row.
After reaching level 12, the experience gained from killing the giant Fong poison rat decreased from the initial 300 points to 260 points.
However, as a level 17 mutant monster, the red scale viper brought Yang Chen 350 experience points.
After a group attack, Yang Chen targeted a rat paralyzed by thunder, continuously releasing armor-piercing arrows and rapid-fire arrows.
Due to the intense fighting and hatred between the two factions, once attacked by Yang Chen,
whether it was the giant tooth poisonous rat or the red scale viper, they both showed little reaction and continued to tear each other apart.
Yang Chen was pleased to see this. He kept moving, shooting towards each monster one by one. He specifically targeted the level 15 giant tooth poisonous rats. Yang Chen was worried that after killing all the monsters in front of him, he might break through to level 16. In that case, it would be a waste of the bodies of nearly 1,000 giant tooth poisonous rats. So, Yang Chen not only prioritized shooting down the giant tooth poisonous rats but also planned to snatch and absorb all the bodies before the red scale vipers could devour them. Then he would come back to deal with the remaining red scale vipers and two bosses. With a determined mind, Yang Chen shot arrows one after another, maximizing his attack speed. Minus 285, minus 5,299. Poison arrows accurately pierced into the bodies of the giant tooth poisonous rats. Due to the previous battle between the two groups, all monsters were not at full health. Even before Yang Chen could poison all the rats, some of them had already fallen. Ding!
Congratulations on successfully killing a level 15 giant tooth poisonous rat, gaining 260 experience points, currently level 12, 62890/80,000.
Ding!
Your blood poison body has grown, increasing the poison's true damage to 6,136 points per second.
Ding! Your body is tempered by blood poison, increasing your constitution by 0.1, currently at 693. 5. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a level 15 giant tooth poisonous rat, gaining 260 experience points. The notifications of kills kept coming. Just 2 seconds later, Yang Chen quickly rose to level 13. By this time, the experience points gained from the giant tooth poisonous rats had decreased to 240 points. Although it had decreased, it was still a high experience monster that many players coveted. He saved 10 free attribute points as usual. At this point, Yang Chen had accumulated 140 free attribute points. This was a trump card he kept for himself. Unless facing an unbeatable opponent, he wouldn't easily use them. Poisoned arrows kept shooting out. Yang Chen, this outsider, finally caught the attention of both groups of monsters, especially as they saw their companions falling. The eyes of the giant tooth poisonous rats turned bloodshot. They abandoned the red scale vipers and charged towards Yang Chen. Yang Chen had intended to kill the giant tooth poisonous rats first. Seeing this situation, he decided to fight and retreat. He led the remaining hundreds of giant tooth poisonous rats away. Squeak! 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 Hiss! 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 Seeing this scene, the two bosses fighting nearby each let out a loud cry. But the emotions conveyed in the two types of cries were completely different. The sound from the red scale viper king not only contained excitement but also prompted numerous minions to come to its aid. On the other hand, the cry of the giant tooth poisonous rat leader was filled with despair and helplessness. After leading the giant tooth poisonous rat group a kilometer away, Yang Chen began to shoot without restraint. Even if one or two rats crazily bit him, Yang Chen paid no attention. With over 1,000 points of extremely high physical defense, the bites from the rats only caused one after another. Their proud venomous attacks had no effect on Yang Chen. When they bit Yang Chen, they would be quickly poisoned to death by the stronger poison in his blood, without him needing to attack. And the small amount of health that Yang Chen lost was so minimal that he didn't even need to use healing potions. He immediately gained back 26% of the damage as lifesteal. Swaths of giant tooth poisonous rats fell. Yang Chen's level and experience points were rapidly increasing. 10 seconds later, when the last giant tooth poisonous rat fell, the final kill notification came. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a level 15 giant tooth poisonous rat. As you are one level higher than the monster, you gain a 10% increase in experience points, receiving 220 points of experience. You are currently at level 14, 85410/1600000. Ding! Your blood poisonous body has grown, and the toxic damage has increased to 7,090 points per second. Ding! Your body has been tempered by blood poison hammer, increasing your physique by 0.1, currently at 808. 9. Having continuously killed nearly 1,000 giant tooth poisonous rats, Yang Chen's level has now risen to level 14. Looking at the ground littered with rat corpses and equipment, Yang Chen took a moment to rest. He cleaned up the battlefield, absorbed the toxins from the corpses, and checked the city level rankings. It had been less than an hour since Yang Chen logged in and left the city. During this time, he had spent most of it on the road and cleaning up the battlefield. However, there had been a significant change in the city level rankings. First place, Matsuda Kazuki, level 15, 45800/200000 Sun City of Fusang. Second place, Zongjio Kwanga, level 14, 85410/1600000 Qingmu City of Longwa. Third place, Yushang Fuyao, level 13, 14850/1200000 Qingmu City of Longwa. Fourth place, Yuxia Shuang, level 13, 9340/1200000 Qingmu City of Longwa. Fifth place, Luxing Shiro, level 12, 70500/80000 Sun City of Fusang. Sixth place, Suifeng Chiwu, level 12, 68670/80000 Qingmu City of Longwa. Seventh place, Takahashi Shibagawa, level 12, 38900/80000 Sun City of Fusang. Eighth place, Bailu, level 12, 29450/80000 Qingmu City of Longwa. While Yang Chen was rapidly leveling up, others were not idle, especially Matsuda Kazuki, who not only reached level 15 but also accumulated over 40,000 experience points. There was still a gap of over 120,000 experience points between Yang Chen and him. However, Yang Chen believed that as long as he went back to kill the hundreds of red scale vipers, he could catch up to Matsuda Kazuki, or even surpass him. I must not let those two bosses escape, I need to be faster. Anxious, Yang Chen decided to only pick up monster corpses and conspicuous equipment, abandoning the rest of the items. Fusang Country, Sun City. Matsuda Kazuki and his group were hurrying towards a map in the northern forest. There, a boss that had been left with only a sliver of health by their guild of thousands was waiting for him to harvest. President, that Zongjio Kwanga has been stuck at level 12 with over 60,000 experience points for almost 20 minutes. It seems like he, just like us, is heading to the next boss location. Sua Decile, everyone is using this method, he can't possibly catch up to the president. I heard that Zongjio Kwanga is a solo player and has extremely poor relations with the people of Longwa. He can't possibly have the same influence as President Matsuda, who can get all the guild players to help with boss fights. Yes, after defeating this high-level Black Iron boss, the president is probably not far from reaching level 16. We've got this in the bag with this resource gamble. Just as everyone was envisioning their success, another discordant voice suddenly exploded in the crowd. President, something's wrong. A person exclaimed in fear, Quick, look at the level rankings.
Zonjo Kwanga has leveled up twice in a row and has reached over 14 with over 80,000 experience points.
What? Oh my gosh. How is this possible?
The crowd roared in anger, all looking at the city level rankings in unison.
It's actually true.
Matsuda Kazuki's face was full of incredulity as he said, how did he manage to instantly increase his experience points by over 200,000? Even if he killed 2 Black Iron level bosses in a row, it's impossible to have that much experience. Compared to the calm analysis from before, everyone now closed their mouths, not daring to express any opinions,
because they simply couldn't imagine any reasonable guesses.
Even though they were all elite players from the land of the rising sun. But to slay a monster of the same level, it would take at least a dozen seconds, and they would only gain a couple hundred experience points.
They couldn't think of any way for someone to gain over 200,000 experience points in a minute. Killing several bosses in a row? How is that possible? Bosses are not cabbages, nor are they useless pushovers. Even a boss with low health couldn't be killed in a few minutes. As for slaughtering over 1,000 monsters of the same level at once?
No, that's even more impossible. Not to mention, at this stage, there's simply no terrifying large-scale forbidden spell that could do that. Even if someone miraculously possessed such a terrifying skill, they wouldn't be able to withstand the damage from over 1,000 monsters, rush into the midst of the monster horde, and unleash such a skill.
President, his level has stopped again.
One person exclaimed in surprise, maybe it was just a fluke earlier, his leveling speed like this definitely can't continue. We have the entire guild backing us up, there's no way we'll lose to a solo player like him.
Right, exactly.
Another person forced out, if our guild can't do it, then we'll mobilize all the players in the city to raid the bosses together.
Yamamoto is right. Another shouted, this is a resource battle between our entire land of the rising sun and the Dragon Kingdom. We can't let President Matsuda fight alone. I'll go post on the forum right now, calling on all city players to share boss information and locations. As long as we work together, we can definitely defeat the Dragon Kingdom players. That's right, although that wine-loving singer's leveling speed was fast just now, he still has a gap of over 10,000 experience points compared to the president. The advantage is still on our side.
Yeah, maybe he's just a flash in the pan, he used up his special means just now, and now he's weakened directly. The group of people exchanged words with each other. They regained some confidence. Post after post quickly went out, and the game forum of the land of the rising sun became extremely serious. It had reached the level of everyone preparing for battle. On the contrary, at this moment, the Dragon Kingdom forum was filled with laughter and joy.
Oh my god, the divine singer is too amazing. For levels up in 20 minutes, and inexplicably stopped for over 10 minutes in between, leveling up smoother than drinking water?
The Goblin Archer god is really awesome. It seems that we also have a chance in this resource gamble. It's a pity, I'm a full agility swordsman. I originally wanted the 2% agility boost from Qingmu City, but seeing that Qingmu City was bound to lose before, I didn't dare to choose Qingmu City, and came to Jinyang City instead.
If the divine singer had logged in half an hour earlier. Blame yourself for leveling up too fast, I'm only at level 10 now. I heard that Qingmu City currently has the fewest people among the 5 major cities, if not now, then when? Woohoo! I'm also rushing to Qingmu City, the divine singer is my idol, I'll be the first to join his faction when he creates one. I envy you guys, no one in our village can kill the Fire Dragon King yet, I don't even have the qualification to leave the village, sob. I've entered the main city, but I can't afford the job change book, still struggling in gold farming. Wait, aren't all you guys so impulsive? There's still over 10,000 experience points difference between the wine-loving singer and Matsuda Kazuki, and his leveling speed is sometimes fast and sometimes slow.
No one knows if it can continue.
Are you just going to charge in like this? Aren't you afraid of having your resources in the end?
Yes, I heard that the 2 super guilds, Proud World and Royal Family, are still teaming up to hunt down the Winesong Madman.
He might die and de-level at any moment.
If the sin value is high, he might even drop back to level 1 directly.
The risk is just too great. Fear what? Brave people get to enjoy life first. Exactly.
The first one to try something risky naturally takes some risks, but teaming up with the Madman Winesong is totally worth it. Proud World and Hongfu Hong are 2 selfish and despicable villains.
At this critical moment, instead of thinking about helping, they are actually hindering the Madman Winesong. It's despicable.
They have always been like this, never showing mercy to our domestic players.
And once there's a national war, they become timid, preserving their strength. I've been killed by them several times in the wilderness.
I hope the Madman Winesong creates a faction soon and wipes out these 2 trash guilds.
Shoo!
Brothers, keep a low profile, beware of Proud World and Royal Family targeting your IDs. The discussions online continued. Meanwhile, in the poison mist forest, Yang Chen continued to absorb toxins from the monster corpses. Despite using both hands and giving up most of the loot, it took him nearly 10 minutes to return to the battlefield where the epic battle between the Snake Rat King and the Giant Rat Leader was taking place. Squeak! 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 The Giant Rat Leader was being besieged by the red phosphorus king cobra and hundreds of venomous snakes, emitting pitiful cries. Its health was critically low, with only about 10% remaining. If Yang Chen had been 2 minutes later, he might have missed this boss fight. The red phosphorus king cobra, entwined around the Giant Rat Leader, still had a staggering 60% of its health. Yang Chen kept his eyes fixed on the giant rat boss's health bar, but he didn't rush forward. Instead, he quickly picked up and absorbed all the remaining toxic rat and snake corpses on the battlefield. Yang Chen's blood-poisonous body was gradually getting stronger. Meanwhile, the giant rat boss's health was rapidly decreasing. According to Yang Chen's observation, the giant rat boss's health was estimated to be around 1 per million, even though it was only at 10% now, still amounting to over 100,000 points. Despite being under siege, the damage from the red phosphorus king cobra and the venomous snakes did not stack. The poison damage was only 700 points per second. However, the physical damage from the king cobra and hundreds of venomous snakes was more terrifying, reaching several thousand points per second. If it weren't for the giant rat boss's strong passive healing ability, it would have probably been torn apart by the group of snakes long ago. Yang Chen's movements were swift. After absorbing all the monster corpses on the ground, the blood poison effect had increased to a terrifying 8,338 points per second. The giant rat boss's health was now down to 2%. Just then, Yang Chen finally made his move. Charging towards the boss battlefield 100 meters away, he drew out a spirit arrow and fiercely pierced his wrist with it, infused with the strongest blood poison. Bending the bow and releasing 3 arrows simultaneously, all aimed at the center of the battlefield where the giant rat leader stood. Minus 227, minus 227, minus 227, minus 16,676. With the 2 layers of blood poison effects stacking, the damage reached an astonishing 16,676 points per second, directly suppressing all the giant rat leader's healing abilities. With only 2% health left, the giant rat boss couldn't hold on for even 2 seconds and met a tragic end. However, Yang Chen didn't stop there. The red phosphorus king cobra and hundreds of venomous snakes were dealing several thousand points of damage per second to the giant rat. Whoever could land the final blow not only depended on strength but also luck. Swish, swish, swish. Yang Chen maximized his attack speed, releasing a flurry of arrows, targeting the boss rat with low health. Armor-piercing arrows, rapid-fire arrows, and a rain of soul arrows, all unleashed. The rain of soul arrows descended on the battlefield, launching indiscriminate attacks on all monsters. Although he didn't land a fatal blow on the 2 bosses, only killing 2 small monsters, the passive effect of thunder paralyzed both bosses for 1 second. Some red phosphorus vipers that weren't paralyzed rushed angrily towards Yang Chen as he attacked the Rat King. Yang Chen stood his ground, shooting arrows even more fiercely. The bowstring of the Sky Wolf bow emitted wisps of blue smoke. Relying on 26% physical attack lifesteal, Yang Chen showed no fear even when facing the enemies head-on. Boom! Finally, 2 seconds later, with a loud bang, the boss rat burst with a large amount of coins and items. A pleasant sound of a kill reminder echoed. Finally, it rang in Yang Chen's ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the level 20 Black Iron boss, Giant Tooth Poison Rat Leader, gaining 80,000 experience points, and a reward of 200 reputation points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up, currently at level 15, 6030/200,000. Your spirit has increased by 5 points, strength, constitution, and agility each increased by 10 points, and you gain 10 free attribute points. Ding! Your blood poison body has grown by 10 points, increasing the poison's real damage to 8,350 points per second. Ding! Your body has been tempered by blood poison, constitution increased by 0.1 by 10, currently at 944. 9. A golden light descended. Yang Chen finally reached level 15, catching up to Matsuda Kazuki's level, with only a few tens of thousands of experience points difference between them. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Before Yang Chen could relax, he noticed the red phosphorus Viper King, whose peach had been plucked, suddenly spitting venom into the sky, emitting angry hisses. The Snake King swung its massive body, leading hundreds of red poisonous snakes charging towards Yang Chen. Swish, swish. Minus 208, minus 208, minus 16,676. After using the last 2 poison arrows on the red phosphorus Viper King, Yang Chen slowly stepped back, but his hands were not idle. He coated each of the hundreds of snakes with poison. However, facing these small monsters with only 30,000 health points, Yang Chen switched to poison arrows with an effect of 5,299 points per second, shooting only 1 arrow each, never more. This poison blood was the most abundant resource in Yang Chen's inventory, with millions of points. After killing the abyssal dragon, with the mutual enhancement of blood poison burst and rainbow heavenly armor, Yang Chen's blood loss per second reached over 10,000 points. Initially, Yang Chen fed the flame red dragon egg, but later, Yang Chen found that there was too much blood for the dragon egg to absorb. As a result, the dragon egg in the inventory is still completely immersed in the poisoned blood. Fortunately, Yang Chen had bought plenty of glass bottles and jade bottles initially, collecting most of the blood that flowed out at that time. For Yang Chen, the damage from this poisoned blood was terrifying enough, but it had a huge drawback. Because this blood was shed by Yang Chen before changing professions, not only did the poison effect only last for 10 seconds, but no matter how many arrows you shoot, there is only 1 layer of poison effect. However, Yang Chen was not disappointed, but rather happy. He knew he couldn't use up all this blood himself, but he could save it to sell slowly in the future. Just by suppressing all the target's healing methods, these blood samples, even at level 100, would still be a super potion that players would go crazy for. And by then, with Yang Chen's realm advancing, the limit of layers of poison in the blood would probably have reached 4 layers, or even 5 layers. That kind of toxic blood is no different from a nuclear weapon, not suitable for the market, only Yang Chen can use it alone. And these millions of drops of toxic blood will be the most suitable elixir for Yang Chen to sell in the future for a long time. Recalling his thoughts, Yang Chen focused all his attention on the current battle. As Yang Chen's arrows kept shooting out, before the 20-second poison effect on the red phosphorus king cobra disappeared, the hundreds of little minions following behind it had already died from poisoning. The notifications of kills kept coming. Over 400 red phosphorus king cobras increased Yang Chen's experience points by nearly 120,000. On the level ranking list after the merger of the two cities, Yang Chen had surpassed Matsuda Kazuki in one go, becoming the number 1 in level. Without any pause, the spiritual arrows in Yang Chen's hands poured onto the bronze-level boss in front of him like a machine gun. Even though the red phosphorus king cobra was a bronze-level boss, its speed was only a little over 300 points, nearly 100 points lower than Yang Chen. Suppressed by the negative effects of the blood poison, its speed was reduced to half of Yang Chen's. Without long-range skills, it was impossible for the red phosphorus king cobra to pose any threat to Yang Chen. Judging by the speed of the boss's health bar changes, Yang Chen estimated that the red phosphorus king cobra had a life value of up to 2 million points. Even in the battle with the giant rat boss, it had lost nearly 50% of its health, still having over 1 million points left. Fortunately, Yang Chen's current output efficiency was equally terrifying. Even with over 1 million health points, under the terror of 16,676 points of poison damage per second and nearly 100 arrows shot per second, it would only take a minute. Yang Chen was focused on shooting arrows, completely unaware that chaos had erupted outside. Surpassed, finally surpassed. The legendary god has finally surpassed Matsuda Kazuki in level, and he has over 70,000 more experience points than him. Goblin Arrow God is awesome. Just gained 80,000 experience points in an instant, and a few seconds later, he actually gained another 120,000 experience points. How did he do it? Impressive people do impressive things. Brothers, we can boldly charge into the Qingmu city now. Leveling resources increased by 50%. For us ordinary players, this is a huge benefit. Wait, guys, look at the level rankings. Matsuda Kazuki just gained 80,000 experience points in an instant, surpassing the legendary god by a few thousand points. He must have killed a boss. Not should, but definitely. I just browsed the Fusong forum, they are all going crazy. The whole city is helping Matsuda Kazuki kill bosses. After weakening them, they inform him to go and harvest them one by one. Damn, those dishonorable Fusong people, isn't this cheating? Hope the legendary god can continue to create miracles. There are too many players in our dragon country. 50% of the resources in one city are too important, we must not lose them. Brothers of Qingmu City, we must also take action, we cannot let the legendary god fight alone. Yes, united we stand. I suggest everyone share the locations of bosses found in the wilderness. As long as the legendary god is nearby, we can rush over to strategize. Well said, let me take the lead. 60 kilometers west of the city in the Black Forest, a level 15 Black Iron level boss has been found. I'm in too. In the Hurricane Gorge 30 kilometers north of the city, a level 14 Black Iron level boss has been found, with the following attributes. Suddenly, a strange wind blew on the domestic forums. More and more people began to selflessly share boss information. Most of these people were casual players who did not have the strength to strategize bosses themselves. After sharing their posts, they gained the favor of many players. But to everyone's disappointment, the anticipated response from Yang Chen never arrived. Instead, a server-wide announcement came 1 minute later. Ding! Server announcement: congratulations to the player Zongjio Kwanga for successfully killing the level 22 bronze boss, the Red Phosphorus Viper King. As the first player in the entire server to kill a bronze boss, the player is rewarded with 300 reputation points, 50 gold coins, 30 free attribute points, and 1 silver treasure chest. Ding! Detecting that Zongjio Kwanga is leveling up solo, without other team members to share the reward, all rewards will be doubled. Congratulations to Zongjio Kwanga for receiving 600 reputation points, 100 gold coins, 60 free attribute points, and 2 silver treasure chests. Ding! Server announcement: congratulations to Zongjio Kwanga for successfully killing the level 22 bronze boss. With this announcement, Yang Chen not only directly rose to level 16, surpassing Matsuda Kazuki once again, firmly securing the first place on the level ranking board of the two cities. This set off a huge storm in the minds of all players in the two countries. Everyone couldn't imagine how a person who had just gained 80,000 and over 120,000 experience points a minute ago could possibly take down a bronze boss in such a short time. Could it be that a large group of low-health bosses were lining up, waiting for him to kill them? This is too absurd. Damn! This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Outside the Sun City, Matsuda Kazuki, who had just killed a low-health Black Iron boss, was taken aback by the huge change on the level ranking board before he could even rejoice. Faced with the complex gazes of shock, resentment, anger, and blame from the thousands of people around him, Matsuda Kazuki shouted madly, "Bug! The heavens must have made a mistake, or this guy entered a special map where not only are there plenty of bosses, but they are also easy to kill." Only this possibility could explain how his level increased so quickly. But we haven't lost yet. Matsuda Kazuki's eyes were filled with unwillingness and fear. Grasping at the last straw, he loudly declared to the people around him, "These special maps are usually not too big. His leveling speed has reached its limit. As long as we intensify our efforts to execute the low health boss strategy, I can definitely level up to 20 before him, winning 50% of the leveling resources for our country of Fusang. Everyone must believe in me, we have no other choice." Although Matsuda Kazuki's words were impassioned and full of momentum, the crowd remained eerily quiet. Even his few fanatical subordinates lowered their heads, silent. But they knew. Matsuda Kazuki was right in saying one thing. That is, besides choosing to believe in him, they had no other choice now. Fusang only had 2 main cities. 50% of the resources in Sun City equated to a quarter of all of Fusang's resources. They couldn't afford to lose, and they absolutely must not lose. Even if they had to execute Matsuda Kazuki by firing squad, it had to wait until after winning this resource gamble. Thinking of this, everyone began to act. The intensity of searching for and strategizing against bosses became even more frenzied than before. Meanwhile, the players in the Dragon region had a completely different reaction. The previously deserted Qingmu City had become exceptionally lively. It seemed to be trending towards becoming the #1 city in the Dragon region. Because everyone believed that with Zongjio Kwanga in Qingmu City, winning this resource gamble seemed almost certain. Those who had previously questioned and slandered Yang Chen now quietly shut their mouths and disappeared from the forums, as if they had never existed. And Yang Chen, who had just received the rewards from the heavens, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the changes on the level ranking board. Previously at a disadvantage in level, Yang Chen didn't dare to waste any time and even gave up a lot of loot. Finally, he had time to slowly sort out the gains from this battle. He absorbed all the bodies of over 400 small monsters on the ground, as well as the bodies of 2 bosses. Yang Chen's poison blood effect surged by 579 points per second once again. Just the body of the Red Phosphorus King Cobra brought Yang Chen a 100-point boost. In addition, the 2 bosses and over 1,000 small monsters yielded 13 bronze items and over 200 black iron items for Yang Chen. He immediately put up all the black iron items for auction with a 5-minute bidding window. Then, from the 13 bronze items, he carefully selected 3 to keep and fed the remaining 10 to the void quiver. Red Phosphorus Bracers, Bronze, Defense, 48 Magic Defense, 40 Strength, 25 Required Level, 17 Red Phosphorus Leggards, Bronze, Defense, 50 Magic Defense, 46 HP, plus 200 Required Level, 17 Red Phosphorus Helmet, Bronze, Defense, 60 Magic Defense, 55 HP, plus 300 Required Level. 20 Yang Chen was currently at level 16 and couldn't equip these 3 bronze items yet. However, the 3 pieces he was wearing were black iron items obtained from the Lord of the Corpse Pit at level 10. The difference in attributes between the two was 2 to 3 times, making Yang Chen reluctant to feed them to the void quiver. Fortunately, the monster density in the poison mist forest was high, so even reaching level 20 wouldn't take long. Apart from equipment, the red phosphorus king cobra also dropped a jade bottle containing 3 golden pills. Upon inspection, Yang Chen was delighted. Mystic Feather Fusion Pill, essential pill for the archer's second advancement. Success rate of a single pill is 50%. Compared to equipment, these 3 small pills were even more precious. Although Yang Chen was far from level 40, obtaining the archer's second advancement pill early relieved him of worries about materials for advancement. Besides these items, the most abundant harvest for Yang Chen in this battle was gold coins. Almost every mutated monster dropped over 20 silver coins. Despite giving up most of the coins, along with the gold coins from the 2 bosses and the Heaven's Reward, Yang Chen's coin pouch now held 436 coins. After cleaning up the battlefield, Yang Chen didn't rush to open the silver treasure chest. Instead, he walked to the dozens of spirit fruits 100 meters away from the battlefield. It was because of these spirit fruits that the snake and rat tribes erupted into a major battle, ultimately benefiting Yang Chen. Even during the fiercest moments of the battle between the 2 tribes, they tried to stay away from these fruits, indicating their value. Yang Chen stepped forward, plucked a translucent red spirit fruit, and cast an appraisal spell. Vitality Fruit permanently increases HP by 100 points when consumed, limit of 100 fruits. Such a good thing exists. Seeing the description, Yang Chen swallowed it without hesitation. The crimson fruit carried a hint of sweetness, turning into a warm flow that instantly merged into Yang Chen's body. Ding! Congratulations on consuming a fully ripe vitality fruit. Your HP has increased by 100 points, currently at 11,964 points. Sensing the change in his body, Yang Chen quickly plucked another nearby spirit fruit. Vitality Fruit, not fully ripe, permanently increases HP by 90 points when consumed, limit of 100 fruits. It decreased by 10 points? Seeing this, Yang Chen was slightly stunned, but only for a second. The next moment, he directly threw the fruit into his mouth. He didn't have time to wait for these fruits to ripen. Even with a 10-point decrease in effect, it was still an invaluable item. However, Yang Chen also understood the principle of collecting herbs and leaving seeds. Moreover, there was a limit to the consumption of these spirit fruits, and Yang Chen did not pick any that were less than 70% ripe. Fortunately, most of the spirit fruits here had already reached maturity. After carefully selecting and picking 26 chi and blood fruits, Yang Chen finally stopped, leaving over a dozen fruits to continue growing. If they were not consumed by other monsters, Yang Chen might have a chance to come back and pick more. The 26 chi and blood fruits increased Yang Chen's chi and blood by a total of 2,270 points. At this moment, Yang Chen's chi and blood value had reached 14,134 points. Everything was in order. Only then did Yang Chen look at the 2 silver treasure chests in the package. Silver treasure chest, 95% chance to obtain a silver grade item, 5% chance to obtain a gold grade item. Due to several experiences of opening treasure chests before, Yang Chen was very familiar with the process. After making a bunch of wishes as usual and reciting a few inexplicable incantations, Yang Chen opened the 2 treasure chests in front of him. The dazzling light gradually dissipated. What appeared in front of Yang Chen was a set of silver-white leather armor and an ancient-looking token. Bright silver lock leather armor, silver grade item, defense, 120 magic defense, 100 chi and blood, plus 500 feature 1 iron wall. Increases the user's physical and magic defense by 10%. Feature 2, rejuvenation, automatically restores 1% of the user's total chi and blood per second. Equipment requirement. First tier archer or assassin. Seeing the introduction of the attributes, Yang Chen decisively took off the corpse lin leather armor he was wearing and put on this silver grade item. Both the basic attributes and the 2 features of this leather armor were extremely powerful. Especially with the rejuvenation feature and a 26% lifesteal, Yang Chen's sustained combat ability had become extremely terrifying at this point. After putting on the bright silver lock leather armor, Yang Chen casually opened the attribute panel. Drunkard Son, Novice Archer, Level 16, 44060/250000, Strength 265, Constitution 1063. 5 Agility, 468 Spirit, 84 Health, 14534 Mana, 840 Attack, 681, 265 *2 plus 38, *120%, Defense, 1709, 1063 plus 491, *110%, Magic Defense, 456, 84 plus 331, *110%, Speed, 478, for 68 plus 10, range, 60, spirit element arrow range 90, life steal, 26% gold coins, 436 remaining free attribute points, 230 prestige, 5520 title, murderer, luck, hidden talent, blood demon poison body, deals 9436 true damage per second to the target, lasting 20 seconds, can stack 2 layers of poison. Compared to over an hour ago, Yang Chen's level had increased from 10 to 16, and all attributes had been significantly enhanced. Especially the chi and blood and poison damage had doubled. The free attribute points had also accumulated back to 230 points. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Chen looked at the ancient token in his hand. Border teleportation token, gold grade special item, description. After using this token, the user can teleport over long distances, sending them to the designated country's capital city. This token can only protect the user for 12 hours. After 12 hours, the user will be forcibly sent back to their original country's capital city by the rules of heaven. Note, this token has a relatively low grade. When used, it requires the user to consume 2,000 prestige points and 1,000 gold coins, and the user's realm cannot be lower than the second transformation, otherwise they will be torn apart by spatial forces.
Damn! These usage conditions are too harsh.
Just as Yang Chen finished reading the description, he was initially very excited but then had a bold idea. As the saying goes, reciprocity is the essence of courtesy. Since the people of Fusang were the first to provoke, Yang Chen not only wanted to win this resource gamble but also find a way to give them a taste of their own medicine.
Going on a rampage in Sun City would undoubtedly be the most powerful and satisfying retaliation. However, after reading the instructions, Yang Chen felt a bit of a headache.
2,000 reputation points and 1,000 gold coins were nothing to him. Even if these coins were worth 50 million Dragon Kingdom coins, Yang Chen was confident he could earn them back in Fusang. But the restrictions of the second transformation suppressed his thoughts of revenge.
It's okay. When the Void Arrow Quiver reaches the silver level, the storage space will definitely increase significantly. By then, I can bring back more treasures and equipment to the country, and Yang Chen pondered.
By then, not only will the Flame Red Dragon have hatched and grown, but even the Blood Demon Poison Body and the Universe Bracelet can also advance a level, making it possible to break through the entire Sun City.
Ding-ling-ling. Just then, the phone rang. Yang Chen answered and found it was Yu Yao calling.
Kwanggu, congratulations on another first kill of a boss, and you have surpassed Matsuda Kazuki in level.
Yu Yao's pleasant voice was filled with joy.
It was clear that she was genuinely happy for him, not just offering polite compliments.
You're not slow either, almost level 14 already. Yang Chen smiled and asked, you called, not just to congratulate me, right? Yes, it's about the 2 major guilds, Proud World and Royal Family.
Yu Yao's tone turned serious. I received information that Proud World and Huangfu Hong each brought thousands of elite players to the east of the city for a carpet search, leveling up while looking for your location.
If you're in the east of the city, don't head back.
Yu Yao warned, even using a teleport scroll might be tricky because they have a large number of people blocking all 4 city gates.
The best way is to stay outside.
If you need supplies and trust me, you can tell me what you need, and I'll have someone deliver it to you. Hearing this, Yang Chen felt touched. To consider him to this extent meant she was a true friend.
Yang Chen smiled faintly. Yu Yao, you don't need to worry. I haven't taken these 2 guilds seriously yet. I'll settle the crisis of the resource challenge first, then I'll settle the score with them. As for supplies, Yang Chen thought for a moment and said, you have a wide network, and I do have something in mind that I'd like you to help me find. What is it? Yu Yao asked immediately. Resource challenge token.
Yang Chen said seriously, since players in Fusang can get such items, and our Dragon Kingdom has several times more players, there should be someone who has obtained similar special items.
I want you to help me gather information to see if there are similar items.
After a pause, Yang Chen continued, I don't have much money at the moment, but if the other party is willing to trade, I can offer 10,000 drops of highly toxic potion that deals over 5,000 damage per second.
5,000 damage per second? 10,000 drops? Yu Yao's voice suddenly rose. Even without seeing her face, Yang Chen could sense Yu Yao's shock. Is that true? Yu Yao asked eagerly. Of course, Yang Chen replied confidently.
Kwanggu, rest assured, even if I have to search the entire Dragon Kingdom area, I will definitely help you find such an item.
But I need to make it clear to you first. Moon Yao was excited but also a bit hesitant.
She carefully said, if I find such an item, I will try to buy it first with money.
You don't have to worry about the price. Just give me 10,000 drops of potion when the time comes, is that okay?
Okay. After hanging up the call, Yang Chen continued walking towards the depths of the forest. In the next 10 minutes, Yang Chen encountered 2 groups of giant tooth poisonous rats in succession, each consisting of around 200 rats, but there was no boss in the groups. Due to Yang Chen's current level being higher than the giant tooth poisonous rats, killing these monsters would not only fail to enhance the blood poisonous body but also decrease the experience gained. Therefore, Yang Chen did not take action and simply avoided them from a distance. As Yang Chen ventured deeper, the concentration of poison fog in the forest quietly increased, causing the damage carried by it to become stronger.
However, in the face of the blood poisonous body, the toxic fog that would terrify ordinary people failed to stir any waves. Boom! 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 Get lost! You despicable stinky snakes, all of you get lost! Suddenly, sounds of battle came from ahead, mixed with a girl's cries. Yang Chen did not show himself recklessly. Following the direction of the sound, he slowly approached and hid in a thicket. Using his spirit vision, Yang Chen saw hundreds of red phosphorus krites surrounding a petite girl in yellow clothes 100 meters away. Behind these venomous snakes, there was a massive red phosphorus krite king coiled on a large tree, leisurely observing the scene before it. The girl's combat talent was not high. Although she held a staff in her hand, she did not use it for attack but continuously healed herself. Plus 1500, plus 1500. Huge green numbers floated out continuously. Whether it was the continuous damage from the poison fog or the damage caused by hundreds of snakes, they were quickly restored to full health by the healing of the girl in yellow clothes. Moreover, judging from her health bar, this girl's health points were very high, at least over 50,000. While healing herself, the girl also kept sprinkling a red powder around her. When the red phosphorus krites touched this powder, wisps of blue smoke emerged from their bodies, and their health points decreased rapidly at a rate of 2,000 points per second. A priest? A true poison master? Yang Chen wondered. Carefully, he cast a probing spell towards the girl. Medicaris. Suxin, intermediate priest, advanced alchemist, level, health, defense, speed. Introduction. Suxin was born into a family of medicine practitioners and is the daughter of the owner of Jilin Pharmacy.
Her ancestors were descendants of the heavenly craft star. After losing their ancestral land, they had been living in Qingmu City for hundreds of years. With her, you might have the chance to learn true alchemy. Intermediate priest? Doesn't that mean she's at least level 40? No wonder her health bar is so thick. Just as Yang Chen was amazed, seeing his subordinates being poisoned to death one by one without being able to inflict any effective damage on the girl, the red phosphorus krite king on the tree trunk could no longer restrain itself. Swinging its massive body, it swiftly charged towards the girl. Surrounded by the snakes, the girl had no way to retreat. She could only wave her staff, casting a holy light punishment at the red phosphorus krite king and sprinkling a handful of red powder. Minus 659, minus 2000, minus 2000. The powder quickly took effect, but in the face of the red phosphorus krite king's massive 2 million health points, such damage was insignificant. Moreover, although the red powder caused strong damage, it could not completely suppress the boss's regeneration. Almost every time it lost 2,000 health points, the red phosphorus krite king could immediately recover around 1,000 points. The girl needed at least half an hour to kill the giant snake in front of her with the red powder. But obviously, the scarlet phosphorus viper king was not planning to give her that much time. Bang! The giant snake swung its tail, fiercely lashing the girl to the ground. Then the giant snake swayed its body, coiling and entwining, its red scales protruding, muscles continuously contracting, binding the girl tightly. The immense force made the girl's bones crack. Not only could the girl no longer throw the red powder, she couldn't even swing her wand to heal herself. Hiss! 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 Hundreds of venomous snakes and the Snake King bared their cold fangs, viciously biting towards the girl, even though the girl had high health points. Even with the top-grade healing potion she had taken in advance still in effect, but under such terrifying damage, she could only hold on for a few more seconds at most. Father, grandfather, Sushin can't go back to save you. Faced with death, the girl did not scream, nor did she seem too surprised, as if she had already anticipated the outcome of her journey. Just a regretful whisper, tears falling from the corners of her eyes. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, Yang Chen finally took action. 4 arrows shot out, all aimed at the giant snake boss in the center of the battlefield. Minus 281, minus 281, minus 4,299. Yang Chen had a trick up his sleeve in front of the girl, using the poison left behind by slaying the abyssal demon dragon. Not only did the poison effect not reach half of his current level, it could only be poisoned once, but it was enough to shock people. 4 arrows shot out, with a 20% chance of success for the thunder effect, paralyzing the giant snake boss on the spot.
The snake's body trembled slightly, tightly binding the girl's torso, finally revealing a gap. Bang!
The girl fell to the ground, her face filled with confusion and surprise, as if she hadn't expected to have a chance to survive. "Leave the battlefield, get out of here!" Yang Chen shouted at the girl, continuously shooting arrows, keeping the giant snake boss in a state of paralysis from thunder. The splash effect of the universe bracelet not only caused the scarlet phosphorus vipers within a 5-meter radius to continuously lose health at a rate of 154 points per arrow, but they were also paralyzed by thunder on the spot.
This is the power of the universe bracelet.
Even though only one seal was unlocked, it still demonstrated extremely high crowd control capabilities.
Thank you, I can heal you.
The girl stuttered, then took advantage of the paralysis of the surrounding snakes to quickly withdraw from the center of the battlefield. After breaking through the outer ring of snakes, the girl staggered to Yang Chen's side.
How
come you're not affected by the mist poison, and you're not losing health? This poison mist is clearly incurable. Seeing that Yang Chen's health bar had always been full, the girl was once again stunned, as if she had encountered something unbelievable.
First, heal yourself.
Yang Chen stared ahead at the giant snake boss, calmly saying, "I happen to need monster experience, leave these monsters to me, but I can't control all of them, you'd better stay away, don't affect my performance." As soon as Yang Chen finished speaking, hundreds of peripheral snakes had already rushed to the two of them.
Yang Chen could have avoided the attacks of these small monsters without flinching.
But he didn't want the girl to see that he was immune to all poisons and had extremely high physical defense. Yang Chen could only slowly move his feet, leading the group of snakes away. At the same time, he bent his bow and released a rain of soul arrows towards the center of the snake group.
-357, -357.
-30,000, ding. Battle tip, soul strike activated, successfully killed a level 17 red phosphorus viper.
With a move of soul arrow rain, after shooting down 2 red phosphorus vipers, Yang Chen swiftly followed up with an armor-piercing arrow and a rapid-fire arrow. Swish, swish, swish. The spiritual arrows kept shooting out. Yang Chen systematically poisoned hundreds of red phosphorus vipers. Even though he was only using 4,299 points/second of poison blood, and the poison lasted only 10 seconds. But for these small monsters, it was still deadly. At this moment, the distant snake boss finally broke free from paralysis. Without needing Yang Chen to deliberately attract it, it was already charging angrily towards him. Yang Chen fought and retreated.
While leading the snake group in circles, he occasionally shot an arrow at the snake boss, renewing the poison effect. Seeing that Yang Chen indeed didn't need help, the girl in yellow obediently stayed put in a safe corner, waiting quietly.
Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a level 17 red phosphorus viper. As you surpass one level in monster killing, experience points increase by 10%, gaining 260 experience points. The killing reminders kept coming. The followers behind the snake boss were getting fewer and fewer. When it finally realized something was wrong and tried to escape, Yang Chen quickly caught up. Ordinary spiritual arrows poured crazily on the boss.
The red phosphorus snake king was already slower than Yang Chen by a lot, and its size was huge.
Faced with Yang Chen's arrows, there was no way to dodge. -281, -281.
Even though each arrow could only take away over 200 points of the boss's health. But when Yang Chen maximized his attack speed, the damage per second reached over 10,000 points.
Coupled with the poison arrows every 10 seconds, not only did it increase the boss's damage by 4,299 points per second, it completely suppressed the boss's healing ability. Moreover, faced with Yang Chen's maxed attack speed, the snake boss was almost always under the effect of thunder paralysis. Like a huge statue, quietly enduring Yang Chen's attacks. 80%, 50%, 10%. In less than 3 minutes, Yang Chen completely depleted the snake boss's health. Boom! With a loud noise, the huge body of the red phosphorus snake king finally collapsed powerlessly on the ground, along with a large number of items bursting out. Familiar system prompts sounded in Yang Chen's ears again. Ding!
Congratulations on successfully killing a level 22 bronze boss, red phosphorus snake king, gaining 120,000 experience points, and a reward of 300 reputation points.
Ding!
Congratulations on leveling up, currently at level 17, 89900/300000. Your spirit increases by 5 points, strength, physique, and agility each increase by 10 points, and you gain 10 free attribute points.
Ding!
Your blood poisonous body grows by 1 by 10 points, and the real damage of the poison increases to 10,164 points per second.
Ding!
Your body is tempered by blood poison, physique increases by 0.
1 by 10 by 10, currently at 1146. 3. In just a few minutes, Yang Chen had killed over 600 small monsters and one boss, skyrocketing his experience points by nearly 300,000. He had left Song Tianyi far behind. After collecting all the boss's body and the items it dropped into his bag, Yang Chen began to clean up the battlefield. When hundreds of small monsters gathered together, it only took Yang Chen about 10 seconds to shoot them down. But it took him over 10 minutes to clean up their bodies and the items they dropped. You're not leaving yet?
When Yang Chen returned to the center of the initial battlefield, he found that the girl in yellow had not left, but was standing obediently under the shade of a tree, waiting. She carefully sorted out the bodies of the monsters, equipment, coins, potions, and other items around her, neatly arranging them on the ground.
I haven't thanked you yet.
The girl seemed a bit awkward with words, nervously rubbing her hands as she looked at Yang Chen's stubbled face.
I'm Sushin, are you an adventurer in this session? The girl asked cautiously. Yes. Yang Chen nodded and directly put away all the items the girl had organized into his bag. You're really amazing. Sushin admired sincerely. I heard today is just your first day in the city, but you already have the ability to enter the poison mist forest and even kill the giant snake alone, much stronger than useless me, a priest. After a moment of contemplation, Sushin suddenly took out 4 potion bottles from her waist and handed them to Yang Chen. Thank you for saving me, these are some elixirs I refined myself, I hope you don't mind. Elixirs you refined?
Yang Chen's heart leaped with joy as he reached out without hesitation to take the potion bottles. These were elixirs crafted by a high-level alchemist. Their effects were probably many times stronger than what he could buy at a store. Some of them were even unavailable in regular shops. Advanced Vitality Elixir. 50 doses restores 1000 health points per second when consumed, lasting 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Advanced Strength Potion. 20 doses temporarily increases strength by 100 points when consumed, lasting 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Advanced Adamantite Elixir. 20 doses temporarily increases physical and magical defense by 200 points when consumed, lasting 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 60 minutes. Advanced Swift Wind Elixir. 10 doses temporarily increases agility by 50 points when consumed, lasting 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. This. After reading the effects of the elixirs in the 4 bottles, Yang Chen stood there dumbfounded. Any of these elixirs would definitely be a highly sought-after item. Even for Yang Chen, they were precious elixirs that could save his life in critical moments. Sir, Sushin asked softly, may I ask if you entered the poison mist forest for a specific reason? Leveling up, and also to help my teacher find the mandala flower. Yang Chen, in a great mood at the moment, carefully placed the 4 potion bottles into the void quiver, and casually replied. Perhaps because of the 4 bottles of elixirs, Yang Chen now felt like Sushin was emitting a golden glow all over, looking exceptionally beautiful. It was the dazzling light emitted by the golden nuggets. As long as he maintained a good relationship with this high-level alchemist in front of him, would he ever lack such elixirs in the future? Moreover, judging by Sushin's appearance, she seemed to be only 17 or 18 years old. Clearly, she was a genius in alchemy. These remnants of the heavenly path world, although their levels increased slowly, their auxiliary talents were unrestricted. Perhaps in the future, she could refine even more powerful elixirs. The mandala flower, I know where it is. Upon hearing Yang Chen's answer, Sushin suddenly exclaimed in excitement, I once went into the poison mist forest with my father, and near the cave of the poison fire ants, there are many mandala flowers growing. It's just that they weren't ripe back then, so my father and I didn't pick them. Calculating the time, it happens to be the ripening period of the mandala flower recently. After saying this, Sushin looked at Yang Chen with hopeful eyes and pleaded, my father and grandfather were injured by bad people and are now in critical condition. I was about to go to that area to gather herbs, but with my combat abilities, I can't make it there alive. Sir, could you take me there with you? Just then, a mission prompt suddenly sounded in Yang Chen's ear. Ding! Mission prompt, will you accept the mission to protect Sushin to reach the nest of the poison fire ants, help her pick the 9 revolving soul grass, and safely escort her back to Qingmu City? Mission reward, Sushin's ancestral alchemy manual, containing records of hundreds of precious elixir recipes. Studying it will enable you to become an alchemist. Failure penalty, none. Yang Chen accepted the mission with little hesitation. After all, he needed mandala flowers in the poison fire ant's nest, so bringing Sushin along was just an added convenience. Moreover, Sushin could guide him. The only slight inconvenience Yang Chen felt was that traveling together would make it hard to keep certain things hidden. But fortunately, she was a native of Qingmu City and seemed relatively naive. Bound by the rules of the heavenly Tao, even if she learned something, it wouldn't pose a threat to him. And with the alchemy manual, Yang Chen could truly become an alchemist. Not only could he confirm his identity as a poison master, but he could also concoct various elixirs on his own, a truly advantageous situation.
Thank you, sir. Seeing Yang Chen accept the mission, Sushin's face lit up, and she asked, shall we set off now? Yang Chen nodded, saying, let's go. You lead the way, but stay within 5 meters of me. Okay, this way. As Sushin walked ahead, she waved her staff, casting 2 skills on Yang Chen. Ding! Status update, you receive Sushin's inspiration, increasing all attributes by 10% for 5 minutes. Ding! Status update, you receive Sushin's great recovery technique, automatically restoring 1000 health points per second for 3 minutes. So powerful? Seeing the effects of these 2 skills, Yang Chen was slightly surprised. If a mid-level priest support was this strong, how much more potent would a high-level, or even a divine-level priest be? It's no wonder large guilds spare no expense in training a large number of priest players. With a powerful priest in a 10-person team, combat effectiveness could increase by at least 20%. This was an effect that elixirs couldn't replace. Shaking off his thoughts, Yang Chen followed Sushin, taking out a level 17 red phosphorus armguard and red phosphorus leggings from his pack, further boosting his defense and health. And that giant snake boss from earlier. Besides dropping over 30 gold coins and 6 pieces of level 22 bronze equipment, it unexpectedly yielded another bottle of a class change elixir for Yang Chen. Shadowmeld Transmutation Elixir, 5 pieces a necessary elixir for assassins during their second class change, with a 50% success rate per piece. Although Yang Chen couldn't use this elixir himself, once everyone's levels rose, such elixirs would be in high demand. Sir, the nest of the poison fire ants is in the central area of the poison mist forest, about an hour's journey from here. Further ahead from the nest is the true core area of the poison mist forest. As Sushin walked ahead, she cautiously warned, the concentration of poison mist in the core area is extremely high, even my father's healing speed couldn't keep up, so we always return after reaching the poison fire ant's nest when gathering herbs. I heard that besides the terrifying poison mist in the core area, some powerful nightmare-level monsters breed there, all above level 50. Sushin's face showed fear as she continued, although you, sir, are very strong and seem immune to the poison mist, it's still best not to enter that area until you've undergone your second-class change. Is that so? Yang Chen's eyes showed no fear but rather excitement as he asked, Sushin, do you know how this poison mist came to be? Not quite sure. Su Xian shook her head honestly, then added, once a general from the Lord's Manor went in to investigate, but he returned heavily injured. No matter what the doctors tried, they couldn't replenish his blood, and half a day later, he died. Since then, very few people have entered the core area of the poison mist forest. Su Xian paused, then continued, but there's a rumor that a tremendously powerful poisonous creature lives there, and the mist is the gas it exhales. I don't know if it's true or not. What realm was that general in? Yang Chen asked curiously. He was a celestial warrior. Su Xian said admiringly. Wow. Yang Chen gasped, temporarily abandoning the idea of venturing into the core area. Su Xian, you're amazing. Even a celestial powerhouse fell inside, and you only told me not to go before reaching the second transformation. Do you think I can go in after that? Yang Chen couldn't help but ask. You're an adventurer, master. Su Xian turned back with a smile. I heard you're now protected by the Heaven's Path, so even if you die, you can be resurrected. There's nothing to fear. Watching Su Xian's innocent expression, Yang Chen smiled and remained silent. Although players could resurrect after death, the Golden Flame had warned him not to drop levels easily. Resurrection clearly came with a price. Perhaps it was the consumption of the soul or related to future realm limitations. For whatever reason, Yang Chen would try to avoid death and level drops, staying away from unnecessary dangers. Don't move! Just then, Yang Chen suddenly grabbed Su Xian's hand, stopping her from moving forward. Through Yang Chen's spirit vision, he saw hundreds of giant mantises lurking in the mist over 100 meters ahead. These mantises were the size of eagles, some circling in the air, others perched on trees. Their side-like forelimbs gleamed coldly, making one's hair stand on end. Su Xian, being led by Yang Chen, still looked bewildered. In the thick mist, even though she was an intermediate professional, she could only see things within 50 meters ahead. She was completely unaware of the crisis over 100 meters away. Worried about disturbing the monsters ahead, Yang Chen whispered to Su Xian, stay here and don't move. I'll come back for you. Okay, master, be careful. Despite not seeing the situation ahead clearly, Su Xian earnestly nodded at Yang Chen's instructions and refreshed him with inspiration and major recovery spell before watching him disappear step by step into the mist.
Facing unknown creatures, Yang Chen remained cautious as always. Carefully approaching, he cast a scouting spell towards the monsters.
Toxic mantis, mutant creature, level, health, attack, defense, speed, skills.
Description: the most powerful creature on the outskirts of the poison mist forest, not only slaughters intruders but also preys on giant toothed rats and red phosphorus vipers. Tip: their speed is astonishing, and their sharp forelimbs can easily cut through heavy armor defenses. Once attacked by them, not only will you endure massive physical damage, but you will also lose 800 health points per second for 30 seconds.
At Yang Chen's current level of 17, he still couldn't see the specific attributes of the toxic mantis.
This indicated that these monsters were at least level 23 or higher.
Yang Chen pondered for a moment.
Slowly approaching the group of monsters 90 meters ahead, he drew a spirit arrow from his Qiankuan quiver, dipped it in poison, and aimed directly at the center of the monster group, releasing a rain of soul arrows. After this period of rest, the number of spirit arrows in the Qiankuan quiver had reached 8. Compared to the level 3 spirit arrow, the spirit element arrow not only increases the attack range by 30 meters but also carries a whopping 500 points of true damage.
Using the spirit element arrow to release AoE skills is undoubtedly the best choice. The skill radiance burst forth.
The spirit element arrow split into 100 illusory shadows in the air, shooting towards the surrounding monsters. The venomous mantis truly excelled in speed. Faced with the suddenly incoming arrows, many mantises swiftly moved their bodies in an attempt to dodge Yang Chen's attacks. What they didn't know was that the spirit element arrow had another powerful feature.
It never misses.
Even if some mantises managed to dodge the initial arrow's landing point by chance, the spirit element arrow, as if it had eyes, quickly changed direction and pierced into the venomous mantis body.
-675, -675, -45,000, ding.
Battle tip: Soul Strike activated. You successfully killed a level 25 venomous mantis.
It's actually a level 25 bizarre monster.
This attack not only revealed to Yang Chen the level and health points of the venomous mantis but also granted him 640 experience points. Originally, a level 25 mutated monster would yield as much as 360 experience points. However, for every 8 levels higher Yang Chen was, the experience points increased by 80%.
Earn. The attacked venomous mantis was furious.
Flapping its wings, it swiftly charged towards Yang Chen.
Concerned that these monsters might discover Sushi not far away, Yang Chen shot arrows while swiftly moving towards the left side of the forest, leading the group of monsters away.
The speed of the venomous mantis was indeed fast. Despite Yang Chen's agility reaching 478 points, there wasn't a significant gap between them.
Yang Chen made a rough estimate.
The peak speed of the venomous mantis in the air probably reached 400 points. Once ordinary players encountered it, they would have no chance to fight back. Fortunately, Yang Chen not only surpassed the venomous mantis in speed but also had the passive abilities of poison blood deceleration and thunder paralysis.
Swish, swish, swish. Faced with Yang Chen's arrows, these terrifying venomous mantises couldn't launch any effective counterattacks. In less than 10 seconds, Yang Chen had poisoned hundreds of venomous mantises one by one.
At the same time, the first mantis hit by an arrow had already begun to fall to the ground gradually.
The pleasant sound of killing reminders echoed. Yang Chen's experience points skyrocketed once again. Ding!
Congratulations on successfully killing a level 25 venomous mantis, gaining 610 experience points, currently at level 18, 57950/380000.
Ding!
Your bloodthirsty poison body has grown by 1 point, increasing the poison's true damage to 10,589 points per second.
Ding! Your body has been tempered by blood poison, increasing your physique by 0.1, currently at 1198. 8. When the final killing reminder came, Yang Chen had already reached level 18. At this moment, on the level leaderboard, Matsuda Kazuki had just reached around 16. 5. He was already far behind Yang Chen.
A strange sense of defeat pervaded the entire Fusang country.
The once fervent followers who praised Matsuda Kazuki to the skies had vanished.
In their place, there was only madness and blame. Most Fusang people had lost all hope for this resource gamble. More and more players chose to settle in another main city of Fusang, Dongyu City. They believed that by settling in Dongyu City, they could enjoy the leveling resources of ordinary players. Little did they know that Yang Chen had already set his sights on this main city. In the northern mountains of Sun City, Matsuda Kazuki, who had reached a dead end, was making his final struggle.
Watanabe, you are the most professional assassin organization. Haven't you found out the identity and location of that guy yet?
Matsumura Kazuki was furious on the phone. If you don't hurry up, Sun City will be finished.
I will be finished too. Sorry, President Matsumura, I'm afraid we will disappoint you.
A mechanical and cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Even though Zonjo Kwanga is not a well-known veteran player, almost no one in the Dragon Kingdom knows his true identity.
We are powerless in such a short time.
But rest assured, since you have paid enough for the reward, we will definitely complete this assassination mission. But we also need time. If you want to win this resource gamble in this way, it's no longer possible.
Beep, beep, damn it.
What a slow bunch, even the Fusong's top assassin organization, it's just rubbish.
They are all fools. After hearing the other party hang up the phone, Matsumura Kazuki burst into a rage.
But no matter how he cursed, he could not change the fact that he had been abandoned by players nationwide. Poison Mist Forest.
After shooting this group of poisonous mantises, Yang Chen did not rush back to find Sushin.
Instead, he directly absorbed the toxins from the corpses on the spot. Not only the corpses of the poisonous mantises, but also the corpse of the red phosphorus kite snake previously placed in the void arrow quiver, Yang Chen also took out and absorbed. It took nearly 20 minutes.
Yang Chen finally cleared the battlefield. At this time, Yang Chen's poison damage had skyrocketed to 11,742 points per second.
His health had also reached 17,190 points.
Let's go, it's been taken care of. When Yang Chen returned to the previous location, he found Sushin anxiously looking around. It seemed like she was afraid that Yang Chen would encounter an accident or not return. It's good that you're safe, sir.
Seeing Yang Chen again, Sushin finally turned her worry into joy, revealing a touch of innocent smile. After applying 2 major status skills to Yang Chen again, she led the way forward.
In the next 40 minutes, the two encountered 2 groups of poisonous mantises one after another, each consisting of about 200, but no boss was found. Yang Chen took them all down at lightning speed.
His level had also increased to around 80% of level 18.
In addition, Yang Chen also harvested many spirit fruits and herbs.
However, many of them could not be identified by the detection art, so Yang Chen could only put them in his bag and deal with them after returning to the city. Finally, after nearly an hour of rushing, the two arrived at their destination, the nest of poison fire ants. In the hollow ahead, various spirit flowers, herbs, and fruits were growing, surrounded by spiritual energy and of various colors.
There were hundreds of them. Behind these spirit plants stood a yellowish-brown cave entrance several meters high.
Fist-sized, winged, fiery red ants were constantly flying in and out of the cave entrance. The number of these poison fire ants was extremely high, and their flying speed was even faster than that of the poisonous mantises. Once someone was attracted by the spirit plants at the entrance and went to pick them recklessly, they would inevitably become food for these poison fire ants. At this moment, Yang Chen was cautiously hiding with Sushin in the bushes more than 100 meters away.
Sushin, do you know the level and attributes of these poison fire ants?
They are level 30 mutated monsters with 50,000 health points and a speed of around 450. Sushin recalled, last time when my father and I came, we were attacked by them. In addition to 1,000 points of poison damage per second, each attack of these poison fire ants also carries 500 points of fire attribute true damage.
And one more thing, sir, you must be careful.
Sushin earnestly reminded, once bitten by these guys, no matter how much blood you lose, it will be excruciatingly painful. This kind of pain penetrates deep into the bone marrow, easily causing one to lose the will to fight and become disoriented. Master, it's best for you to gather the medicine and leave, do not venture deeper into the cave. Sushin looked at the poisonous mist ahead, pondering, my father told me that inside this cave, there is a powerful poison fire ant queen, at least a bronze level boss of level 35 or above. Although your strength is formidable, and it seems you are immune to poison, the number of poison fire ants inside the cave is just too many.
Once surrounded, you might find it difficult to escape. After hearing Sushin's warning, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit alarmed.
Even the level 30 poison fire ants were as fast as him, and their attacks carried 500 points of fire attribute damage. Despite Yang Chen's health reaching a high of 18,000, he could only withstand around 30 attacks.
Wouldn't the level 35 poison fire ant queen be even faster than him?
Yang Chen was only at level 18. Despite his strong talent and immunity to poisons, there was still considerable pressure to overcome monsters over 10 levels higher.
After some thought, Yang Chen allocated 100 points from his 250 free attributes to agility. At this point, Yang Chen's agility had reached 588 points, over 100 points higher than the level 30 poison fire ants. With a significant lead in speed, even if there were more poison fire ants, Yang Chen felt no fear. Sushin, retreat 500 meters back along the way we came, find a safe spot to hide, do not move, wait for me to come back for you.
Yes, master,
Please take care.
Sushin obediently nodded, waved her staff once more, refreshed 2 major buffs for Yang Chen, then turned and walked back along the path. Empowered by the inspiration buff, Yang Chen's attributes increased by 10%, with agility now at 646 points and health approaching 20,000 points.
Although it only lasted for 5 minutes, it was enough for Yang Chen to accomplish many things.
Stepping forward quickly, as he reached a range of 60 meters, Yang Chen directly aimed at the group of poison fire ants near the cave entrance and unleashed a soul arrow rain.
-246, -246, -50,000, ding.
Battle alert, soul strike successful, you have killed a level 30 poison fire ant, gaining 1000 experience points. After killing monsters more than 10 levels higher, experience gain is capped at 100%.
Each poison fire ant yielded a surprising 1000 experience points.
With Yang Chen only 70,000 points away from level 19, by slaying 70 of these creatures, he could immediately level up. The sheer number of poison fire ants before him could easily propel him to level 25 or beyond.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
Enraged by the attack, the group of poison fire ants charged towards Yang Chen. Trembling wings, gleaming mandibles, they swarmed towards him in droves. Once these poison fire ants attached themselves to him, even with his current 20,000 health points, he would be devoured in an instant.
Swish, swish, swish.
Yang Chen continued to shoot arrows while swiftly moving to the right side of the valley. The speed of these poison fire ants was indeed astonishing. Moreover, when gathered in a group, their flying speed seemed to increase, surpassing 500 points. If Yang Chen hadn't boosted his agility by 100 points in advance and Sushin hadn't applied the inspiration skill, he might have been in trouble by now.
-246, -5299. Alert, thunder strike effective, paralyzing the target for 1 second. Paralysis alerts kept sounding.
The powerful combination of splash and thunder caused more and more poison fire ants to break away from the group. The only regret Yang Chen felt was that the venomous fire ants that were paralyzed by the splashing did not get hit by the poisonous blood. Although they were left far behind by the ant colony, some even went back directly to patrol the ant nest, but they were not poisoned as a result. Fortunately, the number of venomous fire ants following Yang Chen was still terrifying.
Ding!
Congratulations on successfully killing a level 30 venomous fire ant, gaining 1000 experience points, currently at level 18, 314250/380000.
Ding!
Your blood poison body has grown by 1 point, increasing the real poison damage to 12,594 points per second.
Ding! Your body is tempered by the blood poison, increasing your constitution by 0.1, currently at 1399. 3. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a level 30 venomous fire ant. 10 seconds later, swaths of venomous fire ants began to drop to the ground, turning into experience points for Yang Chen. In just a moment, Yang Chen leveled up to 19.
Not only did all his attributes improve, but he also gained an extra 10 free attribute points.
Swish, swish, swish. Poison spirit arrows kept shooting out. Yang Chen's experience points were also increasing rapidly.
Meanwhile, in the outside world, numerous players from the Dragon Country and Fusang Country were constantly watching the changes on the level leaderboard.
Everyone watched in amazement as Yang Chen's experience points kept soaring, getting closer and closer to level 20.
Some were hopeful, some were shocked, some were resentful, some were unwilling. Meanwhile, Matsuda Kazuki, who had tried his best, had just reached level 17. Based on his previous leveling efficiency, he would need at least another 4 hours to reach level 20. But obviously, Yang Chen wouldn't give him that chance.
Matsuda Kazuki collapsed in despair on the ground, his eyes lifeless as he gazed at the sky. I'm sorry, Fusang.
It's my fault that Taiyang City is ruined.
I'm guilty.
In contrast to the melancholic atmosphere of Fusang Country, the Dragon Country at this moment, whether it was players from Qingmu City or the other 4 main cities, or even the players still trapped in the newbie village, all excitedly looked at the level leaderboard of the 2 cities. As they watched Yang Chen's experience points steadily increase, everyone subconsciously held their breath. Level 19, 70%. Level 19, 80%. Level 19, 90%. Level 19, 95%. Finally, when Yang Chen's level reached 19, 100%, all Dragon Country players heard the long-awaited announcement from the heavens.
Ding!
Dual Country announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Country player Zongjio Kwanga for being the first to reach level 20. Qingmu City of Dragon Country wins this resource gamble. As the victor, all leveling resources in Qingmu City increase by 50%.
The defeated Taiyang City has all leveling resources halved. Ding!
Due to the defeat of Fusang Country, as the initiator of this resource gamble, Matsuda Kazuki will receive the punishment of the heavens, now deducting all his reputation points and luck points, reducing all attributes by 30 points.
Ding!
Zongjio Kwanga, as the player who led the Dragon Country to win this resource gamble, is now rewarded with 2,000 reputation points, 500 gold coins, 100 free attribute points, 50 luck points, and a special treasure chest,
and is hereby appointed as a Viscount of the 3rd rank, with the qualification to purchase an independent mansion in Qingmu City. Reminder, when players are promoted to Marquis, Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron, they will have the qualification to establish a residence outside the city and recruit indigenous people in the main city to develop them into residents and troops. Let all players continue to work hard.
Reminder, to obtain a title, either make significant contributions to the main city or strive to increase reputation points. When a player's reputation points reach 10,000, they will automatically receive the title of Viscount of the 3rd rank.
Ding!
Announcement from 2 countries. Congratulations to the player Zongjio Kwanga from the Dragon Country region for being the first to reach level 20, and the Dragon Country's Qingmu City wins this round of resource gambling. A series of announcements from the heavens, echoing 3 times.
Boom! 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 Before everyone could marvel at the generous rewards Yang Chen had received, in the sky of the heavens world, suddenly 2 huge beams of light descended, covering the entire Qingmu City and Sun City. Some players who were leveling up in the wilds of Qingmu City suddenly witnessed a scene that amazed them. The monsters they were collectively attacking suddenly went from 2 to 3. The original 4 became 6.
This sudden change caught many players off guard, causing chaos and confusion. Some even, unable to react in time, were killed by monsters and sent back to the city. But no one was angry or furious. Instead, they were filled with joy and excitement.
In contrast, in Sun City,
many people who had worked hard to defeat the boss, seeing that the boss was already low on health and could soon be killed.
This boss suddenly disappeared. No matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find the boss's whereabouts. It was only then that they realized how massive the impact of this resource gambling initiated by Matsuda Kazuki was on the country of Fusang. Those who once admired Matsuda Kazuki so much now harbored deep hatred towards him. Some guilds in Fusang that were already hostile to Matsuda Kazuki even issued a joint order to hunt him down. Swearing to take advantage of the 30-point weakening of all his attributes, they vowed to forever crush him to the lowest level. Meanwhile, in the skies above the Dragon Country region, countless players suddenly erupted in congratulations. Ding!
Player NIT Honor spent 200 gold coins to broadcast to all Dragon Country players. Eternal Gate sends congratulations to Zongjio Kwanga for bringing glory to the country and obtaining the title of Viscount.
On behalf of Eternal Gate, we welcome Viscount Kwanga's joining and look forward to various deep collaborations. Ding!
Player Xingxing Yulei spent 200 gold coins to broadcast to all Dragon Country players. Mountain Alliance congratulates Viscount Kwanga and thanks him for his significant contributions to Qingmu City. Our guild has always been the gathering place for the largest archer players in the Dragon Country. We sincerely welcome Viscount Kwanga to join Mountain Alliance, and the position of deputy leader has always been reserved for you.
Ding!
Player Yushang Fuyo spent 200 gold coins to broadcast to all Dragon Country players. Mirror Moon Tower congratulates Kwanga on obtaining the title of Viscount.
Congratulations kept echoing throughout the Dragon Country service area.
Among them were people Yang Chen knew, but more were strangers he had never met.
There were even many wealthy players who had no guild influence at all. Simply out of joy and admiration, they spent 200 gold coins to send their congratulations to Yang Chen from afar. As numerous players entered the main city, although the price of coins had dropped, each gold coin was still worth around 35,000 yuan. These 200 gold coins were equivalent to 7 million Dragon Country coins. Just for a quickly overwhelmed congratulatory message, everyone was happily indulging in it. It was like the fireworks set off during the Dragon Country's grand celebration. Even if no one appreciated it or cared except themselves. Yet countless people eagerly participated regardless of the cost, just to express the joy in their hearts. And the game forum, as a place for ordinary players to voice their opinions, was quickly overwhelmed by billions of players. Wow! Zongjio Kwanga is forever a god. Please accept my knees. Thank you for winning resources and glory for the Dragon Country players. Too awesome, too awesome. Goblin Arrow God has only been online for a little over 2 hours, and has leveled up from 10 to 20. Is this guy even human? 3rd tier Viscount? Although I don't know exactly what it's for, it looks pretty cool. Haha, it's unclear, but having a title would probably bring a lot of privileges in the city, like discounts on purchases. I envy the Great Song God so much, gaining another 100 points of free attributes. How much is that worth? I've been in the game for so long and haven't even gained one extra attribute point. It's not just the free attributes, the great song god has even more good stuff. This is already the third special treasure chest he's obtained, and he also has an unhatched dragon egg. Sigh. So many good things, no wonder the Proud World and Royal Family guilds have been relentlessly chasing after the great song god. If I had the ability, I wouldn't be able to resist wanting to snatch them too. Don't think too much, the great song god is not someone anyone can steal from. Brothers, let's charge towards the Qingmu city. There's a bright future ahead, and all risks have been completely eliminated by the great song god. Here we go, I just reached level 10, teleporting to Qingmu city. Sigh. I arrived at Qingmu city earlier, but I was suddenly bitten to death by a wild wolf that appeared out of nowhere, losing a level. That's what they call the early bird catches the worm. Countless players quickly flooded into Qingmu city. Even the guilds that had already settled in other main cities swiftly sent people to Qingmu city to establish branches. For these superpowers, Qingmu city had become a juicy piece of cake. Even if they couldn't devour it all, they had to get a piece of the action. Meanwhile, Yang Chen, who was in the poison mist forest, had cut off all communications. While frantically shooting at the 50% increase in the number of poison fire ants in front of him, he was also receiving the reward pillar of the heavenly Tao. Soft energies flowed into Yang Chen's body through this pillar of light. It took nearly 5 minutes. Yang Chen finally managed to kill off all the poison fire ants following him. After consecutively killing nearly 2,000 poison fire ants, Yang Chen's level had unknowingly risen to 22. Not only had all his attributes greatly increased, but with the reward from the heavenly Tao, Yang Chen's free attributes had reached 290 points. Without rushing to clean up the battlefield, Yang Chen quickly took out the special treasure chest he had just obtained from his inventory. Special treasure chest has the chance to contain equipment, skill books, props, and other items of any grade, but the higher the grade, the lower the probability. This was Yang Chen's second time obtaining a special treasure chest. After killing the abyssal demon dragon, the heavenly Tao had rewarded Yang Chen with 2 special treasure chests. They had respectively contained the SSS grade auxiliary skill, Eye of Insight, and the evolvable golden equipment, Illusionary Demon Cloak, both rare treasures. So Yang Chen was also looking forward to what was inside this special treasure chest. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, may the heavenly Tao show its power. Yang Chen clasped his hands together, muttering, I won't hope for divine artifacts, please grant me a resource challenge token, heavenly Tao. Boom! With a dazzling burst of light, a blood-red bead tied with a rope appeared in front of Yang Chen. As expected, things don't always go as planned. Setting aside his inner regret, Yang Chen curiously held the bead in his hand. Evil Devouring Bead, Ghost Grade Special Item, Strength, plus 200 Spirit, plus 100 Feature 1, Evil Devouring. This bead can devour the wearer's sin value and convert it into strength. For every 100 points of sin value devoured, it permanently grants the wearer 1 point of strength, currently at 0/100. Feature 2, Soul Strengthening. For every 24 hours of wear, the player's spirit permanently increases by 1 point. Wear requirement, none such a good item? Seeing these 2 features, excitement lit up Yang Chen's face. Soul Strengthening was fine, as Yang Chen mainly relied on basic attacks with poison enhancement, so his reliance on magic points wasn't particularly high. But apart from increasing the magic value by 10 points, 1 point of spirit can also enhance the player's magic defense by 1 point. So, Yang Chen wouldn't be foolish enough to dislike a high spirit value. But the trait Devour Evil is just right up Yang Chen's alley. Yang Chen fears no challenge from any guild, but he also doesn't want to be unable to enter the main city due to a high sin value. The 2 major guilds, Proud World and Royal Family, have not given up on finding their own positions until now. It's impossible to say that Yang Chen has no hint of anger. However, due to being busy resolving the crisis in Fusang country before, Yang Chen couldn't spare time to deal with them. And once he acts, the sin value won't be just a little bit. Maybe Yang Chen won't be able to enter the city for a long time, let alone take on missions. But now, with the Devour Evil bead, Yang Chen is afraid that the people from Proud World and Royal Family guilds won't be numerous enough for him to kill. Excitedly, he wore the Devour Evil bead around his waist. As his strength and spirit surged, Yang Chen couldn't help but open the attribute panel. Drunken Song of Freedom, Novice Archer, Level, 22, 75580/800,000, Strength, 540 Constitution, 1616, 2 Agility, 628 Spirit, 214 Health, 20208 Magic Value, 2140 Attack, 1341, 540 2 plus 38, 120%, Defense, 2447, 1616 plus 609, 110%, Magic defense, 721, 214 plus 442, asterisk 110%. Speed, 638, 628 plus 10, range, 60, spirit arrow range 90, vampirism, 26% gold coins, 1164 remaining free attribute points, 290 prestige, 7820 title, Baron of the 3rd rank nickname, Maniac Luck, hidden, accumulated 160 points of luck reward, talent, Blood Demon Poison Body. Inflicts 14360 points/second of true damage on the target, lasting 20 seconds, stackable up to 2 layers of poison. Special equipment, Devour Evil Bead, Ghost Grade, Shenkuan Bracelet, 9-layer seal, Magic Cloak, Gold, Void Quiver, Bronze, Normal Equipment, Bright Silver Lock Armor, Silver Grade, Silver Fong Necklace, Silver Grade, Sky Wolf Bow, Bronze Grade, Red Phosphorus Helmet, Bronze, Red Phosphorus Bracers, Bronze, Red Phosphorus Leggings, Bronze, Magic Cloud Boots, Black Iron, Corpse Cloud Ring, Black Iron, Magic Soldier Ring, Black Iron, compared to a few minutes ago, Yang Chen's level has increased by 4 levels, and all attributes have seen significant improvements. Not only has his health exceeded 20,000 points, but his poison damage has also reached 14,360 points/second. With just a drop of poison blood, Yang Chen can inflict nearly 300,000 points of continuous damage on the target within 20 seconds. If he continues to poison 2 layers, the cumulative damage can exceed 500,000. Neither players nor monsters can withstand such terrifying damage. Perhaps only a boss can endure this kind of poison damage for a few minutes. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Chen began to clear the battlefield along the way back, while also activating the communication function. When he was just killing monsters, Yang Chen found the player's shouts too noisy and simply turned off all communications. Now, he reopened the contact list. Yang Chen found that his 4 friends in the friend list, Yu Yao, Yu Ying, Shen Shang, and Dancing with the Wind, had all sent him private messages to congratulate him. In addition, thousands of people had sent friend requests to Yang Chen. Yang Chen originally wanted to select some top players from various guilds to add as friends. However, the densely packed and continuously increasing friend requests made Yang Chen give up on this idea directly. Ding ling ling. Just then, Yu Yao suddenly sent a message that made Yang Chen's spirit soar. Mad Song, my people found a player who drew a challenge token at the beginning in the Yellow Sand City. I am now on my way to negotiate in the Yellow Sand City, but the conditions for using this token are very strict. Take a look first before deciding whether to take it or not. Immediately after, Yu Yao sent a screenshot of the challenge token. Challenge token, Ghost Level Special Item, Introduction. After using this token, players can gamble with the designated main city for 50% of the basic resources, and the designated main city cannot refuse. Conditions for use, automatically deduct 2,000 reputation points and 1,000 gold coins from the player. Risk warning, the gambling rules are randomly generated by the will of heaven, and neither player can intervene. As the one using this token, once your main city loses the gamble, you will face severe punishment from the will of heaven, so use it carefully. After reading the risk warning on the token, Yang Chen fell into contemplation. The usage conditions were not a big deal. Compared to 50% of a main city's resources, 2,000 reputation points and 1,000 gold coins were insignificant. But if the gambling rules were randomly generated by the will of heaven, it meant that no one could predict the final outcome. This time it might be about levels, the next time could be about reputation, or some strange things. Even if Yang Chen's strength was strong, before the specific challenge rules were generated, there was no certainty of winning the match. And once the gamble failed, the punishment to the individual was small, but if it affected the development of a city, then one would be a criminal of the country.